You hooked the daughter of the richest man online, chatted for 2.5 months, and she finally couldn't help but suggest meeting up with you. After you asked her for 20 yuan for travel expenses, you deleted and blocked her directly. However, what you didn't expect was that someone would actually carry a plane overnight for 20 yuan. It's really you. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, facing the camera with dodging eyes, said, I have a friend. Her good friend hasn't talked to her for 2 days. What do you think my friend should do? Lu Ruyan has always been the center of attention from people around her since she was young, never experiencing the feeling of being alienated. But that online friend who called her baby for half a year and used to say a lot of sweet words every morning, noon, and night, suddenly became very cold in the past 3 days. Not only did he not contact her proactively, but he also took half a day to reply to messages, and each reply was very brief. Unable to hold it in any longer, she finally asked her fans about her doubts, making friends out of strangers. It's over. The goddess has a crush. Bold. Who dares to be so perfunctory to the goddess? I don't accept it. Who can catch the goddess's eye? Could it be Huang Mao? Seeing the barrage all curious, Lu Ruyan also became interested. She leaned in front of the camera and confessed directly, just a netizen. I haven't seen the other party. He used to send a bunch of cheesy words every day, and always called me baby, so he should be a man. The gaze of Lu Ruyan was a bit evasive. Even though they hadn't exchanged photos, she still felt a slight fondness for each other, to the point that not chatting for 2 or 3 days led her to boldly ask fans in the live broadcast room, oh no, the goddess has been hooked. What's the rush? Haven't they met in person? Goddess. Just message him directly and meet up. Are you guys crazy? Asking the goddess to meet up. What if he gets captivated by the other person? You guys don't understand this. You should meet up early while the goddess is not deeply involved. Yes, maybe they will just die when they meet. Seeing the barrage of encouragements for a meetup, Lu Ruyan hesitated, puffing up her cheeks. If she takes the initiative to suggest a meetup, will he think she is too eager? Does he like her a lot? Seeing Lu Ruyan hesitating, fans in the live broadcast room began to offer advice. Goddess, have you thought about it? Maybe this guy has moved on and is chatting with other netizens now? Forget about him. Goddess, you still have us. Lu Ruyan felt even more hesitant when she heard the fans in the live broadcast room saying this about her love life. But if it's really like what the netizens are saying, she finds it disgusting. I'll just call him directly and ask if something's wrong. If he's acting weird, I'll just delete him. Lu Ruyan said she wanted to delete the other party, and the barrage immediately became excited. Ruyan goddess belongs to everyone. You little guy, don't think about fooling the goddess away. After Ruyan finished speaking, she took out her personal phone directly, opened the chat page, and dialed out. However, the ringtone only rang once and was quickly hung up. Then, in Lu Ruyan's bewildered eyes, she saw a new message. Baby, what's wrong, baby? I've been really busy these days. Lu Ruyan looked at the message on her phone, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to send a message asking to meet. On the other side, you were lying on the bed, looking exhausted. During the summer vacation, you had saved over 2,000 yuan with your inherited Swana playing skills. But after deducting the tuition fees and subsidies for poor students, you were still short of 20 yuan. As the new school year was approaching, you were worried about how to pay the tuition fees. Seeing the meetup request from a netizen named Yen Yen, you smiled to yourself. You had worked hard to make girls happy online, hoping that they would help you in a critical moment. Now it's time to close the net. Baby, do you finally want to meet me? Great. So when we meet, are we officially in a relationship? Hey baby, can you lend me 20 bucks first? And I'll pay you back when we meet. You nervously looked at the shattered screen of your phone after sending the message. Finally excitedly clicked into the red envelope to claim it. With the 20 bucks received, you quickly clicked into the profile of a user named Yen Yen, deleted the blacklist service in one go. Perfect. You got your tuition fee. Now you just need to earn some travel expenses to go to Shanghai University. As for why you didn't ask for the travel expenses together, mainly because you thought no one would report you to the authorities for just 20 bucks. But if it were a few $100, it might be different. You are the man who will dedicate yourself to the country in the future, so naturally you won't do such a stupid thing. On the other side, Lu Ruyan is still unclear about what happened, staring dumbfounded at the red exclamation mark on the chat page, and reminding herself that she is not the other person's friend, but she clearly is his friend, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, and has never experienced this situation from childhood to adulthood. She has no idea that she has already been blocked and deleted by you at this moment, still foolishly sending messages to arrange a meeting place. But the messages sent out still have exclamation marks. Lu Ruyan thought her phone was broken, and even worried that you were waiting anxiously. She curiously asked the camera about the chat record. Hey, Are there any fans in the live room who know how to fix phones? My phone suddenly can't send messages. Lu Ruyan was worried that the other party was in a hurry. She hurriedly showed her chat log. Originally, the audience in the live broadcast room was still curious about what was going on. But after seeing that the goddess of their hearts was cheated out of $20, a set of pulling black and deleting the consecutive moves, a group of people were completely unable to strain themselves. Cowardly. This kid is really cowards. Goddess. It's the other person who deleted you, not the phone that broke. The other person is a bad seed who cheated you out of $20 to delete you. Hard clam. The only daughter of the richest man in the New Sea was cheated by a netizen for $20. I can't tell if this guy is smart or stupid for a moment. Is he worried about cheating more than Goddess Ruyan calling the police? Ahahaha, laugh me to death. This thing can definitely be hot. The goddess was cheated $20. This kid, if he knows he missed the goddess, probably can be angry to death. Goddess, don't trust him. This kid has already deleted you. You won't be able to see him if you send a message now. Ha? I've been deleted? Lu Ruyan was completely confused. She stared at the pop-ups in the live broadcast for a while before she reacted. The online friend that one has always had a crush on. Wake up every day to baby greetings on the net. Cheated himself out of $20 and ran away. Good. Reacting. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned red. For the first time in 22 years, the man named Duckhouse Headliner had made himself feel moved. Even she had just been considering whether she should have a batch of clothes sent over overnight. She would have to dress up properly and then set out to meet the other party tomorrow. But the result? The other party has been chatting with himself for 6 months, sending greetings every day, affectionately calling himself baby before baby after baby, just for his $20. Good. Ruyan Lu completely broke her defense after figuring out why. A group of fans in the live broadcast room also put down their hearts. This kid is considered to be completely and the goddess Ruyan has no chance. It's hard to tell if the kid is smart or dumb for pulling this off. Internet dating is all about scamming people for $20. Laugh your ass off. Lu Ruyan experienced this fact in no mood to continue live. She picked up her cell phone and began to dial a friend. This is one of my father's subordinates, and the other party has no other skills than being the top hacker in the country. Ruyan Lu sent this friend LD named Duckhouse Headliner to the other party, and then briefly talked about what had happened to her. The other party is also straightforward to ensure that tomorrow morning Ruyan Lu woke up to see the boy's address. Lu Ruyan suffocated curled up in the quilt. Living 22 years. Lu Ruyan has never been so angry. Anger. It's just too angry. In retrospect, it seems like she didn't know the other guy's name, and every time she asked the guy about it, he had the chutzpah to ask her to call him her husband. Damn it. This guy must have planned early on to try to scam money out of himself. But it's just a $20 scam. $20. This was an insult to her, Ruyan Lu, and a contempt for her face value. Lu Ruyan thought indignantly as she suddenly remembered something. The other party should not be a professional scammer. After all, if he was a professional scammer, it would be impossible to cheat himself of only $20. Normal people who will not because of $20 to the police. This guy, if the professional liar. Hard to fool their own half a year. Every day in their chat so much just for $20. Then he has to cheat how many people? How much energy to make enough money to eat? And through the details of talking to her, Ruyan Lu could be sure of one thing. The other person was definitely a student. And like himself, a college student. And even had a deep knowledge of musical instruments, especially the piano, because she once shared a video of herself playing the piano without showing her face with the other person. The other guy very easily rattled off the shortcomings of the tune, and in the process raised his own head a bit about how great he was. It was also because of this that Ruyan Lu paid extra attention to this person. Curled up under the covers, Lu Ruyan clenched her small hands and muttered indignantly, "Kid, don't let me catch you or you're done for." Early the next morning, Lu Ruyan, because last night was really angry not light, coupled with the back of this matter even on the hot list, in the netizens' ridicule, Lu Ruyan really cannot sleep, stay up to 2 or 3 o'clock before passing out in a daze. In the morning Ruyan Lu woke up by the sound of a message and opened her cell phone. It was the message that she had asked the hacker to investigate the address of her online friend. The other party has already locked the location of the netizen through the LD address, and even considering the other party to notice, the hacker has made a table showing the location of the other party's LD address for a month. It can be determined. The village of Sujia described on the map is the lair of the other side. Lu Ruyan secretly gritted her teeth. She could not hold back for a moment and decided to immediately move to the Su family village. Currently there is still half a month before the school year starts, and it will take at most 3 days for her to travel to Sujia village and back, so she will have to question the other party face to face. Most of the year. Was the whole hush-hush for the better part of a year really just for a measly $20? Of course Ruyan Lu couldn't just set off straight away. She had to at least bring a few people with her before she felt comfortable traveling to Sujia village. Just thinking about it, Ruyan Lu received a call from her best friend. Ha 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 ha, Ruyan Lu, you're trying to kill me with laughter. Hey goo, what's going on? Is my cell phone broken? Why can't I send out messages? What does that red exclamation point mean? Ha 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 ha, being cheated out of $20 for online dating. Ruyan Lu, I'm going to laugh at you for the rest of your life. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan's best friend by Yoe's cruel mocking voice came through. Lu Ruyan cold face, until the other party on the other end of the phone laughs almost break. This is stifled. Enough. Why do you say such icky things? When Bai Yue heard Lu Ruyan say this, she laughed even louder and became more and more rampant. Lu Ruyan annoyingly told Bai Yue to calm down a bit, then told her plan to Bai Yue, as the person in question. She really couldn't stand the fact that she was being teased like that, so, had to go and confront the guy face to face to get it straight. Bai Yue immediately became interested when she heard this and agreed in one mouthful. Bai Yue's father is also a famous rich merchant in Xinhai. Her family happens to have a security company underneath. Lu Ruyan's family security personnel is still transferred from her family. The two families are very close, so the two have been close since childhood. Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue discussed the matter and asked the other party to bring people to leave for the so-called Suklan village this afternoon. Bai Yue agreed and immediately began to look for someone to make arrangements to travel to the Suklan village. The hacker that Ruyan Lu had found also gave her a small program to do overnight. As long as she opened the small program, there would be a radar-like thing on it that could determine how far away Ruyan Lu was from her target through satellite positioning. With this thing, even if the other party was mixed in the crowd, Ruyan Lu would have a chance to find them. Getting everything ready, Ruyan Lu received the call she least expected. Treats from a promom. Ruyan, you are truly a disgrace to our family. It didn't make me laugh yesterday when your dad found out about it and was half pissed off. It's fine if you're ugly and get cheated, but you don't look bad. You've perfectly inherited your mother's and my looks. I didn't expect to be cheated just for that. TSK, or $20. It's okay if you get scammed out of $2 million. What's $20? That last line was the voice of my father. Full of anger, Lu Ruyan held her forehead with one hand. She was really despair. Of course, Ruyan Lu was also getting more and more angry at that netizen because of this. If there wasn't a result to this matter, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life inside the circle. After noon, Ruyan Lu packed her bags and met her girlfriends at the airport with her sunglasses and travel cap. In the past, she was afraid of being recognized, so she habitually went out with sunglasses and a hat to avoid inviting trouble. But now, totally worried about losing face, Ruyan Lu relied on her perfect looks and talent, and she also had more than 7 million fans across the internet, which was considered to have a good popularity. But now, because $20, the hot search is still hanging on to the fact that I was scammed out of $20. As soon as they met, her best friend Bai Yue looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile on her face. If she wasn't worried about Lu Ruyan getting angry in public, Bai Yue would have smiled and mocked Lu Ruyan to her face. This is so fucked up. Online dating is cheated out of money even if, but the one who was cheated was the perfect looking and talented Ruyan Lu. Even if Ruyan Lu had been cheated of slightly more money, hundreds of thousands or millions, people would only be angry at the scammers who cheated Ruyan Lu, not the way they are now. Grabbing Lu Ruyan, he smiled. Internet dating scammed for $20. Lu Ruyan, this is also a historical precedent of being cheated in online dating. Suan was busy all night last night, and during the day, he had to wear mourning in place of Uncle Lu Air. And as soon as the banquet was over in the evening, the village head let Suan go home to rest. The countryside is quiet at night. Suan returned home and washed up, then lay down on the bed and passed out. The village headmaster has already determined. Lu A Uncle Air will be able to come back tonight. Tomorrow the burial of their own responsibility to blow Swana on the line. Burial is still popular on their side. And tomorrow morning at dawn the burial will take place. And the banquet will be set up until noon, as a way of thanking Uncle Lu's descendants for their fellow villagers. Suan was young after all, and although he had labored intensely for 3 or 4 days, he had recovered most of his energy once he woke up. He glanced at his cell phone. His heart was much more solid after the money for tuition came together. The road money is there too. The mayor of the village gave $1,000 as payment. And today another half a day of playing the oboe. This is finished. Suan woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. White burials must be early. Many people are simply not sleeping all night. Suan packed up the Swana. To make sure that there is no problem with the Swana, to take the Swana to Lua Uncle's house. A lot of people have already gathered at Uncle Lua's house. A group of people were already busy preparing for the burial. Suan skillfully stepped forward to help. After crossing over to this world, the parents in this life were not very helpful and died when Suan was very young. Suan only had a vague memory of his parents, and he remembered more of the days when he grew up eating 100 meals. The people inside the village also gave enough respect to Suan, a college student. Things were busy until 6 a.m., in time for the old man to finally be put to rest before sunrise. Suan ate a hasty breakfast and began to play the swana. The mournful sound of the swana echoed over the village, and Suan borrowed the sound of the swana to wake up the village people to come over and eat. It wasn't until noon that Suan, who was standing on the stage playing the swana, noticed a limousine traveling to the entrance of the village. Su family village is not big. Itself is about 100 people. At this moment basically all in Lua uncle's house to eat dinner. Suddenly appeared the convoy alarmed the village head. Suan was also invited down by the main family, and it was about time. Uncle Lua has only one son, who is already in his 40s and works at a construction site outside, and he is an honest man just like Uncle Lua. The other party dragged Suan down and forcefully stuffed Suan with $500 in his big rough hand. Uncle patted Suan's palm, signaling him to accept it in peace and go up to the table to eat. Suan couldn't put it off, so he had to take the money. At this moment, the village chief had already brought a few young and strong villagers close to those luxury cars. After a day and a half of fierce fighting, Ruyan Lu finally arrived at the Su clan village. BFF Bai Yue is holding up her cell phone at the moment and is chanting, Guys, here comes the follow-up to the $20 scam on online dating. Ha ha ha, the culprit is inside this village. Bai Yue held up her cell phone and looked around. Bai Yue, who grew up in a high-rise building since childhood, felt quite interesting when she suddenly came to this kind of place. You see, there's something interesting about this place. A plane, and it's beautiful to look at. Bai Yue looked at the planes that could be seen at the edge at a glance with a little excitement. Where can you see this kind of scene in the big city? Ruyan Lu was wearing a sports suit today to avoid that kid seeing him run away. The security guards following the two of them spread out in all directions, keeping the two ladies safe. The car was from the downtown branch side, and Ruyan Lu's family just happened to have a branch in the city, and they took a half-day ride to this small village, straight from the booth. I rely on this poor place. No wonder that kid cheated $20 and closed the net. It cannot be really poor to $20 or not it. Looking at the place, it's poor. But it's not like you're really going to delete people just for $20. There are a lot of left-behind children inside such villages. Maybe they are little kids, taking the cell phones of their grandparents at home and fooling around with the goddess Ruyan. Yes, I guess it's a brat. Or else it wouldn't be a scam just to dare to scam $20. Normal people can't do this. Truthfully, if it is really a little kid, such as the smoke goddess this, after all the discussion online so far, most people agree that Ruyan Lu was most likely tricked by a child. And probably kids in their late teens or so. At this age, kids know a little, but not a lot. In their eyes $20 was already a large amount, so 6 months of hard work for $20 wasn't out of the question. Only if this is really the case. Then Lu Ruyan, the IQ. So after Bai Yue took Lu Ruyan's account and opened the live broadcast, it didn't take long for nearly 200,000 fans to enter the live broadcast room. Everyone was curious as to what kind of person could cheat Ruyan Lu of $20. Is it the kid brother that everyone is speculating about? Lu Ruyan was also a little flustered by Bai Yue's brainwashing over the past 2 days. Don't really be a kid brother. Otherwise, you'd really have no face. Ruyan Lu got out of the car and surveyed the village in front of her. The village didn't look large or wealthy, and she even saw an adobe house that was obviously still inhabited by the look of it. As you can imagine, the financial situation of this family must not be good. Ruyan Lu was going to send something to this family before she left. Then Ruyan Lu noticed the sound of the swana inside the village. Is this a white wedding? Looking at the scene in the distance, Ruyan Lu probably got a clear picture of the situation. She pulled out her cell phone and glanced at it, and according to the hacker tracking location, the person who had deceived her was heading in that direction. Bai Yue came over and took a look at the positioning excitedly. Brothers, we'll find the crook today. My whole foo-foo bag. Let's vote on whether it's a kid brother or not. If kid brother, I'll give out $10,000 in red packets to everyone instead of Ruyan. Ha ha ha, if it's really kid brother, I guess Ruyan can be in the top 10 of hot searches this time. Internet dating scammed by kid brother for $20. That's a catchy headline to put up. Bai Yue is not afraid of things, and is excited to interact with nearly 200,000 people in the live broadcast. Lu Ruyan was the only one who looked at the direction where the white ceremony was held with a heavy mood. She felt that the person she was chatting with was definitely not a kid brother. The other party's attainment for music was not comparable to that of an ordinary person, and had definitely received systematic education. After all, she was hailed as a piano genius, but the other party was clearly able to overpower her, and if this was still a child, then the other party was a genius that would be hard to come by in 100 years in the piano world. At this moment, the village chief, Su Jiangwo, brought his people over curiously. A few security personnel at the forefront were responsible for stopping Su Jiangwo, and Ruyan Lu hurriedly stepped forward to signal the bodyguards to release him. Su Jiangwo, look at this situation. Know that these two female children are not simple, talk a lot more polite. Two dolls, I'm the chief of this village. What do you want in our Su clan village? Su Jia village is located in a remote area, and there is only a road into the village, and there is no borrowed road to cross Su Jia village. Lu Ruyan greeted Su Jiangwo politely and hesitated for a moment before saying, that Moncler, I'm here to find an online friend. His online name is Duckhouse Headliner. Do you recognize him? Su Jiangwo, more than 70 years old. The elderly keypad machine is difficult to play understand, or know how to surf the internet. He chewed the words Duckhouse Headliner over and over again with some amusement. You girl? What kind of person has the last name of Duck, or the compounded last name of Duck Hall? That's not nonsense. Bai Yue heard the duo's conversation from the sidelines and laughed so hard her stomach hurt. This old village chief is also interesting. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to explain the meaning of this screen name to the old village chief little by little. Su Jiangwo then realized that he knew what it meant. I don't know about that. I'm an old man and I don't have internet access. Hearing that it was just to find someone, Su Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that it was the village people who had offended someone, and the other side came to the door. Ruyan Lu wasn't surprised when she politely asked the village chief if she could take someone in to look around. The village chief nodded. It was no problem, and in the meantime gave her directions. Look over there, no. To do the white ferret. See you if you are also driving half a day carrot. Go over and the main family to say, let them do a table of dishes more. Cannot spend a few money. Lu Ruyan nodded and led Bai Yue into the village. As for bodyguards, she took 2 or 3 with her and the rest watched the car. Suan was already sitting in his seat at the moment, but his gaze was gathered on Ruyan Lu. In fact, the villagers' gazes were basically gathered on the beautiful-looking and newly dressed Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue. The temperament and appearance of these two female children were not from the countryside at first glance, and everyone was curious about what they wanted to do. Suan frowned curiously at Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu was considered her senior. Suan was a sophomore this year and Ruyan Lu was a junior. The great name of this one is known to all students of New Sea University who are not blind or deaf. How did she get here? Ruyan Lu, a rich kid, came all the way to this remote mountain village? And so on. Wait. Suan bent down, pulled out his cell phone and began to check up on the recent news about Ruyan Lu. Getting ripped off for $20. Suspected kid brother. Strange shame. Rushing to the other address overnight. It's on the air. 1,000 miles in search of a kid brother's identity. Done. Suan looked at Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue in horror. Fuck that. How did you cheat yourself out of money to Ruyan Lu? It's not. She's sick. Why didn't she say who she was when we were chatting earlier? And you actually came to yourself for $20. Suan haphazardly ate a few mouthfuls of rice and took the opportunity to be about to slip away while Lu Ruyan and the others were talking to the main family. At this time Bai Yue, who had been surveying the crowd, clearly noticed Suan. Bai Yue was a little surprised as she reached out her hand and waved it at Suan. Suan. Here. Suan. Bai Yue excitedly waved her hand to look at Suan. Said also ignored aside Lu Ruyan, trotting to catch up with Suan. Suan, your family is from here. Suan looked at Bai Yue and the surrounding villagers' curious look over the gossip eyes, cover the face crazy to escape to their own home. It's over. He does know Bai Yue. Bai Yue can eat, can buy, and is lazy. When it comes to shopping festivals, Bai Yue alone can make Suan a small fortune. Over time, the two became familiar with each other, but Suan was now clear that he could never identify himself with Bai Yue. Suan took his oboe and ran all the way, quickly disappearing from Bai Yue's view. Lu Ruyan, who was communicating with the main family, looked at the vibration alert coming from her cell phone, then jerked her head up to look at the teenager whose back could only be seen. Good. Gotcha. Lu Ruyan looked at Bai Yue, who had a puzzled look on her face and was not in a hurry to poke the other party's identity. Instead she closed the positioning software with a calm face and looked up at the main house. Would it be convenient to set a separate table for us? Ruyan Lu pulled out her cell phone and looked at the older man in front of her. We salute. The uncle nodded. Most of the rural people were very warm, greeting Ruyan Lu and a few of them to take their seats. Ruyan Lu and Bai Yue identified the identity of the young man who had just been there. Bai Yue played with the disposable chopsticks and said doubtfully, Suan is inside the school to help pick up the courier. On behalf of takeout, will also help you fight meals, on behalf of the purchase of things and so on. It is said that you can also help you brush the number of steps, as well as class check-in. Anyway, a young man who still works hard despite his family's circumstances. Bai Yue rested her cheeks and chatted casually. Speaking of which, I'm still a big customer of his. I deliver so much throughout the day and order a lot of takeout. and transfer more money to him when I'm in a good mood. This kid runs away when he sees me. I'll have to settle the score with him when we're done. However, you don't say. This kid is really quite handsome. Just don't have much money to dress up. I think if you can wear a better look. It's not a big problem to say it's our schoolboy. Lu Ruyan quietly listened to Bai Youwei's tirade. It didn't take her long to figure out where this Suan person was coming from. Poor family, trying to work part-time, and being alright with the one you're chatting with. Every time the other person disappears, or replies to their messages for a long time, they use this excuse. Their family is poor and they are trying to work part-time. Lu Ruyan had always thought Suan was joking. After all, what she considered to be a poor family was not having a house in the center of Shanghai, and only being able to buy a large flat in the suburbs. What she thinks of as work-study is going out on weekends with nothing to do as a part-time job, preferably as an intern in a large company, to learn and earn money at the same time, and to complete a big project along the way. But through today's small talk with Bai Youwei, she became clear that Suan's part-time job was to get up at 6 in the morning to bring breakfast to people, then stop by to sign in for class, and after class at noon to first accomplish the goal of delivering meals, and then stop by to help with a few express deliveries before going to the cafeteria to help the ants clean up in exchange for an unlimited number of meals. At night Suan would still take the time to go out of school to help distribute flyers, or to help buy bouquets of flowers for the rich kids on campus. The kind of TV show where the rich kids confess their love with a sentence of 999 roses, and a little brother would go and make the arrangements. And Suan is this errand boy. Bai Youwei looked at the live broadcast pop-up screener saying Suan this is to meet the sweetheart. Low self-esteem worry Bai Youwei looked down on him. So this is to escape. Bai Youwei didn't think so. Suan this person's self-esteem, how to say. I feel like if he really liked me, he would have pursued me in a big way and wouldn't have gotten down on himself or anything because of these things. Don't you think too much? Suan is a recognized third-rate student in the school, so don't bring up the tempo. Bai Youwei chatted with the live broadcast pop-up for a couple of moments before looking curiously at the out-of-it Lu Ruyan. What? You take out your cell phone to see where that kid brother is, and when you find him, scare the other guy first. Until now, Bai Youwei always thought that the person who deceived Lu Ruyan was a kid brother. After all, adults don't delete people for $20. Lu Ruyan looked at Bai Youwei, and in her heart, she was already certain that the person who could do this was definitely that fellow named Suan. Delete yourself for $20. Good. Lu Ruyan forcibly suppressed her inner anger and looked at Bai Youwei and said as if nothing had happened. Let's eat first, and later we'll go find that Suan. With his help as a native of the village, it's easier for us to find people. Bai Youwei smelled the fragrant cauldron of rice and nodded after thinking about it. And rightly so. Anyway, we can't run away. Let's eat first. Do you guys guess if it was that kid who cheated Goddess Ruyan? Don't pull. That man's name is Suan. I'm in the same department as him. He's a good student. His family is a little worse off, but his character is nothing to write home about. I am also a student. That Suan is indeed a student of Shanghai. No problem with character. Good study. Good character. Spare time delivery. Take delivery. Help cafeteria ants clean up. It cannot be him. Then this kid is also lucky. I did not expect to meet Goddess Ruyan. Also fate, but why did he run? Suppose for a moment, you have good character, but the family is not good. Suddenly one day you met the goddess in your down and out home, and still too, you run or not. Normal people's first reaction is to leave well. After all, this age of the boy's self-esteem is indeed strong. Have a say, this child is also innocent, lying down for no reason. Originally people at home happily eat seat, did not expect to suddenly meet the goddess on the doorstep, but unfortunately a table of delicious. Ruyan Lu and Youwei Bai were both big misses from top mansions. Since childhood, the two of them what mountain delicacies have not eaten. But today this seat really give the duo a comfortable meal. Because of the suddenness of the incident, the dishes on the top of the rural banquet were basically collected from various farmers. Just a few hours before this meal started, the meat dishes on top of the table were still eating the veggies on the table. How can this food not be fresh? Can this dish not be good? Because the few of them were at a separate table, and no one grabbed the food. Bai Youwei ate the fragrant big elbow, and was confused by the aroma. It's so good. It was just so delicious. I don't know how long this elbow has been huffing and puffing, but it's soft and sweet, and it's on par with the 5-star chef's handiwork in his own house. Ruyan Lu also took small bites of her meal. The flavor of the meal was indeed out of her expectation. It was quite tasty, but she was still thinking about what to do with Suan now. This kid has been cheating on himself for the better part of a year, calling out baby and wife all day long. At first, Lu Ruyan only had anger, the anger of being cheated. But when it came down to it, having already determined the identity of the other party, Lu Ruyan instead hesitated a bit. After all, It seemed a bit awkward to meet the other person on his own. A meal. Bai Yue ate with her mouth full of oil, and Lu Ruyan ate with a sad face. The fans in the live broadcast room didn't disperse because no one was paying attention to them. Instead they were enjoying the state of Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan as they ate. Ruyan Lu needs no introduction. Goddess Ruyan remains elegant even when she eats, and is still the top goddess in their hearts. As for Bai Yue, if her family went bankrupt, she wouldn't starve if she went to work as a foodcaster. This eating mainly highlights one word: fragrance. Bai Yue asked her bodyguard to ask Suan's home address. Ruyan Lu instructed the other bodyguards to go to the car later and get some cash to give to the owner of this house. Two sets of people returned quickly. The address of Suan's house has been asked for. Although Lu Ruyan was hesitant, under Bai Yue's pull, she still stiffly followed. Suan, a schoolboy 1 year younger than himself. His family is poor, but he works hard part-time and has a good character, and those who know Suan recognize him. But Lu Ruyan thought about how ambiguous she had been while chatting with Suan. It occurred to him that if Suan hadn't cheated himself out of $20, the two of them would probably have already been face to face. If there is no Suan cheat their own $20 thing, their own face base really face the Suan. Lu Ruyan. She wasn't sure how she would face Suan. Lu Ruyan thought. Without realizing it, she had followed Bai Yue to the entrance of a courtyard. Wow. This Suan guy's family is not very good. The walls are broken like this and you don't know to fix them. Bai Yue couldn't help but spit out a comment as she looked at the earth-permeable wall in front of her. The bodyguard on the side, perhaps shaken by Suan's family's situation, reminded the lady on the side. Miss, with this kind of family situation, Suan is lucky to be alive. And fixing a house isn't cheap. The few bodyguards beside him couldn't help but nod their heads. The captain had a point. Under this kind of family situation, and still managed to go to university and still managed to get into New C University, this son's future achievements would not be bad. Bai Yue nodded thoughtfully. Alright, I'll go knock on the door. Bai Yue originally wanted to shout, but this is not quite in line with the habits of Miss Bai Yue. A line of people walked into the yard. Bai Yue held up the live broadcast device to Suan's broken wooden door and knocked furiously. Suan, I know you're home. All the little kids in your neighborhood said you were home. Come out. Bai Yue slapped the door and called out to Suan inside the room. They had confirmed before they came that Suan had indeed gone home. Inside the room, Suan shivered and looked at the only wooden door in her house. Ancestors, don't break the door. Suan hesitated to open the door himself, incidentally heartbreaking the wooden door that had accompanied him for more than 20 years. He quietly sized up Ruyan Lu before going home, with a bodyguard, and specially rushed over from Xinhai. It must be hard to solve Lu Ruyan's hatred without teaching herself a lesson. Shit, these rich girls are also sick. It's only $20. I've been chatting with you for so long, coaxing you like a child every day. You can't even spare $20 for hard work, can you? Just as Suan made up his mind and prepared to get up and open the door, the worn wooden door let out an unbearable click. With a rumble, the two worn wooden doors slowly fell to the ground as the crowd watched, blowing away a cloud of dust. Suan, standing in the living room, stiffened. The door, this gate that has been with him all his life. Bai Yue outside the door also looked incredulously at the scene in front of her. It's not. Is she that strong? Just a few swats and the gate is smashed by itself? A few of the bodyguards were also taken aback and escorted the duo backward. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that Suan coughed and walked out of the room. In the courtyard surrounded by earthen cultivation, Suan was alone and awkwardly looking at Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan in front of him. Several bodyguards looked at Suan, who was dressed in a simple outfit, and their gazes moved slightly. Suan looked to be in his early 20s, with a thin figure. His lower body was washed white jeans, and his feet were wearing a pair of old labor insurance shoes. The top half of his body was a badly worn t-shirt with a white cloth tied around his waist. If anything, the only thing that stood out a bit was Suan's looks. Suan's entire body looked somewhat malnourished, but his appearance was extremely beautiful. Even though Suan's face value was greatly lowered because of this outfit, Suan's looks were still handsome. For a while, the compound was somewhat quiet. In school, the Suan that Bai Yue saw was shabbily dressed, but at least he was normal. But privately, I didn't expect Suan to be dressed like this. Ruyan Lu's gaze flickered slightly. Suan, it's really somewhat surprisingly handsome. This kid is kinda handsome. The family situation is indeed bad, but with the old man's 30 years of insight in recognizing people, this kid's character won't be bad. Good handsome little brother. Sister so heartbroken. There is no little brother contact information. I give little brother to donate some clothes money. This age is the time to love face. Just ran away probably also because the dress is more shabby this left. Even though this dude is a little bit better looking than me, I don't mind financing each other a little bit. You can't fake it in this day and age when you're still living in an adobe house. People are still college students in Xinhai. You check. Suwon results are still very good. The province ranked in the top 20. This family situation to this score. This kid is really fierce. Suwon, I didn't mean it. Bai Yue reacted with a pout. Deliberately cute. Suwon held his forehead with one hand and let out a long sigh to the sky. This wooden door is the only decent of his home. But because he is sorry Lu Ruyan first, he is not good to let Bai Yue compensation. Can only be resigned to move out a few chairs, signaling everyone to sit down and chat. Suwon sat in the doorway and looked at Bai Yue and waved her hand, signaling that it was fine. Regardless of the matter of Lu Ruyan for the moment, Bai Yue is one of his big customers. Beautiful appearance. Generous. Suwon can only choose not to offend her. Are you guys traveling over here? Suwon rummaged around for disposable cups for a few people, pouring one person a glass of water and chatting awkwardly. Anyway, if Ruyan Lu didn't have any evidence, she shouldn't be looking for her own business. He chatted with Lu Ruyan with a private number. Suwon has two accounts. One account is responsible for the external, classmates, colleagues, teachers, bosses. All these people are inside a WeChat. Private numbers Suwon usually used for phishing. And besides these, only one or two real-life acquaintances had their own private numbers. Lu Ruyan didn't rush to speak. She silently sized Suwon up, but it was Bai Yue who took the initiative to introduce the origin of the matter because she was more familiar with Suwon. Learning that Ruyan Lu had actually hired a hacker and was able to locate his position in real time, Suwon's pupils underwent a violent earthquake, and he looked at Ruyan Lu with some nervousness. Sister Ruyan is so powerful? Ruyan Lu grunted a counted response. The fans of the live broadcast are not surprised. In front of outsiders, Lu Ruyan is such a high cold look. Of course, privately everyone knows that Lu Ruyan's character is still very good. Suwon's heart fluttered more and more when he heard the hum. It's over. When he chatted with Ruyan Lu, he had already figured out Ruyan Lu's character. This guy definitely already knew that he was the one who had cheated her out of $20. Only for some reason, she didn't seem to have the option of breaking him down to his face. This is also considered good news. At least leave yourself a face. Otherwise, once this matter is exposed, I'm afraid that all of my college scholarships will be affected. LOL. Ruyan is also sick. You reveal a little news. Their daily wife long baby short. Farts do not put a. Suwon originally gave Lu Ruyan positioning as a little arrogant high school students, but also know a little piano. That's why he has to think about the other person's financial strength even when he's scamming them. Bai Yue was a bit dissatisfied with Lu Ruyan's attitude. As the other's best friend, she knew too well what Ruyan Lu was like in private. People Suwon students are so pitiful. Why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? Bai Yue looked at Lu Ruyan somewhat conspiratorially. Ruyan, what's wrong? Looking down on your senior brother? Lu Ruyan rewarded Bai Yue with a big blank stare. She was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, but she still asked Suwon. Just before I got off the bus, I saw you playing the oboe on stage? That man is you? Before getting off the bus she did notice that Suwon seemed to be playing the suona on stage, and was prepared to take the opportunity to ask Suwon about his understanding of the instrument. The person she was chatting with had a distinctive understanding and talent for musical instruments. Even she was willing to bow down. She would like to see if Suwon in real life was indeed this strong, or just a mouth-strong king. Suwon nodded and incidentally briefly introduced the situation of Uncle Lua's family. Bai Yue asked Suwon with wide-eyed curiosity. $1,000 and you're being a dutiful son to someone. Inside her eyes, she couldn't understand Suwon doing this. After all, it was a matter of name and honor, and she couldn't help but ask a question at the end. Won't your parents object? Suwon was silent for a moment when he heard the words mom and dad. 2 lifetimes of being an orphan myself. Born an orphan's life. He nevertheless explained. My parents died early and I was an orphan when I was 6 or 7. I am not afraid of your jokes. I grew up eating 100 meals. After the death of Uncle Lu's wife, his son also went out to work. In the past it was Uncle Lua and the village head who helped me more. I remember when I first arrived at the new poster. It was Uncle Lua who drove me to the school. Thinking that Uncle Lua was such a good person who suddenly passed away like this, Suwon let out a long sigh. For Uncle Lua, he truly treated the other party as his elder. Originally, Lua uncle as long as insisted on their own graduation. Suwon found a job with a stable source of financial resources. He will certainly find ways to return Lua uncle. Hearing Suwon utter these words, both Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan fell silent. The several bodyguards guarding at the side also revealed a sense of pity in their gazes toward Suwon. It's hard to imagine how someone who lost both parents at the age of 6 or 7 managed to get into New C University step by step. Bai Yue looked at the lost Suwon and said hurriedly, I'm sorry. I really don't know your family situation. Suwon said with a high and a polite voice. After all these years, it's long gone. That's something. Lu Ruyan looked at Suwon's spontaneous appearance. and finally completely let go of the matter of Suan cheating himself out of that $20. Taking a look around, it didn't take much thought to feel how horribly hard Suan had worked to get into New Sea all by himself. Bai Yue glanced at her best friend who didn't say anything and stepped on Lu Ruyan's sneakers. If she hadn't asked Suan why she was playing the Suona on stage, she wouldn't have asked about it herself. Lu Ruyan threw her a blank stare, ignoring the fuming Bai Yue and looking at Suan to inquire. School starts in almost half a month. What else have you been up to lately? Suan shook his head honestly. Ruyan Lu glanced at Bai Yue. Then why don't you follow us back? It's on the way. Incidentally, I've heard Young Wei say that she's been wanting to learn an instrument lately, so you could teach her to play the oboe. Suan was just about to drink a mouthful of water to moisten his throat when he was caught off guard by hearing this from Ruyan Lu, and a mouthful of water sprayed directly onto the ground. Who at school doesn't know that Bai Yue is also a rich kid? Just the takeout and delivery that he took to Bai Yue every day occasionally cost up to tens of thousands of dollars a day. A young lady like that learns the oboe? Why do you want to learn the oboe? You're stealing the white business from yourself? Hey poor doll. But goddess, this last sentence is a bit fucked up. Bai Yue's family history is also very good. People are also very beautiful. The goddess let Bai Yue learn Suona ready to rob Suan business? No. You guys think carefully, okay? My goddess Ruyan is a well-known piano prodigy. Surely she's not really letting Suan teach Bai Yue oboe when she says that, but she's just trying to find an excuse to give Suan a little financial assistance. This is still a reasonable statement. Suan, this child does not feel inferior when talking about his family situation and making money for people wearing hemp in mourning. It is obvious that Suan's self-esteem is still quite strong. If Goddess Ruyan directly gives money, Suan is definitely unwilling. Goddess Ruyan is very considerate. Bai Yue didn't want to learn any Suona. She was just about to retort when she saw Lu Ruyan calmly looking at herself. Bai Yue's brain turned, realizing that Lu Ruyan was looking for an excuse to fund Suan, so she reluctantly nodded her head. Aha! I did have a sudden interest in the oboe recently, said Bai Yue, also very quirky hollow performance of blowing Suona. Suan wasn't very convinced as he looked at the duo. Why did you learn the oboe? The Suona is a thing that can be used as a musical instrument, but it is more often used for red and white events. There's no point in Bai Yue, a rich kid, learning this stuff. Bai Yue threw Suan a blank stare. This guy is not stupid. This is not free to give you money. You say a few words less, old lady, a class tuition can make a month to eat and drink. Suan went on to explain. The oboe is not for girls. The tone is too roguish, and there's not much use in learning the thing. Suan more or less sensed the goodwill that the duo exuded towards him, but although Suan was short of money, he didn't want to rely on other people's charity though. But I know a little bit about other instruments. How about a blowjob? Suan raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Yue. Bai Yue looked at Suan with a disgusted face and waved her hand. Don't. It's not nice to talk about this stuff. Ruyan Lu? What's wrong with a blowjob? The shao is a nice instrument, too. Suan didn't bother joking with the duo and got up to thank them. I know you guys want to help me. There's really no need to be so deliberate. Yue's senior sister, if you still need to run errands or something, call me on the line. Although I'm an orphan, but I'm not missing an arm or a leg. I can't starve. Suan said, getting ready to send off his guests. In the afternoon he was going to go over to the White Affair to help out, to see if he could do something for the main family. He had taken over $1,000 from them, and it was only right that he should do more. Do you guys want to have dinner at my place tonight? If not, it's getting dark fast and the roads are bad, so you guys wander around and head back. Normally, after everyone has exchanged words, the host family basically sends them off by saying this. But he didn't expect Suan to encounter any very normal humans today. As soon as Bai Yue heard about the evening meal, she remembered the big elbow she had eaten at noon, and without hearing what Suan said afterward, she nodded her head hastily. Yes, Suan, you prepare a table of that dish tonight. It's what we eat for lunch. I'll pay for it, and prepare a little extra rice. Especially that elbow, said Bai Yue, who had just finished her meal and couldn't help but swallow again. She was really craving that bite of elbow. The skin of the elbow is deep fried and crispy, while the meat inside is soft and sweet. Fragrance. Suan. Ruyan Lu crossed her straight thighs to look at Suan. She could forget about Suan deceiving herself online, but she couldn't just let him off the hook. Fooled myself for most of the year. If I remember correctly, I was snubbed by him to call him husband. Damn. Ruyan Lu couldn't help but get goosebumps just thinking about it. So sparing Suan was definitely out of the question. She pulled out her cell phone and looked at Suan. Since we're staying for dinner tonight, let's friend each other first. I heard that Suan knows a little bit about the piano. I know a little bit too. Just in time for an afternoon cut. Ruyan Lu swung her cell phone, her gaze calmly looking at Suan. Obviously, if Suan didn't take the initiative to cooperate with herself, then the next thing she might reveal was that Suan had cheated her out of $20. Oh, so much. After Ruyan Lu finished speaking, seeing that Suwon was still hesitating, she continued with a soft sound. Young Vivian, remember that school scholarships are assessed. Suwon has such a good character and his family does need help. He has such a good character. Is it possible to apply to the school for more subsidies for him? Bai Yue was still thinking about eating elbows, and didn't feel it was wrong when she heard Lu Ruyan inquire like this, nodding her head. Seems like it could be. I'll go back and ask Uncle too. Bai Yue also said with some dejection. Suwon, do you know my second uncle? Bai Yue was about to speak on, reacted to the fact that it was still live, and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast, explaining to Suwon, the dean of New Sea University is my second uncle. You're in such a condition that I'll talk to him, and I'm sure I can apply for a little more subsidy. Suwon stared blankly at Bai Yue. Good lord, you guys have this background. He originally did not want to get involved in any relationship with Lu Ruyan again. Visible two people like this, if Lu Ruyan set out that he cheated her, Bai Yue, which is not very smart, will certainly be fooled. At that time there is no scholarships and subsidies. Suwon is afraid of tuition fees cannot afford to pay. Ruyan Lu looked at Bai Yue and nodded. You want elbows for dinner tonight, young Wei, you'd better go and talk to the cook now, or it'll be too late for them to pack up and leave. Speaking of eating, Bai Yue immediately came into the spirit. She nodded and hurriedly got up. That's fine. I'll take someone to check it out. Suwon, Ruyan, you two talk. I'll keep an eye on the other subsidy thing. After saying that, Bai Yue got up and took her bodyguard to find someone. In her eyes, it wasn't like Suwon was going to run away. It was still more important to have dinner now. When Bai Yue walked away, Lu Ruyan looked at the two bodyguards guarding her. You guys go to the entrance of the village and bring the car here and park it right in front of Suwon. The two bodyguards were both human. Understanding that Ruyan Lu had private words she wanted to talk to Suwon about, plus there shouldn't be any danger on this side, they nodded and left. This left only Suwon and Lu Ruyan inside the courtyard. Originally, it was fine for Suwon to be crowded, and although he was nervous about facing Ruyan Lu, he was able to control it. But now that there were only two of them left, Suwon immediately felt that the atmosphere was subtle. Ruyan Lu looked at Suwon, a smile spreading from the corner of her mouth. I hear you're pretty good on the piano. Third in the world? Suwon. He was chatting with Lu Ruyan when he boasted something about his piano skills being just average, the third level in the world. But anyone can detect that this is a joking sentence. Did not think that Lu Ruyan actually took it seriously, and also remembered. Seeing that Suwon didn't speak, Ruyan Lu narrowed her eyes and stared at Suwon. I'll have the piano sent over this afternoon. Mr. Duckhouse headliner, you're not going to be able to play a tune I'm happy with. Can't play third in the world. Can't bounce that $20 worth. Don't you dare take a penny of subsidy from Shinsky for the rest of your life. Good, good, good. So much for playing it right. Suwon stifled a look at Ruyan Lu. I'd been coaxing you for half a year. 6 months, do you understand? Suwon looked at Lu Ruyan and saw that her cold look didn't look like a joke, so he could only stifle a nod. A triumphant smile spread across the corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth. She then pulled out her cell phone and opened the QR code to add a friend. Suwon had to pull out his cell phone and scan on Ruyan Lu's friends, but after seeing that it wasn't that account, Ruyan Lu's face quickly cooled down. What? I'm not worthy? Suwon froze for a moment, then reacted, grimacing as he changed to another number and added Lu Ruyan's WeChat. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. That said, didn't Ruyan Lu feel embarrassed? As the old saying goes, a slap in the face is not a slap in the face. Suwon one person, how hard? The two of them cannot chat online for half a year. Anyway, Suwon plus Lu Ruyan friend. Looking at the screen full of baby, wife and other meet words only feel goosebumps all over the body. Lu Ruyan saw that it was that familiar screen name, and the chat log was back to normal, secretly sighing with relief. But she also quickly realized something was wrong. This chat, too fierce. She hadn't known Suwon before, and the two of them were just online friends, and there was no third person who knew about it. So Lu Ruyan was able to face these words openly. But, now that the person in question was right in front of him, the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. In this subtle atmosphere, Bai Yue bounced back to the compound. It's done. I made a deal with the cook to come over and make a table tonight. Thinking of the big elbow she ate at noon, Bai Yue couldn't help but secrete saliva. Lu Ruyan also took advantage of Bai Yue's appearance to break the awkwardness between the two, and she turned her head to look at one of the bodyguards. Order and arrange for a piano to come over. The bodyguard nodded and began arranging for the piano to be delivered. Bai Yue looked at Lu Ruyan and inquired curiously, what's wrong? You're going to play the piano here? Ruyan Lu laughed lightly and shook her head, looking towards Suwon who had a bland face. It's Suwon Bam. Bai Yue looked at Suwon suspiciously. You play the piano? Suwon looked at Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan and nodded with a sigh. In his previous life, Suwon also got into an art school through his own efforts, and knew a bit about singing, dancing, and musical instruments. It's just a pity that Suwon was later forced by the pressure of life to go to the duck store to become a duck. This excellent eloquence of my own was learned when I was a duck. The rich woman in the duck store handily taught Suwon how to grasp a woman's body and mind a little bit. From small to large, from shallow to deep, Suwon learns a lot. It's the latter that gets played to death by a rich woman. And it's only after Suwon crosses over to this parallel world that he's ready to rely on hard work to gain wealth. Lying down to make money is fast. Wealth that can be earned with your hands is in line with socialist values. In this brand new world, Suwon only wanted to be a person full of positive energy. As for the piano, because the cultures of the two worlds were different, Suwon was prepared to copy two songs at random to muddle through. Ruyan Lu looked at Suwon's bashful appearance with some confusion. Just this guy's family background didn't seem like someone who had access to a piano. Although in the chat Lu Ruyan perceived that Suwon's piano level wasn't low, but through Bai Youwei's understanding, she still didn't believe that Suwon really knew how to play the piano. But, if this guy really knew something different about the piano, he might actually be impressed himself. Seeing that Suwon was quite confident, Bai Youwei didn't ask too many questions. She had contacted the piano because of Lu Ruyan's good piano skills, and she also had a certain understanding of the piano. The level of ordinary people definitely couldn't get into her eyes, but it didn't matter if Ruyan Lu wanted to play her since she did. Bai Youwei's attention was soon placed inside Suwon's house, and she curiously walked into Suwon's house. How? You can clearly feel a word when you enter the door. Empty. Inside the entire living room was just a set of table and chairs, and a few chairs for guests to come and sit on. Other than that it was just some cups and other simple furniture. But this room was full. Full to Suwon's awards were plastered all over 3 walls, which were densely packed with all the awards. Elementary, middle and high school. Even Lu Ruyan, who followed in from behind, was shocked when she saw this scene. Suwon instead walked into the room as if nothing had happened, then hid a few books whose contents were not suitable for public consumption under the bed in passing. Bai Youwei shook her head. If Suwon wasn't because of his family's situation, he was afraid that his accomplishments would be much higher than they are now. At least his parents definitely wouldn't be willing to let their son, who was so exceptional, run errands on a part-time basis within the school. Suwon's house has just 3 earthen rooms in total. A living room, a bedroom, a kitchen and a bathroom at the back of the house. Bai Youwei and Suwon didn't have much politeness. She finished looking around curiously and walked into Suwon's bedroom. Book, dense books, various books. There are books on the beds, under the beds, at the head of the beds, at the end of the beds, in every corner of the house. Suwon even used the books to pile up a simple cabinet to store his necessities. Bai Youwei also saw Suwon's 2 sets of neatly folded clothes in the corner. Those were the clothes Suwon often wore inside the school, and the kid was afraid that he couldn't afford to wear them on a regular basis. Ruyan Lu followed, and she casually pulled out a book and flipped it open to look at it twice. The dense notes on the book proved that the owner of this book did not use it as a decoration. Suwon watched Bai Youwei gradually approaching the bottom of his bed. He cursed angrily in his heart. This girl is crazy. There are so many books in the room, so many places to look. You have to go to the bottom of my bed? Bai Youwei and Suwon were more familiar with each other inside the academy. She herself was a social cow. Looking around she sat on Suwon's bed and looked at Suwon with a sigh. Suwon, don't worry. I'll take a picture of it later and send it to my second uncle. And when school starts, I'll ask him to give you a little more scholarship. Bai Youwei sat on Suwon's bed, her short legs swinging around in midair. Suwon, who was originally quite cold, immediately fawned. Thank you, Sister Euphoria. Thank you, Sister Euphoria. I wish Yue-senpai a long life. Young Vivian schoolmates have 8 babies in a litter. Suwon's flurry of compliments caused Lu Ruyan's mouth to open slightly. No? How can you lick so well? Bai Youwei had a haughty look of triviality, waving her hand to indicate that Suwon didn't need to be polite. And after that she jumped out of bed and picked up her cell phone to shoot around. The few bodyguards inside the living room each looked at the wall full of awards. This young man named Suwon was indeed a rare talent. The awards from childhood to adulthood have never changed depending on the situation. Especially the first in class. The first in grade title is not a single award has not fallen. After Bai Youwei finished filming, she waved at Lu Ruyan who was looking down at her book. Ruyan, let's go find the guy who cheated you out of your money first. After we finish teaching that kid a lesson, we'll come over for dinner, and then we'll see what other talents Suwon has. Bai Youwei looked at Suwon and said with a face full of excitement. Suwon, if you play well, schoolmate I won't take advantage of you and give you a new set of clothes. Fruity? For bargains that were delivered to his door. Suwon had always been selective in occupying them. Like this kind of thing that could make Bai Youwei happy by casually playing 2 tunes that weren't available in this world. Suwon didn't mind coaxing her. Now she is her own school sister. When school starts, Bai Yue is Suan's ATM. Whether she can earn money all depends on Bai Yue. The big appetite. Bai Yue arrogantly looked up at Suan. What? I lied to you? Suan hastily shook his head. This was a really rich second generation. Bai Yue looked at Lu Ruyan and said curiously, let's go. Let's talk after we take care of your business. Let me turn on the live broadcast. That group of people are very curious about who in the end is online dating cheating our goddess Ruyan $20. Lu Ruyan, who had her head down to read her book, stiffened, and Suan's expression also became somewhat abnormal. Ruyan Lu knew that this matter could not be escaped. After all, he had moved such a big battle to find Suan, and it was hard to end it without giving a reasonable explanation. After a moment of silence, Ruyan Lu suddenly sighed. Never mind, I'll think about it. I see Suan is so good. What if the one who cheated on me is like Suan, a good student with good character? I'd like to think about giving up on holding him accountable. After all, when all is said and done, I'm only being cheated out of $20. Ruyan Lu sat on the only chair in the room, looking down at the book flatly. Bai Yue looked at Lu Ruyan with eyes full of incomprehension. But think about it. Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue's personalities were very similar. Both of them were very kind-hearted. Even if the person who deceived Ruyan Lu wasn't Suan and was a strange man, Ruyan Lu wouldn't do anything to the other party when she found them. At most she would just teach them a lesson and warn them. Bai Yue followed over because she was bored and wanted to watch the fun. Internet dating scammed for $20. It's something that, apart from the people involved who will be very angry, everyone else will just find it hilarious. Bai Yue nodded her head with some amusement. That's fine. She then picked up her cell phone and started messing around with it. Ruyan Lu was much quieter, as she silently flipped through the books on Suan's desktop. Typically, the books that make it to the desktop are the ones that the owner reads regularly. Suan's heart dropped to the ground as he listened to what Ruyan Lu had just said. He knew very well that as long as he played 2 songs later that Ruyan Lu was satisfied with, this hurdle would be passed for himself. Suan returned to the living room, where a few bodyguards were idly watching the awards above the walls of Suan's house inside the living room. These awards Suan really didn't mean to post them to show off. His family was poor and didn't have these gold-colored award stickers, and outsiders could only see the dirt-colored burlap. Several bodyguards smiled politely at Suan. It was clear that Suan was in their minds a classmate of their own young lady's character. Maybe now Suan looks poor, but who can say in the future? Suan went to the kitchen to find 2 vegetable baskets ready to go down to the ground to pick some fruits and vegetables for these people. Summer is the time of year when melons and fruits are at their peak. There is an agricultural college next to Xinhai University, and Suan will try to get some free seeds from the agricultural college every year. Although his family was poor, no one in the village had appropriated the land that should have been given to Suan, and Suan had tried to find a way to plant crops when he returned from vacation. You have 2 months of vacation for yourself, and watermelons and other melons ripen in about 40 days. Through the information inside the school, coupled with Suan's experience in farming at a young age, his family's melons and fruits are productive and flavorful. Seeing Suan going out and carrying a basket, the captain of the bodyguards guarding the 2 young ladies signaled a teammate to follow Suan. They admired Suan, but out of professionalism, there should be no less vigilance, not to mention a helping hand. Suan didn't resist. There were many people in the family. Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue brought 6 people this time. 4 bodyguards, 2 drivers, plus the 2 of them, that's 8 people. Suan shared a vegetable basket with the other and went out with his straw hat. The best fruits and vegetables he grows himself are watermelon and zucchini, and the next most economically valuable are strawberries. Strawberries ripen faster. A batch can mature in a month. The last batch of ripe ones have been sold out, and are currently entering the ripening period, so slow picking should give the 2 young ladies a taste. Bai Yue was most unable to sit still, played with her cell phone for a while inside the house, and when she couldn't see Suan's silhouette, she let the bodyguard take her to look for Suan. In the middle of the day, there weren't many people inside the village. Bai Yue wore a sun hat and was excited to catch up with Suan. Learned that picking fruit. Bai Yue is also quite interested. Suan did not say anything. My respected school sister bracket ATM, as long as you are interested, everything is good. Arriving at the vegetable field, looking at Suan's carefully tended vegetable garden, Bai Yue's eyes glowed. Suan's vegetable garden is not like other families. Random planting. His vegetable garden is well organized. The rows of straight ridges as if they have been positioned with a measuring instrument. Not to mention to go into work, just to look at it is very pleasing to the eye. Suan bothered his big brother bodyguard to pick watermelons, and by the way, he divided the boundaries of his vegetable garden, so that as long as it was inside his garden, he could just take whatever he wanted to eat. The bodyguard glanced at Bai Yue and saw Bai Yue nod her head in permission before entering the vegetable garden to carefully pick watermelons. Suan, on the other hand, took Bai Yue and squatted on the ground to pick strawberries. Strawberries are a pretty thing, and as long as they're reddish in color, they're proof of ripeness. Suan from the College of Agriculture to get the seeds are good things. Planted out of the strawberry is not only big and sweet, every time they get to the town to sell the first sold out is the strawberry. Bai Yue was also looking at the strawberries all over the ground with glowing eyes. Fragrance. As soon as you enter the strawberry patch, you can smell the strawberries. This fragrance mixed with the smell of soil and various fruits and vegetables poured into Bai Yue's nostrils, which made Bai Yue, who had been used to being pampered since childhood, immediately get excited. She was dressed in a sweatshirt, a pair of white sneakers on her feet, and a lace-rimmed visor on her head, and every now and then she let out a squeal of amazement as she made her way inside the strawberry patch. Whoa! It's huge! Whoa! This is also big! Oh my god! Why is this Suan so big? Can I swallow it in one bite? Suan sighed as he looked at Bai Yue, who was about to take out her cell phone to take crazy pictures when she picked one. That way she could pick as much as she wanted. Not to mention that it was so hot she wasn't worried about whether she would get heatstroke or not. Suan picked the strawberries handily. Growing his own strawberries as big as they are is one reason for the good seed. And his own land is good because he only grows them for those 2 months of the year. The rest of the time it's deserted to raise fertilized soil, which naturally grows good things. Thinking about it, he also surveyed the squash on the ground. Part of it he would collect and haul to town to sell before he left for school, and part of it Suan would give to the villagers who had helped him before he left. He won't be back in the winter. He has to make money to think about next year's tuition, and because of the spring festival, the winter vacation paycheck is the highest. He was alone in the house. There's no point in coming back. Ruyan, come out. Look what I found for you. Bai Yue ran into the room excitedly. At the moment, Lu Ruyan was carefully looking over the account book on Suan's desk. This recorded Suan's detailed income and expenditure records. After reading it, Lu Ruyan had to sigh a sigh of relief. How does this guy manage to be so stingy? Even if Suan spent his money in gross units, the guy was still proudly recording the dishes that the other party had given him after he spent his vacation time helping the villagers work in the fields, and save some money on groceries. Cool. Auntie Lu was too polite, and gave me 2 pieces of meat, at least a caddy, more than $10. Cool. I helped Uncle Wang dig a ditch for a day, and ate all 3 meals at Uncle Wang's house. Before I left, my aunt gave me a big basket of cabbages and peppers. Cool. Lu Ruyan propped her cheek with one hand and looked sideways at Suan's dejected record, the corners of her mouth always carrying an inexplicable smile for some reason. Her mind could even visualize Suan's dejected smile when she got a free meal and a free basket of vegetables. This guy is really nothing, Ruyan Lu muttered to herself. From the perspective of Suan's bookkeeping, this guy did not have the slightest bit of atmosphere that belonged to a man. Think of the men he usually came into contact with, hating to write the words rich and talented on his face. They all travel with million-dollar luxury cars to start, and bills that can run into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it was a bit hard for Suan to compare himself to this group. Just as he was thinking, Bai Yue's exuberant voice came from outside the door. Ruyan, come out quickly. Check out what goodies I brought you. As soon as Bai Yue entered, the house was filled with the creamy scent of strawberries. Without leaving a trace, Ruyan Lu put Suan notepad away and took out a book again and closed it on the desktop. Strawberries? Lu Ruyan looked at the strawberries inside Bai Yue's basket and inquired curiously, where did you buy it? This big? Bai Yue said rather proudly, it wasn't bought. Suan grew it herself. Look at this biggest strawberry. It's almost as big as my fist. Bai Yue carefully took out an immense strawberry and placed it in the palm of her hand for comparison. Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up. It was still true. Strawberries of this size are rare for her to see. Suan and his bodyguard entered the house carrying watermelons, vegetables and other vegetables. Wash up first. I'll get you some water. Suan went to the back of the house and fetched 2 large buckets of well water. Watermelon strawberries, and these are chilled first, so they'll be more comfortable to eat later. Suan first washed a few vegetable gourds and gave one to everyone in the house. Then cleaned the watermelons and strawberries and dropped them in the well water. In the room, everyone ate quietly with a vegetable squash each. After all, Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan are big girls, and when they eat up the coarse vegetable gourd, they still take small bites and slowly savor it. A couple of big men, meanwhile, crouched outside the door, savoring the truly pure and unadulterated fruit. Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan both marveled at the flavor of Suan's melon. It's tangy and crunchy, especially the flesh of the melon inside, which has a refreshingly sweet flavor. Bai Yue was like a little hamster, trying to swallow the crunchy melons and fruits in her mouth while asking Suan, pick me some of those melons and fruits inside your field. I'll bring them back when the time comes. Suan nodded as he ate his vegetable squash. This thing is really worthless in the countryside. Families grow their own, and rot fast. That is, Suan, because of the seeds and fertile land, planted out a lot of delicious Ruyan Lu also spoke up from the side. Me too. Suan twisted his head to look at the duo, estimating the yield inside his vegetable garden. There is nothing left to sell on another trip, and now that I have enough money for my own traveling expenses and tuition, the things inside the vegetable garden will be taken as compensation for Lu Ruyan. Okay, I'll pick some for you to bring back later. After eating the vegetable and melon, Bai Yue simply lay on Suan's bed and played with her cell phone. Suan's bedding was fairly new, issued by the school where he went to high school, and it was washed quite well, with a nice scent on it. Bai Yue leaned back on top of the futon, taking off her shoes and crossing her legs to swipe her cell phone. Qi Gu Shui, on the other hand, sat in front of Suan's desk quietly reading a book. Suan gave the two of them the fan to blow on, and sat himself inside the living room with a couple of bodyguards to make small talk. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Yue, who was sleeping soundly while hugging Suan's pillow, was awakened by a tantalizing scent. Outside the door, Bai Yue's bodyguard had already commanded people to start building the dining table. Inside the living room, Ruyan Lu stood in the doorway and a blonde woman was exchanging words. Bai Yue recognized this woman. The world's top 10 pianist Hank's personal disciple Elsa, also Lu Ruyan's teacher, 34 years old this year, belongs to the piano world well-known genius. Since young, was accepted by Hanks as a disciple. Lu Ruyan also spent a lot of money to worship the teacher successfully. At the moment, Elsa was reprimanding Ruyan Lu. Ruyan, I told you that the piano is a refined art. I don't understand the customs of your country, but I believe that you are insulting the piano by doing this. Insult me. Elsa was angry. Very angry. The expensive piano that he had gifted to Ruyan Lu had been flown to such a shabby place by her, and trying to get a boy dressed like a hobo to play. It's insulting. It was an insult to her, and even more so to her teacher, Hanks. Elsa was no longer prepared to serve as Ruyan Lu's teacher. A student who disrespects her teacher is never a good student, even if she is talented. Ria looked at Elsa with a slight frown. She also didn't expect that just a piano would make Elsa furious and even bring someone to her personally. And Elsa's comments about Suan made Lu Ruyan uncomfortable. What does it mean to be a bum? Although Suan was a poor person with a poor family, Suan had relied on his own efforts to gain the respect of many people in school, not to mention that he was able to take time out of such a busy schedule to call himself a baby and coax himself. Lu Ruyan frowned and was about to retort when Bai Yue jumped out. Ms. Elsa, is your BFF here? Bai Yue saw that the two people were not in the right mood and immediately jumped out to round up the situation and change the topic. Elsa looked at Bai Yue and softened her tone a bit. You said Demi. She's at the door. Bai Yue nodded. Demi is Elsa's friend. The relationship between the two is very good, and Demi is an internationally renowned violinist. Bai Yue, because of curiosity, and Demi studied for a period of time, to learn more or less. Bai Yue lazy to learn. Yeah, just in time for me to treat you guys to a super yummy, delicious meal. Bai Yue twitched her tiny nose and said excitedly, and I went and picked quite a few big strawberries at lunchtime, just so we could taste them together. Ms. Elsa, the food here is green and healthy, and none of the fruits are pesticide. And it's grown by someone who specializes in strawberries. Like strawberries? And he's been growing strawberries for years. Artisanal work, what we call the strawberry fairy. Oh, Steinway, Suan said in awe as he looked at the piano that was being fiddled with in his compound. The appearance of this piano in the shabby little compound of one's house was like the appearance of Snow White, noble, pure and unsullied, in a gloomy cobalt cave. Suan had also come into contact with quite a few musical instruments in his previous life. But something as good as a Steinway Suan had only seen from afar. Hey Suan, I was just saying, where are my strawberries? So you washed them for me. Suan was frozen in thought when Bai Yue dragged Elsa and Lu Ruyan out the door and saw Suan. Suan didn't say much even when he noticed Elsa's disgusted gaze, and just silently cut up the strawberries and the chilled watermelon. The surrounding area was instantly filled with the scent of watermelon, and Suan gestured for everyone to eat, standing quietly with 2 slices of watermelon in his own hand. The yard was busy with cooks. The banquet was increased to 3 tables because the group that delivered the piano was also quite large. The 3 tables are currently set up around a piano in the center, and the perimeter of the compound is covered with lighting. Suan knew very well that this piano of his looked like a must-play today, but it doesn't matter. After resolving the matter of Lu Ruyan, Suan only needed to follow the plan without fear next. Go back to school and continue to make money on the side. Suan's gaze couldn't help but rest on the 4 women inside the living room. Elsa, Demi, Lu Ruyan, and Bai Yue. These 4 people each have their own beauty. Elsa and Demi look at the age should be about 30 years old. Well-maintained, and Lu Ruyan white young Wei compared to the 2 are 2 fully mature peach. Although her appearance was slightly inferior to Lu Ruyan, the young woman's body that exuded a tantalizing aura gave another sense of beauty. Suan appreciated the beauty of each of the 4, such as that Elsa, who had a great figure and looked like she worked out regularly. Bai Yue is very not able to. She is slightly, but she still looks quite cute, especially her personality, quite inviting. Demi has no outstanding advantages, but the temperament is very cold. The whole person looks also tall and thin. The body is not on, except for the long legs and no special outstanding advantages. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, is more like an all-around fighter, excellent in all aspects, whether it is looks, temperament, and body. And the character is also very good. At least when online dating, Suan feels that there is still no problem. Suan was mesmerized as he sized up the 4 people, unaware that these 4 people had been talking about Suan out of their mouths. Elsa and Demi have a bad impression of Suan. Both of them have very good families, plus their social status is not low, and the people they come into contact with on a regular basis are either rich businessmen or high-level people of very high social status. These people, no matter how ugly they are at least dressed appropriately. But what about Suan? A scruffy look, looking no different from a roadside bum. In the eyes of the 2 musicians, such a person is not qualified to touch music. Not to mention that the Steinway was given to her by Ms. Elsa, only she passed it on to Ruyan Lu, the kind of person who touches a piano. Elsa is from the bottom of her heart, feels insulted to the core, and it's not like a few tasty pieces of strawberries and watermelon are going to compromise them. Lu Ruyan also tried to convince the 2, but looking at their tough attitude, Lu Ruyan had gradually lost her patience. Her eyes met Suan's outside the door. Come here. Suan bumbled in, scratching his head in curiosity as he questioned Ruyan Lu. What? Ruyan Lu looked at Suan's casual appearance and let out a long sigh. Bai Yue desperately winked at Suan from the sidelines. Instead, it was the 2 of them, Elsa and Demi, who scrutinized Suan. The boy in front of him looked up carefully. His appearance was indeed considered decent. But what was the difference between his clothes and the peasants inside the village? Such a person can play the piano? Ridiculous. Noticing the 2 foreigners' disdainful eyes towards himself, Suan was not angry. He had no money and no power, not to mention that these 2 beautifully dressed foreigners could not look down on him, and there were students inside the university who looked down on him as well. Suan was used to it 800 years ago. You play the piano. Lu Ruyan really couldn't stand Suan's casual demeanor, gritting her teeth and looking at Suan. This tone was close to ordering Suan. Today he will and will not. Suan nodded. Slightly. Elsa snorted disdainfully. She understood Chinese. She was just too lazy to waste her breath with someone like Suan. Demi savored the strawberries in small bites without saying much. She and Bai Yue had a good relationship because both of them were orthodox foodies, especially since there were a variety of cuisines in the country, which made Demi linger. Go prove it to me. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan with a cold face. Elsa, who was on the side, saw that Ruyan Lu was for real and narrowed her eyes at Ruyan Lu as she warned. Ruyan, I'm not kidding you. This piano was gifted to me by my teacher, Hanks, and I'm passing it on to you. If you're bent on having it, I'll have to take this piano back. Elsa's meaning is very clear. This piano is the teacher sent me. I send you on behalf of recognizing you to become my student, Hanks's grandson, but you are so bad to abuse the piano. Then don't blame me for taking it back. You and I, teacher and disciple's relationship will be completely broken. Lu Ruyan grit her teeth lightly. Through the majority of her time communicating with Suan, she was really sure that Suan this guy's piano skills were definitely above her own. Today she had been so forceful in making Suan play the piano. Her purpose was to let Suan prove herself. She also wanted to see if Suan really knew how to play the piano. Elsa's student status was something she paid quite a bit for. Kagan, this man who had once set her up online and forced her to say some meaty things. She didn't want to give up either. Ruyan Lu pondered for a long time and finally made up her mind. Suan, go play 2 tunes for me. Suan turned around with an oh-so-subtle sound and was about to sit down in front of the piano, and along with them, following Suan out were Elsa and Demi. However, these 2 people were not watching Suan play the piano, but were preparing to leave straight away. They didn't have time to waste time with Suan here. A homeless man playing the piano? Even if you can play it, you're probably at beginner's level. Ruyan Lu let out a long sigh, but she didn't hold back. She was even more upset if she didn't let Suan try herself. Instead, Bai Yue gave Demi a gesture of calling, a gesture of please in passing. Demi gave the okay sign. The 2 are clear. Phone calls, and by the way, you persuade Elsa. It's just a matter of letting someone play the piano, so you have to break off the master-disciple relationship. That's a lot. Suan was not clear about all this. He had not touched a piano for a long time, but perhaps because of traveling to a parallel world, his memories of his past life were clear and unambiguous. He sat in front of the piano and opened the lid, stroked the Steinway smooth and luxurious keys, and said with some excitement, I play a tune that you may not have heard before. Never heard of it? Elsa snorted in disdain. As the disciple of one of the world's leading pianists, He or she has heard of all the slightly famous piano pieces. This person went so far as to say they hadn't heard of it. Sure enough, this farmer-like man is horribly ignorant. She couldn't figure out how she could not understand why Lu Ruyan, who had always been calm and loved the piano, would fall out with herself for such a man. It's unbelievable. Disappointed, Elsa then pulled the door open and was about to sit down. Suan's fingertips flew over the keys and played a light melody. Elsa's leg, which was about to get into the car, slowed to a stop. Through the audition, Elsa was keenly aware that Suan seemed to have something. It's a brisk listen with a clear tempo and pertinently a good tune. The bottom line was that she hadn't really heard of it. By all rights, the full version of this piece should be good, and it should be considered mid-range among piano pieces, not obscure by any stretch of the imagination. As the saying goes, a connoisseur knows even when he is not, and as a renowned pianist Elsa's intuition flashed wildly through her mind. Stop. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan, who was sitting in front of the piano, with a slightly worried gaze. She didn't expect much from Suan, as long as she could play a decent tune or two. That way one still had a chance to reconnect with Elsa and to get past the inner threshold. As for Bai Yue, she had happily picked up her cell phone and started live streaming. The crowd in the live broadcast room turned on mocking mode when they saw Suan, who was dressed in skimpy clothes, sitting in front of the piano. No, who is this, playing the piano? I guess I want to show off in front of the goddess. This man can't be unaware that Goddess Ruyan is a piano prodigy, right? In front of Goddess Ruyan you'd be better off performing somersaults than playing the piano. It looks like Goddess Yue is live streaming. Goddess Yue, we don't want to see other people pretending. We want to see Goddess Ruyan. This angle isn't right either. You can't see clearly who's playing the piano. Cheat Goddess $20 that kid found yet. Look at the situation and everyone guessed about it. Must be a little kid cheating. Normal adults designated cannot do this shit. If this is really such as the smoke goddess is estimated to be angry crazy. Before looking at the chat records, the goddess and the other party chat quite good. Originally prepared to line down the bass. The results were cheated $20. If this kid grows back up, he'll probably want to slap himself to death. At the moment, neither the viewers of the live broadcast nor the crowd present cared much about Suan, who was sitting in front of the piano. How could a pianist be trained in this humble environment, surrounded by earthen walls and a penniless courtyard? Even if you know a little, that's about it. They just wanted to see the goddess Ruyan in her full glory. Suan adjusted his state. He felt the heavy-baked paint on the keys, closed his eyes and flew through the sheet music he had played before in his mind. He'd played a lot of tunes in his previous life, but today, he wasn't about to show off too much. The lowdown. There is no need to involve people like Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue too much. Just make these two guys happy. Suan quickly locked onto a tune. Summer of Kikujiro. This piece is still well known in its previous life, and it's not too difficult to play. And according to the ratings it's only a level 4 difficulty. It's also very seasonal. Isn't it summer now? Suan wiped the sweat from his hands and his expression began to look serious. Demi, who by now was already sitting in the car with her long legs, turned her head to look at Elsa, who was standing outside the door holding it open, and inquired curiously, "What's wrong?" Elsa looked at the man in the middle of the compound, sitting in front of the piano with his eyes closed, and said in a low tone, "Wait a minute." Demi was full of doubt. Wait for what? Elsa didn't answer as Suan had begun to strum the piano. Lu Ruyan looked at Suan somewhat nervously, while Bai Yue was eating strawberries with an indifferent face. The cell phone was casually set aside by her, and as for the audience saying they couldn't see it clearly, she didn't see it. Den. Light and refreshing zither sounds flew out of Suan's hands, the security guards protecting all around the compound, the workers squatting in the corner waiting for the banquet to start, and the cooks cooking, as well as Lu Ruyan's 4 girls. Everyone's gazes subconsciously followed the source of the voice to Suan. The light and straight melody is like a mischievous elf surrounding the crowd. Countless minds subconsciously recalled their own childhood days of running between idyllic streams. They were obviously just listening to music, but their minds just went uncontrollably to a certain summer. This is perhaps the beauty of music, to be able to rely on mere notes to pull out the fondest memories of the heart. A song falls. The chef's helpers who were cooking around them, and the group of workers who were carrying them all applauded Suan. They weren't highly educated and couldn't use splendid words to depict the music they had just heard. They could only use the simplest and plainest methods to show their respect to Suan. Applause. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue were also shocked. First of all, this is a great track. In today's era of extremely advanced internet, as long as this tune is released, it will surely become a hit. The tunes are too good, especially the way Suan felt when he played it. That sense of trustworthiness gave the crowd a strong intuition. The tune was written by Suan, definitely written by him. As for Bai Yue, she looked at Suan with a wowed expression. So mushy, When I just listened to this song, I was uncontrollably reminded of the scene when I picked strawberries at noon. That feeling of wandering through thick grass. It's awesome. This kid deserves to be the one he looks up to. He's still got it. And Elsa and Demi, at the moment, looked at each other with a somewhat grave expression on their faces. Demi also got out of the car early and stood with Elsa. The two men looked at each other and both saw the shock in the other's eyes. Genius. A true genius. This song, even in the world, is a first-class level. If this piece had come from the hands of a certain master, they would have only marveled that the master was worthy of being a master. But the creator of the piano piece was clearly the young lad in front of him. How old is he by the looks of him? 22? 21? 20? So young to create a tune that resonates with people's hearts. Ha! Elsa smiled to herself. Count yourself as a fucking genius. The live audience listened to the tune in amazement. Goo. Not to mention, this song is not bad, but who played this song? It doesn't look like Goddess Ruyan played it. It will not be the Goddess Ruyan. Goddess invited the big brother. Just listen to cannot help but tears. I thought of a child and a few friends in the pond inside the play. That time to catch fish and shrimp. That year's summer brothers beg for the tune. It's a really good one. And I've been taking piano lessons for a few years now, and I'd like to try to play it. Grade 7 piano student passes by. This piece of music does not look like the situation is not very difficult. I estimate that the difficulty holds up to be considered a grade 6, but I have not heard the teacher at present, and I have never heard of it. It may be that a certain master has just recently composed it. Wait, have you guys considered one thing? This tune is hard. Very hard. Even if it's a new tune, there's no way no one would know it. After all, there can be 200,000 people in the live room right now. This tune wouldn't have anything to do with that poor boy, would it? How can that be? Just look at this family condition. I guess the other party hasn't even touched a piano. Yes, Suan, you play great. Bai Yue saw that everyone's applause was a little smaller and said excitedly to Suan. Even Lu Ruyan was very shocked as she nodded her head. As of now her eyes were still a bit dull. It was obvious that she was still mesmerized by this piano piece that Suan had just played. Suan smiled slightly awkwardly. Bai Yue, you are a real social cow. There are dozens of people in here. You're really bragging, Suan stated somewhat shyly. Well, do you guys feel like you can still get used to hearing it? This world is different from the previous world. The culture is different. Many things this world does not have. Belonging to two different cultural routes. Suan had been trying to learn the cultural attributes of this world for so many years. He had considered copying some of the things from his previous life, only that he hadn't had much of a chance to do so, except for being useful on top of picking up chicks. Because of his family's limitations, it's also just the right day to take the opportunity to try and show off a little bit. The others at the scene were naturally clamoring for more, and they were satisfied with what they heard of Suan's piano piece. Lu Ruyan suppressed the fluttering within her heart and nodded slightly as she calmed her tone as much as she could and looked at Suan inquiringly. Any more? Suan nodded. Similar tunes are still available. Naturally, he sat crouched in front of the piano, his mind continuing to ponder a similar tune. Suan knew very well that he couldn't play a piano piece that was too difficult. One doesn't want to be locked up as a mouse for experiments. He promised Ruyan Lu 2 tunes. So too, Suan flipped through the memories of his previous life and quickly found a similar tune. Wind-up piano version. This track is less difficult than Kikujiro's Summer. A grade 3 or 4 piano student can play it. And low profile. This piece of music was not very hot in the previous life, but the mood was still very good. And Suan loved to play this piece of piano music when he was in college in the previous life. This time, seeing that Suan was going to play a piano piece, everyone put down what they were doing and quietly looked at the boy sitting in front of the Steinway piano. They looked forward to it, to what other surprises the boy in front of them would bring them. Suan rationalized the score of the song quickly in his mind. Suan scratched his head and placed his hands once again on the baked lacquer keys full of preaching. At this moment, everyone's eyes followed Suan's slender finger swing. Elsa, who had been clamoring to leave, stood firmly in place, and Demi looked at Suan expectantly. Ruyan Lu nervously gripped the clothes on her chest, looking at Suan nervously and expectantly. Bai Yue stared at Suan with wide eyes, but her mind was wondering what kind of clothes she should buy for Suan. Along with Suan's dancing fingertips, even the live broadcast pop-ups that had just been arguing over the tune came to a halt. Everyone is looking forward to it. Looking forward to what kind of surprise Suan would bring them. Denton. The soft and melodious piano music rises from the left side of the heart. The musical notes move the blood flow in the heart. And the memories of the people listening to this song seem to be accompanied by the musical notes in a time warp. Once again they returned to the scene they least wanted to remember. That summer, in a campus full of people, you were the only thing in my eyes. The tone of this piece is very light. Unlike Kikujiro's Summer, which requires tight, aggressive notes to hammer away at memories sealed deep inside. The timbre of this track is like a tub of light cold water, clearly placed in front of you, gently and coldly playing the memories that you least want to recall within you, making you repeatedly recall how you can't forget the one you can't remember. Suwon's mind also recalled the goddess he adored in his previous life when he was in school. How beautiful! What long legs! What a great body! It's just a pity that later on, he followed a grandpa into a Porsche, and then later on, it was Suwon who became a cold-blooded man who was the head of the resounding duck house, where women could no longer arouse a single ounce of desire in him. The last bright sound sounded. Several men in the scene, not yet married but approaching 30, pulled out cigarettes in silence and smoked them quietly. A few of the younger security guards held onto the cars beside them, looking at their own reflections in the windows in dark silence. Time. It's something you can't catch, you can't feel, but it hurts the most. Suwon's song Kakujiro Summer is a sharp knife and axe to forcefully chop a crack in the hearts of the crowd, exposing the best memories they once had inside them. But this piano version of The Wind Rises pinches the most tender and fragile places inside them, slowly but forcefully, pulling their souls out a little bit, and completely tearing them apart in front of the scenes they least intend to remember. All the blades in the world, only the past hurts the most. Elsa stared in horror. Her pupils were a beautiful light blue color, and at this moment, at some point, a clear light had surfaced on her pupils. Genius. That's genius. That's true genius. This piece is not that difficult, even a bit easier than the one just now, but this one is in some ways far more difficult than the last one. This young man was more or less what she expected. He should not have endured systematic piano instruction. He might have taught himself, or he might have only learned half of it, resulting in a piano strength of only about grade 5 or 6 now. But these two tunes, definitely written by the man himself. To be able to compose two top-notch piano pieces on your own with such low-level piano prowess, what is not genius? Especially the second song. The tune is simple and clear, but it is such a simple and clear tune that it evokes emotions in the listener. Perfect. It's perfect. If Elsa's tears were caused by her excitement, the group of chefs in charge of cooking, the laborers carrying the piano, and the bodyguards guarding the surrounding area in the scene were, on the contrary, very depressed. Most of them continued to do their work with their eyes downcast, and a few were sighing while looking down at their work. The crowd, which was originally quite active, was now in a much lower mood, and the scene was much quieter. Suwon closed his hand and got up from the piano. It's been years since I've played the piano. To be honest, it was quite satisfying to play today, especially hearing a familiar melody in this strange world. Suwon had a feeling of security from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ruyan looked at Suwon dumbfounded. She clenched her hands, the whole person as if she had lost her voice, stood in place dumbfounded. On the contrary, Bai Yue was much more heartless. She doesn't have that many regrets. If I do have a regret, it's a regret that I didn't get to eat a certain cuisine. Bai Yue excitedly ran towards Suwon. She had already thought about what clothes she was going to buy for Suwon. By the car, Demi pulled Elsa to try to get back. She played the violin, but she was well aware of what Suwon represented to the piano world. Such a person is definitely a top-notch talent, and if he can take the other party under his wing before they make a fortune, his good girlfriend even has a chance to make a name for herself in history. But Elsa had a hold on her best friend at the moment. The two had known each other for a long time and could guess a lot of things with one look. Elsa got back into the car as she anxiously asked the driver to take them to the nearest airport. Demi looked at her best friend with some bewilderment. This was a time when she should have been trying to find a way to get acquainted with Suwon no matter how she looked at it. But Elsa, who was sitting in the back seat at the moment, pressed a slightly trembling arm and explained softly, "Did you think I could take him on as a student? I can't. I don't even deserve to talk to each other as equals." Elsa let out an embarrassed smile. "Only the teacher. The only way to move is for the teacher himself. Otherwise we are going to miss out on this soon-to-be rising superstar of the piano world. Suwon, what kind of clothes do you want?" Bai Yue looked at Suwon with a smile as she ate her strawberries. Suwon's looks really weren't bad. It was the fact that he couldn't dress up plus he didn't have any good clothes to wear that caused his face value to be greatly lowered. "You play very well. This young lady is very satisfied. We agreed on one set of clothes. Quickly say a few good words. Sis will buy you 2 more sets." How could Suwon let Bai Yue down and hurriedly said a few words? Mrs. Hart put in ancient times that is a monument, erecting a golden body. The looks are even more stuffed sable cicadas. Pressure she sure. In ancient times just by virtue of beauty is enough to exchange a few cities. Coaxing women Suwon knows best. A few words made Bai Yue laugh so hard she couldn't open her eyes. It was in this atmosphere, in which both of them were intoxicated, that a disjointed, cold questioning voice broke the friendly and amicable atmosphere of the two. "Suwon, looking at you like this, you're quite good at coaxing a girl's heart?" Suwon was amusing Bai Yue when a cold voice came from behind him. Ruyan Lu walked out from behind Suan with an icy face. Suan and Bai Yue immediately went cold. He scratched his head and looked at Lu Ruyan. After all, he had been flirting with people online for so long, and even though it was just a misunderstanding, Suan was still embarrassed to face Lu Ruyan. Bai Yue was indifferent as she pulled Suan and urged with a smile. Say 2 more words. Say 2 more words. Who wouldn't want to hear something nice? Suan is really good at talking. Lu Ruyan held her forehead with one hand, facing her out-of-tune best friend. She sometimes really felt helpless. Okay, stop it. Lu Ruyan signaled Bai Yue to stop, turning her head to look at Suan with a serious expression. Suan, both of the tunes you just played were your originals? Suan nodded his head as he looked at Ruyan Lu's serious look. The difficulty of these 2 pieces is not high. In the previous life, as long as the foundation is a little more solid, 5th grade students can play. Especially the second song, Wind Up. Piano 3rd grade students can play. In terms of difficulty, these 2 tracks don't have much of a problem crowning themselves. Lu Ruyan heard Suan admit it with her own ears, and her chest couldn't help but rise and fall violently twice. Genius. A true genius. Bai Yue heard the piano smilingly looking at Suan. Suan, what other tunes do you have? If I'm satisfied, I'll give you another set of clothes, she said playfully, holding out a finger. 1 song for 1 set. Suan shook his head. 2 songs were enough. He didn't want to be in the limelight, and he didn't like being in the limelight. Besides, in his own family condition, if he said that he showed too strong piano ability, outsiders could easily find out the clues. Neither of these piano pieces are difficult enough to have much impact by their own admission. Bai Yue was a bit lost, but seeing that the time was still early, she urged Suan to play twice more. For Bai Yue, this point of request he is indifferent, but he still first looked at Lu Ruyan. Quite a bit embarrassed to look at Lu Ruyan, inquired, Ms. Lu, how do you feel about my 2 piano pieces? Bai Yue only thought it was because Suan felt that Lu Ruyan had a high talent for piano, so she wanted to gain Lu Ruyan's approval, but only Ruyan Lu knew better. What does it mean to be able to compose 2 piano pieces in Suan's condition? To be able to compose 2 piano pieces alone at his age, and 2 such excellent piano pieces at that? It represented that as of now, there were no more than 10 people in the entire piano world who could mentor Suan and who were qualified to mentor Suan. As for yourself, the so-called genius? Oh, there was no such thing as a genius before Suan. Ruyan Lu also knew the meaning of Suan's inquiry, which was nothing more than that. As long as she nodded her head, the matter between her and Suan would be turned over. Though she was tempted to take the opportunity that Suan's cognition wasn't enough to fool Suan, but facing Suan's expectant and clear eyes, she still couldn't bear to deceive Suan and had to nod. Ness. Suan roared in his mind. Just fix Ruyan Lu. As long as she didn't care that she had cheated her out of $20, she was safe. He swore that in the future, when picking a snubbing object, he would definitely pick the older ones, and girls of Lu Ruyan's age would all be deleted tonight. Otherwise, in case there was still an existence like Ruyan Lu inside the fish he caught, thinking about it made Suan feel a headache. It was good that after solving Lu Ruyan, Suan was in a good mood as he sat in front of the piano, with his little fangirl Bai Yue beside him. As for Bai Yue's inquiry about what these 2 piano pieces were called, Suan casually named them. A Summer's Field. The Wind Rises. At the moment the live stream is on. Who's that? Just checked. This tune is indeed supposed to be original by this mysterious person. Goddess Ruyan. Where did she find a great god from? Recorded the screen and sent it to my teacher. I hope I can find this great man. I just love these 2 songs so much. I was wondering before why Goddess Ruyan suddenly got a piano, but it turns out that there is a great god. The crowd in the live room confirmed that the track had all just appeared. There are also a lot of people open the recording screen, ready to send to the internet to gain traffic. The only pity is that when Bai Yue placed the phone, the angle is not adjusted. Cannot see the appearance of the player? Otherwise this player can definitely instant fame. However, according to the current heat, as long as Suan admitted it, fame would only be a matter of time, and as long as he dug out the other party's contact information, there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to find him to work with. Suan accompanied Bai Yue at the scene as she repeatedly played the 2 tunes. Summer Fields and The Wind is Gathering are the 2 tunes that echo through the village in turn. People who were busy with farm work would also come over and look twice in curiosity. Seeing that it was Suan who was tinkering with that thing, the many villagers nodded in satisfaction. In their perceptions, Suan, this kid knew everything since he was a kid. Otherwise how could he be awesome enough to get into college? As a college student, Suan would be able to make some good music. That's not an easy task. Many villagers also came over to take a look. After all, there were so many people inside people's homes, and they all knew that it seemed like Suan's schoolmates had come to look for him. Bai Yue was just on the spur of the moment. Listening to Suan talk twice, her interest was gradually attracted away by the fragrant elbows. The evening sun was gradually setting at the moment, and the lights prepared inside the compound had already been turned on. Dinner will be ready in a little while. Suan got up and left the piano. Steinway is great, but this thing doesn't belong. And look at the time. The fish inside the pond have been drying out a bit too long the past 2 days because of 2 funerals in a row. Those who were as acute as Rui and Lu were thinking of running offline now. Suan pulled out his cell phone and crouched in the corner, looking at the messages from the other 2 fish inside the pond and letting out a long sigh. It's going to take quite a bit of coaxing again. This girl Ruyan's friends are quite talented. Willow Family Villa. Rui and Lu's parents and a woman looking at 27 or 18 sat in the living room watching the live broadcast above the television. Although someone will always report to them about Rui and Lu and Bai Yue, but Rui and Lu's account is on. As Rui and Lu's parents they still can't help but watch. And the one who spoke was Lu Ruyan's sister-in-law, Qi Ningxue. Qi Ningxue said lazily, her cool gaze looking towards her brother-in-law. Is that what you sent me here to see? Willow's father nodded and said with a grave expression, this is the man that Gu Shui has been closest to for so many years, and is said to be ready to finalize the relationship offline. Although in the live broadcast she did not make it clear that it was Suan who cheated her out of $20 in online dating. But according to the clues we have under our hands, this guy is the one who scammed Ruyan out of $20 for an online date. I'd like your help investigating the other side. The more detailed the better. Qi Ningxue leaned against the sofa, one hand resting on her chin, and looked at the cheap brother-in-law in front of her as she indifferently pursued the question. What do you want to do? Willow's father cupped his chin and narrowed his eyes. Before I heard the boy play the piano, I was going to give him a little cottage at the bottom of the lake. Now I've changed my mind. Let's see it first. Qi Ningxue fiddled with her cell phone in a bored manner. Why don't you do your own research? Willow's father explained rather helplessly. You know that girl Ruyan. If I move my connections to look into Suan's affairs, she will definitely be able to receive the news. Qi Ningxue nodded and stretched out 5 fingers. Payment of $50 million and reimbursement of other expenses. Father Lu showed his teeth and looked at Qi Ningxue as he looked at his wife. But Mother Lu had a disinterested look on her face. A husband, a little sister, and money goes into the right hand. Horror. Doesn't matter. Deal. Oi 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 oi. Where have you been moonlighting these days? Husband, speak up. I'm going to ignore you if you don't get back to me. Hubby, get back to me. I'm telling you, I found something extraordinarily funny recently. Oi 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 oi. Husband? Qi Ningxue accompanied her sister and brother-in-law to dinner and returned home to lie on the big bed fiddling with her cell phone. Looking at the chat records of herself and her online lover, Qi Ningxue secretly said that it was not good. Come on. One wouldn't be so stupid as to be cheated on in an online relationship like one's niece, would one? But this object of one's online love is quite talented. It's impossible to be a scammer. It's just that sometimes you keep things to yourself, like occasionally disappearing for a few days and not being able to do messages back in seconds. She watched the last few days as she sent all the messages herself, and only occasionally did the other person pay attention to her for a moment. Qi Ningxue stared at the other party's memo in silence. Honey, you're not a liar, are you? But she quickly dismissed that thought, fantasizing that the person she was chatting with must be a high-strung man. Yes, Qi Ningxue also internet dating. Although she was Lu Ruyan's sister-in-law, she was only 28 years old. As for this online love of the man is her chance to add. The beginning of the 2 people chatting are very cold, occasionally chatting, and then one night because of the company's own problems and the other side of the open heart. Although she confessed to the identity of their own president, but the other side does not seem to believe her. It's good to know that the other party still gave a solution to the problem they had, and it's quite perfect. Since then, Qi Ningxue began to take the initiative, and slowly the relationship between the 2 of them became close. Qi Ningxue and the other party hadn't met, and hadn't even exchanged their real names with each other. But that didn't stop Qi Ningxue from falling in love with the other party. She felt that the other party's age should be a bit older than her own, around 30 years old, with a mature and stable character, belonging to the successful man who doesn't talk much but is very shrewd. In the face of commerce, the other party's power made Qi Ningxue feel inferior. He's too strong. These years after the other party's guidance, the company he opened, from a small company with a market value of 10 million has been powerful to a listed company with a value of 10 billion. In Shanghai, it is known as the most commercially gifted beautiful president. Qi Ningxue curled up on the bed, staring dead at the screen above her cell phone. It's just a shame that after half a day of waiting the other person still hasn't replied. Qi Ningxue closed the screen in disappointment. 5 years. It's been exactly 5 years. One cannot remain so passive. Qi Ningxue believed in her own vision of people, and she definitely wouldn't be as foolish as Ruyan. She wanted to meet with the other side. 5 years. For 5 whole years. These 5 years, she rejected all the suitors for this man. She's almost 30. She couldn't wait. Suan glanced at the message from the fish in the pond. Didn't return. There are currently 2 fish inside the pond. We have to find a way to get rid of these 2 fish as soon as possible, so we don't end up like Ruyan, giving ourselves a whole bunch of shit. At the moment everyone is sitting around eating. Ruyan, Lu and Bai Yue originally wanted to take Suan directly back to school, but Suan still had things to take care of, so Bai Yue left a car for Suan. If Suan wanted to leave, he would just call the driver and he would come over to pick him up. Suan was once again grateful from the bottom of his heart to the rich white woman on top of the dinner table. You can save a lot of money by arranging yourself this way. A small half-month's worth of living expenses came in. His unwillingness to follow the 2 women away was also simple in purpose. The strawberries weren't finished ripening yet, so he waited a few days for them to ripen and sell them before leaving. In addition, there are some watermelons and vegetable melons set aside inside the field, as well as vegetables that you have grown yourself, all of which will take time to get rid of. Suan didn't want to waste it. In response to this, both Ruyan, Lu and Bai Yue did not force themselves. Suan was going to go to school sooner or later. There was no need to force Suan. On the table, Lu Ruyan ate quietly, Bai Yue ate the pork elbow seriously, and everyone else savored the delicious meal. Apart from the fact that the meal at the farmer's big table didn't look great, it didn't really taste bad. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan from time to time. She still had a bit of a chip on her shoulder. Had he talked to her for so long, and had 2 piano pieces put him off? After returning to school, Bai Yue could contact Suan brightly. After all, Suan had been helping Bai Yue with chores before. But what about yourself? Was he really so, with Suan? One cut. Lu Ruyan looked at the meal in front of her with some boredom. The meal, which started to feel like it tasted pretty good, felt hard to swallow at the moment. Suan frantically ate the large fish and meat in front of him. There weren't many chances for him to eat openly, and he didn't have a refrigerator at home. Even if Bai Yue and the girls were willing to give all the leftovers to him, there was no way for him to save them. Suan had to fill his stomach first, eating more today to save a meal in the morning. Suan's side was seriously doing battle with a roasted chicken when Lu Ruyan, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Suan, back at school you take the time to teach me how to play the piano. You name the price." At my price? If it wasn't for Suan's relationship with Ruyan Lu, Suan would have absolutely agreed in one gulp. But alas, Suan shook his head. As a qualified duck king, Suan knew well that one should never waste time on a relationship that had no future. It's responsible for the woman and for her own safety. Suan still remembers to this day that he met a rich sister in his previous life. Age 32. Looks plump and rounded, perfectly possessing all the advantages of a young woman. The other is as ripe as a ripe peach, and can be pinched out of water with a single touch. At that time Suan really fell for it. It was also later that her damned husband found himself and gave himself a hard time. Dog day. The other side does not talk about Wudu. Suan thought the other side was single. That beating was still fresh in Suan's mind. So, Suan never wasted his feelings on someone who had no future. He's been around too many rich people. Hormonal passionate love is always just a moment in time. In the face of money, in the face of the great gulf of identity, Suan knew deep down that feelings could not cross that untouchable layer of class gap. Just like the gap between himself and Ruyan Lu. How many rich kids inside the school are pursuing this rich white girl on campus? The amount of money these rich kids spent on buying flowers for Ruyan Lu's confession would be enough for an ordinary person to earn for years or even decades. He had literally helped a rich kid by contacting someone who had purchased an entire carload of flowers. 100,000 roses stuffed into every corner of a lane. But Lu Ruyan just indifferently stepped on the flowers and told the other party to get lost. It's the one who gets hurt in the end by engaging with this kind of woman. Why bother? Seeing Suan's decisive refusal, Bai Yue looked at Suan in surprise. The Suan in his memories wouldn't let go of every opportunity to make money, so how come he refused this time? Ruyan Lu also looked at Suan with great puzzlement. Give me an explanation. Suan did have an excuse that he had prepared long ago. I can play those 2 songs, and I don't know what I can teach you. Suan swallowed the chicken leg with a mouthful of oil. On the contrary, Sister Willow, you can contact me if you need any errand work. Lu Ruyan looked at Suan for a long time in silence, and in the end, he could only throw down a depressing sentence of aspirational silence. Dinner was soon over. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Suan compound was completely quiet. He stood in the doorway and watched Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan get into $1 million limousine. Watching the 2 leave, Suan turned around and returned to the house. The next step is to pacify the 2 fish inside the pond as quickly as possible. There can't be another situation like Ruyan Lu. If Lu Ruyan hadn't been bluffed by the 2 piano songs, and the matter of her own online dating and cheating people out of $20 had been exposed, even if the school didn't expel her, then her reputation inside the school would have been completely stigmatized. Scholarships are definitely out of the question, and part-time jobs will suffer greatly. It's a good thing you're resourceful and skillfully defuse it. Of course this is Lu Ruyan was good at talking. Otherwise his own little life would be hard to protect. Suan went to the backyard to simply wash up and return to his room. He put back the books that Lu Ruyan and also Bai Yue had been looking through, lay on the bed and smelled the scent that Bai Yue had left behind and began to plan how to clear out the fish inside the pond. Suan's initial reason for raising fish in the first place was that he was too bored, but of course this had a lot to do with his professional habits in his previous life. As the king of ducks, Suan always subconsciously wants to expand his business. But Suan, whose parents died early, did go into fish farming out of loneliness. His original intention is to find someone to talk to, chat into the chat not into the chat on the deletion. Suan, in order to prevent the emergence of the bottom of the line base, basically end up fooling each other a little bit of small money. $10 or $20 in high school was enough to cover Suan's living expenses for several days, and it also prevented the other party from having any more fantasies about him. $20 to buy out a relationship is a lot of money to make. Otherwise you'd be holding on to it all the time and probably wouldn't forget it for a decade or more. There are currently 2 large fish inside the pond. A woman who claimed to be the president. Anyway, asked which company the other party was reluctant to say. Suan tried a few times. He felt that the other party was fooling him, but the guy chatted for a long time. Because there was no mention of the offline base, Suan couldn't feel the other party's attitude. On the line called his husband more vigorously than anyone else, but did not think about face-to-face. After all, Lu Ruyan, such a woman, is only about half a year to think about face-to-face with himself. Suan felt that the other party was bragging, so he was too embarrassed to base himself under the line, and being childish and full of girly fantasies in her speech. She is very dependent on herself and feels like a daddy controller. This is not enough to worry about for now, and one is a foreigner. Whether it was Suan or not exactly is unknown. Started chatting as a pen pal. The other party's Chinese name is still obtained by Suan. Sun Yenxin. The other guy was pretty happy with it. Called herself Suan's sister, but that was back in the day. At first the two of them chatted still formally. The other's foreign language was indeed very good, and Suan learned a lot from her. But the two have known each other since middle school. After so many years, Suan clearly felt that the other party's filial piety had deteriorated a bit. Before Suan went to college, the other man had genuinely treated himself as an exotic half-brother. But in the last couple of years the letters sent from the other side have started to take private goods hostage. For example, if you buy new Parisienne stockings, you'll put them on and take a photo show of yourself. Good. Foreigner legs are just long. This foreign Sun Yenxin. Suan is not ready to delete each other for the time being. 7 years of bonding from junior to sophomore year, coupled with the regular weekly letters that the two of them wrote to each other, are fond memories, not to mention the fact that the other is still abroad. Let her off the hook. Maybe the two of them will never have the chance to see each other in their lives. On the contrary, this girl often invites inside the envelope to go horseback riding inside her family farm. Fucking capitalism. He'd seen pictures of it, and the farm was really big, with big cows and strange-looking sheep and a couple of big, beautiful horses. Why had Suan never thought of riding a big oceanic horse in a reckless rampage above the grasslands? It must have been very freeing. But Sun Yenxin had given him the address, and Suan inquired about it, and there was indeed a farm there, but without talking about visas, a round-trip airfare to that side would cost $30,000. Farewell. The 30,000 is enough for his tuition for 3 years, so the first thing to draw a line in the sand inside the fish pond at the moment is this guy who sticks to himself all day long. Suan looked at the 99 heavy plus sign messages sent by the other party in the past few days and clicked on them with some headaches. This guy loved to stick to himself, no matter the time. He had to share everything with himself, and he had become more and more docile to himself in the past few years. Even if Suan wanted to find a reason to delete her, it wasn't very easy to find one. What to do? Suan frowned tangledly, taking a cursory glance at the message from the other party until finally his fingertips flew uncontrollably as he typed 3 words on top of the keyboard. Did you miss me? Suan's 2 piano sones exploded in flames after one night. Whether it's summer feels or the wind rises, both of these piano pieces have enough gold to make you crazy. Originally Suan never showed his complete face in the live broadcast. At that time Bai Yue patronized the chat. After all, she did not expect to meet Suan. Coupled with the fact that Bai Yue at the back when she was playing the piano didn't put in a good camera angle and didn't get a shot of her front face, there were some people who took the opportunity to hype her up. First, the whole network took down the screen of Lu Ruyan's live broadcast on the grounds of copyright infringement, and then began to ask the Water Army to spread the momentum, so that the network rumors spread. He wrote both piano pieces himself. In just 10 days or so, Suan, the original, was purged. In addition to the dozens of people who were there that day, the author of the piano song Summerfield and The Wind Rises, was replaced on the internet with a junior at New Sea University. Chen Yilin, young master of the Shinhai-chen family, one of Ruyan Lu's most loyal suitors, once spent close to $200,000, purchased 100,000 red roses as well as a variety of lights on campus to express their love to Lu Ruyan. Although he was later rejected miserably, Chen Yilin perfectly established the persona of the affectionate rich young man in the school, also one of Suwon's employers. Suwon was somewhat helpless at the moment as he looked at the voice sent by Bai Yue. Forget it, people just use it to pretend. Didn't you apply for the patent for me? Surely he won't commercialize it. People are rich and young, there's no need for that anymore. Suwon comforted the angry Bai Yue. The patents for the two tunes were applied for with Bai Yue's help, and the patent certificates were issued 2 days ago. As for Chen Yilin pretending with his own tunes, Suwon only wanted to say, no problem, this dude is also not a small client of his own. He wouldn't seek himself out for small things, but once it came to large confessions he would contact Suwon. Nothing else. Suwon did too much for Ruyan Lu for the confession show. Since freshman year, he has been running errands to help Lu Ruyan's suitors. After all, with the experience of the Duck King, Suwon's means of coaxing girls is a downward spiral for this group of college students. Only later on, Chen Yilin's battle was too big, and the number of people who thought about confessing their love to Lu Ruyan was less, and most of them began to change their goals. Bai Yue as Suwon's friend is very diabolical to this kind of people. It's obviously not your own, but you have to use it to pretend it's yours. Disgusting. Ruyan Lu was also said to be angry, but Suwon, the patent owner, had an indifferent attitude and made them both even more angry. The moment Suwon was packing up his things inside his room, tomorrow he was going back to school. He had already contacted Bai Yue's driver and would drive over to pick him up in the morning. With a noon flight, he would arrive at the school at 4 in the afternoon. It's mostly free. Suwon was very grateful to the rich woman Bai Yue and purposely left 2 boxes of strawberries for the other party, preparing to bring them over to sell to her tomorrow. $10 a box. Earned to death Bai Yue. Early the next morning, a limousine pulled up in front of Suwon's house. Under the gazes of a crowd of villagers who had risen early, Suwon carried large and small pieces of luggage to the limousine. The villagers marveled. Not bad for the first college student from our village. Awesome. Not to mention the fact that he knows everything, and the friends he's dating are all first-class awesome. It seems imperative to keep one's son and grandson in school. Suwon had a smooth ride back to school under Bai Yue's arrangements. Shinseki University's housing is graded, and there are regular grades, as well as upscale dormitories that you can get into by paying more money. Suwon lived in the original standard 4 rooms, and then 2 of his buddies were upgraded to a high-end dormitory in the second semester of freshman year. Another buddy moved out too because he found a girlfriend. Currently the entire dormitory was inhabited only by Suwon. He had packed all his bags and was just about to give the dusty 2-month-old dormitory a thorough cleaning when Bai Yue's phone rang. Have Suwon come along for dinner tonight? Suwon originally wanted to refuse. After all, the business of the new semester hasn't run itself yet. But seeing as Bai Yue had saved herself a few $100s in traveling expenses, Suwon didn't refuse. Suwon hugged a few boxes of strawberries and bumbled his way to the girls' dormitory. Bai Yue lived in a high-grade dormitory, but she didn't live with Lu Ruyan. Suwon managed to receive a few $dozen and was pulled out the door with Bai Yue. Bai Yue is wearing a beige cartoon casual dress today, and the whole person looks nothing like a college student, but rather like a lively high school student. Let's go. Sis promised to buy you clothes. It was only then that Suwon reacted to the fact that before, Bai Yue had promised herself that she would buy a few sets of clothes for herself. There are free clothes Suwon did not refuse. He followed Bai Yue in her nanny car and went straight to the center of New Sea. Suwon came to the New Sea to go to school for a year. He really did not come to the center of the New Sea. If you say pass by, Suwon fell on the weekend to do a part-time job. Sit on the ground railroad a few times. Downtown New Sea was glorious, much as one remembers it from one's previous life. Getting down from the $1 million nanny car, Suwon followed Bai Yue to the men's clothing section of the mall. It was the first time Bai Yue had ever bought clothes for a man. Even her dad didn't have this treatment. Along the way Bai Yue chatted about what had happened during this time. The watermelon and vegetable melons and strawberries and whatnot that she brought back from Suwon's house. She gave a batch of them to her own parents, who loved them. There's also the patent thing, which her parents helped with. Speaking of patents, Bai Yue rolled her eyes unhappily. Obviously the patent is his own. But Suwon watched Chen Yilin stole his own thunder, also did not say anything. No ambition. It's just so unambitious. Suwon smiled without saying anything, and didn't refute anything. He's blended in over the years to become a master confessor in the boys' minds. Ruyan Lu was the top goddess of the New Sea, and Bai Yue was equally liked by many, and the duo faces a small confession at least once a week and a large one once a month. Most of this was Suwon's idea behind the scenes, working his ass off. Suwon also didn't want to offend those rich and wealthy young masters. After all, he was not Bai Yue, much less Lu Ruyan. Seeing Suwon stalled dead, Bai Yue didn't bother to pay attention to her and seriously brought Suwon to start picking out clothes. With Bai Yue leading the way, Suwon was naturally unlikely to suffer any strange blank stares. After all, the duo was followed by 2 burly bodyguards, and with these 2 people standing coolly behind them, these waiters naturally understood that these 2 people were not small. Bai Yue wanted Suwon to try on any clothes she saw. She realized that Suwon was really a natural clothes rack, and seemed to look good in everything she wore. Originally, she wanted to buy 2 more sets of clothes for Suwon, but Suwon had agreed to buy 4 sets, so he only needed 4. Bai Yue couldn't say Suwon, so she had to carefully select 2 sets of casual clothes and 2 sets of casual suits for formal occasions. Originally, Bai Yue was prepared to buy all 4 sets of casual clothes for Suwon, so that he could easily change and wash. But when Suwon changed into that casual suit, Suwon's slender body was perfectly displayed against the suit, especially his temperament. How can I say this? It is that kind of indifferent demeanor, but Suwon is also on the side of a very serious look. Bai Yue feels that Suwon is like a luxurious young master. It's the kind of spontaneity that comes with satisfying every desire, but he still carries the seriousness of life with him. Finally, under her persuasion, Suwon accepted the suit and promised to wear it directly to the dinner. Cool. It really is so handsome. After buying the clothes, Suwon also knew the lineup for the evening dinner. Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan's roommates. For women plus Suwon, a man. Suwon originally thought it was a reception banquet for himself. Hearing Bai Yue say so, he reacted. This is Lu Ruyan and Bai Yu, 2 dormitory people to eat. Coincidentally called on him only. But this way Suwon was more than able to eat salty. He observed it when he returned to school. The freshmen were currently in military training, and he was back fairly early. So he was going to try to apply for a campus card position and make a little money. Schoolboys, Private Marcel, seniors are really in need of money. After changing his clothes, Suwon followed Bai Yue out the door in a casual suit. Sure enough, this new clothes passers-by look at themselves differently. Before Suwon wore clothes, although talk about not broken, but really not very new. Passers-by look over like Bai Yue, so a pure and lovely looking little princess, with a little beggar. But now with the new clothes, it was Suwon, a rich young master who was traveling around the mall with his young girlfriend. Even the waitress who watched the duo leave couldn't help but marvel that Bai Yue's vision was truly good. I'm not ashamed to say I'm rich. I'm so good at digging. Bai Yue didn't care much about the gazes of passers-by, but feeling that everyone would look at Suwon beside her, Bai Yue's heart still surged with a small trace of pride. Suwon didn't pay that much attention. He merely pulled out his cell phone to return a few messages every once in a while. That Qin Ningxue had more messages. And although Suwon was deliberately slowing down his replies, the other party was sending too many messages. What she eats at night, what time she eats, what she sees on the side of the road, what she reads online. She has to share it with herself. Oh, surely an immature-minded little girl. Such a girl would definitely haunt herself if she met in reality. Suwon secretly resolved that he had to find a way to break it off with the other party, before finding an official girlfriend. It's even better to keep a Sun Yinshin who's abroad inside the fish pond. Bai Yue noticed Suwon's worn-out cell phone and she frowned as she asked Suwon, Suwon, why don't you sell those 2 songs? According to the market value, if you sell it, you can at least sell it for a few million now, which isn't much, but you won't have to, for a short while. Don't want to sell. Suwon smiled and shook his head, interrupting Bai Yue. For one thing, these 2 piano pieces are definitely not worth it if they just sold for a couple million. Secondly, Suwon still needed to keep a low profile right now. Suwon, who was the Duck King in his previous life, was not poor. Money or not, he actually does not care much. On the contrary, it is now so, by virtue of their own efforts to earn a little bit of money, this sense of achievement and satisfaction. So that's Suwon obsessed. Bai Yue shook her head, thinking that Suwon was not understanding. After all, she had seen Suwon's family situation, and it was normal that she had not been exposed to this. The duo soon arrived at the restaurant where they had made reservations. This is a restaurant in the tallest building in New Sea. Bai Yue they said is the window seat. Sitting here in front of the prosperous New Sea city, feet is the rushing New Sea river. This is the world of the rich. Suwon walked into the restaurant. The inside of the restaurant was decorated in a European luxury style, and at the very center was a huge crystal lamp that was 3 meters wide and 5 meters long. The restaurant is divided into 2 levels, with a small stage underneath the crystal lights, and a band performing a program above as you enter. And the whole restaurant quietly echoes with a relaxing melody. The waitresses running around the field were all first-class good-looking, both men and women. Bai Yue obviously came to this kind of occasion not once or twice, and the waiter recognized her as soon as she entered. only to make the waiter a little embarrassed. By Yue besides Suan obviously then Suan still have temperament. Reception by Yue a female waiter froze for a moment. Or by Yue as the main. Invited the two to go upstairs. Ruyan Lu and the others hadn't arrived yet. And once Suan and Bai Yue sat down and waited for the waitress to leave, Bai Yue covered her mouth and snickered. Suan, have you noticed? Just now that waiter thought you were the young master of some family and wanted to receive you. Suan nodded as he looked out the window. He didn't think anything of it. He was able to go in and out of this kind of luxurious restaurant solely because Bai Yue and the girls were just interested in him. Back to the school. Take off this luxurious suit that Bai Yue bought for himself. He is just an ordinary man from the countryside. Bai Yue and Suan chatted cheekily. And she didn't forget to urge Lu Ruyan and the rest of them. It didn't take long for Ruyan Lu to walk into the restaurant with the other two. Ruyan Lu's face value made her the center of attention of the crowd no matter where she was, no matter what she was wearing, as long as she appeared. Ruyan Lu deserved to be the center of attention of the crowd. Lu Ruyan's wear today is very low-key, is a wide t-shirt. The lower body is a short pants, show her pair of snow-white long legs. Seeing Suan's gaze attracted by Lu Ruyan's long legs, Bai Yue was dissatisfied and wanted to kick Suan. Pity, she had shorter feet and couldn't kick Suan. Bai Yue could only roll her eyes in dissatisfaction. Hey, don't look away. I'll introduce you. The girl on Ruyan's left with the high ponytail is Ruyan's roommate, Golan, the president of Taekwondo. The one on the right you've met, my roommate, Chien. These two people's families aren't bad. Gao Lan's family's business and Ruyan's family's business are quite close. Her parents tried to arrange for the two to live together. Plus Gao Lan also knows Taekwondo, so she can protect Ruyan's safety. Tian's situation is similar to Gao Lan's, and it's a parental arrangement anyway. Bai Yue said these when the money thought common. They sucked from the family. So much pocket money every month. Grew up with no worries about food and clothing. It is impossible to do anything to let their own temperament to come. Suan nodded and looked at Bai Yue after sizing up the duo, inquiring seriously. So, do you know them all well? If you're familiar with it, you can come back and ask. And call me if you need any errands done. You know all the prices. $1 for picking up a delivery. $1.50 for bringing a meal. And for purchasing necessities, you need a commission of 1.5% off campus and 1% on campus. Bai Yue stared at Suan incredulously. It's unbeatable. Bai Yue shook her head. She was truly convinced, and lowered her voice to admonish Suan in a whisper. Suan, you have some ambition, okay? You can pick them up. These two guys are rich. Giving you a little bit a month at random isn't better than you doing this. Suan shook his head gravely. This is not in line with socialist values. It is labor that creates wealth that is honorable. Bai Yue, listening to Suan's bullshit, slightly opened her mouth and pointed at Suan and said 3 good words in a row. Ruyan Lu brought the 3 over, and seeing that Bai Yue had just said something to Suan, Taekwondo's Gao Lan took the initiative to ask instead. Young Vivian, what are you saying to our pianist Su? Bai Yue, who was obviously on good terms with Gao Lan and the girls, mumbled as she lay helplessly on top of the table. I just taught Suan how to pick you guys up, and I told him that if I did, he wouldn't have to work part-time all day. But he said that it is labor that creates wealth that is honorable. Pust. Gao Lan and Tian snorted when they heard this, and even Lu Ruyan couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth curl up slightly. Gao Lan couldn't help but snicker even more. Gu, it's still Yue who's good to us. Suan is such a handsome guy and he's willing to give up? Besides, you can labor. Gao Lan made 2 gestures with a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Several of the women burst into soft, badgering laughter. Bai Yue spat her tongue at Gao Lan with slightly red cheeks. High color batch. White winter squash strips. Bai Yue looked down at herself. Among the 4 women, she was indeed the shortest and flattest one. She was even more lifeless. Okay, stop it. Lu Ruyan didn't know if it was on purpose or by accident that she sat next to Suan. It's a table for 8, which is still more than enough to seat 5 people. Ruyan Lu looked behind her and nodded to the waitress. The waiter nodded and started passing out the food. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan beside her. If you don't think it's to your taste later, ask the waiter to add more dishes yourself. There's no menu here, but any dish you can name, as long as the ingredients aren't rare, can be made on the spot. Suan nodded without being polite. Did you guys order the Australopithecus? Several people, Lu Ruyan, shook their heads. Suan then asked, so do you guys eat? In addition to Bai Yue, the other 3 shook their heads. They were tired of eating this kind of thing since they were young, but it was Bai Yue who added very facetiously, give me half of that. I want it steamed. Suan nodded, raising his hand and snapping his fingers to look at the waiter. Let's have 10 Australopithecines, 5 garlic, 5 steamed, and for the 5 steamed, you cut one of them in half and steam it. Ingredients I like fresh and spicy. Do you have abalone? Yes sir. Would you like it fresh or dry? A couple heads of abalone. You named the character. Premium 2 head fresh and dried abalone. All netted. Suan looked to Ruyan Lu, his eyes asking if he could order it himself. Ruyan Lu twisted her head to look at the waitress. Take out a head of bao from my collection. The waitress looked at Ruyan Lu as if asking if she was sure. This thing is not a matter of money. Abalone head number is the less. Representing a caddy inside how many? Like a head of abalone, a single weight of a caddy or even a caddy or more. And the quality of all the best net abalone, which if you put it to the outside auction price casually hundreds of thousands of dollars. Millions of dollars. Ruyan Lu ignored the waiter instead looking at Suan. What flavor? Suan also got a mouthful of high spirits. The preciousness of a head of abalone he naturally knew. Let's have 5 fresh abalone with 2 heads. The flavors are at your chef's disposal. The waiter once again made sure with Lu Ruyan that all of these ordered by Suan were not cheap. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan. No drink? Suan shook his head honestly. I never drink. And you're all women. Suan didn't say anything further. Gowlan smiled instead. Ouch. Fearless Suan. Ruyan's family villas are plentiful. And there are plenty of villas at the bottom of the lake below the Xinhai River. Gowlan said, half joking and half threatening. Several of them hadn't been in love yet. And if Suan, this kid, really wanted to mess around with the advantage of being a man, she had practiced for a few years. And again, not to mention her Gowlan and Qian Tiantian situation, just Lu Ruyan's Lu family and my family could allow Suan to own a neighborhood at the bottom of the Xinhai River. Suan hastily waved his hand and said quite frankly, no, I don't have any ideas. I just came here to eat. 10 Australopithecines and 5 abalones proved my heart. Suan really wasn't prepared to have anything to do with this group of rich ladies. The days of being a duck king had already made him suffer enough, and in his eyes, these currently somewhat green highflyers were just a time sink from the rich sisters who had squeezed him in his previous life. Ruyan Lu spat out 2 words in a low voice when she heard Suan's words. Out of breath. Suan shrugged indifferently. Lu Ruyan naturally knew that Suan definitely wouldn't dare to have this colorful heart. If Suan really wanted to pick up girls, it wouldn't be so bad that he had been chatting with himself for most of the year and hadn't asked himself out. His colorful guts would just support him in finding ways to fool himself into taking some verbal advantage on the internet. Wake up the bottle of red wine. The waiter nodded. Facing Ruyan Lu they naturally knew what to do. After the waitress left, the women began chatting animatedly. Suan silently admired the scenery outside the window, occasionally returning messages. It should have been a while since these women had seen each other. Gao Lan and Qian Tiantian had gone on a study trip abroad for the summer vacation, and a few of them chatted about the interesting things that had happened recently. Slowly the conversation was drawn to the 2 piano pieces that Suan played. These 2 piano songs can not only in the domestic fire, because this meal is essentially in fact to Gao Lan Qian Tiantian received the wind. They also came from abroad only yesterday. Suan just by the way called to accompany. So the duo is curious as to who the author of the 2 piano songs that have recently exploded onto the scene is. But when they came back they heard Bai Yue complaining, and they knew about Suan's general situation. In particular, Lu Ruyan was actually cheated of $20, which made the duo laugh at Lu Ruyan for half a day. As for Suan, both women felt that Suan was a softie. Chen Yilin of the Chun family has stolen your original name, and you don't even dare to let out a single fart. There is really no way for this kind of person to be looked up to. They all knew that Suan's family was not well off. But since you, Suan, were able to create 2 good piano songs, then you should at least show the backbone that belonged to you. Even if you weren't Chen Yilin's opponent, if Chen Yilin used his family's power to suppress you, they would never mind helping you out. But Suan, a softie, didn't even dare to fart. Ruyan Lu bowed her head and ate the vegetable salad on her plate. The 4 women ordered just 2 large dishes and they didn't eat much of them. They only ate vegetable salads to maintain their figures. Suan was instead seriously eating the Australopithecus on his plate. Although Bai Yue also likes to eat, but the Australian dragon abalone she has long been tired of eating. Her attention instead on the chat. Lu Ruyan sat next to Suan, seeing that he had to reply to the message even though he took the time to eat Ao Lung, frowning and asking her in a low voice, and lying to people's little girls? Suan shook his head and swallowed a large chunk of shrimp in his mouth, his other fingertips starting to cut to another chat program, contacting previous customers and getting ready to run errands for people. Ruyan Lu really did take over Suan's cell phone and carefully check it out. After making sure that he was really doing a part-time errand for someone, this was the only way to give Suan's worn-out cell phone back to Suan. She also really chatted about the purpose of today's meal. Sell me the rights to those 2 piano pieces. 1 song for 10 million. You can't keep running errands for people on the side like this. Ruyan. Qian Tiantian frowned slightly at Ruyan Lu. Her family had an agent company and she knew a little bit about the entertainment industry. Suan, I'm not putting you down. It's true that those two piano pieces of yours are very good, and they've even spread abroad. But the audience for piano pieces is still different from songs and such. They have a smaller audience and fewer avenues to cash in. I think Ruyan bidding around $6 million is a more fair price. And that's already for the sake of us being classmates. If it's a real business negotiation, for a newcomer like you, I'm confident that I'll be able to press the price down to below $3 million. Even my projected sale price is at $1 million for 2 tunes. Although Qian Tian didn't say much, she was clearly the shrewdest, at least when it came to money. She saw clearly. Suan cupped her hands around the AO lung and nodded her head as she ate. This garlic aurora just tastes better than garlic crayfish. Suan raised his hand to call out to the waiter. 2 more Australorps, this time made spicy. The waiter nodded and began to order. Gao Lan looked at Suan's dangling appearance and frowned at Suan. Suan, please show us some respect. These 2 piano songs will only eat dust when placed in your hands. You can't realize them without a distribution channel. Only cooperation can be mutually beneficial. Suan swallowed a large mouthful of shrimp, picked up the juice on the side, and took a large sip before saying, I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to liquidate it. Just leave it where it is. The legal rules and regulations in this world are still very strict, and since the patent has been registered, it means that no one can profit from those 2 songs without their permission, even if it was a powerful young man like Chen Yilan. At most, he would just create a momentum to make people think that he had written these 2 piano songs. No one is going to risk going to jail for profit with these 2 piano pieces. Qian Tian frowned and whispered as she looked at Suan's oily, saltless appearance. $7 million? Suan, you're very short of money. I know you want to show that you don't love money in front of everyone to win them over to your favor. But Suan, when we people talk about money, we don't talk about personal feelings with you. What's more, you're an ordinary kid from the countryside. Aside from your talent and perseverance that we should admire, you're not really qualified to talk to us as equals. Suan, if you really want to communicate with us on an equal footing, your primary qualification is to have money first. Qian Tian looked at Suan and said in a clear, cold voice. She and Gao Lan really kinda looked down on Suan as a softie. Because of Chen Yilan's power, he didn't dare to offend Chen Yilan and let Chen Yilan pretend to pick up girls with Suan's 2 songs outside. So you can't count on such a man when he is really in danger. Suan nodded, deeply agreeing. According to his experience as a duck king, Qian Tian, this woman was definitely a strong woman in the future. And if her own husband had a weak character and strong ability, she could still have a good family atmosphere. But if her future husband is so struck with doubt that he won't touch her, Qian Tian is one of those. Very strong character. It has to be made up on the outside. And she doesn't always like to be strong yet, and may pretend to be soft. Anyway, it's an oxymoron. And this kind of client Suan has a headache taking care of it because he has to listen to the other side unconditionally. But the money people are still very willing to give up. The premise is that you have to be strong. Strong she cannot raise her head. Otherwise in accordance with her character, will only leave a contemptuous look. Met with a positive I will not even look at you. Suan has made up his mind not to be a duck king anymore. So he dropped his hands holding Oren and wiped them clean before gently clapping his hands. You're right, but I'm really not very short of money at the moment. Qian Tian looked at Suan's deadbeat look and glared at him angrily. But Suan just continued to lower his head and eat Ao Lung. Not paying the slightest attention to him, Qian Tian could only look at Lu Ruyan in a stifled manner. Ruyan Lu was calm. Since Suan was unwilling, then forget it. The atmosphere at the table was a little chilly for a while. Bai Yue chewed on the Australopithecine meat in small bites. Her eyes lifted and she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Bai Yue said with some annoyance, "Oh come on, the annoyance is here again. Ruyan, you get rid of him." The crowd followed Bai Yue's gaze over. And sure enough, Lu Ruyan's loyal suitor Chen Yilan was now dressed in an expensive tuxedo holding a ball of bright red roses, and was confidently walking towards them. Lu Ruyan frowned with some disgust, especially when she noticed that Suan glanced at the other party and then continued to lower her head to eat the Australopithecine. This guy in his own online at least ambiguous for half a year. See their own suitors he did not feel at all? Could it be that the purpose of all the things he said to himself online was to finally scam himself out of the $20? Of course Suan didn't think that much. He only knew that the Australian dragon in front of him was a few $1,000s apiece. And after eating these 10 Australian dragons and abalone, it would be equivalent to eating his living expenses for a few years. As for Chen Yilan, a large part of his confessions to Ruyan Lu over the past 2 years had been secretly planned and staged with Suan's help. Even the love words these were prepared by Suan for each other. What's he mad about? Chen Yilan's height of 1.85 m. Appearance is also the sword eyebrow and starry eyes, although it is said to be worse than Suan looks. But in the crowd is also belongs to the first-class big handsome man, especially when he drove a top-of-the-line sports car worth $8 million single-handedly. Suwon all but had to admit. You're handsome. As soon as Chen Yilin entered the restaurant, both men and women in the restaurant subconsciously looked at each other. It was a human instinct to admire a beautiful or handsome person, and when Suwon walked in, everyone basically all looked at him. Chen Yilin's handsome face displayed a smile, appearing more and more handsome and charming, but when he approached and noticed that his goddess, Lu Ruyan, was still sitting next to a man whose appearance was no worse than his own, Chen Yilin still frowned slightly. This guy, wasn't it the military advisor who always gave me advice? What's going on? How did he, a poor boy from the countryside, hook up with Ruyan Lu? Could it be that she and Lu Ruyan have known each other for a long time? And all those confession techniques and scenes he taught himself in the past 2 years were all collusion between this kid and Lu Ruyan? Chen Yilin approached. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. In his eyes, Suwon is an insignificant poor boy. He is indeed good at chasing women, but he is too poor to be used as a minion for himself. But if this kid secretly still knows Lu Ruyan, then he has been a real clown all these years. Chen Yilin subconsciously was about to open her mouth to question Suwon, but to his surprise, Suwon noticed his eyes hurriedly put down the Australian dragon in his hands and took the initiative to stand up in the bewildered eyes of the 4 women to politely greet Chen Yilin. Chen Xiao, remember me? I'm Suwon. Chen Yilin frowned and looked at Suwon with a sinister gaze as he nodded. This table was full of people with backgrounds. That is, Suwon was an ordinary person. If this kid had known Lu Ruyan a long time ago, he would definitely find a way to teach this kid a good lesson. Suwon knew that he had to explain himself when he saw Chen Yilin's eyes, or else according to Chen Yilin's shadowy character, he would be screwed by the other party and dropped out of school even if he didn't die. Of course, when explaining, Suwon couldn't let Lu Ruyan by Yue and the girls find out yet. If he let a few of them know that the romantic scenes and fleshy love words set up by their suitors were all thought up by himself with his help, it was estimated that Bai Yue's temper, no matter how good she was, wouldn't be able to pay any attention to herself. Suwon sighed inwardly, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he said with a serious face, Young Chen, are you here to buy the copyright from me too? I also didn't expect my Summer Fields and The Wind Rises to be so well received. I didn't expect to have alarmed young Chen, but Sister Ruyan Lulu has already found me ahead of time. Chen Yilin's eyes moved slightly. He wasn't a fool. He understood what this kid meant almost instantly. Previously he investigated the authors of Summerfield and The Wind Rises, although they are called Suwon, but Chen Yilin did not think too much about it. Now it seems that this kid is indeed quite smart. The family is so poor and still managed to get into the new sea. Looks like the kid could be promoted to become a heartthrob. Chen Yilin nodded without moving, but he still despised people like Suwon and said with a sneer, Bullshit, just your 2 piano songs. I'm just borrowing them. Originally I wanted to spend tens of thousands of dollars on them. Although Qian Tiantian hated softballs like Suwon, she obviously hated brainwashed people like Chen Yilin even more for directly interrupting the other party. Tens of thousands of dollars? Chen Yilin, do you want to be shameless? Suwon, these 2 songs, even if a random platform, sign a contract, even if the other side of the black, but also more than these tens of thousands of dollars. Bai Yue also said contemptuously, Shame on you, and going around saying you wrote this tune. Bah, Suwon, don't be afraid. Sister will back you up. If he dares to bully you, I'll go to his house and tell his parents. Bai Yue held her head high, not fearing Chen Yilin in the slightest. This kid has been pursuing Ruyan Lu since he was a kid. You say you want to keep pursuing, that's fine, but you are talking about your girlfriend while saying Ruyan I love you, and it's outrageous that this guy has wrecked not 100 but 80 girls since he was a kid. Suwon scratched his head and bowed his head without saying anything, but he had a deep feeling for Chen Yilin's shamelessness. This kid looks is quite rich, but which is generous to the woman. Their own to him to do things cannot get what benefit. Sometimes exhausted day, but also earn a $200 or $300. Chen Yilin's face reddened with anger at what was said, and he knew that Suwon couldn't be blamed for any of this, but he still looked at Suwon viciously. You, Suwon, right, come here for me. Give me the patents for your 2 tunes and I'll give you $50,000. Suwon didn't say anything. He wouldn't sell Ruyan Lu for $10 million. $50,000? You're sick. Qian Tiantian frowned as she looked at Suwon, and at this point, she somewhat understood why Suwon was unwilling to pursue Chen Yilin's responsibility. From Suwon's perspective, if he really offended Chen Yilin, he was afraid that he alone really couldn't carry Chen Yilin's suppression. Ruyan Lu looked up at Chen Yilin and said in an icy voice, Chen Yilin, you can try. You dare to hit Suwon's 2 piano songs and try? Ruyan Lu sat on top of the sofa gazing indifferently at Suwon. The Chen family is also very strong in Xinhai, a giant not unlike the Lu family. However, it was naturally unrealistic for Ruyan Lu to want to fix the Chen family, but she had plenty of means to face Chen Yilin. The things that Chen Yilin had done over the years, As long as someone at the same level made an expose, it wouldn't be that easy for the Chen family to suppress it. Chen Yilin looked at Lu Ruyan indignantly and said with dissatisfaction, Ruyan, he's nothing but a mudblood. Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. I know you have a talent for playing the piano and I'm trying to buy the tunes for you. Borrowed flowers? Chen Yilin exuded a smile that he thought was handsome, but his gaze was still grim as he looked at Suan. This kid had offended himself no matter what, and there had to be a way to clean him up. Ruyan Lu sneered, Chen Yilin, I don't like you. I've said it many times. I don't like you. Not everything you've done over the years has been perfectly squashed, and even your parents owe a lot of favors for all that. That includes my Willow family. Bai Yue silently raised her hand. And my White family. My parents have helped you squash some things. My Hai family didn't? The Money family is more. I guess. After all, my family has showbiz companies. The four women silently looked at Chen Yilin. We are all juniors, but in terms of volume above, the Gao and Chen families are indeed no match for the Chen family. But the Chen family, unless they don't want to die, want to snipe the Gao and Chen families to pay a price that is enough to make the Chen family perish. Suan quietly looked at the five men. That's rich. I saw it clearly when I was a duck king myself. Rich people are all pulling out radishes and interlocking them with roots, which means that Chen Yilin is just too inappropriate, causing the four women to be extremely antagonistic towards him. Chen Yilin was speechless with anger. He gritted his teeth or put the rose in his hand on the table. Chen Yilin took a deep breath and suppressed his violent anger. Ruyan, I really like you. As for those women outside are just playing around. As long as you're willing to be with me, I promise you I will never touch any woman out there again. Chen Yilin, this is from the heart. He has played any woman less than Lu Ruyan a hair. Ruyan Lu was simply too beautiful, not to mention the Lu family behind her. Just her looks alone were worth any man going crazy for her. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Yilin, not hiding the loathing in her eyes in the slightest, and spat out a word indifferently. Get out! Chen Yilin's face had been suffocated red, and his gaze was grim as he looked at Suan, who had been desperately trying to lower his presence the entire time. Suan, get the fuck down! Chen Yilin's eyes noticed the pianist who was playing below. His gaze was grim. Good. Since the few of you are going to stand up for Suan, I'll show you how soft this Suan guy's bones are. He pulled out his cell phone to find Suan's contact information. 500. I'll give you 500 for every song you play. Ruyan, I won't bully him, but you guys don't have the right to stop him from making money. Chen Yilin looked at Suan with indignation. As long as this guy dared to say no, it was as if Chen Yilin would pounce on him and kill him in the next second. Suan pointed his index finger at himself and looked at Chen Yilin with a bewildered expression. Ha? Me? Cut the crap. Immediately. Ruyan Lu also turned her head to look at Suan and stared at him indifferently. Don't go. Suan looked at Ruyan Lu, and then at Chen Yilin, who had a face that wanted to eat him. Since ancient times, beautiful women are a scourge. His own previous life is to spend a long time with rich women. Early death. In this life Suan had already let go of his worldly desires. He Huluan swallowed the last half of the Australopithecus, wiped his hands clean, and pulled out his cell phone. Alright, Chan Xiao, that's the money. Suan silently took out his cell phone and tapped the QR code on it. Chen Yilin looked at Suan's lowly look of being in it for the money and snorted coldly. Go ahead and play 10 songs. Hearing his cell phone ring with the news that $5,000 had arrived, Suan nodded with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Chen Xiao, it's whether they'll let me play it or not. But seeing Chen Yilin's look like he was about to erupt, Suan hurriedly took a few steps back as he rose from his seat, ignoring Bai Youwei's retention and the disappointment in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and went downstairs smilingly to deal with the pianist on the stage. Chen Yilin stood coldly on the heights, his eyes contemptuous as he looked at Suan, who was groveling and negotiating with others, a touch of disdain flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ha, this is who you want to keep? This kind of person. No backbone, only money inside the brain. No money, no power soft, the only use value is still a little bit of talent. Chen Yilin thought of all the meaty confession words Suan had helped him think of, as well as the girl pickup techniques. Although he couldn't take Ruyan Lu, it was easy to pick up other women. Lu Ruyan was silent, and Bai Yue muttered in dissatisfaction. Gao Lan and Xian Tian, who did not have a deep friendship, even frowned, their eyes showing the same touch of contempt for Suan. Just now, if Suan had been a little more hardened, not to mention the other things, the few of them would definitely have been willing to help Suan out. But Suan, this softball appearance, the whole dare not say a word even if, for the sake of money, but also directly sold them all. Not even a man. Suan exchanged words with the pianist, sat down in front of the piano, and briskly began to play Summer Fields. Suan's looks were handsome in themselves, plus a decent casual suit. His outfit basically belonged to wherever he went, where both men and women would look sideways. Now it was even playing a piano song that had recently exploded in popularity. And for a moment, the entire restaurant's eyes were all on Suwon. Suwon on stage is mesmerized by the world of piano. In his eyes, he wasn't in the same world either with Lu Ruyan or Bai Yue. Even if it is Chen Yilin, that is, one is a student of the new C. Wait until graduation. Everyone goes their own way. I just do not offend you. Do you target me all over the world? Suwon, a new C graduate, can find a good job in any city in this country. As for fantasizing about the life of a loser coming back to marry a rich white girl, Suwon has no system. He also did not feel that he was the protagonist of this world, and it was his teachers, his townspeople, who helped him to be able to get into New C, to be able to scrape together the tuition fees for New C, and to pay for the journey to New C. Watermelons don't grow on unplowed land, and strawberries don't grow to the size of a fist if they're not irrigated. Suwon looked up to the second floor as he played. There they were, Chen Yilin and Lu Ruyan, their gazes looking at themselves in unison. Their gazes were varied: contempt, disbelief, anger, indifference, contempt. Suwon didn't care. Instead a smile passed by. He and they were not of the same world per se. 10 songs played on the piano. Suwon felt like his fingers were going to be his own. Chen Yilin listened to a few songs and left when he felt bored. He was angry but he didn't care much when he saw how obedient Suwon was. As for Gao Lan and Qian Tian, they left without listening. Only Ri and Lu sat quietly on the sofa and watched Suwon play Summer Fields over and over again. Seeing Suwon come back, Bai Yue rested her cheeks and sighed sadly. Suwon, why do you have to be so afraid of him? Suwon smiled indifferently. Where I'm afraid of him? It's just a few piano songs, and I made $5,000. You call that fear? Then I don't still run errands for you every day. Bai Yue frowned, thinking about the ethical relationship Suwon had mentioned. From the perspective of Suwon making money, what Suwon did doesn't seem wrong, alas. Lu Ruyan looked at Suwon. She didn't pursue Suwon to ask why he was like this. Instead, she opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. 15 million. 15 million a piano piece. Suwon, this is the highest price I can give. Your fame isn't that high. Even if you release it, you can only make so much money. Suwon didn't hesitate, shaking his head and smiling as he looked at Ruyan Lu. Sister Willow, it's not a matter of money. Ruyan Lu frowned as he looked at Suwon. He was truly getting more and more unable to see through this man. What exactly is it that you don't want to buy these 2 tracks for? Now that Chen Yilin already knows that these 2 tunes are yours, aren't you afraid that Chen Yilin will come after you if you don't get rid of them as soon as possible? Suwon shook his head and whispered, I'm afraid. Still, I wouldn't sell it to him if that day did come. Sister Willow, if you really want to buy it, then wait a little longer. Suwon thought for a moment. $30 million. That's $30 million. He did want it quite badly, but if he did sell it himself, it was bound to be known by outsiders. He didn't want to be famous, at least not right now. Ruyan Lu looked at Suwon suspiciously. Wait for what? When I graduate. Suwon gave Lu Ruyan a big smile. When I graduate and get my diploma from New C. Who cares about you rich kids? Ruyan Lu frowned as she pondered what Suwon's words meant, but after a while she still wasn't sure what Suwon was trying to convey. Alright, Yue, you take Suwon back. Bai Yue climbed up from the table. Just drank a little bit of red wine. Bai Yue's little face slightly red, flushed and cute. Suwon thanked the duo and followed Bai Yue as she wandered out of the restaurant. After the two left the restaurant, not far away, a woman stepped on hateful heights and stomped with a rhythmic voice full of sound to come in front of Lu Ruyan. Auntie! Lu Ruyan looked at her sister-in-law in front of her, somewhat aggrieved. She had just obviously been trying to figure out how to keep Suwon. However, Suwon unexpectedly did not give her face and instead listened to Chen Yilin's words very decisively. You said Suwon likes money, and you've offered $30 million yourself. You say he doesn't like money, but then he stupidly played Summerfield 10 times in a row for $5,000. Xi Ningxue was sitting next to Lu Ruyan, and when she heard Lu Ruyan call out to her, she let out an ah and continued to tinker with her cell phone. After sharing the day's routine to her good husband, Xi Ningxue then looked squarely at Lu Ruyan. What's wrong? Miss Willow, you really like that little kid from the countryside, giving money to people who don't even want it. This kind of naive little kid. You don't really like him, do you? Don't be childish. Study hard, graduate and come back to the company as your Ryu family heir. Bai Yue fell asleep not long after sitting in the car. It seemed that considering Bai Yue would drink, the one driving them was a female driver. After arriving at the villa, Suwon took the clothes and watched the driver send Bai Yue back to her dorm room before leaving. Suwon took the events of tonight as a pleasure, and he first cleaned the entire dormitory altogether. After the 4 beds, one by one, were cleared, Suwon put his luggage away. The best thing about living alone in a dorm room is that there is plenty of room to pile up whatever clutter you want. Suwon set up all the household items and went downstairs to pick up a bunch of letters inside the mailbox. Suwon started sponsoring some poor students from the second semester of her freshman year. Suwon doesn't have a lot of money, he can only offer hundreds or thousands of dollars a month at best. But this month could have been more of the same. As for why they sponsor, perhaps it is because they have been orphaned for 2 lifetimes, and it is always a bit intolerable to see someone in the same situation as they are. As for why you didn't take the 30 million? Suwon wasn't a saint, sacrificing his own interests for the sake of others. Not to mention it's not like it won't sell. Compared to the money, Suwon was even more reluctant to get involved with these rich second-generation people like Lu Rodian. Suwon washed up and lay on his bed, casually opening a letter and looking at the childish words of thanks on it. He was anonymous funding, and reserving a thank you letter was a system requirement. So Suwon just filled in a random name and asked them to just send the envelope to Shinhai University. As for answering letters, Suwon never writes back. I'm just going to look. Never do anything. Early the next morning, Suwon started running a business. School hadn't officially started yet, except that he was one of those who came to school early and didn't need anyone on the cafeteria side yet, and there weren't a lot of errand runners. Suwon is targeting freshmen, but these freshmen were getting wary, and he himself was not a very good student to fool them. Of course Suwon also knew that because he hadn't signed up to greet the new students and hadn't mixed a face in advance, these new students were naturally wary of him. Suwon, who still had nothing to do, went to the computer room and used the school's computer to send an email to Sun Yenshin, who was far away. Thanks to this longest living fish, Suwon's English was at a 6th grade level in high school. The two exchanged letters with Suwon in a foreign language and Sun Yenshin in Chinese, correcting each other's mistakes. Until noon, Suwon hadn't found anything to earn money from, and he was ready to sign up for a part-time job off campus. I didn't realize my old patron had started handing out jobs. Get the courier, and it's still taking delivery in large quantities. By UA, God forever. Look at the number of pickup codes. Dozens of them. Suwon takes delivery by the piece. Those dozens are tens of dollars. And Suwon's side was busy. Ruyan Lu's teacher, Elsa, finally talks her teacher, Hanks, one of the top 10 pianists in the world, into traveling to the country of Kyushu. Elsa manages to get the sheet music from when Suwon played the piano, and after a brief study, she plays both pieces in front of her teacher. Hanks, who was 80 years old, was in tears as he listened to the 2 piano pieces. Whether it's Summer Fields, which evokes memories of his childhood summers, or The Love Struck the Wind Rises, the world-renowned pianist is overwhelmed with emotion. Elsa even watched her teacher freeze for nearly an hour before she came back to her senses. Hanks immediately decided to travel to Kyushu to take on an apprentice, and he was ready to announce that the boy was his last disciple. He'd taken on over 20 disciples over the years, but never one that he could declare as the last, let alone one that Hanks had decided to personally set out for the other country. This incident caused an uproar throughout the piano world. Even the country where Hanks is from has shaken. After all, this last disciple of Hanks turned out not to be a native. But Hanks relied on his position and power to squash these people's skepticism and managed to get permission to travel to Kyushu. 1 week later, once Hanks' medical team determined there was no problem. 7 days. In 7 days, Hanks would meet the immensely talented Eastern boy, helping Bai Yue collect the courier. Suwon, who had nothing to do in the afternoon, picked up his cell phone. The netizen named Snow unsurprisingly posted a whole bunch of daily life routines throughout the morning. Suwon was idle and bored, opening his cell phone and casually looking at the messages inside it. Snow often says is that she is the boss of the company and has many people under her hand, and the people under her hand respectfully refer to her as the president. The beautiful president. It's just a fantasy. Where are so many presidents for Suwon to meet? And the questions the other asked Suwon some years ago were childish. Snow has set up a persona for herself as rich, dumb, good-looking, but not knowledgeable about running a company. So over the years Suwon had helped Shue solve the problems she'd raised through all that knowledge of managing a company that she'd picked up through casual conversations with rich women in her previous life. In the beginning, the questions asked by the other party were very simple, and Suwon casually answered them for her. But in the past 2 years, the questions the other party inquired about were much deeper, with so much of the appearance of a manager. But Suwon had never believed that the other party was the so-called female president. It's so childish. Suwon pond fish, like Snow such a dumb woman. Not a few days to call out their husband, but also stick to their own all day. Really not much. These many years Suwon had always felt that he was the other party's toolman, a cyber prop used by the other party to pretend to be 13. But today he changed his mind. Through the message sent by the other party last night, Suwon was surprised to find that this netizen named Snow seemed to be at that restaurant last night. Snow would share with him throughout the day what she saw and heard on a daily basis, and the other would basically tell him everything except for what pertained to her identity. For so many years Suwon has always felt that the other party is made up. Maybe the other party's original job is a screenwriter, but it is just to run to the network above the CS pre-president to satisfy their own vanity. But based on the timing of the message sent by the other party yesterday, and the things depicted, Suwon was certain. It's highly likely that this netizen named Snow was actually there. But Suwon had been well honed by the rich women, and although he was curious whether Snow had been there yesterday or not, he remained as steady as an old dog. Yuki, your husband, I want to change my name. Change your name? Hubby, what name do you want to change? Hubby, do you want to run away with me? Shyness, emoticon. Is this an opportunity to tell people your real name? Oops, we're about to meet? People aren't ready yet. A certain adorable internet kitten spits out its tongue, emoticon. Suwon looked at the frenzied chat and silently shook his head. What kind of president could this be? That said, at dinner yesterday, everyone in the neighborhood was pretty normal, and he really couldn't think of a single person on the scene who would be so freaked out. Still, Suwon chatted steadily with the other party. I'd like to change my last name to G. Why does my husband want to be called G? Why does hubby want to be called G? Any special meaning? Kitten curious emoticon. Suwon took a deep breath. It was a pity that he didn't smoke anymore. Otherwise he would definitely take a puff at this moment. Ever heard of a saying? What? The wordly covers the sky and calls himself G. I'm going to change my name and surname. Just call it Jibo Chang. Just finished the meeting. Is eating a meal. Chin Ningshue is wondering what husband hair upside down. Suddenly want to change the name and surname. Seeing Suwon send this newly changed name, Chin Ningshue hadn't reacted yet, and then she couldn't help but read a couple sentences inside her mouth. Jibo Chang. Jibo Chang. Jibwa. Bah. Chin Ningshue reacted, then couldn't help but poo-poo it. What's going on? Looks like hubby is in a good mood today. Why is he suddenly joking with himself with colors? It was hard to believe that he really wanted to facepalm with himself. Thinking of this, Chin Ningshue put down her lunchbox and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Her delicate little face flushed slightly and her gaze contained a touch of a different kind of sentiment. In the face of this husband she talks about online, she really likes it, but she was afraid to face it. I'm guessing that if anyone else knew that, I'm afraid they'd be screaming out loud that it's impossible. After all, Chin Ningshue was always the representative word for calmness and bravery in the eyes of outsiders. Chin Ningshue business over the years is not without difficulties. Her back, although there is a Liu family brother-in-law, but business sometimes cannot just have money on the line. Over the years, once the company encountered difficulties or bottlenecks, Chin Ningshue was never in a hurry. She only needed to think calmly for a day, or even half a day to come up with the perfect solution. What Chin Ningshue had done over the years had not only conquered her employees, but now it was also recognized by various bigwigs in the new C business circle. After all, there were some dilemmas that even they couldn't always come up with a solution for. But Chin Ningshue's ideas are always so original and perspective clear. In many people's minds, Chin Ningshue was simply the perfect spokesperson. If there was a downside to Chin Ningshue, it was that her personality was simply too cold, especially when it came to her suitors. These rich second-generation members of the powerful families didn't mind Chin Ningshue's age at all, and desperately wanted to please and show love to each other. But Chin Ningshue forever just gave the other party a cold look and turned away. But let countless men as the goddess in the heart of Chin Ningshue. At this moment, even as adolescent schoolgirls shyly lying on the sofa rolled, Chin Ningshue had never really been in love, especially after she met Suwon, and one of her hearts was basically occupied by the other. But she's seen too many suitors. She was worried that after she met with the other person offline, he would pursue her because of her looks, and the resources behind her. Such love was not pure enough, so Chin Ningshue had been reluctant to mention the offline meeting. But after so many years, Chin Ningshue realized that the other party even did not mention it. To be honest, she was getting a little anxious, but after all, she is a girl. She still has a reserve belonging to her own, but after seeing her niece's online love being cheated, she has a little bit of anxiety. It was a time of pondering what reason to ask each other out. Seeing that the other party had rarely joked with herself, Chin Ningshue immediately put down her hands and thought about how she should reply. What does it mean to pretend you don't know and ask follow-up questions? Shy? Or is it a refusal? Or maybe you'd like to take this opportunity to ask each other out and meet offline? Chin Ningshue pondered, but her fingertips still moved subconsciously. Brother, you're so annoying. Why are you so bad? I like it more and more. Oops, husband, I don't know anything about it. Suwon exhaled deeply when he saw the frenzied chat. I scanned the area myself yesterday and didn't see any very strange people. There were quite a few beautiful women, but those who could go to that kind of restaurant to eat were definitely rich women. And Suwon took a cursory glance at them. But if one did meet someone so epileptic, one would certainly be impressed. And there didn't seem to be any children that day. It was basically all adults. and most of them were over 25 years old. Suwon shook his head. He couldn't even begin to think about which of yesterday's beauties could have such a bombastic personality. Suwon hastily digressed. Yesterday you said someone was playing some great piano music? On the other side of the Chimning Shui also noticed their own text. The blush of the face is more and more thick. Good thing that their husband's character is stable. In time to diverge from the topic. And yes, husband, it's the two piano songs that have been blowing up lately. Do you want to know what these two piano pieces are called? At present the author has not disclosed the name of the piano song but your obedient wife is an exclusive insider. Want to know? Tell your lovely wife if you want to know or not. Laughs wryly at the picture. Suwon raised an eyebrow. The names of the two piano pieces, Summer Fields and The Wind Rises, he hasn't really made public, but that's not exactly an exclusive secret. Because of the registered patent, all you have to do is go to the patent website and you'll know the names of the two piano pieces. Suwon felt that the other party should be just a little bit smart, but he didn't point it out and continued along with the other party's words. Then I really don't know. You tell me. Chimning Shui stood at the door of her office at the moment. She looked at the secretary outside the door and indifferently commanded, "Bring the blanket. Nothing can disturb me during my lunch break." The secretary nodded and hurried to the sterilizer to fetch blankets, followed by the thoughtfulness of turning off the lights for the most part and pulling the blinds on the president's office. Chimning Shui muttered with a grin as she huddled under the blanket in the dimness, Hey, hurry up." However, Chimning Shui didn't leave the other party hanging for too long, and after taking care of her own business, she replied honestly, "Husband, say something nice first, complimenting your lovely and obedient wife." Suwon closed his eyes, usually their own feet, busy to see over, basically glanced at the chat logs to casually reply to a few sentences, but also involves the company's operation of their own serious. He didn't expect that being idle today and feeling this chat carefully would bring him such a big surprise. This fish should never be kept for long. Don't run into a sickly girl, okay? Universe's most adorable wife. Tell me what these two piano pieces are called. Chimning Shui's eyes narrowed into slits at Suwon's boast, curling up under the blanket and laughing cheekily for a while before she told him the names of the two songs. The one with a brisk tempo is called Summer Fields, and the other one, which is a little more sentimental, is called The Wind Rises. How's it going, hubby? Is your wife awesome? Suwon silently gave the chant. You're pretty good when you start a seizure. Of course he couldn't say it outright. He just pretended to inquire as if nothing had happened. You were there? Well nah, it's played by the author himself, and it's kinda nice. It's just, Chimning Shui thought for a moment, but still didn't say anything about Suwon and Chan Yilin. Other than her own company and her husband, nothing else mattered much in her eyes, and saying it might let your husband know who you are. Keep it to yourself for now. You must find out who the other person is before you do so. Suwon was silent for a long time, frantically recalling every face he had seen last night, but he couldn't bring himself to put such a hair-trigger personality on those beautiful women. But it doesn't matter. Since the other party can show up in that kind of restaurant, there are only two possibilities. She's also a rich woman or she's been adopted. Otherwise there is certainly no way an ordinary person can frequent such occasions. But either way, this kind of fuming woman Suwon wasn't going to continue fishing. Ruyan Lu had given her enough to suffer, but so many years of affection. Suwon sighed. After all, it's a dog you talk to each other every day, and you can talk about feelings after so many years. And in the end, it's still their own family who fishes. Only this fish is more naive, seeing the hook and biting on the dead and won't let go. Make some amends. Suwon thought for a moment. Wealth. No, one doesn't give up. Color. Suwon had sworn that he would never touch a duck farm again. Besides, if the other party's character is a sickly girl, and they really need offline, they'll be finished. That. Suwon looked down at the chat box and hesitated for a long time before sending a message. You like piano music? In Suwon's eyes, since the other party was willing to go to all the trouble of searching for the names of these two pieces on patent.com, he should be a lover of piano music. And rich people like to wholesome spiritual comfort after they've satisfied their materialistic desires. Chimning Shui looked at the inquiry sent by the other party with some confusion. Still, she said honestly, it's okay, I listen to it occasionally when I miss my husband. Husband, do you play the piano? It's so good. Your super invincibly good wife would love to see her husband play it in person. Suwon let out a meh when he saw the message from the other party. Wanted to ask me to meet offline. It's not possible. I just thought those two piano pieces were pretty average. I was just playing around, not talking professionally, and thought I'd find a chance to record a tune I wrote myself for you to hear. Chimning Shui frowned slightly when she saw this. Suwon, this personate, you can say he is poor, say he has no backbone, do not dare to stiff Chen Yilin, but also wimpy to death. Their niece looks just a little bit worse than their own. Niece explicitly and implicitly help him. and even implicitly exposed to his good feelings. Even so, the other party still turned a blind eye, and is a real wimp. Not a bit of manliness, proper waist. But he's talented. There's really no hacking. She frowned just a little. Though, what the heck? Maybe your own husband is a very good pianist. And men, where there is perfect, even if the piano is not good. The husband of the management of the company is so talented. Other aspects of a little weak is also very normal. Qin Ningxue sent over a line with gusto. Good, good, good. Looking forward to my husband's surprise. Don't keep your lovely, invincible and obedient wife waiting. Nerdy emoji. Suan took a deep breath as he looked at the message sent. Why hadn't I noticed before that the other person was so much like a sickly girl? Seems like I was enjoying myself before. Damn it. This fault of my own needs to be changed. But Suan's first thought at the moment wasn't to give this snow that tune. His plan was to give the other man a piano piece. Something he wouldn't play in public in his life. As compensation for the other man. After posting the tunes and sheet music later, she slowly chilled out on her own, chatting a week, half a month, and finally a month. Slowly the passion recedes and the other person naturally leaves them. But, there was one thing he had to fix before then. The problem of being tracked yourself. Looking for Ruyan Lu? Since she could track her exact location, she should be able to block it as well. However, looking for Lu Ruyan himself really couldn't open his mouth. Suan fiddled with his cell phone, eventually aiming for the last fish. Sun Yenxin. The two are sort of mentors and friends. Suan's relationship with the other party lasted the longest and was the strongest because the other party was abroad. What's more, because Suan had been an orphan for 2 lifetimes, it was not easy to meet someone whose name was all his own. Plus the fact that the two of them would probably have trouble seeing each other for the rest of their lives. Suan's wariness of Sun Yenxin was at its lowest, and also the most trusting. Suan wanted to try and get Sun Yenxin to help find a hacker or something in a foreign country to ask if there was a way to block his specific location. As it stands, that snow is a ticking time bomb, so make sure you're prepared for anything before the other side explodes. Suan lay in bed and sent a message to the other side. It is now more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the time difference between the two, the other side should now be early in the morning. Sun Yenxin work and rest has always been very stable. This point is basically sleeping. But when Suan sent the message out, he didn't expect the other party to reply in seconds. What's going on? Sun Yenxin replied simply, brother, don't you want someone to locate your address over the internet? Suan sent a word succinctly. Yes. Sun Yenxin quickly replied. No problem. With our time difference, you'll rest tonight and wake up tomorrow and it'll be done just the way you want it. Do you need money? No need. Okay, good, thanks. Suan still believed in Sun Yenxin. This girl's family had a farmhouse after all, and was a little rich in the future. Since she said she could solve it, then she could definitely solve it. The problem now is the piano music. Suan sat cross-legged on his bed searching for piano music from his previous life. Soon he found a piano piece that was particularly suited to the snow. The soundtrack to the movie Star Trek by a well-known director from a previous life. There is a piano-only version of this soundtrack, but Suan gave it away and is going to write the full version of the concerto score. Hopefully, the other person will understand their metaphor. If you want to renew your love affair with me, sister, first overcome the black hole gravity. Whether or not the other person can understand Suan rolled over and began rummaging for the contact information for the piano club on campus. For the sake of this, Suan didn't want to buy the sheet music specifically. He had a little friendship with the vice president of the piano club. This guy is a huge fan of an off-campus restaurant that serves off-the-bone chicken fingers. Suan would bring her one every day after she was busy, so it could be said that it was a friendship that had saved her life. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to borrow a bit of blank sheet music from her herself, and then incidentally borrow the piano from the piano club. Suan looked through the other party's circle of friends. Aha! Arrive at school tomorrow, just in time to ask her if she wants to help with the luggage. Qin Ningxue excitedly looked at the chat records of the two of them. I had quite a conversation with my husband today, which was nice. Qin Ningxue was happy. Very happy. And hubby said he'd give himself piano music. Ugh. Is this a love token? It must be. How romantic. Qin Ningxue hugged her cell phone, fantasizing about what tunes her husband would send. She promised that no matter what tune the other party wrote, whether it was good or bad, professional or not, she would find a way to give the other party a compliment. Definitely. It has to be. Spoil your own husband. Aha. Qin Ningxue thought about it and made an incomparably bold decision. If the piano music your husband has prepared for you is original, find yourself someone to locate him, carefully determining the other party's looks first. Of course Qin Ningxue would never dislike the other party's looks or figure. Still, as her future significant other, she was eager to get to know each other's habits and real-life personalities first. If conditions permitted, Qi Ningxue was even prepared to conceal her identity and make contact with the other party. If all aspects meet your preconceptions, then, an evil smile surfaced on Qi Ningxue's face under the blanket. Far away on the other side, it's 3 in the morning at the moment. A small princess with a full head of blonde hair said softly and apologetically to the man on the other side of the phone, "I'm so sorry to call you so late. I hope you'll be quick about my pen pal. Also, if possible, I would like to get specific locations and information on the other side. This trip to Kyushu with Mr. Hanks, I want to meet him." On the wide princess bed, a pair of snow-white jade legs swung casually in midair. On the bed was a 5'8" girl, her blonde hair strewn across the bed, her deep blue eyes gazing at the lavish decorations on the ceiling as she tenderly gave orders to the person on the other side of the phone. After making sure the princess was finished, a pale, gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. "As you wish, dear Your Highness, it would be an honor to serve you." The program went very well. Suan managed to borrow a bunch of sheet music. Suan looked at the familiar pentatonic score, and the memories of his previous life attacked him once again. Soon he came back to his senses and began to draw the score carefully. Suan considered whether or not to send the original score to the other party, but Suan was worried that he would accidentally leave behind fingerprints or something, and sending couriers were real name systems, too risky to give up. This morning Sun Yinxin had already told himself that now his specific address could not be breached by outsiders to obtain Suan's specific address, and he didn't have to worry about being located on the internet. Now, the only pawn hazard left is this snow. As long as he broke up with her peacefully, the pawn Suan had been raising for so many years would be completely cut off from hidden dangers, and Suan wasn't going to open the pond again. It would be nice to have a chat with Sun Yinxin for leisure. It's just that this girl is weird to talk to because of jet lag and the occasional problem of expression. For example, she often says, "Brother, I'm going to die for a while, and then I'm going to be resurrected later. Brother, my friend is here. I'm going to cut off my breathing for a while. I'll stay with you after I'm done with it." Suan could roughly guess what she meant by this death and severing of her breath, which was actually going offline, probably needing to leave due to some real-life delays, but she doesn't know how to express herself and often says these strange things. But compared to the trouble that exposure would cause, Suan would rather give up the days of getting high with the netizens. In the quiet piano club, Suan sat in the sunshine and carefully drew the pentatonic score, a set of piano pieces and a set of concertos. It was a big project and Suan was ready to paint for a day, until 9 o'clock at night. It was only then that Suan tiredly finished drawing the pile of pentagrams in front of him. These also have to be taken back and photographed, checked again and sent to each other, and recorded playing the piano. Suan twisted his wrist and let out a long sigh. Come all the way. She couldn't afford to make another trip tomorrow. She had been tossed around by the vice president of the piano club in order to borrow this piano club key, carrying luggage and buying boneless chicken feet. Beautiful. The vice president lives in an ordinary dormitory with no elevator on the 6th floor. And in addition to toiletries, there are as many as 5 boxes of snacks brought just for his housemates, most of which are meat. Supposedly she was ready to hire someone. I didn't realize that Suan had hit the bullseye, but Suan had dabbled in a lot of food, and for the past 2 days, he could just eat snacks. He didn't even need to eat. Suan organized the charts, took pictures one by one and put them away, then began to move his body, turning on the soundproofing equipment in the meantime, then turning off the recording equipment. The door to the piano room could not be locked from the inside. The school was worried about a student doing something bad in the piano room, and there were not many students coming back from the school in the past 2 days, and even less at this point. Suan checked around to make sure that no one was in the entire building, and then closed the door to the room and started playing the piano piece Star Trek Suan is extraordinarily fond of. He loved both the movie and this soundtrack, especially after he learned in his previous life that many rich women liked this piano piece. He practiced it more to take care of his customers' experience. Suan wasn't in a hurry to record. The piano piece was around 5 minutes long. He was going to play it twice to feel out the feel and make sure he wouldn't miss a sound. Suan turned off the lights, and after a while Suan, who had already adapted to the darkness, could see the rough outline of the piano clearly. He sat down at the piano and turned off his cell phone screen, enjoying the darkness that was all his own. After a lifetime, Suan entered a completely different realm when he played this piano piece again. In his previous life, he had not been able to fully understand the loneliness of the piano, but one person traveled into this world. It was a loneliness worse than that of an orphan. Suan reveled in the beautiful soft sound, his journey over the years drifting along with the notes. What he didn't know was that seeing that the dormitory building was about to close, the vice president of the piano club, Chen Yuyu, was in a hurry. Chen Yuyu is a cute little girl. Her face is round. Her favorite is the pill head. Although Chen Yuyu's height is only 1 meter 5'9", but she often boasts that she is a big beauty of 1 meter 6. But people still prefer to call her Sister Round. Sister Yuan is a very responsible person. She promised Suan to borrow the sheet music. The sheet music itself is not valuable. Borrowing the piano room to practice is not a problem. Suan, this point of credibility is still there. And he himself is indeed reliable. We look for Suan business in this point. But Round can't accept the keys to the piano club spending the night in someone else's hands. Something President Ruyan Lu expressly forbids. Seeing that it was getting late, Sister Yuan had to find Gao Lan, the president of the Taekwondo club, to accompany her to find Suan. Gao Lan originally didn't want to have any more contact with this Suan guy. She still remembers Suan's goatish appearance in front of Chen Yilan. For the sake of money, this guy doesn't even want a man's backbone. She looked down on Suan, even though he was very talented and wrote tunes that everyone loved. But looking at Yuan's face as if she was about to cry, she was scared to look for Suan in the dark campus by herself, not to mention that she would have to go to the boys' dormitory, or even the piano room. Gao Lan still nodded his head in agreement. In the past 2 days, Ruyan Lu was away, and she had nothing to do but accompany Sister Yuan to look for Suan inside the school. There was no signal in the piano room, and Ruyan Lu had gotten someone to install a signal blocker in order for everyone to concentrate. But the two of them still made a trip to Suan's dormitory first. The door to the room was closed and it was dark inside. Obviously Suan wasn't in the dormitory, so there was only the piano room. The place where the piano room was located was remote, and during the day it was one of the rare quieter places inside the school. But at night, especially if the school is not crowded right now, it's scarier. Gao Lan's force value was not considered to be low. She started practicing martial arts at a very young age, especially with a pair of 1 meter 8 long legs. Her killing power was especially terrifying. But it's a scene a woman would be afraid of. Not a single light was on in the quiet building. If Gao Lan had come alone, she would have absolutely turned around and left without saying a word. Force doesn't solve everything either, doesn't it? But Sister Yuan was right behind her. Originally Sister Yuan was ready to give up, but seeing that Gao Lan was still walking towards the building step by step, she still summoned up the courage to walk over. It was quiet all around. The two went up to the piano club's floor, and the atmosphere eased up a lot along with the hallway lights turning on. All the way over, except for the sound of their own footsteps, they could no longer hear any sound, especially now that they had entered the signal shielding range. Both of their cell phones had been cut off. However, just as both of them were about to give up, a loud and clear sound of a zither rang out in the silent night sky. Gao Lan and Sister Yuan looked at each other. Apparently Suan is really practicing in the piano room. Only why didn't he turn on the lights? The door to the piano room where Suan was located was unknowingly blown open by the wind because it wasn't blocked with anything. Suan didn't care as he played obliviously. The lonely and desperate mood in the sound of the zither perfectly expressed all of Suan's feelings. One is not a protagonist, traveling through parallel worlds or being an orphan. Orphans, still poor. Does the contempt of people like Chen Yilan Suan really not care? Suan's anger, despondency, and confusion were mixed in the sound of the piano. In the movie, the hero and heroine are at least still in the universe, and the hero is exhausted enough to see his daughter at the end. But what about yourself? Suan pounded heavily on the keys in front of him. The ancient, worn-out piano was struck with its spirituality by Suan at this moment, and it roared, trying to blossom into the life of every note. And the door. Gao Lan and Chen Yuyu looked dazedly at the figure in the darkness. The silent man was now hissing and roaring hysterically through this darkness with his lyre. At this moment, Suan's truest side blossomed unreservedly in the darkness, inspired by the sound of the piano. Ruyan Lu looked over the sheet music Suan had written. This was the sheet music she had borrowed from Baiyowe's mouth and asked Suan to write. She had been practicing the two pieces hard these days. It's true that the tune isn't very difficult, but it's an original by Suan. The score is clean, with no borrowed plagiarized parts, pure as it should not be written by a 20-something college student. Genius? Suan would have been a genius if he could have written those two songs when he was 40. But now, it's demonic. She played Summerfields and The Wind Rises over and over again in her own piano room. My father loved Summerfield and my mother loved The Wind Rises. Neither of the two old men said anything about acquiring Suan's two compositions, except that Ruyan Lu's card silently had an extra amount of money in it. When my father learned of the failure, he took the $20 million back. Ruyan Lu didn't lie to Suan that day. She trusted her father's taste. Since he was willing to bid $10 million, it meant that these two songs were worth $10 million at their peak. This $10 million a song to buy, the self can only guarantee not to lose. But even if he later gave Suan an extra $10 million out of his own pocket, this guy was still unwilling. Lu Ruyan played with some annoyance, and for a while the brisk rhythm of Summerfields couldn't even suppress Lu Ruyan's inner annoyance. Go to bed. Qin Ningxue, who had been staying at her brother-in-law's house for the past 2 days, stood in the doorway and looked at her niece indifferently, although she also thought the piano piece was good. But after she learned that her husband had prepared a gift for her, she vowed never to listen to Suwon's tunes again to avoid her husband's anger. In her eyes, her husband is the most important thing. Lu Ruyan looked at her sister-in-law and helplessly got up and closed the piano. She had received word from Elsa that Hanks, the titan of the piano world, would be coming to Kyushu in a while, and the purpose is simple. It's Suwon. She also just received the news this afternoon. She was now debating whether or not to tell Suwon the news, to be appreciated by Hanks and to secretly and personally move to Kyushu in order to take Suwon as a disciple. As long as Suwon maintained his level and became Hanks' shut-in disciple, in the future, both Suwon's status and wealth would reach levels unimaginable to ordinary people. She should have felt happy for Suwon if she was to judge by the fact that the two of them had been chatting online as friends for the better part of a year. With Hank's blessing, Suwon wouldn't worry about money, didn't need to run errands for people to make money anymore, and didn't need to worry that rich kids like Chen Yilin would find him in trouble. In the future he will meet people who will respect him, appreciate his talent, and allow him to get rid of his peasant status once and for all. Available at Ruyan Lu couldn't feel happy. Although he himself had been chatting with Suwon online, the two of them hadn't actually made any progress. The chat between the two was more like a misunderstanding. $20 for 2 songs. It was as if the friendship between the two just cancelled each other out. Qi Ningxue looked at Lu Ruyan's disoriented appearance and spat out 2 words in contempt. Out of breath. She could see that Suwon simply did not have the idea of pursuing Ruyan Lu, and the so-called online love between the two was a complete misunderstanding. Obviously that young man Suwon was still very self-aware, but people put it down. And it's amazing that this niece of theirs has gone off the deep end. Can you be as decisive as your sister-in-law me? It's just men, isn't it? Haven't seen how many men your sister-in-law turns down every day. Qi Ningxue indifferently dropped 2 words and twisted her head back to her room to rest. Catch some sleep. Hurry back to school tomorrow. Suwon played Star Trek several times, and let out all his pent-up emotions. These complaining emotions were also human, and Suwon was lucky to still be able to come to this world with the memories of his previous life. Suwon hadn't realized that there were 2 extra people inside the piano room until now, and he pulled out his phone to turn on the recording mode, and then played carefully for the last time. As the last note of the zither rune fell, Suwon let out a long breath of relief. In the darkness, Gao Lan and Sister Yuan were both confused. Although Gao Lan didn't know much about the piano, she knew that the difficulty and depth of this piano piece could crush most of the piano pieces on the market. Not even Summerfield or The Wind Rises, which are blowing up right now, can compare. During the time the 2 sisters stood in the darkness listening quietly, they both had a feeling. They're soaring through the universe. Only the unknown and magnificent universe can give them such feelings. Chen Yuyu, being a piano lover, was even more aware of what Suwan's piano piece represented. World class. Unquestionably world class. Chen Yuyu has been studying piano since she was a child, and now for 15 or 16 years, she has listened to countless piano pieces. The only piano piece that might have given her such a shock was this one. It's a spiritual treat like no other. Suwon, is he really just a kid from the countryside? Chen Yuyu covered her mouth. She didn't even dare to make excessive breathing sounds as she listened. Sitting in front of the piano, Suwon took out his cell phone and after ending the recording he replayed it. After ensuring that there were no problems, Suwon got up and tried to turn on the lights in the piano room, but he turned his head. Holy shit! 2 large and small figures stood by the door of the room in the darkness. Suwon felt his breath leak half a beat as he hurriedly opened his cell phone to the duo. Sister round. Gao Lan. Chen Yuyu Suwon naturally recognizes, and he also remembers Gao Lan who had dinner together last night. Gao Lan turned on the lights of the piano room. The room was instantly bright. All 3 of them subconsciously squinted their eyes and looked at each other. When did you get here? Suwon looked at the duo bitterly. He really didn't want anyone to know about his piano playing, especially the piano piece Star Trek. If it was exposed, in reference to the first 2 piano pieces, one's peaceful life would inevitably be interrupted. He doesn't want to be famous. He just wants to be a quiet student, get a good job after graduation, and marry a not so pretty but virtuous wife. After Chen Yuyu adapted to the light in front of her, she looked at Suwon with her eyes straight up. She swore that from now on, Suwon was her god, the real god. The faculty of New Haven University is very strong, and the teachers of all subjects in it are among the top teachers in the country, including the piano teacher who taught them, especially his own president's personal teacher, Elsa. That's more of a piano ceiling figure, but Chen Yuyu could touch her huge conscience and swear. In front of Suwon, they were really nothing. The fingering of the playing, the languidness of the tune, and especially the fact that after turning on the lights he saw the sheet music Suwon had written out. There was no doubt that it was highly likely that Suwon had composed the tune alone. Genius. A true genius. Even in front of Suan's talent, Chen Yuyu was extremely disrespectful and used Lu Ruyan as a comparison. Able to. The light of a firefly cannot be compared to the white moon. The two put together. That's all an insult to Suan's talent. Gao Lan took a deep breath as she looked at Suan with a complicated expression. Suan, I don't think what Tian Tian said is actually right. Suan? Gao Lan walked up and looked at the sheet music Suan had placed on the piano. She picked it up and looked at it. These rich kids basically learned all kinds of musical instruments when they were young because of their families. So naturally they could read pentatonic music. Is this another one of your own originals? Suan touched his nose and nodded awkwardly. There was no need for him to lie in this situation now. A day? Suan looked at Gao Lan's shocked appearance as he took a deep breath and nodded. It just suddenly came to feel. Suan sighed a little tiredly and sat down on the piano bench. Done. If you can't hide it, you'll have to re-record another piano song yourself. But looking at Gao Lan and Sister Yuan in this state, could he still have a chance to quietly touch the piano room? It's too expensive to rent a professional piano room off campus, and you run the risk of having your music stolen. Suan rubbed his face in some pain. Gao Lan's hand trembled slightly as he held the pentatonic score. One day, maybe not even half a day, and Suan had written such a stunning piano piece. Sometimes people really are more different than pigs. At this moment, Chen Yuyu looked at the sheet music in front of her and stared with wide eyes. Even if she covered her mouth with her other hand, she still couldn't hide her exclamation. Gao Lan looked at Chen Yuyu inquiring suspiciously. What's wrong? Chen Yuyu gripped the sheet music in her hands and stared at Suan with wide-eyed horror. Suan, he even wrote a concerto version of the score. Chen Yuyu excitedly held the sheet music in front of her, her breathing obviously much thicker. And according to the concerto version of the score composed by Suan, it seems like the piece should be played on a $10 million church organ. Chen Yuyu's cute-pilled head swayed as she looked at Suan with a gaze like a devout pilgrim. It's hard for me to describe this moment. But Suan, this song is sure to catch fire. You're going to be rich. You're going to be a millionaire composer, pianist. Suan, you can stop being so tired. Gao Lan looked down at the silent Suan. She felt like maybe she and Tian Tian didn't have the right opinion of Suan. Suan doesn't seem to be soft. Is this a genius isolation on his part? Gao Lan said softly. Suan, I'm sorry that Tian Tian and I questioned your talent. The two piano pieces, Summer Fields and The Wind Rises, Tata and I always thought you composed them because of luck. But now it seems we were dead wrong. Ruyan is right. Your tune is indeed worth $10 million. This song, $30 million. I'm willing to pay $30 million for a buyout if you're willing. Chen Yuyu slightly opened her small mouth. Her family was an ordinary middle-class family. Her parents' annual income was only around $2 million a year. A few tens of thousands, a few hundred thousand she was able to take a moment. But 30 million, that would be the dream number. As for Summer Fields as well as The Wind Rises, were these two tunes also composed by Suan? She's not surprised, just wondering why the internet is buzzing about a tune written by Yilan Chen. Suan sat in his chair and shook his head in silence. I'm sorry, but this is a tune I was going to give away. As things stood, Suan still wanted to try and communicate with the duo. And I don't want to sell tunes, at least not right now. I don't want people to know either. Suan looked at the two girls and said with a serious gaze. Chen Yuyu looked at Suan with wide eyes, inquiring curiously. Suan, are you trying to make a splash? It's that kind of thing, pretending to be a pig in a poke with the idea of hitting the big time someday? Chen Yuyu held the sheet music and looked at Suan with an astonished face. In his eyes Suan was the kind of sweeper, or a genius, are uniquely withdrawn and unwilling to let outsiders notice them. Suan rolled his eyes. Sister Round, you're talking about something. I just think that I'm still a student, and my task nowadays is still to study hard. Chen Yuyu oohed and awed twice, but she still felt that Suan's situation should fall into the category of genius isolation. I'm fine with that. I'm sure I won't say anything, but you have to promise me that if you have any more good tunes, you'll let me know first thing. Suan looked at Chen Yuyu with some surprise. He didn't expect Chen Yuyu to agree so readily. Although Chen Yuyu is a person with a big personality, she is still very trustworthy, and she will basically do what she promised. Suan gazed at Gao Lan. Gao Lan didn't rush to reply to Suan. Such a demonic genius. Did he really not want to make a splash? Even if he didn't want to be famous, Suan was obviously short of money, and through by Yu Wei and Lu Ruyan's descriptions, both she and Xian Tian knew that Suan's family wasn't well off. An orphan. Even the house inside the home is an adobe. The only thing that may be holding up is Suan's talent on the piano. At this point in time Suan should be trying to find ways to utilize the talent of the piano in exchange for money. And just because Suan is so good now, it doesn't mean that Suan will still have such exceptional talent in a few years. Gao Lan looked at Suan and inquired about his doubts. Suan looked at Gao Lan in silence for a long time, and finally came up with an explanation. My parents used to teach me before they died. Man, keep your feet on the ground. They are ordinary farmers who may not have read a single book in their lives, or even written their own names. But I think that's a good point. As to whether or not my talent will be due to the passage of time, that's a good question. And that's why I didn't want to go public. Chen Yilin said he wrote the tunes. So he wrote them, and if after graduation I realize I can't support myself, I'll consider selling them then. Suan looked at Gao Lan and said expectantly, Senior sister Gao, just do me a favor. I really don't want too much attention. As for the song, I'm using it to give it to a friend. In the future, if you hear of it on other occasions, I would also ask you both not to say my name. Gao Lan and Chen Yuyu both subconsciously looked at Suan and asked after him. For a friend? Men and women? Suan looked at the two steeped in gossip and scratched his head without daring to say anything. Through his experience of gluing himself to women in his last life, Suan could be sure that Snow was a woman. And through the chat, Suan also felt that the other party was most likely a sickly girl. If she knew her information, she might do something. Suan just looked at the duo expectantly. High school sister. Sister round. This matter is quite important to me. Can you help keep it a secret? If I become rich in the future, I will definitely return the favor. Chen Yuyu tossed her pill head and nodded. Her tutelage is still very good. And through this incident today she extraordinarily admires Suan. For Suan's request she naturally agreed to it in one mouthful. Gao Lan looked at Suan and nodded slightly. Where's Ruyan and Yoi? They're still quite interested in you. You don't want them to know either? Suan looked at the interested Gao Lan for a moment of contemplation and nodded. Aha! Suan pacified Gao Lan and Sister Yuan. After returning the key to Sister Yuan, Suan clutched a pile of sheet music and sneaked back to his dormitory. Gao Lan frowned at Suan's fearful appearance. Could it be that Suan was really just unwilling to display his talent? Genius quirk? Chen Yuyu was mindlessly reminiscing about the sound of the zither just now. Since she had promised Suan to keep the secret, she was definitely willing to do so. Moreover, if he knew the secret, he could still ask Suan about it in the future if there was anything he didn't understand. Especially since Suan could still be the first to hear it himself if he ever created a tune on a whim. Chen Yuyu was very satisfied with today's harvest. Gao Lan shook her head in disbelief, escorting the timid Chen Yuyu back to the dormitory. Early the next morning, Suan brought his cell phone and borrowed the school's computer to compress the photos into a zip package and send it to Shui. Incidentally, Suan also gave the other side of the so-called company some advice. Of course, these are the general direction. Suan is not sure that his previous life to understand those business models are all feasible, but are ready to cut off contact. Suan is still kind to tell each other. What follows is a 5-minute long audio. Suan looked at the message that had been sent and let out a long sigh. It's been quite a long conversation. However, in order to avoid any accidents, Suan still said ruthlessly, "It's been a busy time. The tune is for you. Remember to register the patent yourself." The other party seemed to be still up, and Suan didn't care, turning off his computer and starting to run errands. By Yu Wei and Sister Yuan, as well as some of the old customers, they had all ordered breakfast in advance. Suan went to the cafeteria to run errands to buy breakfast according to their requirements after he finished his work. At this moment, Qin Ningxue was driving her niece Lu Ruyan. Outside the school gates, a white BMW pulled up in front of the door. Qin Ningxue looked at Lu Ruyan and warned, "Do well in school, also talk to me when Hanks comes over in a little while, and if the other guy is going to do a show, get me 2 tickets. Qin Ningxue had just noticed that her husband had sent a message to her, but she was driving, plus there was a Ruyan Lu sitting beside her. And Qin Ningxue noticed that her husband had sent an audio. This would be the piano music that hubby plays for himself. It's so romantic. Not bad for a husband you've had your eye on. Ruyan Lu looked at her sister-in-law suspiciously. "I thought you didn't like the piano? And why would you want to? You have a boyfriend?" Qin Ningxue looked at her niece and gave a disdainful sneer. "You think they're all like you?" After saying this, Qin Ningxue also ignored Lu Ruyan's reaction and stepped on the gas. The vehicle rushed out. She's going to go home and enjoy the piano music her husband plays for her. "I don't know if I can hear my husband's real voice either. Gigi, hubby, you can't run away from me." On her way home, Qin Ningxue felt that the morning air was sweet. Returning to her home, Qin Ningxue closed the door and couldn't wait to lie down on the sofa, clicking on the audio file Suan had sent. Qin Ningxue was a little excited as she hugged her pillow, her beautiful eyes staring earnestly at the cell phone in front of her. The melodious sound of a piano came, and Qin Ningxue's eyes immediately glared round. Although Qin Ningxue didn't have Ruyan's talent, she had likewise studied piano and had passed the 9th grade. The nymphomania in Qin Ningxue's eyes completely receded along with the surprisingly climactic part of the tune. He wondered who actually wrote the tune and who played it on the recording, but she is certain that the piano music belongs to the world class. and she had accompanied Ruyan Lu to so many concerts and had never heard this piano piece. Qi Ningxue's breathing became ragged. She was now overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Whether this piano piece was original to her husband or not, the fact that he was able to get such a high-quality piano piece meant that there might be a powerful force behind her husband. This strength far exceeded the limits of the new sea, and it was highly likely that it was a young master of one of the families in Kyoto City. Qi Ningxue's face was a bit ugly. She did want her husband to be stronger than she was, but if she was really so strong that she could only struggle to hold her head up before she could barely see the other's heels, the difference in status was too great. Qi Ningxue could only hope that her husband was really an out-of-this-world piano genius. But what could be the odds of that? Qi Ningxue sprawled on the sofa with her pillow, quietly listening to the sound of the piano music. The stirring sound of the piano struck her heart with a single blow, each one making her love for her husband grow very strong. After listening to it several times, Qi Ningxue carefully held up her cell phone, and her husband didn't just send an audio file, but also a zip package, and a large paragraph of words. It probably meant that he was going to be busy during this period of time and might be slow to return messages. And he had prepared some suggestions for Qi Ningxue to govern the company in advance. In a few years of chatting, Qi Ningxue also knew that the other party would occasionally be busy for a while, and basically did not reply to messages. Qi Ningxue watched as if she was mesmerized, not by how perfect and good her husband was talking about, but by how much she was intoxicated by her husband's concern for her. This concern is not mixed with any hint of interest, just pure concern, the simplest of hang-ups. Qi Ningxue's love for her husband grew deeper and more vigorous. After carefully reading the message sent by Suan a few times, Qi Ningxue did learn a lot, and many of the suggestions for governing the company as well as the views on the future market were very visionary. Sure enough, his own husband was not an ordinary person. He definitely had an extremely powerful background. Qi Ningxue hugged her cell phone to her study, cheering herself up as she walked. You are not so bad yourself. You must try to match your husband. After unzipping the zip package Suan had given him, the densely packed sheet music appeared in front of Qi Ningxue. Each sheet of music Suan wrote its function and the corresponding instrument in the upper right corner. Suan gave two kinds of scores, one for piano and one for concerto, which means that an orchestra is needed to accompany it. Qi Ningxue's eyes lit up. With the sheet music they can check who registered the patent, so that they can follow the trail to check the real identity of their husband. But after Qi Ningxue had checked for half a day, she still hadn't found any useful information. It wasn't until then that Qi Ningxue reacted. This world-class piano piece, the other party is really giving it to himself. He made it a point to record the tune and gave himself the sheet music. Incidentally, for the concerto version, is really let himself to register the patent. This piece of music in the piano world less said worth tens of millions of dollars. He really just gave himself. Qi Ningxue didn't dare to think how much the other party had spent in order to make a top artist compromise, give up the tune he had worked so hard to compose, and let his heart's blood become a gift to be given away. How much energy does it take? Qi Ningxue didn't dare to think, nor could she guess. But at the moment her urgency to know her husband's identity was at its peak. It can't go on like this for much longer. Qi Ningxue sent several messages the other party did not reply. She simply contacted the hacker to check the other party's specific address. This time, Qi Ningxue is not going to back down. She is going to take the initiative and pursue her true love. Suan didn't know what was going on in Netsuke's head, but at least he could clear his head brightly for a while. He buys breakfast for his regular customers, as is his custom. A top Kyushu institution like New Sea University was good. Not only was the faculty strong, but most of the students were quite wealthy, and learning that they could spend a little bit of money to not have to go downstairs to buy breakfast, they were still in high demand. But breakfast was basically all female students, and the men were still awake. Male students usually power up at noon and in the evening, and Suan wasn't in a hurry to buy a batch of breakfast and pick up a batch of delivery. It then began to help the new female students carry their luggage to the dormitory building. Suan's fees were always fair, plus Suan was handsome and worked well, and was loved by his female classmates. After working until the afternoon, Suan had already made a small profit of more than $200 in his hand. That's $6,000 a month if you get that much every day. Suan returned to the dormitory, took a shower and changed into a set of clothes, and ate some snacks to replenish his energy. There should be another group of new female students arriving in the evening. Another small profit. Suan was thinking prettily when a message suddenly came from his cell phone. Ruyan Lu? Suan looked at the private account with some confusion. What's going on? What was Ruyan Lu looking for herself for? Suan's face was full of questions, but he took a look anyway. Free? Why? There's something to talk to you about. I'm in the boys' dormitory. Where are you? Let me come find you. You open the door. Suan? Suan still got up and opened the door to his room. Outside the door, Lu Ruyan's upper body was a white dress, her lower body was wearing a long skirt, her black and beautiful hair was tied up, and her whole person was bright and charming. She didn't know how long she had been standing outside the door with a number of people in the hallway watching her. Ruyan Lu didn't care about these people. She had long since gotten used to the fact that wherever she went over the years, there would be countless people's eyes on her. Seeing the door to Suan's dormitory open, Ruyan Lu didn't have the courtesy to walk straight in. There was no odor inside the dormitory. Instead, because Suan had just finished taking a shower, there was also a fresh scent of soap, and the beds were all cleaned, and the bed Suan himself slept in was even cleaner. Suan looked at Ruyan Lu in disbelief. It's not. Could it be that Goddess Ruyan really chatted out her feelings with herself? Suan looked at Ruyan Lu awkwardly. He really didn't dare to ask the words. Ruyan Lu seemed to have guessed what Su Xian was thinking as she pulled out a chair for herself and sat down. Don't think too much about it. I'm here to tell you something today. My teacher. Do you remember? The foreigner who ate strawberries with us at your house the other day. Suan nodded. Although Elsa was not young, she was indeed very pretty. He naturally remembered. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan and said blandly, Elsa is the piano teacher my father hired for me, and Elsa's teacher's name is Hanks. Hanks, one of the top 10 pianists in the world. Suan's gaze slightly condensed. This person he really knew. Not that he knew much about the piano world in this world, but there were slogans and pictures of Hanks right inside the piano room. Roughly something along the lines of hard work makes up for hard work. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan and continued. Mr. Hanks has his eye on you. He's prepared to come over personally to accept you as a close disciple. There was no extra emotion in Ruyan Lu's voice, just a cold account of the matter. The matter is still in the confidentiality stage, as the formalities and things about Mr. Hanks' medical team should take another 7 days or so. You will be Hanks' closest disciple for as long as you want. Ruyan Lu sighed silently in her heart. No one could resist this temptation. Not even her, I'm afraid. Hanks. This is Hanks. The existence of a titan in the piano world. Suan's family was so poor that he wouldn't refuse as long as he came over in person to take on a student. Absolutely not. I refuse. Suan then didn't even bother to talk to Ruyan Lu about the reason and said bluntly, please tell Mr. Hanks, Willow Senpai, that I don't want to be his so-called close disciple. I'm not interested in piano. I just want to do well in school. Suan took a sip of water and said casually. He didn't bother to go abroad to learn how to play the piano. He had a shit talent for the piano, but it was just the foundation he practiced in his previous life. Plus he still remembered quite a few famous tunes, creating a false impression to outsiders that Suan was very strong. Actually, only Suan was clear that he was an ordinary person. Instead of your own careful daily disguise, you should live brightly. Shanghai University graduates' wages are not low. Mixed a few $100,000 a year. Save some money to find a small county to buy a suite. We will honestly eat interest later. If you can't, you can still copy Delu's brainchild in your spare time and make a little money to get by. Isn't this godly life better than mixing piano circles? Willow Ruyan? Suan, haven't I made myself clear enough? Hanks, one of the world's top 10 pianists, has come to Kyushu to take you on as his disciple. Ruyan Lu frowned as she looked at Suan, and she was truly persuasive from the bottom of her heart. Suan, all you have to do is become his disciple, and you'll never need to worry about money or status again. Hanks has never married in his life and has no children, and as a close disciple, you're the equivalent of his own son. If you're really worried about money, I can lend you some money up front. Suan, don't get carried away. Suan looked at the somewhat agitated Lu Ruyan in dismay. Sister Willow, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not worried about the money, and I'm well aware that I could have wealth and status I can't imagine today if I agree to become Hank's so-called closest disciple. But, so what? Suan said indifferently as he looked at Ruyan Lu, piano titan, one of the top 10 pianists. So what? Because of all this I am going to tend to the world, and because of all this I am going to become his disciple. Besides, what makes you think I would want to get money and status? Suan didn't dare to look directly into Ruyan Lu's eyes and just said to himself, I have a lot of respect for Hanks, but I also have a lot of respect for my dreams. If I'm a student of New C now, then I'm a student of New C, and everything will have to wait until I graduate. So I really don't want to be Hank's apprentice. Suan finished, and breathed a sigh of relief himself. That's a far-fetched reason, but it's okay in general. In his last life, he had served a rich woman to death, and he didn't want to serve a rich man in his life. Not interested. Not to mention that Hanks was a titan of the piano world, even if it was Beethoven. Suan at most went up to ask for an autograph and took a picture and then slipped away. When your disciple follows you around to study piano for the rest of his life? I'm sorry, I might as well make more money, buy more houses, save more money, and lie at home every day waiting to collect rent and eat interest. Ruyan Lu looked straight at Suan. Suan, Perhaps because he had just taken a shower and the hair on his head had not yet dried, wore a clean body shirt on his upper body, and underneath was a pair of shorts, with a pair of slippers on his feet, looking at a very ordinary dress, but with Suen's face is still very handsome. Ruyan Lu could say very responsibly that Suen's looks were definitely the top group in Shanghai. She could also understand why so many girls liked to have Suen run errands. Perhaps Suen was poor, but spending a few dollars to have a handsome man run errands for him was indeed a delightful thing. She didn't continue to persuade any further. The current Suen hadn't realized what Hanks stood for. Perhaps he had merely heard of Hanks and didn't yet know what the 3 words Hanks really meant. He might change his mind when he sees Hanks in person. The dormitory was quiet for a moment. Ruyan Lu pondered what else she wanted to ask Suen next. Suen was pondering what reason to find to tell Ruyan Lu to get lost. Since ancient times, redheads have been a scourge. He admired Ruyan Lu's looks, but that was all they were. He's Suen. I've seen a lot of rich women, so my self-control is still very good. I'm not a beginner who can't move when he sees a pretty girl. At that moment, a knock came from outside Suen's door. Chen Yuyu cautiously opened her mouth outside the door and inquired, Suen, are you there? Ruyan Lu looked at Suen suspiciously. As the president of the piano club, she naturally heard that it was the voice of her own vice president. Suen answered and opened the door to see Sister Yuan with an embarrassed smile on her face. However, when Chen Yuyu saw her president staring at her with a puzzled face, Chen Yuyu immediately froze. Does it say, the piano piece Suen wrote yesterday was for the president? Seems about right. After all, the president was the top goddess recognized by the boys inside the school, and it was only natural for Suen to want to offer her his attentions. But didn't Sister Gaolan say that Suen and Ruyan Lu knew each other? That doesn't make them secretive. Although Chen Yuyu was puzzled, she still greeted the president. Ruyan Lu didn't explain anything too much as she opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. Yo, what do you want with Suen? Chen Yuyu looked at the president and shyly explained. President, I've heard that Suen is better at the piano, so I came to ask Suen if he has time, and I'd like Suen to be my teacher. Chen Yuyu thought hard for a long time last night. She really couldn't forget the shock that Suen's piano song brought to her. Even at night when she dreamed, Chen Yuyu's mind would ring with the melody in the piano room. So when she learned that Suen had returned to the dormitory, she came over to ask Suen if he was willing to be her piano teacher. Ruyan Lu nodded, leaving no trace as she looked at Suen. Although she hadn't said anything, Suen could clearly feel that if she agreed, Ruyan Lu was afraid that she would go into a rampage. Suen looked at Chen Yuyu and scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Sister Round. I really don't have much interest in the piano right now, or you can find someone else. I'm also weak in basic skills, so if you do seek me out, we won't know who's teaching who when the time comes. Chen Yuyu looked at Suen, then at Lu Ruyan, and she deflated her mouth in some aggravation. She understood that it must be because Suen wanted to pursue the president, so Suen was deliberately distancing herself, but she really just wanted to learn more from Suen, and that piano piece last night really blew her away. Especially after learning that the 2 piano pieces Summer Fields and The Wind Rises were also composed by Suen. His admiration for Suen grew stronger. In her eyes, Suen was a first-class genius, an absolute piano genius, and she could definitely learn a lot by walking around with Suen more. But since Suen was unwilling to do so, she had no choice but to nod her head in resignation. Suen saw this aggrieved look of Chen Yuyu. He suffocated and covered his forehead. He still has secrets in people. He can't offend her to death. Let's put it this way. Sister Round, although I can't practice with you at a fixed time every day, if I have time, we'll explore it together. Well, Chen Yuyu, who was originally quite lost, heard Suen say this, and her eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, just let me know when you get there. Other than my major classes, I'm basically over at the piano room the rest of the time. Suen nodded her head, and Chen Yuyu, who had gotten Suen's promise, didn't stay for long, as she greeted Lu Ruyan and cheerfully went back. Ruyan Lu looked at Suen. She was just about to say something when there was a knock on the door of the room she had just closed. This time it's Qian Tian and Gaolan. Suen opened the door and subconsciously frowned when he saw the duo. Because he saw the checkbook and the contract in Qian Tian's hand, the duo didn't hesitate to open the door when they saw Suen, and directly stepped inside. Lu Ruyan frowned as she looked at the duo. She wasn't sure what Gaolan and Qian Tian had to do with Suen. As soon as Gaolan and Qian Tian entered the door, they saw Lu Ruyan, who was staring at the duo with a cold face. Gaolan looked at Ruyan Lu in surprise. Ruyan, what are you doing here? Lu Ruyan noticed the checkbook and contract documents in Qian Tian's hand and probably guessed the purpose of the duo's visit. Her face softened a lot. I've come to talk to Suen about something, said Lu Ruyan. Also did not hide the two, so she briefly told the two about Hanks. Hearing that Hanks wanted to take Suen as his disciple, Gaolan and Qian Tian both opened their mouths in surprise. Gao Lan was okay. She was extremely shocked last night when she heard Suan play that piano piece. Coupled with his family situation, he was so good without having received an orthodox piano education, not to mention Suan, who had received an orthodox education. At that time, Suan didn't know how powerful he could be. As for Chanticleer, he sighed. Originally, I was thinking of dragging Gowland over to talk to Suan. The two piano pieces Summer Fields and The Wind Rises are really good. I think they are very commercially viable. Even if they are not used, I would like to buy them and give them to Ruyans. But Suan is about to become a close disciple of the grand pianist, so I'm afraid I can't afford this price. Xian Tian collected the checkbook contract, then looked at Suan and snickered. Grand pianist Su, don't forget us after you've succeeded abroad. And then someday if we go out and act like assholes with your name, don't tear us down. The closed-door disciple of the famous pianist Hanks, a status that was also very prestigious in their circle of rich kids. A pianist of Hanks' caliber knew and befriended powerful people or multinational conglomerates, and as his disciple, Suan's status naturally rose, not to mention a tiny Chen Yilan. When Suan's position was completely solidified and he had a reputation, even Chen Yilan's father would have to be polite when he saw Suan, but Suan's next sentence gave the duo a direct price bell. I'm not going to be Hanks' apprentice. Quite pointless. Suan's words did not cause Gao Lan and Xian Tian to inquire. Instead, the two of them just looked at Suan in silence. Head over heels? Stupid? The two said in unison. Hanks, the best in the piano world. What are you worried about with him? Other than that, although you're now gifted and write great piano music, that's a hit when you put it out there. The highest we'll offer you is $5 million, $10 million. But if you're Hanks' protege, the shut-in of a world-renowned pianist, then one of your piano pieces is worth $50 million as soon as it comes out. This is not alarmist talk. After all, many of Hanks' piano pieces cost tens of millions of dollars just to use, not to mention buyouts like Suan's, which naturally cost even more. Suan was too lazy to explain. He skimmed his lips and sat in silence. Ruyan Lu watched Suan eat his words with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. But before they could react, the door to Suan's dormitory room was pushed open from outside. Bai Yue was about to enter the door with a document in her mouth and a lollipop in her mouth when she saw the room full of 4 people sitting inside. Ruyan Lu, Gao Lan, Qian Tian, and Suan. Bai Yue blinked her eyes and looked at them curiously. What's wrong with you guys? Why are they all in Suan's dormitory? Lu Ruyan looked at the documents in Bai Yue's hands and took the initiative to open her mouth to inquire. What about you? What are you doing here looking for Suan? Bai Yue also didn't pay attention to Lu Ruyan digressing from the topic, but instead said to herself, this is the special needs student application grant I got from my second uncle's side. There's also the merit student poverty grant. The special needs students side waived all of Suan's tuition and fees, and Suan only had to pay half of the money for housing and utilities. The exceptional student poverty grant is a fixed daily limit on your Suan's meal card. $5 for breakfast, $10 for lunch, and $12 for dinner. As long as you don't exceed this spending limit, Suan, you won't be charged for swiping your meal card inside the school cafeteria, said Bai Yue as she handed the information to Suan. Just grab your application information and fill it out. Your information has been investigated on the school side, as long as you apply. When Suan heard that the amount of tuition had been lowered again, and that his meals at school were nearly free, he immediately took the paperwork and began to fill it out. It's Nusum University. Nusi University. The cafeteria here is good value for money. In 2 words, affordable. But Suan can help the cafeteria aunt and get a free grant. Of course this meal card can help those students to buy food. This would give himself an additional $27 a day, which would be a lot of money a month. Suan gave a few serious words of gratitude to Bai Yue. If she hadn't been on her own, she really wouldn't have been able to take down this level of subsidy. Bai Yue shyly waved her hand and said, asking about the other 3. Why are you all here? Lu Ruyan. Several people didn't hide it, and each said a little about their purpose. Ruyan Lu informed Suan about Hanks, and Gao Lan and Xian Tian want to find Suan to buy the tunes. They both think that Ruyan Lu, who is a piano lover, likes the 2 tunes so much that they want to purchase them and then give them to Ruyan Lu. Bai Yue only reacted when she heard the 2 say this. In a while it seems like it will be Ruyan Lu's birthday. It's time to think about the matter of giving Ruyan Lu a gift. A few women were chattering away in Suan's room, and Suan was lying on the table, carefully filling out the application form. There are still 2 years. With this, even if Bai Yue leaves school, the school does not give himself such a good subsidy, then he can save a lot of money. Suan looked at the neatly filled out application form and nodded with satisfaction, at which time Bai Yue looked at Suan excitedly and twisted her crotch that didn't have much to look at. Suan, I've saved you so much money. It's not too much for you to treat the 4 of us sisters to a meal. Suan nodded. Not too much. Bai Yue clenched her small fists in satisfaction. Well then, it's not too much to ask that you find a place and buy us dinner tonight. Okay. Suwon had just said it when a scornful taunt suddenly came from outside the door. Dinner? Suwon, you poor bastard. Who can you afford to invite to dinner? Chen Yilin stuck his hands in his pockets and kicked open the door to the room, and was holding his head high and preparing to teach Suwon a lesson when he suddenly noticed the other 4 beautiful women in the room. The most dazzling among them was naturally Lu Ruyan, and at the moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The few juniors behind Chen Yilin also took an awkward step back. These people were not fools. They knew very well that it could be too easy for the 4 families, the Lu family, the Bai family, the Gao family, and the Qian family, to pinch them to death. Chen Yilin also awkwardly pulled his hands out of his pockets. His mindset corrected. Lu Ruyan and the 4 of them were all originally going to leave, and when they saw how arrogant Chen Yilin was, the faces of several people instantly turned cold. Maybe that's the secret protective streak in every woman. Moreover, Chen Yilin was really too much, even leading people to break into Suwon's dormitory. If they weren't all there today, would Chen Yilin still be bullying Suwon? Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Yilin's beat-up appearance and looked at him with icy eyes. Chen Yilin, you better not be okay. When Chen Yilin saw how Lu Ruyan was really angry, a rare expression of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he quickly reacted. No, Ruyan, you are mine. You can only be mine. Why were you in Suwon's dormitory? Chen Yilin reacted, and his gaze toward Suwon was immediately filled with killing intent. He had been pursuing Ruyan Lu for many years, and although he had been changing girlfriends over the years, he had always considered Ruyan Lu to be his own. No one can rob. No one is entitled to rob with themselves. It wasn't that there hadn't been competitors over the years, but as long as those competitors dared to venture out, he, Chen Yilin, wouldn't mind stepping in to teach the other party a hard lesson. And even then, those competitors had only shown their emotions towards Ruyan Lu in public. But now, Ruyan Lu unexpectedly appeared in Suwon's dormitory. How could Chen Yilin stand it? He looked at Suwon with a grim gaze, originally prepared to make Suwon give in and give the 2 songs to himself, and let this matter go, so that the persona he had set up outside would be completely stable and not broken. But he didn't expect to unexpectedly discover this time that the relationship between Ruyan Lu and Suwon didn't seem to be that simple. Originally, she had thought that Ruyan Lu and Suwon's dinner was also for those 2 piano pieces, but now it seems, is this kid being admired by Ruyan for his talent on the piano? Just thinking about this, Chen Yilin looked at Suwon and narrowed his eyes slightly as he swore in his heart. This son must not be kept. Misunderstanding, young Chen, misunderstanding. Looking at Chen Yilin's look of hating to eat himself, Suwon said helplessly, sure enough, or is it a red herring? In his last life, Suwon had fallen on a woman, and this time, he categorically could not fall on a woman again. Suwon desperately tried to explain. Young Chen, it's like this. School sister Bai came over to deliver the subsidy. Sister Gao and Sister Qian came over to talk about piano music. Ryu Senpai also came over to talk about the piano music. Among the 4 women, Gao Lan had the most straightforward personality, and when she saw Suwon still explaining, she slapped on Suwon's shoulder and said with dissatisfaction, Suwon, why are you afraid of this goon? Hanks is all set to take you in as a close disciple, so as long as you nod your head and Hanks becomes your teacher, you'll never have to be afraid of this guy again. Bai Yue nodded on the sidelines. That's it. Lu Ruyan looked at Suwon lightly biting her silver teeth. She always felt that it was not right. Chen Yilin was a playboy and a bitchy person, but according to reason, Suwon was not stupid. He only had to think hard enough to analyze the situation before him. Whether they sold the tune to themselves or contacted Hanks through themselves, the few of them would be able to help Suwon hold off Chen Yilin. Not to mention Hanks. That's a close relationship with the royal family in the West. Plus Hanks has a good friendship with all the major consortiums. As long as Suwon wanted to get rid of the threat of Chen Yilin, there were countless ways to do so. All he needs is, Ruyan Lu suddenly thought of the key point. This guy, he didn't want to be famous at all. He didn't want to be a famous pianist. Would he really want to waste his talent, graduate from New Sea, and then go out and get a job? Chen Yilin looked at Suwon and snorted coldly. However, when he heard that Hanks wanted to accept him as a disciple, Chen Yilin was still a bit wary. After all, Hanks' reputation in the West was still very high, and his own family's main business was still the business of foreign trade ports. But does that scare him? Chen Yilin, the goddess that he had been pursuing so hard, was obviously interested in Suwon. Not to mention whether or not a person like Hanks would accept Suwon as a close disciple. Even if he did, it would be a matter for the future. Right now Suwon isn't. Suwon, I thought I was pretty good to you. I didn't think you'd pry me away. The purpose of Chen Yilin's visit today is the piano music. Incidentally, let Suwon try to set Lu Ruyan's preferences, and he himself will look for the opportunity to have a grand confession to Lu Ruyan at the beginning of the school year. His plan was to get the patents for those 2 piano pieces so that he could affirm with honor that the piano pieces were his own. I didn't expect that. His own goddess had actually taken an interest in Suan, a mudblood from the countryside. In that case, it might as well be torn up. Chen Yilin looked at Suan with indignation, then turned her head to look at the other 4 girls. Ha ha ha. Do you guys think I'm hateful? Do you guys think Suan is aggravated? Let me tell you, Ruyan, the scenes of confessions I've given you over the years, every word of love I've said to you, and the scenes of chance encounters were all planned for me by Suan. Every time, every sentence. And you guys, Bai Yue, Gao Lan, Qian Tian Tian, have you guys noticed that the confession scenes your suitors have created for you over the past 2 years have been very romantic? Ha! It was all arranged and planned by Suan. A confession planning. $300. Suan could work for a whole day for this confession. Remember that confession where I bought 100,000 roses, both the placement and purchase of the flowers, all of which were Suan. It's all single-handedly operated by Suan. This is the man you're trying to protect? What can't Suan do for money? Do you guys really think he's so innocent and humble? That he's a mudblood with nothing but money in his eyes? Chen Yilin is not afraid of losing face. Anyway, here are all the rich second generation. We are all in a circle. He is more than this is embarrassing. But Suan is nothing. An orphan. Not considering these 4 women. Out of this school door Suan will die a violent death. Chen Yilin hissed and was in a much more relaxed mood as he looked at Suan indifferently and also looked at the expressions of the 4 girls expectantly. He was curious to know how they people would react when they realized Suanjin's face. Suan poured in a deep breath and explained with a forced smile. What Youngchin said is true, but in his heart, Suan sighed helplessly. In the future to help people plan the confession of things, I am afraid that I have no chance. This piece of business they can earn quite a lot, although $300 can be hired themselves, but most of the things inside their plan are purchased by themselves. You can make a small difference in the price, and women are actually quite concerned about this. As I've experienced with many rich women, women have a harder time with deception than men, especially something as big as a confession. However, Bai Yue almost flashed Suan's old waist when she opened her mouth. Really? Wow Suan, you're pretty good then ugh. No wonder what those people are saying is getting more interesting. I thought they were getting the hang of it. I didn't realize you directed it. You're awesome. Bai Yue was really looking at Suan with some admiration. In addition to Ruyan Lu, the other 3 had quite a few suitors and also had to suffer from all sorts of awkward confession scenes. But to be fair, the confession scenes in these 2 years were indeed much more advanced than before. Gao Lan and Qian Tian Tian were also stunned for just a moment, and then said indifferently, I didn't realize Suan, you're quite versatile. Lu Ruyan stared straight at Suan, and when she saw that everyone had said so, she had no choice but to turn her head indifferently towards Chen Yilin. You even need to get someone else to help you figure out how to confess. What a loser. Yilin Chen. Good. Yes. You don't care about that? He and Lu Ruyan are considered to have grown up together since childhood. Elementary school to university. The 2 have been a school, a class. Other people he does not care. But according to his understanding of Lu Ruyan, she knows that this kind of thing will definitely be very angry. Didn't realize. Chen Yilin gritted her teeth and looked at Suan. There was only one explanation for being able to do so. Ruyan Lu seemed to be genuinely interested in Suan. No way. There has to be a way to fuck him up. Suan sighed deeply. He would have preferred the 4 women to scold themselves together and distance themselves in the process. Nowadays it looked like the 4 women were sheltering themselves. But in reality, it's over. It completely offended Chen Yilin. This guy had a sick love for Ruyan Lu. And Ruyan Lu must have offended this guy to death by sheltering himself so much. Suan looked at the 4 Lu Ruyan people. I've been to college here, so I can't just opt out because of this shit? Suan twisted his head to look at Chen Yilin, who was already red-eyed with anger, and he finally made his choice. Sister Willow, that what? Let's talk about patenting piano music. Suan, don't you dare. Hearing that Suan was going to sell the patent for the piano song to Ruyan Lu, Chen Yilin was instantly anxious. He also played the piano, which he had specially learned in order to pursue Ruyan Lu. Previously, when the 2 piano songs Summer Fields and The Wind Rises were on fire, he saw that the original author didn't say anything, and he played himself to follow the wind, hoping to attract Lu Ruyan's attention. The 2 piano pieces are original, but it's just to attract Ruyan Lu's attention. But he also did not expect these 2 piano songs are so hot. This time because of his own operation he caused no small shock in the piano circle. It's too late when he realizes that the piano piece was originally written by Suan and that Ruyan Lu knew it the entire time. Not wanting to lose his reputation, Chen Yilin had no choice but to buy the patents for the 2 piano pieces at all costs. If Ruyan Lu bought the patents for these 2 piano pieces, once they were published, he himself would become a complete joke. Suan, I'll give you $1 million. Sell me the patent on those 2 piano pieces. That's $1 million enough to keep you clothed and fed for a while, and you won't have to run errands for people all day, and you have gained the friendship of my Chen Yilin. Otherwise, Ruyan Lu impatiently interrupted Chen Yilin. $30 million, and if this guy comes after you, I'll take care of it. Ruyan Lu's gaze was a bit fiery. In her mind, the 2 piano pieces Suan played had a special meaning. In her mind, it was a gift from the online friend she'd been in an online relationship with for most of her life. Whether it was as an end to their relationship or whatever, she only wanted to take the 2 piano pieces, so her opening bid was high. Chen Yilin looked at Lu Ruyan dumbfounded. Ruyan, you're crazy. $30 million. How can these 2 piano pieces be worth $30 million? Ruyan Lu didn't even look at Chen Yilin, but only looked at Suan with a fiery gaze. That's my bottom line. Any higher and it's worthless. Suan nodded. The 2 piano songs were sold for $30 million, although he himself suffered a bit of a loss. But it was fine to solve the trouble of Chen Yilin. Ruyan looked to Chantry. Qian Tian looked inconspicuous, but she was the richest among their juniors because of her excellent management skills and several successful business investments. Tian, you change the contract. You give Suan the money first. I'll transfer it to you later. Qian Tian gave an okay sign and started communicating with Suan. Chen Yilin's face reddened with anger when he saw Suan and the others ignoring him. Suan, how dare you ignore me? Good. Yes. Just you wait, I will make you regret it. Especially you. Suan, I'll show you what happens when you offend me. Lu Ruyan looked at the Chen Yilin who had put in harsh words and snorted disdainfully. Get out. Chen Yilin saw that things had come to this. Lu Ruyan was here, he definitely could not move Suan, and could only leave resentfully. Suan watched this and silently signed this contract under Chen Tian's guidance. He also managed to get a check worth $30 million. As for the matter of patent transfer, naturally someone will do it on behalf of Suan. Suan does not need to go back and forth. Suan was also completely resigned to the fact that the piano piece was bought at a low price. At least he had money now. Bai Yue patted Suan's shoulder and said with a smile, Suan, you're rich now too. You have to arrange a better place to eat at night. Suan collected the check and was just about to nod when Gao Lan sneered from the sidelines. Yes, I didn't realize that all the love stories we've heard in the past 2 years were all by Master Su. Let's drink a little tonight and be grateful to Suan. Bai Yue's character is simple. She can understand that Suan helped other men to think of love words and plan the confession scene for a few $100s, but it's hard for other people to accept it. Especially Ruyan Lu. Seeing that Suan had already finished signing, she nodded her head. Well, drink some. Besides, if it's okay, let's walk you to cash your check. It's a bit of a hassle for you to go through the formalities at the bank alone. A few people from Chen Tian nodded indifferently. School hasn't started yet and there's not much going on, so it's just time to hang out together. Come on. Let's go shopping together. By the way, it's been a long time since our sisters have shopped together. Gao Lan and Bai Yue nodded. There was no woman who didn't like shopping. Suan could be sure that even if they became really rich women in the future, they still very much enjoyed shopping, especially after relaxing. Qian Tian arranged for someone to drive over to pick them up, as they were all VVLP customers of the bank, and with a few of them bringing Suan to cash the check, the process and hassle would be much less. Suan put off a couple of jobs carrying luggage, changed into the clothes Bai Yue had bought for him, and followed the 4 women to the car. $30 million. In my previous life, I was only a few $1,000,000 after my kidneys were dried out. I didn't expect to get $30 million so easily in this life. It would be a lie if Suan wasn't excited, but he was more worried about whether Chen Yilin would find trouble with him in private, although Ruyan Lu promised herself that she would protect herself. According to his understanding of Chen Yilin, this guy would definitely not let himself go. How can a man, especially at this age, tolerate his woman being taken away from him? But Suan's mood suddenly relaxed as he looked at the fragrant scene in front of him. This $30 million is enough to do a lot of things by myself. The big deal is to take a break from school and run away. When you Chen Yilin forget about me, when I completely disappeared from your field of vision for a long enough period of time, then I will come back and continue to go to school. The graduation certificate from Xinhai University was still quite valuable, and Suan wasn't prepared to give it up until he had to. Seeing the $30 million in his bank card, Suan breathed a sigh of relief. Now just expect to keep your head down and just muddle through to graduation. That's a lot of money to live on for the rest of your life. Bai Yue smiled and congratulated from the sidelines. Congratulations to Mr. Su. Congratulations to Mr. Su. Mr. Su is steeply rich. Do you want to be a little bit more atmospheric? How about counting all of today's consumption on your head? Bai Yue and Suan were considered to be the most familiar. The two of them exchanged more because of the errands. Bai Yue and Suan chatted casually. Suan waved his hand righteously. I don't. Bai Yue spat out her tongue and spat out a sentence. Stingy. Suan was silent. In fact, she knew that Bai Yue had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on these 4 sets of clothes she had bought for herself. But in private, he can return this money to Bai Yue, but 4 women shopping for him to pay the bill, at least a few million gone. Suan would rather be shameless than spend the million on pretending. The 4 women didn't say anything. It wasn't like Suan was going to chase after them or have anything to do with them, and asking him to spend money for them for no reason was in itself quite unreasonable. However, it was still possible to have Suan, a big handsome man, carry their bags for free and evaluate them to change into various styles of clothes. In the meantime, Qin Ningxue flew through the company's business and returned home in a hurry. Following the sheet music her husband had sent her, she realized that it wasn't really that hard to play, just a 4 or 5 level of difficulty. But she has limited talent and can't play it well on her own. Qin Ningxue still gave up helplessly after trying several times at home. She had already inquired and the score was not patented, and her husband had explicitly told her to register the patent. Audiovisual recordings are required for registrable patents, especially the concerto piece, which cannot be patented without a full recording. Qin Ningxue was unconvinced and played it again, realizing that it was still intermittent, especially the climax part, which was extremely failed to connect. Qin Ningxue let out a helpless sigh. At this time, he could only let this little girl, Lu Ruyan, come over for a trip. This kind of piano music still needs a piano genius like Ruyan Lu to come over. And Qin Ningxue also wanted to show this niece a good time, what it means to be an online dating partner. His own online love interest that casually sent him a world-class piano piece, especially the concerto version. She's already arranged for someone to find a reliable band, and the husband's address. The hacker said he'd hear something later. The fly rubs its hands together. She plans to get the orchestra to practice the concerto part to become proficient, and then later, after she has contacted her husband offline to familiarize herself with him by concealing her identity, she will ask the orchestra to play the concerto live. When the time came, he himself disclosed the identity of the duo to the other's astonished, incredulous gaze. This was Qin Ningxue's plan. Now, practice familiarizing yourself with the piano part first. As for the song, it's definitely a good idea to keep it under wraps for now to avoid being noticed by her husband. That's why it's important to find someone reliable and trustworthy at this time. When Qin Ningxue called Ruyan Lu's phone, Ruyan Lu and her group were shopping inside the mall. Learning that his sister-in-law had gotten a nice piano piece, Ruyan Lu didn't care. All she knew was that today she finally got the 2 tunes she had been longing for. It's hers. It was played to him by Suan. As for the $30 million, it's just pure hard-earned money. Although Ruyan Lu didn't say much, she was still in a good mood. After promising her sister-in-law that she would look for her after dinner on her side, Ruyan Lu watched as Suan brought them to a spicy hot pot stall. Honestly, she couldn't even begin to think of the 4 of them women squatting at a short table in chairs eating spicy hot pot. Under the 4 women's rounds of hammering, Suan recognized his mistake and reluctantly followed Ruyan Lu and the girls to an upscale hotel. That is, Lu Ruyan. They stored wine inside the hotel. Just this meal money, Suan on the checkout spent more than $7,000. That's over $7,000. If he hadn't earned $30 million today, Suan wouldn't have had the money to pay for tuition after this meal. At the dinner table, Suan did not dabble in alcohol. This body could not drink alcohol. Suan once tried to drink a bottle of beer. The result was directly broken. And looking at the food on top of the table, he felt it would be a waste not to eat enough. When it was finally time to pack, the 4 women were able to stop Suan with a good deal of persuasion, to which Suan commented, "Can't get by." Suan followed the 3 girls back to school. Because they had all been drinking, Suan watched them return to the dormitory before going back. Although he already had a huge $30 million in his card, she still had to earn what she needed to earn. However, the subsidy that Fish Xingyan had helped himself to, Suan still chose to put it off. Aside from the merit scholarships that belonged to him, Suan now didn't need to care about the thousands of dollars in tuition waivers. Of course, Suan was still privately grateful for purchasing a small piece of jewelry worth $30,000 for Bai Yue. Lying on the bed, Suan fought back to this life. From being poor, to now having a huge sum of $30 million in his hand. It was just like dreaming. Now it was Chen Yilin and that Hanks who wanted to come to Kyushu to take himself as a disciple. By solving the troubles of these 2 people, Suan would be able to stay at ease until graduation and subsequently enjoy a Buddhist life. In Qin Ningxue's villa, Lu Ruyan looked at the sheet music in her hand with a gaze of gravity. She looked at her sister-in-law with a face of surprise and inquired curiously, "Auntie, is this from your boyfriend?" Qin Ningxue had already changed into her pajamas at the moment, and the piano she had in her own villa. As for the husband posting his own recordings, that's a secret that belongs to him alone, and outsiders aren't qualified to listen to it. She was the only one who deserved to hear her husband's piano music played for her by his own hand. Ruyan Lu frowned slightly because her sister-in-law knew about Suan and she was always teasing herself about it. The failure of her own online relationship was hard to bear, but her sister-in-law's success sent chills down Lu Ruyan's spine. Although we can't see anything yet, but looking at the sheet music printed out by my sister-in-law, these should be handwritten scores by her online boyfriend. On the flip side, I've been chatting with my own online love interest for most of the year, not to mention the fact that the two piano pieces had to pay for themselves before they were available. Seemingly seeing her niece's depression, Qi Ningxue lightly smiled and looked at Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, when you're as good as your sister-in-law, you'll meet your true love. Willow looked at her sister-in-law and smiled politely. Qi Ningxue also did not tease this niece of hers and turned serious. Ruyan, look at the sheet music carefully. Auntie believes in you. You can definitely play it. Ruyan Lu nodded and carefully flipped through the sheet music in her hands. The reason why Ruyan Lu was called a genius was as long as the difficulty of the piece didn't exceed her current upper limit. She merely needed to go over the sheet music a few times and practice a little before she could play the piano piece perfectly. Elsa, as Lu Ruyan's piano teacher, had once commented pertinently on Lu Ruyan. Maybe Ruyan Lu couldn't become a grand pianist, but with her talent, she could totally become an excellent performer. Ruyan Lu didn't have much of an idea about the virtuoso. She just found the tune in her hands a bit interesting, simulating the approximate melody of it in her mind. Lu Ruyan slightly frowned and began to play it slowly. The first time Ruyan Lu played it very slowly, but she had already settled on the tune and notes of the entire piano piece. And this one just rocks. Although it was only a slow pass, Lu Ruyan still felt the deep emotions contained in the tune. Qi Ningxue poured a glass of red wine for herself and Lu Ruyan. She sat quietly watching her niece play the piano. In the field of piano, Qi Ningxue was indeed no match for Lu Ruyan, and it was enough for her to just listen quietly from the side. Ruyan Lu's bright red lips devoured the glass of red wine brewed from a North American estate. Ruyan Lu played once and then sat on the piano bench in silence. Honestly, this piano piece fails as a showstopper. This one piano piece was not very difficult, and in her eyes a skillful grade 4 pianist could play it. But such a simple piano piece contains emotions that are hard to describe. Empty silence, lonely, quiet, calm, deep, peaks, valleys. It is too simplistic to compare a human life to this piano piece, which is better suited to depicting the universe above the sky. The universe is obliterated by life and death. In the playing she had just done, she tried to understand the author's emotions, but she really couldn't use the piano piece to link it to love, so she felt that it was an absolute failure to use for love. However, if you ask Ruyan Lu to comment on the piano piece, Ruyan Lu could only describe it in 3 words. World class. Such a simple strumming technique, yet it contains a myriad of emotions. What kind of technology is this? And what a horrible understanding of the piano the author has achieved. Unaware of this, Ruyan Lu picked up a glass of red wine that her sister-in-law had poured for herself and drank it down. In front of this kind of genius, Suan's talent didn't seem so high. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes as her fingers danced rapidly, the melodious melody echoing through the room at the moment. Qi Ningxue took a sip of red wine and lay on the sofa with her eyes closed and her head tilted back. With a sip of red wine in her mouth, her mind fantasized that it was the husband she had never met who was playing the piano for her at the moment. The fantasies in her head accompanied by the stirring of the music broke through her mental defenses and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing from her eyes. In her eyes, the piano music is her husband showing her love. And it was intense. Early the next morning, Suan still woke up as usual, but today he quickly realized something was wrong. Their own customers ignoring them? There are even a number of buddies who just delete their friends. Suan, dude, you guys know I've got $30 million so fast? Suan got up and washed up, casually checking his friends and contacts inside his phone. He realized that a number of people had deleted themselves. Xinhai University, as the top school in Kyushu, is filled with many rich brothers and sisters. Perhaps their families were not prominent in this part of the New Sea, but they were still financially powerful in their own right. Suan's main crowd for part-time jobs are these rich brothers and sisters. Men are the best to deal with. Look at your shabby clothes, plus people have no problem. They don't mind letting you earn a few dollars for running errands. Give money is also very generous and quick. Occasionally play the game to take a 5 kills. Will also give a small sum of money to reward, or treat you to a drink. There are still a few days to go before school starts, and these rich brothers and sisters are returning to school one after another. Normally Suan's business should be getting better day by day, and slowly it will be on track, and there is a considerable amount of financial income a day. But most of these people had already deleted themselves, and some of those who didn't respond to messages. Suan was wondering what was going on when Chen Yuyu sent Suan a message. Suan, have you seen the school forum? Someone is deliberately smearing you. It says that you're deliberately pretending to be poor to make money running errands for people. Chen Yilin also said that you envied him for composing 2 piano songs and wanted to grab the patent from you, called you shameless, and threatened everyone to stop looking for you to run errands. Suwon? No dude. Do you guys really believe in Eleanor-chan? If you are really rich, even if you are a well-off family, you can steadily have $1,000 a month to live on, so you don't have to stoop to running errands all over the place. Of course, a large part of the reason why Chen Yilin could cause such a big reaction by posting this message was because he was on fire by operating those 2 piano songs. Many uninformed students will subconsciously agree that it makes sense. Well, that's the end of it. Freshmen love to visit the school's internal forums, and so do sophomores. So won't they lose all their customers? Suwon scratched his foot with a headache. He said thank you to Sister Round and went to look inside the forums for a couple moments, creating a gimmick, coupled with buying a water army to conform. Chen Yilin is playing quite well because someone said Suwon couldn't be trusted, and with a bunch of people chiming in, those who didn't know the truth quickly followed along. Occasionally Suwon saw a buddy speaking up for his own righteousness, after all, who had a rich kid who was tired of climbing stairs and running around in the sun every day. The comments were quickly deleted, however, and others asked for the person's name and dorm address below. It looks like it's Chen Yilin who's on a roll. He didn't sell him the piano music patent himself, and the guy is completely desperate. Suwon pinched his brow. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, there are still $30 million in the card. This interest cannot be spent in a year itself. On the contrary, what about Chen Yilin? Even if he makes himself unable to earn this money, there is no piano song patent, but the world publicizes that he is the original piano song. Just expect Ruyan Lu's side of the force. Hard to hit Chen Yilin's face. Suwon also no longer thought much about it, and after going to the cafeteria for the first time to eat a meal in peace, he strolled through the campus. Just now, inside the cafeteria, a group of people looked at him. Both men and women avoided him, and some of his buddies even wanted to say something to themselves, but after weighing the pros and cons, they still gave up voluntarily. Suwon nodded. You're right. If you really want to pass on information, don't do it in a crowded place like the cafeteria, where you can talk in private. Suwon pondered his next plan, admiring the campus scenery in front of him in the meantime. In the past, I used to run around every day and didn't have the heart to take a closer look, but now that I'm fine, I realize that the scenery of Shanghai is really quite nice when I calm down. Bai Yue didn't look for herself today either, presumably because she drank too much last night and had a hangover. Unfortunately, Cao Lan and Xian Tian were both there yesterday, or else she could have assisted her herself. Pity. Suwon exuded thoughts. The first thing is to find a way to fix Chen Yilin, but this guy is not short of money, and he himself is not willing to use money to obtain forgiveness, and give him piano music? Waste. And it also insulted the piano music, not to mention that he was at least a traveler. Even if he didn't have a system, he couldn't be bullied like that. Then he can only see the tricks. It is best that Lu Ruyan can quickly make a force, and he does not seek to be able to continue to run errands to make money. As long as Chen Yilin does not think about himself, there's also the trouble of Hanks. Top 10 pianists in the world. Jag. Anyway, this world's piano music concertos Suwon also heard. Style and techniques Suwon are not very like, and he did not want to go abroad. Kyushu is quite good. This country, as much as there are a lot of tourist mecca, there are also a lot of famous attractions. Hank's troubles are a little easier to solve by just turning him down. In addition to this, as much as possible in Lu Ruyan Bai Yue they slowly pulled a relationship. The 4 words red face can still be used even in a different world. If Suwon had a Dragon AOT system, it would definitely be a collector. But alas, the only thing that could be somewhat useful was the memories Suwon had brought with him from his previous life. Without realizing it, Suwon unexpectedly arrived at the girls' dormitory, and he fell into deep thought. This must be a habit of running errands for female classmates on a regular basis. Unconsciously coming to the girls' dormitory, Suwon was just about to turn around and walk away when she came face to face with the last person she wanted to meet. Ryu Ruyan. Early morning Yanagi is still beautiful. This woman seems to be beautiful without any dead ends. No matter how you look at her, she is beautiful. Suwon had already possessed antibodies to beautiful women in his previous life. He was too tired to see general beautiful women. His heart was like still water. To see special beautiful women he had slight ripples. It wasn't that he hadn't seen super beautiful women before, but none of them seemed to have his heart accelerating slightly like when he saw Ruyan Lu. But Suwon didn't have the same problem as those first years, who were either too excited to speak or too incoherent to speak when they saw the goddess of their heart's desire. He looked at Ruyan Lu with a calm face, a gentle and polite smile flowing from the corner of his mouth as he took the initiative to greet Ruyan Lu. Sister Willow. Lu Ruyan just came back from her sister-in-law Qin Ningxue's house. Last night was tossed by her sister-in-law, did not sleep well, and then in the morning was woken up by her sister-in-law's subordinate phone call. She nodded somewhat wearily and was just about to step back to her dormitory when she suddenly reacted to the fact that the person she had greeted was Suan. She thought Suan was here to run an errand and didn't think much of it, and just as she was about to step away, she couldn't help but see the melody of last night's piano piece in her mind again. Ruyan Lu hesitated for a moment, but she still stopped, and she twisted her head to look at Suan. Suan, you have to do your best. Suan, who was about to leave? What do you mean by that, sister? Ruyan Lu thought of that stunningly beautiful piano piece, and there was a hint of sternness in her voice. Suan, don't be proud of yourself because of your piano talent. Among your peers, you are indeed very good, but someone like you should look farther ahead. You should learn more from some great people. Thinking of her sister-in-law's comment that her subject would never be more than 35 years old, and that at 35 years of age, he could create such a wonderful piano piece, one could only imagine how powerful the other party was. Lu Ruyan said with a slight frown as she looked at Suan's lazy and casual demeanor. After you worship Hanks, remember that you must be humble, you must learn well, and you must never think that you are very good. This world, there's a world beyond the sky, and there's a world beyond the people. What kind of riddler are you playing at me? Suan, uncertainly warned by Lu Ruyan, arrived at the school library. He comes to the library to soak in all the free time. Since he was alone in the dormitory and no one to share utilities with, Suan stayed here most of the time, saving what he earned. In addition, as the top university in Kyushu, Shinkai had a very rich collection of books, which Suan could use to learn about the cultural changes in this world. The library had just opened in the morning and it was already crowded. After all, it is Shinkai, and there are not a few students who try hard. Suan hugged a few books and casually found a place with more cold air and sat down to read. Most of the people here are students who are going to graduate school, and some are good students who are returning to school early to study. Suan looked at them all with computers, and it was time to change his old cell phone, which he had made a bet with his homeroom teacher in junior high school to get full marks in all subjects in exchange for a cell phone. It can be said that this teacher is the best teacher Suan has ever met. Unfortunately, the old teacher has passed away, and the funeral oboe is still played by Suan. As for the money, Suan of course received it, but it was half price. After all, he was his benefactor, and used his private money to buy a cell phone for himself. Also, not going to expand the fish pond now. The two fish inside the pond. Snow is slowly disconnecting. Only one foreigner left. Sun Yenshin. There is no pressure to raise this fish. They are not a country. Suan is not worried about any risk. So it is still important to have a good cell phone and a good computer to communicate with each other. Without these small fishes to spice up his life, Suan was really bored alone. Suan was lost in thought when a familiar figure sat across from Suan. Looking at Gao Lan's face, Suan's heart that was slightly swirling because of Ruyan Lu calmed down. It wasn't that Gao Lan wasn't beautiful. It was just that she wasn't beautiful enough. What's the high school girl doing at? Before Suan could finish speaking, his gaze caught sight of Qian Tian walking over with a pile of books in her arms. Gao Lan looked at Suan's somewhat stunned eyes. We're studying for an exam. What are you looking at? History? Do boys like history so much? Gao Lan crossed her long, snow-white legs and sat across from Suan, her toes touching Suan's calves at any time. Suan silently gathered her calves and nodded politely and smilingly. Forgetting that, whether it was Ruyan Lu or Yu Wei Bai, they were both preparing for their exams. That's why they arrived at school so early. But do rich kids need a test too? Just pay the money and be done with it. Suan didn't dare to ask, as she silently sat across from the second daughter and read. Until noon, the two rich girls were still quietly working on problems and reading books. Suan tugged helplessly at the corner of his mouth. No matter which world could not escape the role. But alas, he doesn't need to. $30 million in hand. The world is mine. You guys roll your own. I'll be happy mixing it up until graduation. Suan had just gotten up when the gazes of the two women across the street looked over. Going to dinner? Aha. Bring one for both of us. Make it hearty. A 4-course meal. Suan was no longer prepared to continue running errands, but he was just about to refuse when he heard his cell phone ding. Your PayPal arrived with $500. Gao Lan looked at Suan and said silently, more counts as errands. Okay. Chen Yilan didn't get up from the big bed in a daze until noon this time. He looked at the two schoolgirls he had just met last night with a slightly more soothing mood. His eyes then rested on his cell phone. Last night when he got home he started arranging to discredit Suan. And incidentally what Ruyan Lu said. Is it true that Hanks is ready to take Suan as a close disciple? Hey, young master, it's me. A steady voice came from the other side of the phone. It was Chen Yilan's father's secretary. Uncle Lin, go ahead. Young master, it's like this. According to your instructions I've already arranged for people to smear Suan, but the stains on this guy still need time to be unearthed. For now we can only rely on numbers and public opinion to suppress them. Chen Yilin took a deep breath. For the things that Suan did not have many stains on his body, he also knew that he was not prepared to pursue too much. The most important thing was the relationship between Suan and Hanks. Uncle Lin, just look after it. But have you investigated the relationship between Hanks and Suan? The opposite secretary surnamed Lin was very steady. He didn't get angry at the young master's reprimand. Instead he explained, "Young master, it has been understood. Come on. It's like this, young master. Based on the results of the investigation so far, the news you received is accurate. In 6 days Hanks will bring his students and his medical team to Kyushu. The formalities are still in the process of being handed over, and with the addition of some formalities within Kyushu, it's safe to assume that Hanks will definitely be coming to Kyushu in 6 days. But whether or not it's specifically coming to Kyushu to accept Suan as a shut-in disciple, that can't be affirmed for the time being. After all, that's something that can only be done if Hanks personally acknowledges it. But the odds are yes," Secretary Lin said in a calm voice. Of Hanks he had heard something. However, this kind of person did not have a dime's worth of relationship with their local Shinhai family, the Chen family, at most, because of the other party's status and connections to respect the other party. As long as they did not deliberately offend, there was no need to make a fuss. Chen Yilin was silent. It's fucking true. What kind of talent does this Suan kid have that's worth moving Hanks himself? Chen Yilin's mood, which had just been much soothed by venting, was once again suppressed. Good. Thank you, Uncle Lin. And also about Suan's matter, you continue to help suppress it. I will absolutely not allow Suan to continue making money inside the school. Secretary Lin nodded respectfully. No problem, young master. Chen Yilin dropped the phone and lay on the bed with her mind racing. If Hanks really thought highly of Suan, he would have told him in advance. At this point it looks like Hanks may have had someone break the news, but the news has not been made public. Normally Hanks would have to notify the official level even if he took on an apprentice. But the news hadn't spread in New Sea yet, and that was for one reason. Hanks probably did fancy Suan as a person, but he shouldn't have been in contact with him privately, so he wanted to secretly get in touch with Suan first, to ascertain Suan's character and personality before making a decision. Chen Yilin admitted that Suan counted as a bit of a talent, as evidenced by the fact that the two pirated piano songs, Summer Fields and The Wind Rises, still managed to dominate the top of the major music app charts. Only, that alone is not enough. Chen Yilin was certain that as long as Hanks landed on the ground, all he received was all sorts of bad news about Suan. Greedy for money, lustful, only knowing how to enjoy himself and gain sympathy from others. Such a person Hanks shouldn't be thinking about accepting him as a disciple anymore, right? Especially, what if Suan's hand is ruined? A loser who can't play the piano anymore, even if the other person has sky-high talent. So what? Suan looked at the four-course meal and shook his head. He realized that customers still need to be more quality-oriented, and one customer as good as Golan, as quality as he is, would be worth 100 customers. 4 dishes and 1 soup $50. Rice is free, packing box fog well 50 cents a, net profit of more than $440. And that's just one client. A client, with a steady stream of 3 or 5 clients like that, he'd be making tens of thousands of dollars a month. Suan prettily looked at the two of them as they swallowed their rice in small bites. In his eyes these two were not beautiful women. It's the god of fortune, but it's also a plague. When Suan saw the two boys who had confessed their love for Gaolan and Qian Tiantian walking over, her face changed and she immediately had to get up and leave. But it's a shame. He's running slow. Suan was pressed into the seat with a handful of hands, liking the fact that Golan was a burly man much taller than Suan. Suan remembered that the other party was an inarticulate straight man, and he had once even instructed the other party by hand on how to gracefully hand out flowers, as well as sincerely and deeply uttering fleshy words of love. The other party's low voice was accompanied by his broad palms crushing Suan. You're the one who went around saying that you planned all the confession scenes inside the school. Qian Tiantian's suitor was much more normal, a rich male who looked much softer. This eunuch's surname is Zhao, but unfortunately, he doesn't talk about 7 in 7 out. He even has to breathe heavily when he climbs the stairs. And it's not for nothing that people named him Zhao Kidney Weakness. That's it. Tian, don't believe him. I confessed my love to you in all those romantic scenes. I thought of them and set them up all by myself. Qian Tian looked at Zhao Kidney Su and didn't retort. She put down her chopsticks and looked at Zhao Kidney Su, and said expressionlessly, Zhao Kidney Hollow, I actually quite like those love words you said, and those romantic scenes you set up. They're actually really quite good. Hearing this, Zhao Kidney Su thought that his chance had come. He looked at Qian Tian excitedly and inquired expectantly, Really? Aren't those love words I'm thinking of romantic? Aren't the confession scenes romantic? Qian Tian nodded. her gaze flat as she let out a sigh. Yes, how nice it would have been if a different man had said it to me. Coming from you, a man with a weak kidney. I feel only 2 words. Disgusting. Qian Tiantian's originally bland gaze looked at Zhao Renshu with gradual disgust. She was really very sick of Zhao Kidney Hollow. Especially the way Gao Lan was still holding in her laughter annoyed Qian Tian even more. If a normal man chased after himself, he would feel bored at best. The family others could care less. But this face as well as his body is first class. But being pursued by Zhao Kidney Hollow, Qian Tian only felt suffocated. With such a man pursuing her, Qian Tian felt insulted. And it's strong. She looked at Suan with displeasure. Suan, you make money when you make money. Next time when you take this kind of job, can you consider our girl's feelings? What's the point of getting a girlfriend for this kind of kidney-deficient guy? What kind of stupid woman could look at him? Widowed. Originally, Zhao Kidney Su was already furious at Qian Tiantian's reversal, and with the addition of Qian Tiantian's later words, Zhao Kidney Su felt the gazes of several people, and his face flushed red for a while, but he didn't dare to get angry at Gao Lan and Qian Tian, and could only look at Suan with a reddened gaze. Originally, everyone thought that Suan was a pretty honest guy, plus a bit of eloquence and ideas, which is why they paid him to arrange the love story as well as the planning of the scene. I didn't expect that. This kid was so vicious that he blew himself up directly on the school forum, and he did all the planning for the school's confessions, and he taught others to say all the love words. A number of couples have broken up over this in the course of this morning, although many of them were already in bad relationships and were just barely keeping it together, and this incident was nothing more than an opportunity. But even so, there were still quite a few students who resented Suan. In their eyes, if Suan hadn't blown himself up and the other party didn't have an excuse to break up, they would at least have a chance to redeem themselves. Gao Lan also finished his meal and watched with interest the burly man who was pressing down on Suan. Wang Ai, you don't think I would care about these fine women, do you? The man who pressed Suan's name was Wang Ai, Gao Lan's loyal suitor who had pursued him from elementary school to college. It's just a shame that Gao Lan ugly refused. Wang Ai is not ugly, just a little rough. Coupled with the character of the straight like bean, Gao Lan has not been able to see him. Wang Ai shook his head. It doesn't matter to me. I came here to tell you that whether it's the words of love in a confession or a romantic scene, that's just a means for me to woo you. I'm aiming for you. The means is just what I'm approaching you for. Gao Lan stared with wide eyes, incredulously looking at Wang Ai. Did you think of that yourself? Wang Ai shook his head and explained honestly. Suan said to me before, planning the confession, if it ever comes out, say these words to you, maybe you'll be touched. Golan chortled and gave a silent thumbs up, except he didn't know who it was for. However, looking at the pressed Suan, Gao Lan still relieved him and said, alright, you two love to go there. Go there. People Suan itself is not wrong. If you didn't have problems of your own, you might have gotten the hearts of both of us. Don't be unable to do it yourself and have to say it's in bad shape. Qian Tian interjected from the side as she looked at Zhao Kidney Hollow with contempt. Time to eat, time to drink, kidney treasure as a meal, way brother as a dish to clip. It's the most humiliating when a man can't make it. Zhao Kidney Su was said to be full of red face. He hated the most is that someone said that he was weak, but in front of these two himself cannot offend death. He had to twist his head and leave in humiliation. Wang Ai was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at Gao Lan and carefully inquired, Lan the next time I confess, can I ask Suan for advice again? Gao Lan was called by a Lan and got goosebumps. She shivered and waved her hand hastily. Whatever you want, but don't you ever call me Lane again. Or don't blame me for being ungrateful for old times if I throw you a look when you confess. Wang Ai didn't say anything, but just ran his brain to react. That's okay, said Wang Ai as he patted Suan's shoulder. Suan, then help me come up with some scenarios in the next 2 days. I'm going to prepare to confess to Lan Er. Suan cried out in agreement. He felt like his shoulder was going to be tapped off by this guy. And, if you can woo Gao Lan with your character, Suan, will fly upside down and eat. After Gao Lan waved his hand and said get lost, Wang Ai honestly laughed. On the contrary, Gao Lan and Qian Tian both reacted and looked at Suan with a look of watching and flirting with him. No wonder you're so free today. Not to run errands. We thought you had money floating around. Looks like someone doesn't want to let you go. Suan forced a smile and barely nodded. Chan Yilan, is this a way to try to force yourself out? Suan scratched his head in some annoyance. He also had no desire to read anymore and got up to head to the information room. Send something to Sun Yanxin to relieve her inner sorrow. Before he returned to his dormitory in the afternoon, Counselor Suan called. Suan didn't have much contact with her counselor. Mainly Suan had dragged her into the fish pond. Avoiding embarrassment for the two of them, Coupled with the fact that college students and counselors don't interact much in the first place, the incidents slowly passed. Only to learn that Suan no longer needs the school's poverty subsidy from this semester onwards. Yao Qinglian, who knows Suan's family situation, calls Suan's phone number at the first time. Tuition was due in a few days, and if Suan's idea of not needing the school subsidy was followed, he'd have to pay more than $7,000 more a semester. This is a very difficult thing for Suan, whose parents died early and whose family is poor and needs to rely on various odd jobs to make ends meet. Suan didn't explain too much, except to say that he currently has a stable income and doesn't want to receive benefits anymore. Said he also sent screenshots of his new cell phone and computer purchases. Seeing this, Yao Qinglian didn't say anything more, letting Suan look after himself. Suan is independent and extremely opinionated, which is what all her teachers have said about her. Having been an orphan for 2 lifetimes, Suan's character was naturally independent, and without the aid of his family, Suan naturally had to be assertive. He can't make sure that he makes every decision right, but he will make sure that his decisions don't affect his stomach as much as possible. But before he could settle down, there was a message from Ruyan Lu in his private account. What do you want to do now that you have the money? Suan looked at the message sent by Ruyan Lu suspiciously. She couldn't really have feelings for herself, could she? Himself a child of a rural family, and the conditions are still poor like this. For people like Lu Ruyan, how can they not look at themselves right? Ruyan Lu on the other side also seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and sent another message immediately after. I don't think your piano talent should be wasted. It's a gift from God. Bullshit gift. Suan rolled his eyes. He really did not want to get involved with Lu Ruyan. Originally still good, but now he has nothing but $30 million. But no, would this guy just flash outside the dorm door? Suan sat under the bed and looked at the dormitory door, then shook her head. She shouldn't have to. Study hard. Every day. Suan sent 8 words, dropping his phone and silently pondering how to make these women lose interest in themselves. On the other side of the cell phone, Ruyan Lu's mind still couldn't help but echo the piano music played last night. Stunning. It's just stunning. What kind of genius is it that can create such wonderful piano music? It was only a pity that her own sister-in-law wouldn't allow her to spread it, or else this tune would definitely be able to overwhelm the popularity of Suan's 2 tunes in an instant. Ruyan Lu pondered for a long time. She actually felt that Suan wouldn't necessarily be much worse. Suan was young after all, only 22 years old. As long as he studied hard, he could definitely surpass the other party. In a few days Hanks will come and take on an apprentice. As long as Suan works hard, under Hank's tutelage, he will surely become a world-class pianist. Lu Ruyan was suddenly a bit saddened. After Suan had finished his studies, the status of the two of them was going to be reversed. So, she wanted to use this last period of time to spend time with Suan. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been in love, but only in this half year of online chatting with Suan, Lu Ruyan felt the flavor of love, though it was clear that the two could not possibly work out. But, Ruyan Lu still wanted to do everything she could to help Suan, helped get him selected by the top international piano masters. Suan couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that the other party hadn't heard from him. He was considering that he couldn't move out and forget about it, returning to his rented room to Nestle and after class every day. It's best to see no one and find no one. At this time the damn cell phone rang once again. Suan picked it up and saw that it was still a message from Ruyan Lu. Come to the piano room in half an hour, and from now on I'll take the time to teach you 2 hours of piano practice every day, so that by the time Master Hanks comes over you'll have a better chance of being chosen, and he'll be more pleased with you. Suan, sister, are you illiterate? Study hard, every day. These 8 words plus punctuation marks in 10 words, but not a little piano style, and he really didn't want to apprentice to some Hanks. Suan was about to issue a protest of refusing the invitation when Ruyan Lu followed up with 2 threatening words. 20. Suan believed that those 2 words didn't mean 20 minutes. Instead, it's the $20. Good, good, good. Are you going to eat me for the rest of my life for this $20? Suan got up depressed, thinking that maybe the other party was feeling like he was joking about what he said. After all, that so-called Hanks might actually be rich. But Suan didn't want to change the established plan, and he didn't like foreign countries. Suan had once hosted 2 foreign rich women as well. It was a lifetime ago, but the memory is still fresh. Remember, Jude knew. He couldn't eat it and he couldn't get used to it. Suan felt that as long as he rejected Hanks, Ruyan Lu should give up, and he let out a long, helpless sigh as he silently got up and headed to the piano room. School hadn't officially started yet, and the piano room wasn't crowded. Even Chen Yuyu chose to eat snacks inside the dormitory to catch up with the drama at this point. When Suan arrived at the piano room, Ruyan Lu was sitting in the largest piano classroom in a long dress, playing The Wind Rises. The melodious melody echoed in the piano room. and Suan looked at the Lu Ruyan at the moment in a daze. It's fucking beautiful. The afternoon golden sunlight through the window slapped on Lu Ruyan's absolutely beautiful side face. Half of the hair on her head was dyed golden yellow, and the white dress on her body even appeared to be somewhat translucent under the sun. Wrapped up in that is what men seek in this life. Suan quietly listened to Lu Ruyan finish playing a piano piece. The piece was played with no problem. It was skillful, contained emotion, and to be able to completely master a piano piece in such a short period of time was indeed considered genius. Ruyan Lu noticed Suan in the doorway and waved at her. Come here. Ruyan Lu took the initiative to give up her position. Suan sat blankly on the other half of the steel bench, and a scent of a body that belonged solely to a virgin drifted into Suan's mind. The scent is definitely not that of body wash or some kind of perfume. Rather, it's the body odor that belongs exclusively to virgins, especially with their bodies pressed together. Suan could even feel the temperature of Lu Ruyan's body. It was a feeling of sitting next to a sea of soft flowers, and Suan, the king of ducks, felt the same kind of nervousness he felt when facing his first customer. Lu Ruyan could naturally detect Suan's tense body, but why wouldn't she? She pressed her slightly trembling palms on top of the keys, feigning as much relief as she could, and whispered, "From now on, practice the piano with me for 2 hours every day." Well, yes, good drop. Suan sighed in his mind. Worthy of being known as the top goddess of the new sea, Lu Ruyan. Suan had already restrained himself as much as possible, but Lu Ruyan was sitting right next to him, and that feeling really made Suan want to continue despite everything. Suan said a little nervously, "No, it's not good. A piano bench isn't much in itself, let alone two people sitting together." Lu Ruyan looked at him with a sideways glance. Cool eyes, white and pure face. She didn't open her mouth, just silently looking at Suan. Suan eventually couldn't help but nod. "Okay." Ruyan Lu nodded in satisfaction. "The last time I saw you play Summer Fields and also The Wind Rises, there was nothing wrong with your technique, but you have a very fatal flaw." Feelings? Suan looked at him blankly as Lu Ruyan casually played a melody that was like cool flowing water across his heart. Suan, the gap in critiquing a pianist is not whether or not a piece has every note played correctly. A piano piece, no matter what, his notes are always the same, and with diligent practice, even an ordinary person can replicate a piece played by a top master. But feelings can't be replicated. You've written a great tune, two great ones, which hold so many emotions, none of which you need to deliberately channel. Just the change of notes evokes the emotions of the listener. But only, you, the bouncer, have no emotion when you play. Ruyan Lu played slowly with her hands in front of the piano, and the sound of The Wind Rises echoed in Suan's ears. That sense of powerlessness of youth gone by, and nostalgic thoughts of the past are then paired with the tune of the track itself, and that sense of missed powerlessness comes crashing down. Suan was secretly alarmed. Bad. Ruyan Lu was playing for real. She really gets it. Ruyan Lu finished playing a piece of music. Then her gaze rested on Suan. You play it again. Suan saw Ruyan Lu's encouraging look and silently went up to play the piano piece. The difference is immediately apparent. Suan himself could clearly feel the gap. Suan was also well aware of the problems involved. In his own previous life, he played the piano for the purpose of picking up girls, and didn't have any intention of paying any attention to the feelings that the author implied in it. Later on, Suan playing the piano was more of a means of entertainment only. That's Suan even more difficult to fill the feelings. And people like Ruyan Lu are the real geniuses. She had a naked heart, unbaptized by emotions, leaving her pure inside, and with her talent for the piano, this allowed her to easily feel a certain emotion from a piano piece and replicate it perfectly. In comparison, Suan was just borrowing the experience of his previous life to mix up a false title of genius. Ruyan Lu frowned slightly. There was nothing wrong with the steps Suan played, but there was just no emotion. Last night after the duo got drunk, my sister-in-law, still showing off, pulled out the audio of her boyfriend playing for him. Rich in emotion, the climactic middle section of the piano piece is tight and vibrant. By this passage she could ascertain that the man who composed or played this piano piece was definitely in his prime, and that a middle-aged man with a broken heart could not have played it with such vibrant emotion. But what about Suan? How he played the piano sounded flat and pressed to bring in any emotion. Seeing Lu Ruyan frown, Suan scratched his head and explained rather embarrassingly, I've never been in love. Suan wasn't flirting with Ruyan Lu when he said this, but he really hadn't been in a relationship that didn't include money, so there's just no way for me to bring in the sense of loss to this piece. And the summer fields, Suan said, closing his eyes and fantasizing about his youth in the fields, the sun's exposure and the heavy heart of facing a large area of land that needs to be plowed. In any case he could only play the shape of the piece, not the true meaning it held for it. You listen and think you'll be happy. That childhood feeling of recklessness in the countryside, the freshness of insects and birds chirping. But what about me? My summers are only hot. My fields are only labor. Suan is very barefaced said. His family conditions and the other side is not unaware. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. You sound naturally happy because I am fantasizing about your happiness. So there is no emotion in the piano music. Suan sighed, not having a good childhood in either life. Suan was helpless. Instead, it was Lu Ruyan who apologized to Suan with a downcast face. Sorry, I didn't expect that much. Thinking about what Suan said was also reasonable. Being an orphan, Suan was afraid that he had been worrying about his livelihood since he was a child. How could he play in the fields peacefully like other small children? The poor family Suan, I'm afraid that he grew up in a blank stare. He is even more incapable of comprehending the emotions of separatenesses. Seeing that Lu Ruyan had been successfully fooled by himself, Suan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl had not been out of society and had not experienced the perils of the human heart. Suan took a deep breath, smelling the fragrance emanating from the air, and nodded with satisfaction. Although he loathed learning piano, but to have such a big beautiful woman one-on-one to teach himself, and the two of them sit on the same piano bench, Lu Ruyan silent fought for a long time, and finally compromised. This kind of thing is still wait until Mr. Hanks accept the apprentice and then slowly teach it. Their own as much as possible to help each other to perfect the techniques above the skills again. Time passed quickly. Suan only felt that 2 hours had passed after speaking a few words with Lu Ruyan. By now the sun had fallen to the edge of the horizon and the time had come to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suan pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. The job of running errands was considered completely gone. And why is Bai Yue ignoring herself today? Lu Ruyan immediately got up when she saw the time was up. At first it was fine, but in the back this Suan guy was a bit dishonest. Okay, go ahead. Come back tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. According to the last message sent to him by his teacher Elsa, Mr. Hanks was coming over in 5 or 6 days. Suan could study as much as she could in the meantime. She could only do her best to help Suan. Suan smiled and thanked Lu Ruyan, knowing that no matter what he said Lu Ruyan wouldn't believe that he wasn't willing to worship Hanks. But it doesn't matter. We won't know when the day comes. Suan walked to the door, and suddenly remembered Chen Yilan's small gestures towards himself in the past 2 days. But the other party hadn't really hurt himself yet, so Suan didn't bother. Hopefully Hank's reputation will keep the other side in check. Chen Yilan, this guy is definitely not a good thing. He offended him so much. According to his past style of behavior, he will definitely find a way to screw himself. He stood in the doorway and twisted his head to look at Ruyan Lu, who was packing up her skirt, hoping that she would give a damn or else he would really have to run away with $30 million. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan, who was standing in the doorway, with some confusion. What's wrong? Suan shook his head. See you tomorrow, hubby. My dear good husband. You are just amazing. My God. In a private theater somewhere in Shanghai, Qin Ningxue, who watched the stage finally play the concerto in its entirety after a day of rehearsal, shrank back into the shadows and shed tears of excitement. It's awesome. It's just too good. This tune is simply unbeatable. Qin Ningxue's breathing was a bit stagnant. Compared to the piano, the shock brought by the band was unimaginable. It's hard to believe that this song could have been given to you by your online husband. She was too hyper. She's too excited. The excitement was incoherent. The excitement was so great that the whole thing was going to be silly. The whole piece takes nearly 13 minutes, and the band performs it in a way that reveals every detail perfectly. Qin Ningxue at the moment couldn't wait to learn her husband's identity and immediately hug him and give him a big kiss. That's great. The band was a private band that she had hired at great expense, and they had all signed a non-disclosure agreement to make sure they wouldn't reveal themselves. Qin Ningxue controlled her excitement and signaled to the conductor to do it again. The conductor of the orchestra was obviously very excited as well. This tune is also very rare for them and will no doubt be a top-notch symphony. Not only was the audience mesmerized, but they were a pleasure to perform. It's just a shame that the mastermind asked for secrecy, or else this tune would have surely set the music world on fire. Qin Ningxue didn't even have time to eat her dinner until 9 o'clock, when the leader took the initiative to ask for a break during the band's last strum. It's been a long day of training. Even an Iron Man can't take it. Although Qin Ningxue was not yet finished, he had recorded the entire song perfectly. Leaving the band, Qin Ningxue called up her niece. She's going to share it with her niece. At the entrance of Shanghai University, Qin Ningxue's handsome coupe was parked at the entrance of the school, and a pair of teenage girls' gazes looked towards themselves. Qin Ningxue laughed coldly. Sister is a woman with a man. You are not to think. Qin Ningxue was fooling around when she suddenly noticed her niece's online lover. She got out of the car and looked over at Suan, waving at him. Suan is currently helping Bai Yue and himself to get express delivery. To see a strange and beautiful woman waving to herself, Suan is a little confused. He cradled the delivery in his arms and extended his index finger to point at his bewildered representation. Me? Qin Ningxue nodded with her head held high. He had seen Suen's picture and had Suen's detailed information, but after learning that her niece wasn't interested in the little boy, plus the fact that she had been super lucky in the past 2 days, and that her online love interest was trying to be nice, she didn't collect much news about Suen. Suen looked curiously at the woman in front of her. Qin Ningxue, a professional suit, especially straight legs on the black silk. In the face of this completely long open woman, basically no college students can resist. Suen was instead professional and began to analyze. Looking at the other party's standing posture and the extent to which his legs were together, he specified that he had never been in love, despite his age, and the frown in the eyes were innocent, but there was a hint of brightness in the eyes, so I guess she had a boyfriend recently, but hadn't taken the final step yet. Duck King Su subconsciously analyzed in the face of a woman of this level. Qin Ningxue didn't care about the gazes that the others were looking at her. Instead, she looked Suen up and down curiously. Aha! The looks are indeed no problem. Looking is very handsome, and this is estimated to be running errands for people to make money. With $30 million and still trying to make money. Not arrogant. Is a good seedling. Pity. The gap between his and Ruyan's families was too great. Even if Hanks really succeeded in taking on a student, and Suen wanted to learn and succeed, it would be many years later, and Ruyan couldn't wait that long. Qin Ningxue looked at Suen and didn't hide anything, greatly admitting her identity. Suen, right. I know all about you and Ruyan. I'm Ruyan's sister-in-law. Just call me Aunt Qin. In the face of Suen, Qin Ningxue did not beat around the bush, and although he was young, but his seniority was indeed not low. Realistically here, Suen called an Aunt Qin is not excessive. Suen froze, then reacted with an awkward expression. Aunt Qin, hello, this for $20. Qin Ningxue frowned and interrupted Suen. What are you thinking? I don't care about you and Ruyan, except that his parents asked me to investigate you. I still feel good about you, so I wanted to remind you. Qin Ningxue leaned against the coop and looked at Suen, who was holding a large pile of couriers, and admonished, you have a talent for the piano. You study well, and you're willing to suffer. But Suen, I'm sure you should know more or less about Ruyan's identity. His parents only had one daughter, so you know what I mean? Suen nodded. Don't worry Aunt Qin, I understand. Qin Ningxue nodded and said with a smile. Very well, I'm sure you're a smart man, and I don't want any trouble, but I caution you, Ruyan's father is a daughter slave, and has been a true believer in his daughter since she was a child, and your $30 million are all from him. All you have to do is graduate peacefully, and you'll have an extra amount of money on your card when you do. It's not a handout, it's a thank you from the Ryu family and an investment in you. Suen nodded gravely, while his mind pondered whether or not he wanted to play some wide-open pieces during his piano lesson tomorrow, so that there would be much more room for his hands to move, and it would be more suitable for him. Alright, think about it. It's up to you to choose whether it's the gratitude of the Liu family or the small villa at the bottom of the river in Xinhai River. Suen? Aha! How did you jump to the cottage at the bottom of the river? Are you rich people really not treating us ordinary people as human beings? Suen saw Qin Ningxue waving her hand to herself and smiled politely as she walked towards her dormitory in a state of disorientation. Damn it! These rich people can't slip away on my own. Kyushu is so big, they can just find a small city to hunker down and develop for a period of time, and in a few years they will surely forget about such a small person like themselves. Suen returned to his dormitory, and as he recalled Qin Ningxue's appearance when she had spoken so lightly about the villa at the bottom of the river, he grew more and more fearful inside. Or this school is over. I've got 3,000 in my hand. If you can't, you can make up a few more piano pieces on your own and simply do it all at once. A low price is a low price. And if it's really tens of millions of dollars, one doesn't have to work anymore. And a degree certificate from Xinhai University doesn't matter. Suen frowned as he contemplated the feasibility of his plan. Suddenly he noticed that it seemed extraordinarily dim around him. Suen used to help pick up courier takeout these at this point. Are walking this trail. Fewer people and much faster. But Nusung University is still rich, and although it's a small road it still has lights. But what's going on today? Why are the streetlights all around broken? Suen was wondering, and his steps slowly slowed down. At that moment, he was acutely aware of a hint of something wrong. Doggone Chen Yilin. Suen saw a blurry figure rushing towards him in the darkness and cursed angrily as he turned around and ran. But the other party was obviously well prepared, with 4 or 5 people chasing Suen in the darkness. Suen tried to call out, but his mouth was quickly covered. Suen's eyes then closed and he directly passed out. In the Western manner, Hanks sat in the center, explaining his understanding of the piano in front of the royal princesses and princes seated around him. Hanks has a great relationship with the royal family, and over the years he has been helping them for free to explain the piano to these little princesses. The little princes And all of these kids have been taking piano lessons from Hanks since they were young and have a great deal of respect for Hanks. Hanks glanced at the time. It was coming up to lunchtime. He got up and smiled. That's all for today. Hanks smiled at the crowd. Being single and without an heir, Hanks has a deep affection for these princesses and princes. A nice lunch is prepared for these children at the end of each class. Among other things, Hanks looked over at a small princess who came out tall. Alice, it's your story time this afternoon. Are you ready? I've been looking forward to your little Oriental boyfriend story for a full week. Hanks took the butler's handkerchief and carefully wiped his palms clean, smiling at Alice. Alice was by far the most favored princess of the royal family, and had the highest status among a host of princesses and princes. Her mother and the one above her were blood sisters. As for the afternoon storytelling session, it was because Alice met a netizen from the East a few years ago, and the other person was a very interesting sci-fi writer who would send Alice a sci-fi story every week, which started out as just a story Alice and a few of her girlfriends shared after lunch. But because the story was just so engaging, it slowly became a regular item after the weekly piano lesson. Even Hanks was captivated by the story, and from time to time he would invite some of his friends over to listen to this entertaining sci-fi tale. Alice exuded a confident smile as she looked at her teacher. Of course, believe me teacher, the section explained this week will absolutely blow your mind. Hanks laughed brightly and cheerfully. Good, then I'll invite a few old friends who have been following the story, and I hope our little Princess Alice won't let us down. Alice nodded confidently as she looked around with some pride at the curious gazes looking over. These brothers and sisters have already been taken in by the stories they sent in using their pen pals. Even she herself couldn't get out of the story. It's amazing. Alice really couldn't believe how Suwon's brain had grown to imagine such a story. When Suwon opened her eyes again, she was disoriented and realized that she was lying on a soft sofa, and there was the growl of a man's low growl in his ear. Are you guys stupid? I told you to bring the people here without drawing attention to the others, not for you to tie him in. It's fucking illegal. What do you know about breaking the law? Lu Wanhua looked at these bodyguards with a reddened face. Several of the security guards who had brought Suwon here kept their heads down and did not speak. Lu Wanhua couldn't hold back today when he learned that his daughter was actually practicing the piano with Suwon, and he hurriedly asked someone to bring Suwon over. What a precious daughter you've been protecting for over 20 years. Suwon, do you want to be ashamed of yourself, trying to pick up so casually? Lu Wanhua then thought about having someone bring Suwon over for a good chat. Perhaps because they were angry. A few brainwashed subordinates thought they were going to house Suwon and directly carried Suwon to their office. Good. These guys are dying to get themselves killed. Lu Wanhua reprimanded for a while. There were no accidents, or his reputation in this life would have been completely ruined. Suwon had regained some of his strength at this moment, and through the roar of Lu Wanhua just now, Suwon roughly understood what had happened. He was scared at the moment, but also calm, because he knew that the other party should have no malice towards him. Though the other party had the ability to make himself feel his malice, Suwon wasn't sure what the other party wanted to do, but he quickly calmed down and surveyed his surroundings. It was a large office, and one was lying on a couch and was thoughtfully covered with a thin blanket. The inside of the room was lavishly decorated, a style of decoration that Suwon had never seen in those rich women or in the company. That proves that the owner of this family company is much more powerful than any of the rich women he knows, and at a frighteningly high level. As Suwon contemplated what he should do, his eyes suddenly noticed the scenery outside the window. Looking outside from this angle, the view was similar to the scene I had watched inside the restaurant that day, but it was just that the house was smaller and you could see farther. This meant that one's current location was on the upper floors of the tallest building in New Sea. Suwon probably guessed who had invited himself over. Ruyan Lu's father, the richest man in Shanghai, the founder of the Lu family, and Lu Wanhua, who ranked in the top 10 of the domestic rich list. Suwon didn't hide it anymore. After feeling that his body wasn't uncomfortable, he sat up. The gaze of Lu Wanhua, who was reprimanding his subordinates from the side, turned cold, and then looked at Suwon. Lu Wanhua is also in his 40s this year. Coupled with good maintenance, he looks like he's in his 30s, and it doesn't look like he's middle-aged at all, especially with the aura and pressure exuding from this one. Suwon's originally slightly relaxed expression slowly gazed up at the moment. Sitting on his luxurious boss chair, Lu Wanhua turned his head to look at him indifferently when he heard the movement on top of the sofa. The gazes of the others also looked at Suwon. One had to admit that this scene had a very powerful oppressive feeling for Suwon, who was sitting on the sofa, being stared at by these few people, as if he was alone facing several wild beasts, especially the several bodyguards dressed in black. Their gazes weren't very aggressive, or even bland, just ordinary people gazing at them, but he had a strong feeling that if he accidentally did something more radical, these people would not hesitate to pounce on him. Okay, you guys go back first. Lu Wanhua got up from his chair to look at the several bodyguards as he faintly commanded. Get him a cup of tea. A man outside the door jogged into the office to get water for Suan. The cup of water was gently placed in front of Suan by the man, and after the other party said please, he exited the office after glancing at Lu Wanhua and brought the door to the room with him. Lu Wanhua got up from the boss chair. He walked step by step to Suan's front, an oppressive aura like a big mountain coming at Suan. This was the man with the strongest aura Suan had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Even when he faced a certain rich woman's husband in his previous life, he had never felt such a powerful aura. Lu Wanhua looked Suan up and down. Not ugly in looks. There's nothing wrong with talent either. The only thing Suan is missing is his family. Facing this kid, a flash of complexity surfaced in the depths of Lu Wanhua's eyes. Lu Wanhua is very tall. Lu Ruyan is perhaps inherited his genes. Lu Wanhua close to 1 meter 9 tall. Slender body erect in front of Suan. That strong sense of oppression, so that he cannot wait to say something. After hesitating for a long time, Suan's mind finally thought of something, and he forced a smile as he looked at Lu Wanhua. Mr. Ryu, those deliveries were not lost when I was invited by you, were they? Alice and a group of siblings finished their meal and went to the hall that the butler had prepared for them beforehand. Alice sat in the center with her siblings spread out in a fan shape in front of Alice. In her hand was a sheaf of special paper only used by royalty, with Alice's handsome Chinese script. Because Suan posted emails in Chinese, she didn't want to print them out, so she copied them down herself, word by word. Suan didn't explain the story to her every week, but whenever Alice pushed Suan, Suan would always slowly squeeze a little something out like toothpaste. After a couple of years, Alice already knew most of the story, and Hanks at this moment also organized his costume to sit in the first row facing Alice nearest. At the same time, Hanks also invited several old friends to sit aside. Alice, where did you explain last time? Hanks took a sip of his black tea and looked at Alice with a smile inquiring. Alice recalled, softly explaining, the triumvirate sent the droplet, which at this moment has arrived in the Milky Way to face the space fleet assembled by humanity. Hanks nodded, remembering sometimes not so well in his old age. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the scene was completely quiet, and all eyes looked at Alice expectantly. The 3-body story Alice tells is indeed interesting. Very interesting. Alice didn't keep everyone waiting for long as she picked up the script she had written and began to read it aloud softly. The droplet entered the solar system and turned on silent mode as he hovered quietly in front of the human space fleet. The human fleet captain, through his observations, finally decided to send the mantis with scientists to study it. Things went so well that humans captured the water droplets in space and managed to immobilize them and start studying them. Alice translated the Chinese, trying not to misinterpret the meaning as much as possible. The people in front of Alice were even more mesmerized by what they were hearing. The scientists in charge of studying the water droplet began to look at the material from which it was created. After all, it was able to travel through the universe and across such long distances to the solar system. There are even a number of people who are fantasizing that the droplet is the eye of the Tritons, who sensed the power of the human stellar class fleet, and thought that they could not stand up to the humans with just a single droplet, and that is why they are silently hovering in the solar system, to be captured and studied by humans. This war seems to be declared a victory before it has even begun, and there is already a lot of speculation that the triumvirate will engage in peace talks with them, and that the two civilizations will enter into a honeymoon period for a while, sharing technology and fusion between civilizations with each other. Alice's voice was beautiful, and she spoke smoothly, making her every meaning as clear as possible. Inside the Queen's office, the Queen had just finished her morning session and was eating a lunch that belonged to her. And on the monitor in front of her was the image of Alice explaining the story of the triumvirate to her siblings. The Queen put down the knife and fork in her hand and listened attentively to the story coming out of Alice's mouth. Early on she had been interested in the story, except that because of her work, the Queen was unable to hear Alice describe it live. Human science has magnified the surface of a water droplet tens of thousands of times through an electron microscope, but it has never been able to view what the droplet is made of, which is always intact and smooth under the electron microscope, like a mirror without any dimples. At this point, the scientist's assistant inquired curiously of the teacher. Teacher? Why? What does that mean? The scientist didn't answer his apprentice. He was just silent and thinking, because he was aware that everything he did now was in front of the entire space fleet, the entire human race, and saying the wrong thing could easily make the human hierarchy misjudge. Until, old science suddenly figured something out, and he looked at his disciple in horror. At the mantis camera. Move. Run. The material of the water droplets is hundreds of times tougher than the strongest substance in the galaxy by far. We don't have the power to destroy each other. Go! The droplet also seemed to sense that after centuries of development, humanity was always vulnerable. A halo of outward expansion began to appear at the tail end of the droplet, and the scientists present were instantly vaporized without any chance to react. And this live broadcast of all of humanity was cut short with the scientists' final roar of fury. The humans on Earth didn't have time to react. But it wasn't long before the space fleet they were so proud of and thought was sure to win began to explode in space one by one. A fleet of 2,000 stellar-class ships, which mankind believed to be no match for the triumvirate, exploded in space, one by one, at a rate visible to the naked eye. It took them centuries to create these stellar fleets. But at this moment, facing the water droplets that have been running through the universe for such a long time, they don't even have the qualifications to fight back, one by one, exploding in the sky. Because of the federal government's efforts to reassure the public, coupled with the fact that the space fleet is so huge, humans can barely even observe the space fleet with the naked eye in areas where the field of vision is open. But at this moment, the explosion caused by the bursting of these massive space fleets by the water droplets is clearly on display for all to see because of this decision. The massive fire made the southern hemisphere, which was in daylight, still clearly observable. That space fleet, full of human hope, human confidence, was reduced to a pile of scrap metal in seconds by a tiny teardrop-shaped ship. Humans are crazy. Humans are finally realizing the gap between themselves and the three bodies, realizing how small they are. Their proud space fleet, their proud fusion technology, slapped to smithereens in the face of a tiny teardrop-shaped probe. And there are 9 more such teardrop-shaped probes in space on their way to Earth. The three bodies sent a silent message to human civilization with a teardrop-shaped probe and the space fleet that humanity has developed over the centuries. Weakness and ignorance are never the cause of a civilization's destruction. Arrogance is what it is. The countdown to the destruction of mankind also began when the water droplets rushed towards the Earth. Speaking of which, even Alice couldn't help but let out a sigh. In the world of the three bodies, after hundreds of years of development, the entire world's human race was striving to move forward in a single direction. They gave up all barriers and worked so hard for so long to build a fleet that could be destroyed by the tiny teardrop-shaped probes in an extremely short period of time. The audience sitting in front of Alice listening frowned even more. In the previous article, they had clearly understood that human beings had become very powerful after centuries of development, especially after learning of the threat of extraterrestrial life. The entire human civilization united together in a concerted effort to develop technology, and in fact did not disappoint, as the technology of the human civilization in the story has reached a very advanced point, far beyond their real world. But even then, the extraterrestrial civilization, the triumvirate, destroy humanity's proudest space fleet by sending just a tiny teardrop-shaped craft? What about the back? What happened back there? Is it hard to believe that the entire world is going to be destroyed by the three bodies, and all the efforts made by the previous protagonist, Luo, are useless? Everyone craned their necks to look at Alice expectantly. Even Hanks, as well as his friends, stared intently at Alice in anticipation of what was to come. Alice switched scripts and took a sip of tea to moisten her throat and continued. But Law didn't lose heart over the destruction of the space fleet. He ignored the chaos above Earth at the moment, ignored the devastating global upheaval that would be triggered by the imminent arrival of the water droplet. He's excited at the moment and shouting into the sky, I'm right, I'm right. Dash I hold in my hand the key to the victory of mankind. I'm a facehugger. I'm the facehugger that mankind once chose, and I'm going to do my duty. The news is still broadcasting the time the droplet reached Earth. The darkest thoughts of the human heart begin to peak in the face of destruction. They were in chaos. All moral standards and the letter of the law failed in this world, and hundreds of thousands of people began to gather in front of the space elevator that mankind had built over hundreds of years, and began to frantically destroy mankind's hopes of escape. Ordinary people understand that it's hard for them to stay alive, so they want the rich and the politicians to be buried with them. There were also many who gathered, reveled and frolicked, and with this gesture they hoped to be feeling their last living moments, searching for the meaning of their existence. Anyone in power is desperate when faced with such a scenario, and there is no legal text in human civilization that can resolve the current chaos. The crowd listening to the story at this moment was silent, for the scenario depicted in the story was entirely possible, if not just bound to happen. Still, they listened quietly to the last part of the story. Law thinks that Waterdrops is here to kill him, because it's not like there's no hope of turning the tables in his hands. As Law looked out the window at the crowd, he made up his mind and drove away from the crowd, away from the city, to a deserted forest. 1 hour until the droplet hits the Earth. Law waited quietly. He felt as if the whole world had gone completely quiet. He seemed to have lost his fear, his mind recalling his life uncontrollably. At this moment, the droplet has begun to turn at 20,000 kilometers from the Earth's surface, and through the car radio, the last news outlets are still responsibly broadcasting the droplet's position. Shift in direction of water droplet impact, targeting the old city of Kyoto in the northern hemisphere. Luo has even been able to clearly see the trajectory of the water droplets through the branches of the trees. And the truth is, just as he said, The water droplets are speeding towards him, trying to rush Luo. The droplets were hovering in front of Luo's face before his visual system even realized it. At this moment, the entire forest is completely silent. Luo quietly looked at the water droplets in front of him. He tried to touch with the other side. This moment, the extraterrestrial probe in the Earth truly realized in human zero-distance contact. At this moment Luo felt as if he had entered another kind of dimensional space that human beings couldn't understand. Luo felt as if he had an exchange with the three-body man, but soon his consciousness returned to his body. Illusion. Law doesn't know if this is a fantasy he's having before he dies, or if it's just a joke that the triumvirate sent Tomoko to play on him. His eyes looked to the sky once more, but by now the droplets had come to the middle of the Earth and the sun and began to emit strong electromagnetic waves. The intensity of the wave exceeded the threshold of the sun, and that's when Luo finally realized that he wasn't important in the eyes of the triumvirate. What really mattered was the sun. Now Luo is no longer able to use the sun, a super antenna, to distribute the location of the three bodies and the Earth to the universe, and is unable to borrow the intelligence and means of a higher civilization to attack the three bodies. And at this moment, a call came from the radio inside Law's car. Facer Law. Facer Law, your identity has been restored. The Facer program has been reactivated, and the location of the star you once sent to has been reduced to nothingness within the coordinates at this moment. Mr. Luo, you have succeeded. You are now all the hope of our humanity. You did it, Mr. Law. Alice didn't continue any further, as reading the part of the story Suan had written was finished, followed by the theory Suan had explained to her. Partial explanation of the theory about the dark forest. At the moment the crowd saw Alice close the manuscript, and it was clear that the story was finished. But everyone is wondering. As things stand, the story seems to be finished. But why? Why is the story about Law's return to being a facehugger? And what does that destroyed galaxy prove? Alice didn't call it a day though, and everyone sat quietly in their seats looking at Alice expectantly despite their confusion. Alice looked over to Hanks and with a petulance that was uniquely hers for her age somewhat conspicuously inquired of Hanks. Sensei, in what way do you think the protagonist will face the triumvirate? Hanks mused for a moment, gruffly shaking his head. I can't think of any hope of a human flop. Several old friends beside Hanks nodded silently as well. Alice said with a soft smile, Butler, please turn out the lights and draw the curtains. The butler, though puzzled, dutifully did as Alice asked. In the darkness, Alice pulls out her cell phone and has Hanks turn it on as well. Hanks did as he was told, so there was only a faint glow inside the dark room, and Alice's nice voice proceeded to ring out. Now this room is the universe, and these two glows represent two civilizations, which at this moment are 100 light-years apart. Mr. Hanks, you are the voice of civilization, and you have found a message from my civilization. What do you do? Hanks was silent in thought, but his best friend beside him, the astronomer, didn't hesitate to speak up. Responding to you, trying to communicate with you, seemingly noticing the eyes of everyone looking over in the darkness, the astronomer confidently explained. Only by interacting with each other can a spark be created between two civilizations, leading to development and the exploration of a more vast universe. At this point everyone nodded appreciatively and saw no problem with this reasoning, but Alice said indifferently, but if my civilization is on the verge of going extinct at this very moment, and the energy of my galaxy has been depleted by me, and I can no longer live in my galaxy, and must make a galactic emigration, will you accept me? The scene was silent for a little while. This is their own home to live well. Suddenly have to accept a group of strangers, is who the heart is difficult to accept. The astronomer thought for a moment and continued. Admit that we can study you to gain more knowledge, more advanced theories and understanding of the civilization of the universe. Alice laughed softly. But what if my goal is to destroy you and take over your galaxy? On the ground, people can break down barriers through communication. But sir, the universe cannot. I'm stronger than you. How do you make sure I won't hurt you? I'm weaker than you. How are you going to make sure I don't get hurt by you? Even if you visualize the other person as being kind, will they really you kind? Even if the other side is well-intentioned, do you dare to bet? Can you bet? What is the first formula of the universe? Survival is the first need of civilization. Civilization continues to grow and expand, but the materials and total amount of the universe remain the same. Mr. Hanks, you now turn off your cell phone and look at me. What do you think you would do if you learned of my goals and had the power to destroy me without being able to ensure my good intentions or lack thereof? My power or lack thereof? Alice didn't wait for Hank's answer because she had already answered the question herself. Destroy. The universe would be better off with just you as the only civilization, because sooner or later, given enough time, your civilization will be able to grow high enough to explore all the secrets of the universe. The diversity of civilizations and biological differences in the universe may be greater than any of us can imagine. What if the unknown civilization we face feeds on us? What if the civilizations we find, they're civilizations created by a head of pigs and sheep? Not to mention that if you, as a higher civilization, meet a lower civilization, it will inevitably trigger a technological change. And can you be sure that the other side won't surpass you in a few hundred years? It's important to realize that our human technology is only a few hundred years old. Cosmic rules. Keep yourself hidden, and secure your civilization by eliminating every trace of it that you know of. This set of laws was given a name by the creator of the story. The laws of the dark forest. Last sentence. Alice frowned as the housekeeper was already drawing back the curtains, the afternoon sun shining on her face, and said something that made everyone think deeply. Tolerance and compassion for other civilizations. That would be the most unforgivable betrayal of your own civilization. Ryu Wanhwa was silent. Good boy. Good boy. You are so fucking responsible. Lu Wanhwa didn't answer Suan as he sat across from him, crossing his legs and gazing at Suan with his majestic eyes. How do you know who I am? Suan answered honestly. I had dinner with Ms. Ryu and the girls downstairs in the dining room earlier, and Ryu-senpai looks a lot like you, especially your handsome face, which Ryu-senpai inherited perfectly. Lu Wanhwa looked at Suan and smiled gently. Not bad for a kid, but guess why I wanted to see you? Lu Wanhwa lit a cigar and leaned on the sofa to gaze indifferently at Suan. Suan was silent, thinking quickly. He and Lu Ruyan didn't make much progress. If anything, it was when he practiced with Lu Ruyan today. He took a small advantage of the situation. He could feel that Lu Ruyan was indeed different to himself from others, but Lu Ruyan definitely did not reach the point where she was dying to live away from himself, and was at most slightly favorable. As for the rest, there was nothing more to do between himself and Lu Wanhwa. Seeing Suan's silence, Lu Wanhwa spoke to himself. Suan, I actually don't resist my daughter being in a relationship with someone else, whether it's the Chen kid who's been courting her, or anyone else, even someone like you. I don't mind so much. After all, daughters, sooner or later, have to marry. As much as I don't want to give up, there's no way I'm going to keep banning Ruyan because of this. But what I can't take is cheating. You know what I mean? You cheated on my daughter, so I'm not going to give you another chance with my daughter. Suan nodded his head obediently. He understood that it was the matter of cheating the other party out of $20 for online dating. Of course, he felt that Lu Wanhwa was simply making excuses because he didn't want his daughter to fall in love so early. Coupled with the fact that there was indeed no comparison between his own family history and the other parties, he was naturally not happy about it. Lu Wanhwa didn't care what Suan thought about him, just looked at Suan and continued. In a few days Hanks will come to Kyushu to take you as his disciple. If you honestly agree, I will secretly fund you some, and you will honestly learn the piano abroad in the future, which will be a good ending for you, and for my family Ruyan. Lu Wanhwa looked at Suan's obedient appearance and continued to make arrangements. Hanks is the world's top pianist at the moment. In all fairness, your future accomplishments won't necessarily be much worse than my family's Ruyan, but you have to remember one thing, that's my daughter. Besides, there are plenty of women in this world as good as smoke. You know what I mean? Suan looked up at Lu Wanhwa, who was scratching his head with some annoyance. This is no joke. How is it that everyone thinks they're going to be Hank's protege? Seeing Suan's seemingly reluctant appearance, Lu Wanhwa slightly leaned back to look at the scenery outside the window and let out a light laugh. Suan, you're not in a position to negotiate with. Suan shook his head. He truly didn't understand why all these bigwigs felt that their choices were necessarily the right ones. He took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't back out at this time. He could cut his ties with Ruyan Lu and even not see each other in the future. But he really didn't want to go abroad. Suan looked at Lu Wanhwa and didn't hastily reject it. Instead he cautiously tried. Mr. Ryu, can I just change schools? Or take a break? I can just find a small company or simply seclude myself inside some small county. And I swear that as long as Ms. Lu doesn't look for me, I will definitely not expose any of my information. Suan had had enough. Just because of $20. This time he had already caused a lot of things. Suan just wanted to graduate peacefully, but there was always someone who was not willing. Lu Wanhwa looked at Suan and narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew exactly what Suan meant by these words. You really don't want to worship Hanks? Suan nodded. He really wasn't interested in Hanks. Lu Wanhwa obviously do not believe. Hanks is a top pianist. Countless people want to squeeze through the door to master under him. And this time it is Hanks personally come to accept the apprentice. Suan is not willing? But Ryu Wanhwa didn't bother to care what was thought. This kind of person who fools around on the internet and is shallow-sighted enough to delete his daughter for a measly $20 doesn't matter to Lu Wanhwa. Suan looked at Lu Wanhwa in front of him. He was no longer in existence that he could fight against. Not to mention that the other party should have sensed that he was a threat to his daughter. In that case then I'll just have to take the 30 million and get the hell out of here. Oh, Suan didn't care much. After all, his own hand is now $30 million. In this case, His own suspension is the best choice. As for whether or not to get a diploma from New Sea University in the future, it would depend on whether or not this $30 million would be spent. Suwon recognized the fact that he wasn't a protagonist a long time ago, but having $30 million now wasn't bad news for Suwon. Suwon took a deep breath. Mr. Ryu, I'm willing to take a break from school, and I promise I'll never socialize with Miss Ryu again. I'll go back and pack tonight. Wait. When Lu Wanhua heard that Suwon was going back to pack up and prepare to get out tonight, he hurriedly interrupted the other party with a voice. Who told you to leave now? Suwon. Brother, are you sick? Didn't you tell me to get a grip and stay away from your baby girl? Lu Wanhua looked at Suwon and said indifferently. You don't want to go abroad and worship Hanks, that's your business. But I don't want Ruyan to know that you dropped out because of me. Suwon responded. It's a dumping ground. Not wanting to create a gap with his baby girl over this. Good. Rich people are rich people, but they are really careful in what they do. Suwon pondered for a moment before forcing a smile and looking at Lu Wanhua and nodding. Understood. I'll find a suitable reason to voluntarily withdraw. Lu Wanhua looked at Suwon, then nodded. If you handle this well, you can choose a city and I'll give you a piece of real estate, plus the $30 million you got from selling the rights to your tunes. That's enough money to make you a rich man for the rest of your life. Suwon nodded. Such a life is indeed wonderful. Just the only thing I'm not happy about is that I won't be able to get a diploma from New Sea University, which I've been working so diligently to get into for so many years. One doesn't have a dependency system. I got into Shinkai University entirely on my own merit. That's all. $30 million, and it does not offend Lu Wanhua and Chen Yilin, and he can be a little cleaner. Suwon got up and looked at Lu Wanhua, subconsciously wanting to extend his hand and say good cooperation to the other party. But Lu Wanhua just smoked his cigar and sat indifferently looking at Suwon. Suwon awkwardly withdrew his palm. It didn't matter. He was just a passerby. He wasn't the protagonist. He didn't have any special protagonist aura, and it was normal for these bigwigs to look down on him. Lu Wanhua looked at Suwon and whispered, remember, this is something only you and I know about. Hanks arrives in 6 days, but of course he won't be looking for you first. I'll give you half a month, and in half a month I expect you to disappear into my daughter's world. Suwon looked at Lu Wanhua and nodded, and the other man finally waved his hand at him. Suwon let out a long sigh of relief and silently left Lu Wanhua's office. Lu Wanhua looked at Suwon's back and shook his head. You kid, just practiced on a piano bench with my daughter, and because of you, I've been knocked out of $50 million of personal money by my sister-in-law. I was kind enough not to give you a house at the bottom of the lake. Take the money and get the fuck out honestly. Suwon was personally sent to the garage by the secretary, and a low-key $800,000 limousine was thoughtfully prepared for Suwon. This is the cheapest car in Ryowangoku. Suwon was escorted back to the school. As for those couriers before he passed out, they were all delivered to Baiyue by Lu Wanhua's bodyguards. As for Suwon's couriers, they were also left in front of his dormitory door. This bit of ethos was still very good at Shinhai University, and although it was close to closing time when Suwon returned, the courier was still at the door. Back at the dormitory, Suwon unwrapped his new cell phone and computer. Changing his cell phone card, Suwon turned on his phone and saw a message from Snow to himself. That's the orchestra playing the Star Trek concerto. Suwon listened once, and the questions were still there. But to have practiced like this in such a short period of time, Suwon had to admire Snow's connections and resources. It seems that there is something about this Yuki's identity as well. Suwon thought helplessly as he shuffled back. Redheads have been a scourge since time immemorial. Now because Ruyan herself is forced to be dropping out of school. Suwon sighed. And it was a good thing that Lu Wanhua promised himself that he would compensate himself afterwards. It doesn't really matter. As long as they don't come after you. There's still half a month to go. Suwon opened his computer and downloaded one software after another quickly, while his mind considered how he could do it without everyone getting suspicious. Since he had made up his mind to take a break from school, Suwon didn't leave himself any more backtracking. He opened the school's forum. Because of Chen Yilin's pushing, Suwon had even become the public enemy of the whole school, and all the shit was covered on Suwon. Of course Suwon felt that if Chen Yilin had just this little attack power he would still be able to take it easily. This kind of cyber attack could not play the slightest role for Suwon, who had been a duck king in his previous life. After all, there was no substantial evidence, and he could only fool the freshmen who were not in their right mind. But he himself is not much bigger than them now. If being cyberbombed causes depression and dropping out of school, then this would make a lot of sense. Suwon made plans quickly inside. When he thought of his perfect exit at the end, Suwon couldn't help but let a small smile spread across his face. Maybe it would be a good idea to leave with $30 million of your own money. Suwon thought about it and began to fly through the school's forums about abusing himself. Incidentally, it also reported those students who spoke up in their favor, passing on inaccurate information. A wicked smile spread across Suan's mouth. Lu Wanguo did not like himself. Suan could accept. After all, he had long ago accepted the fact that he was not the main character. But he had to discuss Chen Yilin before he left. Chen Yilin must be behind all this. Once he dropped out, the school was bound to investigate thoroughly about his being cyberbombed. At that time, he would naturally be able to find evidence that Chen Yilin was not dealing with himself. Suan reported a few of her classmates who had helped her out and started composing an email to Sun Yinxin. This was what made Sun Yinxin different from the other fish inside Suan's pond. Even that Snow, Suan wouldn't write emails to each other, but he would write emails for Sun Yinxin every week on time. There was no other way. Sun Yinxin was Suan's spiritual support when she was at her most difficult, the person who made Suan realize that no matter where she was, there would always be someone looking forward to it, looking forward to the emails that came on time every week. And sometimes, in order to make the emails not too boring, Suan would explain some stories, such as the story of the three bodies, revealing a little bit slowly like squeezing toothpaste. After all these years, Suan isn't done yet. Suan first exchanged a few words with Sun Yinxin about the recent events, and then briefly chatted about his current plans. And as for the matter of withdrawing from school, Suan was ready to say next week that he could water it down a bit. This was followed by some of Suan's recent epiphanies, such as being just an ordinary person and staying away from pretty women in the face of them, and admonishing Sun Yinxin not to keep slipping private things inside his emails, which he disliked very much. For the next email, Suan hoped to see Sun Yinxin send a little photo on the subject of black silk. The white silk was getting tired of looking at itself. In the end, it's just a little bit of trippy drama squeezed in. Suan estimated that according to the way he was squeezing, he could talk for another 3 years or so. Suan set the time, put it in the next week, and sent it out automatically. I'm going to be taking a break from school in a while and won't always have the time to compose an email to him on time. So why not write it ahead of time and just set a time to send it? Suan then took the time to reply to a couple messages from Snow. Aha! Good. 2 words to warm each other up all day. Seeing that the game was down, Suan didn't bother to pay so much attention to it and started playing the game. Day 2. Suan was woken up early in the morning by Yue's phone call. The guy woke up early on a rare occasion and got Suan up as well, and Elsa and Demi returned. They were originally going to follow their teacher back, but consider that teachers coming over must be prepared in advance. The world-class pianist traveled to Kyushu, and although Hank's main purpose was to take on a protege, it was essential for him to meet some people, as well as to have academic exchanges with some people. These things need to be organized. And after Yue got the news from Demi's side, she hoofed it to Suan and told him to pack up and grab some time to follow her to pick up the plane. Ruyan Lu's side has moved on. Because Suan's talent had been recognized by Elsa, the relationship between Ruyan Lu and Elsa had eased a lot, and the two had been together for many years, so it was naturally impossible for them to really sever their relationship. Suan originally did not want to go, but listening to the staggering voice of Yue's side, Suan still did not have the heart to refuse Yue. Changed into a set of casual clothes to come to Yue dormitory downstairs. After waiting for more than half an hour, Yue got dressed up and followed Suan to the airport. In the pickup area, Suan saw Lu Ruyan standing in the crowd at a glance, and although she tried to make herself as unobtrusive as possible, her pretty figure still attracted the eyes of passers-by. Yue yawned and went up to greet Lu Ruyan, who nodded slightly when she saw Yue and Suan. Seeing that both of them were listless, Ruyan Lu softly comforted them. There's still 10 minutes or so before the other side arrives, so we'll go ahead and have a meal later. Suan. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan, who was leaning against the fence with a tired face. It had to be said that although Suan looked despondent and melancholic, whether it was his looks or temperament, Suan was a rare handsome man. The way passers-by looked at him from time to time told him that Suan really deserved the title of New Sea University schoolgrass. What's wrong? Suan couldn't help but yawn again. Having already made up his mind that he wasn't going to continue reading, Suan didn't need to follow through with the book. Last night when his new computer arrived, he played games in one breath until midnight. Seeing Suan in this state, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, her gaze under the sunglasses looking seriously at Suan, and her voice became stern. Suan, be serious. My teacher Elsa pushed hard this time for Hanks to personally come to Kyushu to take you on as a disciple. This is a watershed moment in your life. You must be more serious. More serious. This is a chance to change your destiny. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan with a serious and earnest tone. Suan looked at Lu Ruyan under the sunglasses mask, and his mind unconsciously thought of the Lu Wanhwa he had seen last night. Since they are all set to take a break from school, then one can barely keep this girl happy. Suan perked up and looked at Ruyan Lu and nodded. Yes. Seeing Suan like this, Lu Ruyan's expression slightly soothed. Attitude is important. Hanks was a top pianist. He had seen no telling how many geniuses, and while geniuses like Suan were rare, Hanks, as a veteran pianist, might not be looking at talent, but attitude. If Suwon was proud of his talent, he could easily miss such an opportunity. It didn't take long for Suwon to see the two foreigners in his compound that day. Is this the Elsa and Demi that Ruyan mentioned? Suwon followed behind the two women to greet them. Ruyan, Lu and Elsa reintroduced Suwon with Demi. At the moment, both Elsa and Demi looked at Suwon with completely different gazes. This was the disciple that Hanks had his eye on, and Suwon was very talented in his own right, and after Mr. Hanks' training in the future, he would surely become one of the world's top pianists, especially after changing into the beautiful clothes. Suwon's entire aura changed abruptly, transforming from a vagabond in their eyes to a slightly melancholic rich son. Demi saw Suwon even took the initiative to go forward to give each other a hug, along with an apology to give him a face-to-face salute, and said slightly shyly in his ear, "Sorry Suwon." Although Suwon didn't know what the four girls had talked about in his living room that day, except that he was still angry, pissed off at how Demi suddenly hit someone with the ball. "Why didn't you say hello?" Without feeling anything himself, his opponent finished the set. Elsa also looked at Suwon very seriously and apologized. "I'm sorry Suwon, but you should become my senior brother after a while, and then senior sister will make it up to you." Suwon looked at Elsa and smiled without saying anything. After a while, wait until Hanks arrives. Once he meets with the other guy himself, then announce that he's been cyberbombed out of school and also becomes your mentor. "I'm sorry, ugly rejects." But at this moment, Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue were both dumbfounded. Did Demi just kiss Suwon? This girl? Sure she's not taking advantage of Suwon? Come up for either a hug or a loved one. They'd known Demi for a long time, but they'd never seen Demi give a personal salute, especially men. Let's not even talk about hugs. She's not even in a relationship yet? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic about Suwon? Nice guy. He hasn't even left the country yet, and you're so enthusiastic. Are you preparing to make the first move? Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue both looked a little odd, but the two of them and Suwon were just classmates, so they couldn't say anything, and could only look at Demi silently. After Demi and Suwon embraced, she still wanted to hold Suwon's hand, but Suwon was the king of ducks. He naturally knew exactly what Demi wanted to do, and without leaving any traces, he took over the suitcases in the hands of the two women, and helped the two women push their luggage. Seeing this, Demi had to give up. Suwon has dealt with foreigners. It's true that there's no comparison between the openness of their people and the country. Men go after the woman they want when they meet her, and women do the same, and more boldly. After all, these people are well aware that exceptional heterosexuals are rare. When Ruyan Lu saw Suwon take the initiative to help the two girls push the plums, her face slightly soothed. She took the initiative to lead the group to the parking lot, where an understated and luxurious nanny car was parked quietly waiting for them. The car pulls up to a lavish estate. This was supposed to be the Ryu family's residence for Elsa, and both Elsa and Demi entered with a natural demeanor. Considering that the duo had just gotten off the plane, Ruyan Lu had someone make a batch of breakfast and send it over. Su Yongchang quietly watched the four women chat as he silently deduced the countdown in his mind. Taking a break from school has to be prepared ahead of time, or there will be something unnatural about it. And since he himself had developed a mental illness as a result of Netstorm, it was only natural that he rejected Hanks to everyone's surprise, then immediately chose to take a break from school and take all his belongings and get the hell out of there. Then things make perfect sense. Good. Very good. Suwon fantasized about his plan when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. It's Demi. Suwon, how would I like to hear those two tunes played in person? Demi looked at Suwon adoringly, her eyes dripping with undisguised admiration. These two pieces caused a great shock abroad, especially the piano piece Summer Fields, which was loved by countless people. Suwon glanced at the crowd. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Suwon couldn't refuse and nodded his head to look at the piano under the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Elsa's purpose in living in Kyushu was to teach Ruyan Lu to play the piano, and the villa she lived in naturally had a piano, and it's still a Steinway. Sure enough, is that what rich people do? Looking at the brand new Steinway, Suwon shook his head slightly. These rich people were just too hateful, but his own $30 million can make himself barely counted in the ranks of the rich. It seems that there are good and bad people within the rich. Suwon sat on the piano bench. All he wanted to do now was to grab some time to go back to his dormitory and lie down to sleep, and he didn't put much effort into playing, but he was, after all, an original in the eyes of the four girls, and although both Elsa and Lu Ruyan could detect that Suwon was playing the two piano pieces by the book, the four girls still applauded and encouraged them very favorably out of the filtering influence of the original author. Suwon smiled politely after playing, and at that moment breakfast was finally brought over. The group sat at the table and continued to talk. Elsa's Chinese wasn't very good, so the few women they talked to were basically in a foreign language. But Suwon's English was also good, and although he kept his mouth shut, he could hear what they were talking about. The first thing is that Hank's plane ticket has been finalized for 5 days from now in the afternoon. Because of Hank's status and position, he came on a separate chartered flight this time. The plane is still the royal jet of foreign royalty. In addition, this time Hanks came, not just him and his medical security team, but also several royal sons and daughters, or princes, all of whom were properly titled. On top of that, Hanks has a couple of protégés coming with him, because they had learned that the teacher was preparing to take in one last disciple. Several of Elsa's senior brothers knew about it and were ready to follow them over without stopping. The purpose was also simple, to test the strength of this last disciple for the teacher. Knowing this, Ruyan Lu glanced meaningfully at Suan, who was burying his head in bitter food. In her eyes, Suan probably couldn't understand Elsa's speech. After all, Suan hadn't taken the test yet, and her English level was probably just average, and she didn't know how much information she knew in advance about this pickup. Suan watched the 4 women chatting away until noon. Elsa and Demi were obviously tired, so Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue left. In the car, Ruyan Lu repeated and relayed to Suan what Elsa had just said, and caught the gist of it for Suan. Hanks saw Suan's talent though, but the other party wouldn't take on an apprentice so lightly. After all, he was a world-class pianist, so if Suan wanted to succeed in worshipping Hanks, he had to go through the tests of several of his disciples. Now, Ruyan Lu wanted Suan to realize how right he was to take 2 hours out of his day to practice with him, because only then would Suan have a chance to get through and eventually become Hanks' close disciple. Suan listened to Lu Ruyan's teachings very cooperatively. After the 3 of them ate out casually, they took the bus back to school together. But Suan had a long memory. It's the peak of the back-to-school season, and with all the older students getting ready to go back to school, the flow of people at the front entrance of the school is enormous. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself because of Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue. A couple of kilometers from the school, Suan yelled to get off the bus. Ruyan Lu and Bai Yue both shook their heads helplessly as they looked at the timid Suan. Suan saw the contemptuous gaze of the 2 women. Although the heart is weak but still tough, said that he is not afraid. This is the noon to eat too much. Want to eliminate food. I don't know what I'm talking about. Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue both grunted lightly and ignored Suan. Seeing him get out of the car, letting the driver grab them and send them to the school, Suan walked alone on the street path, looking at the nanny car that was drifting away, a bitter smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. He himself had only met the other side by chance because of a joke of fate, and how difficult it would be to really live with people from families like theirs. Suan doesn't want any trouble, he just wants to lay flat. Suan returned to school slowly, and before he reached the dormitory, Lu Ruyan sent a message, remembering to practice the piano in the afternoon. Good. I'll see how much longer you can make me. Suan originally wanted to refuse Ruyan Lu, but when he met Lu Wanguo last night, the other party didn't seem to say that he wouldn't allow himself to practice with Ruyan Lu. Plus he was worried about creating a gap with Ruyan Lu because of this matter. Suan agreed to do so after thinking about it. Almost there. Perfect. Suan laid down on his bed and set his alarm clock, made a plan and immediately went to sleep. That's a good story. Survival is the first need of civilization. Civilization keeps growing and expanding, but the total amount of matter in the universe stays the same. Dark Forest conjecture. Very funny. The queen put down the knife and fork in her hand and analyzed the true essence within this story to herself. Especially Alice's last sentence made the queen nod slightly. Tolerance and compassion for other civilizations. That would be the most unforgivable betrayal of your own civilization. That's good. This story is very good. The queen inquired with a soft smile as she looked at the room that had been restored to brightness on the television. Is Alice's pen pal's name Suan? Yes, queen. Is that the piano prodigy that Hanks has his eye on? Yes, the same person. It's a good talent. And doesn't Alice already know who the other person is? Tell her I would invite him over with a knighthood. The queen rose, withdrew the napkin from her chest, and rose to look at the secretary. A very interesting man. A knighthood is worth it. The secretary nodded slightly in contemplation for a moment. And the manner. The astronomer who started questioning Alice broke defense. He stood up and turned to Alice with his mouth open for a moment, not knowing what to say. He is a pacifist and feels that the civilizations in the universe are about as lonely, helpless and boring as they should be. They believe that civilizations in the universe are able to help and understand each other and that everyone can live together in peace. But the story of the 3 bodies gave them another idea. Perhaps the rest of the universe's civilizations weren't as friendly as one might think? Even if most of the people are friendly, if they are unlucky enough to encounter a bad civilization, can they afford the results? After all, a civilization is less billions of people. How much heritage? How much culture? How many peaceful ordinary people are involved? Make the wrong bet and it's a civilization that follows. Or even more miserable and helpless if they are unlucky enough to be reduced to rations or slaves. And with such an idea, The so-called dark forest laws in the triad will be more deeply rooted and more correct. To be fair, this is not to satisfy the curiosity of certain people, to satisfy the desire of certain groups of people to find out, but to consider the future development of a civilization. After all, as long as a civilization exists, then sooner or later that civilization will go to every corner of this world. The academically famous astronomer eventually sat down. Alice smiled at the other woman. Content and happy. That's a nice story Suan wrote for himself. She also didn't expect that the little bedtime stories Suan said she used to organize for her would bring her such a big surprise. It's just that Suan talks so slowly. It took so long to get to this point, and I don't know if it's going to end later or what. Alice thanked everyone, and the crowd slowly dispersed to go back to their own rest. Hanks had also learned, through Alice's little report, that the young man he wanted to take on as his apprentice was Alice's pen pal of many years. Alice didn't hide anything from everyone about this pen pal who had been friends for years. Her parents and teachers know that Alice has a pen pal from Kyushu. At first, no one noticed, but slowly Alice realized through the long hours spent together that the pen pal was still a sci-fi genius. The story of the three bodies is indeed very amazing. So when Hanks learned that Suan, whom he was going to take on as a disciple, was Alice's pen pal, he was only a little shocked, so he accepted it. In fact, by this point, he had even given up on some of the so-called exams. The fact that this person Suan could correspond with Alice for so many years proved one thing. The royal side thought that there was no problem with Suan's character as a person. Otherwise this friend of Alice's couldn't have contacted her for so long. Then what need was there for one to test Suan more than necessary? Seeing that the people were almost gone, Alice followed Hanks conspicuously and whispered, "Mr. Hanks, I want to congratulate you in advance. I didn't expect your shut-in to be so talented. Not only does he know a lot about the piano, but I didn't expect to be good at writing science fiction novels as well." Hanks nodded with a soft smile. "All right, Your Highness Alice. This is something you can promise me. You are not allowed to talk about it everywhere, or else I'm afraid that my acceptance as an apprentice won't be that simple." Mark was originally interested in Suan as well, but because I released a statement in advance, the other party gave me a face and didn't contact Suan. If you make the author of this novel public, then there are too many variables for me to take on an apprentice. Alice smiled softly and nodded as her cell phone rang. She glanced apologetically at Hanks before going to a break and answering the call. It was a call from my great-aunt's secretary. Alice answered the phone and made small talk with the other party before the other party got to the point. Learning that her great-aunt had even noticed Suan, Alice's eyes instantly brightened. Alice was especially excited to learn that Suan could even obtain a knighthood. After she excitedly thanked the other party, she immediately wanted to pick up her cell phone to tell Suan the news. But then she quickly reacted. Now she was aware of all the news about Suan, but Suan was not. "It's okay. A few more days. He could see the other side himself in a few days. You'll be able to share that good news yourself in a few days." Alice couldn't help but snicker a little at the thought of Suan's surprise when she revealed her identity to him. In the afternoon, Suan came to the piano room as promised. There were still very few people in the piano room, and Suan and Lu Ruyan sat on a stool. This time Suan was much more honest because he was going to leave after a while. There was no point in taking advantage of Lu Ruyan, or maybe he would see Lu Wangui as soon as he opened his eyes that day. Su Jing settled down and listened carefully to Lu Ruyan's explanation. It had to be said that Ruyan Lu was indeed a genius. She had a deep understanding of the piano, and with a top-notch pianist like Elsa guiding her from the sidelines, Ruyan Lu was fully capable of becoming a piano player. Suan also slowly tries to bring in emotions. This was not difficult for Suan to say, but not simple. Needed Suan to be in a good mood, like playing Star Trek in the dark the other day. Suan played the piano piece carefully. After leaving Shinhai, Suan was going to focus on the history of this world's game development, and then study the history of this world after the game had been played enough. That way, one has something to do with one's life. Lu Ruyan was a little surprised by Suan's changes. This guy had obviously improved from yesterday, and there were no disgusting thoughts inside his head. He was honest throughout. Sure enough, worthy of being a genius, with such a powerful talent. He thought that after becoming Hank's disciple, Suan's strength could definitely skyrocket, and he feared that he would become famous by the age of 30 or so. It's just a shame. Ruyan Lu played at a much slower tempo. She was a little lost. She didn't have many friends, especially male friends, and most of the men she came into contact with were greedy for her family and looks. So Ruyan Lu was resistant to men. And Suan, he may have had some thoughts about himself as well, but he was well aware of the gap between himself and her, and it was obvious that he would deliberately keep the two of them at a distance. Ruyan Lu was a little happy that Suan had the sense to not bore herself, but sometimes it can be hard. Why? Why do other men pursue themselves frantically because of their looks and family history, grasping every opportunity to communicate and engage with them? But Suan, The guy was cold to himself instead. Suwon was immersed in the world of music, ignoring Ruyan Lu's abnormality. Even if he did notice, Suwon would not comfort or explain anything. He had already made up his mind to leave, so naturally he wouldn't do anything useless. After all, this wasn't a threat from a dude like Chen Yilin, but a personal warning from the richest man in Shanghai, Lu Wanhua. Trying to fight back yourself, trying to stay as a joke in front of people like this. In that case, just be honest and leave as they ask you to. Suwon looked at the clock in front of him to the point, got up and politely thanked Lu Ruyan, and then he still stood in the doorway to look at Lu Ruyan in the sunlight. Don't say it. These clothes are really translucent. Seeing Lu Ruyan discovering his gaze, Suwon smiled and waved his hand at her. See you tomorrow, Sister Willow. Now Suwon's reputation is completely stigmatized. Chen Yilin listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and nodded with a smile. At the moment he was looking through the school's intranet, and the truth was indeed as the other man had said. Suwon had been portrayed as a big asshole in the forums. This move might not be useful for those who were already sophomores and juniors, but for the freshman group of students, Suwon was a complete villain in the eyes of the freshmen. But for these Chen Yilin felt it was not enough. One more thing. That's what Suwon still has $30 million to do. If the students all know that Suwon has $30 million inside, and the other party still goes to apply for all kinds of subsidies every year. Not only these new students. I'm afraid that those old students also can't sit still. As for Suwon to step forward and explain where the $30 million came from, but since his reputation has already stunk, it will be difficult for Suwon to clear his name. And during this time when Suwon's reputation was stinking, he himself might not even need to spend any money, and someone would naturally step in to teach Suwon a lesson. At that time, once this matter was heard by Hanks, who had returned from abroad, then Suwon was completely finished. Ha! Chen Yilin stared at the wall in front of him with grim eyes, and after letting out a disdainful sneer, he opened his cell phone and began to operate it. Suwon's bank card balance. This is good to mess with. After all, he is the young master of the Chen family in Shanghai. It is not a big problem to find someone to help check this kind of information, but there is one thing, the timing of this story breaking. Chen Yilin thought about it and decided to wait 2 days before reporting. He can also take the time to collect data. By the time the news was confirmed, Suwon would be powerless to explain even if he wanted to. This person, once his reputation is stigmatized, even if he meets with any accidents, people will not care and sympathize with each other. They will only gloat. Oh, Chen Yilin thought with a light smile as a murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Although killing people in modern society was not possible, but maiming you, making you stop playing the piano for the rest of your life, making you live in humiliation for the rest of your life. This was simply easy for the Shanghai Chen family's great young man. Chen Yilin was in a much better mood when she thought about the future end of Suwon. Evening. Suwon sat inside the cafeteria for a while, and after he finished eating at 6 o'clock he strolled around the school. In the past, Suwon had run errands for his classmates and gotten takeout for his teachers, and had been to most of the places inside the school, so I'm afraid that many of the teachers didn't necessarily know the school as well as he did. Only at that time, all I could think of was making money, and I didn't have the time to enjoy the scenery of the campus. Now that it was time to go, Suwon wanted to take a good look at the scenery of Shanghai University. Suwon was walking and filming at the same time, when suddenly he came across the mentor he had been avoiding, Yao Qinglian, because they had once pulled Yao Qinglian into the pond. Both of them were actually embarrassed. Yao Qinglian was unable to have children because of her health, and Yao Qinglian, now 35 years old, had never married. Her parents didn't care much about her either, and nowadays Yao Qinglian stayed alone in Shanghai and worked as a counselor at Shanghai University. At that time, Suwon felt that Yao Qinglian was not young, plus she did issue a certificate that she was unable to have children. Women are still very sensitive to this aspect, more so than if you call her ugly, so Suwon had considered whether the two should develop a little. After all, Suwon doesn't want children for the time being. Back then, Suwon understood the other party's identity after seeing the set of clothes Yao Qinglian was wearing at the appointed place. But just as he was about to quietly leave and quietly kick out Yao Qinglian, the fish, Yao Qinglian also spotted him. Women in their 30s have never seen food before, but basically have lost their teenage shyness. After Yao Qinglian briefly froze, she blushed slightly and flawlessly allowed Suwon to sit down. The place where the two of them agreed was a quiet cafe. Plus Yao Qinglian, despite her age, was well maintained, looking at only 27 or 88, and outsiders looked like siblings chatting away. That day, Suwon and Yao Qinglian had a long talk. Although they didn't talk about their specific relationship, Yao Qinglian learned about Suwon's family in detail, and even ended up trying to give Suwon money. Suwon, don't. In his last life, he had no choice but to smoke cigarettes late at night and drive his car, circling a crowd of rich women. But in this life, God has favored Suan since he started over. He just wants to be an honest and good person. Looking back, Suan glanced at the charming Yao Qinglian and twisted his head, about to leave, when Yao Qinglian's familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Suan. Today's Yao Qinglian was wearing a wraparound skirt. The upper half of her body was a small skirt, and her body still exuded the flavor belonging to a mature woman. Many students exclaimed that they had chosen the right one after learning that Yao Qinglian was their mentor at that time. It's a pity that Yao Qinglian's character is very cold. Even as strong as Suan was unknowingly hardened for a year before she was ready to pick the fruit. One should know that even strong as Lu Ruyan had only used the majority of the year. Ordinary people would only become more powerless when facing Yao Qinglian. Suan twisted her head a little awkwardly to look over, and Yao Qinglian waved her hand at Suan, signaling her to follow her. Suan then realized that he had unknowingly walked to the faculty office building, so it was no wonder that he had encountered Yao Qinglian. Yao Qinglian naturally handed Suan the documents she was holding in her hands, and then ended the conversation with the co-worker she had just been chatting with. Suan smiled politely at the other teacher. Seeing such a handsome student, the other party also nodded with glowing eyes. Yao Qinglian didn't say anything, only leading Suan towards the staff building. Arriving at Yao Qinglian's office, she told Suan to put down the papers and sit on the opposite side of her desk, then personally poured Suan a cup of water and frowned as she inquired, "You're avoiding me?" Suan scratched his head and laughed nervously, pretending to know nothing. "No, I wasn't going to bother you when I saw you were just talking." Yao Qinglian's beautiful eyes looked at Suan, seeing that he didn't tell the truth and didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, she sat on the desk and looked at Suan condescendingly. "Who bought you that outfit?" said she, analyzing herself. "You can't possibly afford to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a t-shirt, even if you're rich, and 70,000 or so on a pair of slacks. And your shoes. These can be famous brands, and according to your condition, even if you were suddenly rich, you shouldn't recognize these brands, much less know how to match them. The girl who bought you the dress was very attentive," said Yao Qinglian, also gently stroked the material of the clothes. "Obviously, these are real, not imitations." Suan looked at Yao Qinglian and sighed. "Come on. This is another rich woman. The women you meet don't seem to be easy." From Sun Yinxin in the beginning, to Yao Qinglian now, is it possible that you and rich women are really destined for each other? Suan saw that he could not hide it, so he simply said it directly. After all, he and Yao Qinglian had a period of ambiguity for a while, and there was still a whole year, and even prepared to PK a little offline. While not, the duo does have a very complicated relationship. Suan briefly told Yao Qinglian what had happened during this time. Even about himself raising fish to the school flower Lu Ruyan, and also cheated her $20, causing the other party to be angry, and directly bring people to find himself. So he took out 2 piano pieces he had written in his spare time to snub the other party in order to calm Ruyan Lu's anger. What followed was that the other guy was lulled into a false sense of security and paid $30 million for the patent on his piano piece. Suan believes that Yao Qinglian will not tell these things nonsense. After all, he also has her secret, ambiguous period of people what do not come out. Yao Qinglian looked down at Suan as she glanced at the closed door of the room, then simply crossed her legs directly over Suan's chair and frowned. "Then, in that case, the recent smears about you on the school forums were all caused by Ruyan Lu's suitor, that young master of the Chun family?" Suan scratched his head, looked at the smelly feet placed beside his hand, and nodded with some embarrassment. "Aha!" Yao Qinglian sat on her desk and gave Suan a wink. Suan nodded and rather helplessly began to rub the other party's feet. And the other party didn't mind the outfit at the moment at all. "So you offended him." "Offended him pretty hard. Summer Fields and The Wind Rises are the names of the 2 piano pieces. I also like these 2 tunes, and I was curious before how Chun Yilin could have such talent, and he doesn't name these 2 tunes, so the patent wasn't his. So, he didn't dare name it." Yao Qinglian gently kicked Suan, signaling the brat to exert himself gently, before analyzing. "So what do you do now? Looking for Lu Ruyan? Didn't she say she could guarantee your safety? You made Chen Yilin lose so much face, and it's expected that you'll lose even more face after a while," Yao Qinglian said with a light smile. "According to my guess, since Hanks will come to you, then Ruyan Lu should be thinking of taking advantage of Hank's heat to announce the real author of these 2 tunes. That way, for her, the popularity of the tune goes up at once, and it's easier to operate and make money." Suan honestly did the hard work and nodded earnestly. This does maximize the value of both tunes, but he has nothing to do with it anymore. Anyway, he had to take a break from school. Suan raised his head and glanced quietly. Seeing that Yao Qinglian didn't care, he also didn't care up. "That, and I'm not going to read on." The foot in Suan's hand, which had originally been fairly relaxed, immediately tightened up after he said those words. What it means. Yao Qinglian looked at Suan incredulously. then looked at Suwon with a deadly frown. Because you got $30 million? Suwon nodded, half-heartedly. You also know my situation. With the money, I want to give back to the people inside the village, buy them something, send them some money, and then find a small county to settle down and eat interest on the line. As for school, I can't get in now with all the money I have. Suwon looked at Yao Qinglian, but didn't look up. Yao Qinglian didn't care and just frowned at him. Suwon, so have you ever thought about your talent? Since you were able to create summer fields and the wind rises, but have you ever thought about your talent? You've been the best student in our department for the past 2 years, and the dean is all over you, to the point where you even have a chance to stay in school if you want to. If you continue, $30 million is certainly a lot, but here you can realize your life's aspirations and achieve your ambitions. Yao Qinglian's brows remained furrowed. No matter from that perspective, she didn't want Suwon to leave, and her plan for Suwon is to find a way to work to keep Suwon in school when he graduates. As long as he stays in school, Suwon has hope, and he himself still has a chance. Suwon secretly sighed. He'd also love to get a diploma from Shinkai University. But, Reu Wanhwa, this one isn't like Yilanshen, who just smears herself on the internet and gets into these whole petty fights. If he made a move, then he might be on his way to owning a very large concrete villa under the Nusi River. Suwon finally looked up at Yao Qinglian, withdrawing his hand and placing Yao Qinglian's jade foot on the chair as he got up to look at Yao Qinglian himself. Mr. Yao, thank you for your concern for me, but do not want to continue reading. $30 million is really enough for me to live on. After saying that, Suwon was about to leave, but Yao Qinglian pulled him back. Yao Qinglian's face was a bit angry, but she still forced down her emotions and kept her words as emotionless as possible. Okay, we'll talk about whether you're on or not later. School will start in 2 days. The school is going to arrange an orientation party for the new students. You prepare a program. Also, Yao Qinglian looked at Suwon with a slightly evasive look. You are not allowed to take a break from school without my permission. Suwon walked out of Yao Qinglian's office listlessly, but it wasn't because Yao Qinglian asked him to act in the orientation party for the freshmen. Every year, NMSU organizes junior students to participate in the show. Suwon also officially stepped into the 3rd year of college. The normal process to participate in the show is nothing. Besides, since he was leaving, Suwon also wanted to feel the atmosphere of the university one last time. What really made things difficult for Suwon was that Yao Qinglian paid Suwon's tuition. Originally this tuition Suwon did not want to pay. $7,000 or so was almost enough to pay a fresh college student for 3 months. That's a lot of silver for nothing. Suwon's heart ached just thinking about it. As for Yao Qinglian's comment that she wouldn't allow Suwon to take a break from school, this was something Suwon didn't really care about. You don't go to school by yourself, you change your cell phone number, and no one can find you. Suwon exited the school building. Night had completely fallen, and he walked towards the playground. Unfortunately, I was a bit busy a while ago and didn't take the time to perform a bite-sized ice cream swallow in front of the freshmen, but there were still quite a few students gathered in the playground. Many of them were still from the student council. They looked like they were setting up the playground. At the moment those new fresh bloods in the student council were working tirelessly and hard, and it was obvious that after this group of guys graduated, that they were all a good head of cattle and horses. Suwon watched the group of students work hard with interest. Freshmen are easy to tell. Black ones are. Both men and women. One and all looked like they had been washed in coal, and from a distance, they looked like little balls of coal that had come to life. Suwon asked sitting next to the playground and smiled. However, when the surrounding students saw Suwon, their eyes showed contempt. Fortunately, they were of high quality and didn't really come up to trouble Suwon. Suwon also knows that he is not popular. Smilingly looked at Two Eyes, twisted his head back to the dormitory to play games. As for the orientation party, Suwon didn't want to capitalize on the popularity of The Wind Rises. He thought of another song. He himself had been hailed as a piano genius by so many people, and since he was ready to leave, it wouldn't be too much to ask to actually be a genius for once. Suwon stood on the dormitory and looked out at the chattering schoolmates below, a flash of memories flowing inside his eyes. This sobriety of living in one's happiest days brought Suwon immense spiritual fulfillment. The only flaw was that Suwon had raised the fish Lu Ruyan, destroying his otherwise full and happy life. Pity. The next day Suwon was woken up by Bai Yue. This time it was to get Elsa and the girls together for dinner. As Hank's last disciple, although Suwon had yet to formally pay homage to his teacher, Elsa had already treated Suwon as her own senior. In the car, Bai Yue and Suwon yawned neatly. Lu Ruyan, who was sitting across from the duo, frowned at them. Don't you all sleep at night? Bai Yue rolled her eyes and ignored Lu Ruyan, dozing off on her own. Suwon didn't say anything either, but he quietly looked out the window at the glorious downtown New Sea. For breakfast Elsa had booked a restaurant, and after dinner Elsa was going to buy some clothes for Suwon to avoid upsetting Hanks because of his clothing. Suan didn't understand why he had to curry favor with an old man, but he didn't say anything more. It was always hard for Suan to turn down free stuff, thinking that he would be able to move freely in and out of the city after he had resolved these matters. Suan was surprisingly in a somewhat excited mood. Shanghai, as a city that was little known even in this world, Suan was prepared to take a stroll alone before leaving. On top of that, Suan also considered one more thing: the house. That house in the countryside Suan wasn't going to rebuild. He was worried that if he went back to live there, Ruyan Lu would find him. So it had to be a city that was growing pretty well, but wasn't well known. Suan was going to take the time to get a driver's license and buy a car. Walking and looking, Kyushu is huge. There are more than 200 county urban areas here, and as long as Suan is patient, he can always find one that suits him. As Suan was thinking, the vehicle had already arrived at the reserved restaurant. Suan glanced at the restaurant in front of him, still lavishly decorated. A luxurious restaurant Suan had never been to before. Following Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue, they walked in and came to a private room, where the cleanly dressed Elsa and Demi were already waiting in the private room. Suan could tell at a glance that whether it was Elsa or Demi, their outfits were deliberately pretending to be young. In fact, it is also right. After all, there is Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue here. The two women are already 30 years old. Naturally some pressure. Suan didn't point it out, and with a look of a shy big boy, he sat quietly in the corner, quietly listening to the four women's communication. In their eyes, Suan's English level should not be good. After all, when they exchanged, they mentioned Suan quite a lot, but Suan was always silent and should not understand what they were saying. For his part, Suan sat indifferently as the four women mostly chatted about Hank's trip and the shopping later. According to Elsa, Hanks would only be in Kyushu for 10 days this time, and for the first 3 days Hanks needed to meet with various people, attend various parties, and meet with a few of the wealthier families in the new city. This Hanks guy knows quite a few overseas syndicates. As a world-renowned city with ports to countries all over the globe, Shanghai generates terrifying benefits every day, so Hanks should be coming over on behalf of these consortiums to probe these families. Should be able to try and work together if the opportunity arises. The Chen family is very active in this matter. The Chen family has more business in foreign trade and is also trying to go international. For these both Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue do not care much. After all, their parents are still on top. Beyond that, the next few days will revolve around Suan. Hanks didn't just accept Suan as his disciple with a single sentence. Suan should have gone through quite a few tests during that time. Elsa didn't say much about any of this though, just a brief chat. Both Ruyan Lu and Yue Bai could understand. After all, the current Suan was not yet a disciple of Hanks, and for Elsa to be able to say so much ahead of time, she already thought highly of Suan's performance. The four women then chatted about where they would go shopping later while eating their breakfast. Suan, on the other hand, pondered whether he should play dumb and make Hanks look at himself outright, or show a little bit of his ability to make Hanks feel that he was not worthy of becoming his disciple, or just avoid it, take the excuse of being cyberbombed, leave a confession, and disappear in style for all to see. As Suan was pondering, Elsa suddenly remembered something, and he looked at Suan, who was seriously swallowing his food, and said seriously, "Suan, Ruyan said that you guys are going to organize the welcome party inside the university in the next 2 days, right? I suggest you get up on stage and perform the program. Mr. Hanks' examination of you is definitely going to be put in front of everyone, and it's never going to be in private, so you'd better familiarize yourself with the stage ahead of time. Familiarize yourself with the feeling of being watched, and, better yet, you can create a little heat out of it to make the teacher feel better about you. Big brothers, a little hyping, free gift giveaway, don't read the bad reviews. Rich." Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up when she heard this and she nodded her head cooperatively. As it happens, the orientation party is the day after tomorrow, so I'll have someone from the student council help you out with the registration. You've been practicing the piano for the past 2 days, and you'll be playing a piece on stage then. I'm sure either Summer Fields or The Wind Rises will make a name for you. Lu Ruyan said softly. This period of time is relatively busy. She has not been paying much attention to the things inside the school. If not just happened to mention the welcome party, he had not thought of this matter. Suan, as someone who was about to become Hank's disciple, naturally wanted to familiarize himself with the stage environment in advance to avoid being nervous. Suan scratched his head. This matter had already been promised to Yao Qinglian last night, and it was fine to agree to it now. I've signed up, and I'll try to play a tune then. Seeing Suan so self-conscious, Lu Ruyan nodded with satisfaction. Bai Yue looked at Suan and silently gave Suan a cheering gesture. Suan, don't forget each other when you're rich. When you become a great pianist, remember to come back and take me. Bai Yue looked at Suan and muttered. Suan smiled and nodded, but apologized in his mind. Sorry about that. He was going to take the time to write a song for Bai Yue as compensation after he stabilized himself. Though not famous because of himself as the original creator, it could be worth quite a bit of money if he just picked some tunes that were more widely circulated. This is also a kind of compensation for Bai Yue for this period of time. After dinner, the five went out shopping. Demi leaned into Suan as soon as he was out the door. It was a good thing that Bai Yue was pestering Demi. Otherwise Suan would have had quite a headache facing the enthusiastic foreigner Demi. Chen Yilan nodded with a grave expression as he listened to his dad's secretary's admonition. He then hung up the phone to look at the school website's tirade against Suan, and a gradual darkness passed through his eyes. It wasn't enough to smear Suan inside the school. Far from enough. Hanks is coming, and his own family wants to try to hook up with Hanks and go overseas. Now, this was no longer a conflict between himself and Suan. According to his past attitude towards Suan, if Suan successfully became Hanks' disciple, it would be almost impossible for the family to use Hanks as a springboard to head overseas. So, the best thing to do at this point is to keep Suan out of Hanks. The reputation bit is enough for now. Still not enough slugging though. Suan's first 2 years, if it were not for the school's various subsidies, I'm afraid that tuition cannot afford to pay. Now that Suan has money, but not many people should know about it. The kid might even have the cheek to keep applying for school grants. Oh, Chen Yilan thought of Suan's usual stingy appearance, and was already certain that this guy would absolutely continue to apply for subsidies. Then, if he used this to make an article, by then, not only the school, I'm afraid that in the society, this guy Suan is also famous. A rich kid with $30 million in his hand has to apply for all kinds of subsidies? Oh, if Suan you carry the scorn of countless people, I'll see if Hank still wants to take you on as a disciple, especially after your boy's complete inability to play the piano. I'm afraid Hanks will lose his last ounce of patience with you, as long as there is no Suan. The contact between his own family and Hanks should be very pleasant. After Chen Yilan had a plan in mind, he immediately called and contacted the other minions. He was going to rummage inside Suan's dormitory for evidence about applying for school aid. Chen Yilan wanted to see how on earth a guy who was spurned by millions of people could gain the favor of a famous pianist. Suan finished his lunch at noon and painfully followed the 4 women to continue shopping. He didn't want to accompany these women to buy things, but Bai Yue and the others discussed that as long as Suan accompanied them to buy clothes, they would buy Suan a set of clothes for every hour he accompanied them, purchased by 4 people in turn. Good. Shared men, handbag people. Suan gritted his teeth for the sake of the clothes and strenuously accompanied the 4 women to shop until after 8 o'clock in the evening. They can really shop. From clothes, to shoes, underwear, decorations, all kinds of bracelets, all kinds of small apparel, and finally, surprisingly, they started picking out men's underwear for themselves. By the time they reached Elsa's villa, Suan had no feeling in his feet. He helped carry the stuff out of the car and sat inside the car dying to get down. Several women did not force Suan, and by the time he and Lu Rui and Bai Yue returned to the school, the dormitory was already closing. But even so, Suan still honestly helped Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue carry their clothes and various things to their dormitories. This was followed by carrying a large pile of stuff back to his dormitory. Putting down his clothes, Suan was just about to grab a change of clothes and wash up when he saw the angle at which the cabinet opened and closed and realized something was wrong. What's going on? Suan opened the cabinet and looked at the clothes inside. Suan frowned. One's own things have been touched. Although the other party tried his best to act like he was normal, Suan could be sure that his things had definitely been touched. Suan hurriedly began to inspect the entire dormitory. He just had a few clothes and a laptop that were considered valuables, so it was good that none of these things were lost. But when Suan rummaged through the pentagrams and thank you notes in the deepest part of the cabinet, Suan's brows furrowed. The thank you note and the sheet music are missing. Suan sat up in his chair and contemplated. If it's a thief, then the other person won't leave the computer above their desktop unattended. And he himself had change inside the locker, so there was no reason for the other guy not to take it. Also, if it was because of a smear campaign on a school forum and a bunch of hot-headed college students took advantage of their absence to try to discipline themselves, it wouldn't be just taking away thank you notes and pentameters. Suan looked at the small mirror on the table, a bitter smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Chen Yilan, this guy really wasn't going to just let himself go. Suan let out a long sigh. Thank you notes and sheet music should come with it. That shouldn't be his real goal. So what is his goal? Chen Xiao. This tune is truly awesome. At this moment in Chen Yilan's house, it was a separate villa that his parents had purchased for him, which also had a piano. Back then, he had also spent a lot of effort on the piano in order to pursue Ruyan Lu. It was a pity that the more he practiced the piano, the clearer he became about the gap between himself and Ruyan Lu, and later he didn't play the piano much except for picking up girls. But after all, the bottom is still there. Today, after getting Su and sheet music, he was curious to try playing it. I have to say, this kid is indeed quite talented. The tune was very good, and even Chen Yilin felt that Suan's talent was above that of Lu Ruyan. But the more he did, the harder it became, because Ruyan Lu is herself. It's his Chen Yilin. You, Suan, a mudblood from the countryside, should be honest and be your subordinate. Chen Yilin finished playing the tune, and a diabolical plan came to mind. This Suan person should never be kept. When his hand is broken, he will never be able to play the piano again in his life. And himself, just use his tune to completely shatter his self-confidence. Chen Yilin looked at his little brother and inquired with a light smile. If I remember correctly, orientation is in 2 days. The youngest brother nodded honestly and fond as he replied. The informant from the student council said that it was Ruyan Lu who forcefully arranged for Suan to get in tonight as well, saying that she wanted to perform a program. Chen Yilin nodded. You, go and sign me up immediately for the program. And the program will be a piano piece, and it has to be in front of Suan. Call the police? Suan didn't choose to call the police. The song score himself sent to the snow. Thank you letter for Suan. More role is the comfort of the soul. There is no economic value. Only Suan was still a bit reluctant. After all, the pentameter, even if Snowside has registered a patent. But those thank you letters, is Suan really care? Really belong to their own? Suan was silent for a long time. But in the end, he didn't think of any solution. There was no evidence of his own to prove that it was Chen Yilin who had stolen the letter and the score, and he couldn't prove it either. Suan bitterly smiled. After all, it is the Chen family's eldest young man in Shanghai, although he now has $30 million. But in the face of this kind of behemoth, and what can be done, Chen Yilin? Suan could only pray that Chen Yilin got what he wanted and let himself go. When you turn down Hanks, just be anonymous and honest yourself. In the morning, Bai Yuwei didn't wake up Suan. Instead, Yao Qinglian's call came. Suan, Chen Yilin is quite vicious. He found the slips of your deposits in the bank, as well as the subsidy application form you submitted. All the ones from the previous 2 years have turned up, but there are a couple of forms I haven't seen either. Yao Qinglian said with some exasperation on the other side of the phone. She didn't sound alarmed, though. Instead she was kind of watching the show. Suan's face was full of questions. Not knowing what was going on, Yao Qinglian had no choice but to briefly tell what happened online. The general idea is that someone broke the news last night that Suan is obviously very rich, but he still applies for various grants from the school every year. And incidentally, there are also records of Suan's savings. It's the $30 million deposit slip from Suan's bank card. Anyone who could manage to backdoor investigate this kind of information. Of the people Suan had offended so far, only Chen Yilin could do it with ease. There are also those application materials. The first 2 years of the application materials are generally filed in the data room. It is estimated that Chen Yilin is also looking for relations. Originally, Suan's reputation on the intranet had already been stigmatized, and now that he had been exposed to this kind of thing, even more of his classmates couldn't sit still. The students of New Sea University are generally wealthy, but there are still a lot of humble students every year. Suan, if it is an ordinary person's family, you in order to save some money students can still understand. But you have 30 million. It's not 30, 000, 300, 000. It's 30 million. Now the school intranet had blown up. Not just the school, but on the internet the name Suan was famous. Yao Qinglian said in a calm tone. But these are false accusations. I paid your tuition for this year in full for you a few days ago. As for your $30 million balance, it's also good to explain. All you need is Ruyan Lu's willingness to help you prove it. What do you want to do with it? Suan rolled over and got up. Hearing Yao Qinglian's inquiry, Suan replied coldly. Do not deal with it. I'm afraid that by now Chen Yilin doesn't know that she has refused all kinds of subsidies from the school. And the reason why she lost her things last night has also been found. Chen Yilin presumably just came to his room to rummage through the grant application forms. Only unfortunately, because this year Suan did not take the initiative to apply, so Suan did not get this year's application form. But Bai Youwei's second uncle to Suan to fight for those. Suan although filled out, but then tore up. Only the garbage has not had time to throw. The other party rummage out of the trash can. Suan snorted coldly. After all, he was someone who had lived 2 lives. He could already guess what Chen Yilin wanted to do next. Those thank you notes the other side took, presumably to build themselves up. Establish yourself as a fraternity. And piano music. I guess it's also used for manifestation in front of people. Suan was now only worried that Shui wouldn't recognize the wrong person. He promised Yuki that he wouldn't play or use the piano piece in public after giving it to her, so that she would feel free to utilize it. But if the other party was really a sickly girl, pestering Chen Yilin wouldn't be a bad thing. Seeing that Suan didn't care, Yao Qinglian was a bit anxious. Suan, this isn't something that's being spread around campus. It's being discussed online now. Once the heat is out then, you'll have trouble explaining yourself even if you want to. Suwon hummed to show that he knew, and whispered softly in a comforting voice. There's no rush. Suwon knew that since Chan Yilin was going to do it, he definitely wouldn't leave any mercy, and he would definitely stab this matter out. Plus, now that things are being put on the internet, it's bound to get a lot of attention. This was definitely not a good thing for Suwon, and even if it was explained clearly, Suwon's reputation was already completely gone. Suwon wanted to wait a little longer though. Chan Yilin would never let go of those thank you notes. He's going to use those thank you notes for something. Since we're going to crack down, let's do it hard for once. Wait until Chan Yilin uses these thank you notes to build momentum before standing up for himself. Suwon's hand is open as clutching the donation record, and there is also a record of funding. As a patron, he can change the mailing address. Those kids are on time with their mail. With this evidence, Suwon didn't worry at all that he couldn't clear his name. Yao Qinglian was a bit angry hearing Suwon's unconcerned attitude. Seeing that he didn't care about himself, Yao Qinglian also gambled on not talking about this topic anymore. Since you don't care, I won't worry about it. What are you going to perform at orientation? Play the piano. Play what piano? Those two pieces you wrote? Suwon shook his head. No. However, Suwon didn't explain, casually dismissing Yao Qinglian with a few sentences. Suwon opened his computer and started checking the school forum. Sure enough, this caused a lot of discussion at the top of the forum last night. There is still quite a bit of discussion going on as of now. Many people's impression of Suwon was considered completely finished. Suwon didn't care, and instead scrutinized this so-called evidence. The forms for the previous year's applications were all in order, as were the documents for the $30 million in deposits. It's the last couple of application forms from a few days ago that are problematic, because the application forms were all torn up by Suwon, so the other party should have reprinted a copy. And in the end the places where he signed should have been expanded from the application forms torn up by Suwon. The other side also made a real effort to discredit Suwon, but to be able to do such a thing in just a few hours, Suwon also marveled at how worthy he was of being the Chen family's youngest. With this one piece of evidence here, and his own silence, the attention on this matter will certainly not be low. But Suwon wasn't worried, and don't care. He looked inside the dormitory and then started packing. He was going to rent a house out there to live in first. After resolving Hanks, Suwon took a look around, and after that, he probably wouldn't come back to Shanghai in his life. As for the tuition fee that Yao Qinglian had helped himself to, he would return it to the other party before he left when Suwon had had enough fun in Shanghai, and the White Yvette girls. After all, he had helped himself so much, and although Suwon was stingy, in the face of a lifelong parting, he decided to be atmospheric and prepare some parting gifts for these people. New Sea Airport. A blonde woman stepped out into a black car protected by several burly men. Through the sunshade window, the woman looked at the New Sea, which was no less prosperous than her own country, and a touch of shock surfaced in her treasure blue pupils. It was true that Kyushu was no less developed than their country. Alice's snow-white legs were folded, and she smiled softly as she stroked the printout of the trilogy in her hand. After learning that Suwon would be attending the orientation party, Alice excitedly booked her ticket in advance. This time, she came to Shanghai as an exchange student. Shanghai University had exchange students every year, which should be taken for granted for Suwon. She and Suwon were in about the same grade. Suwon was a junior and she was a sophomore. Alice had planned early on to surprise Suwon by coming to Kyushu herself as an exchange student, but she was worried that Suwon would be angry if she cared about her privacy. But this year, Suwon took the initiative to seek her help. Then she obtained Suwon's specific address to know the other party's identity will have a legitimate reason and excuse. Alice was looking forward to it. Looking forward to meeting Suwon. Big brothers, a little hyping. Free gift giveaway, don't read the bad reviews. Rich. Qi Ningxue was at home enjoying the piano music that her husband had composed for her. Whether it's a piano piece or a concerto, she has patented all of them. Now Qi Ningxue no longer cared whether these two songs were created by her husband or not. She would only consider that her husband must have paid a lot for these two songs. This is proper world-class piano music. Not only is it worth it, but in the future, after Qi Ningxue publicizes these two tunes, the tune will surely carry the names of the two as well as their past, making people in the future envious of their love for their husbands. Qi Ningxue listened to it a few times before she went down to wash up with her bare jade feet. Now she is completely inseparable from these two tracks and listens to them almost every moment of the day. The only beautiful thing is that my own husband is very busy right now, so busy that he doesn't respond much to his own messages to him. Thinking of this, Qi Ningxue suddenly gently gave herself a delicate cheek. Her husband still replied to her message. The fact that her husband would take the time to respond to her messages, especially when he is so busy, is proof of her husband's love for her. Why don't you slap yourself harder yourself? That is of course because you have this delicate face that only your husband is entitled to slap harder. Qin Ningxue sat on top of the dressing table, gently humming the rhythm of a piano song. Through her husband's mere words, she had learned that the tune was called Cosmos. Listen, what an atmospheric name. The husband must be the young master of some family, and most likely from the Kyoto city side. Qin Ningxue finished applying her makeup and admired the perfect woman in the mirror, though her eyes still carried a darkness in them. His husband's energy seems to be quite large. Looking for someone to investigate the other side of the address cannot be investigated. Looking for 2 waves of hackers did not find any traces. The news given are said to be national defense level secrecy. Obviously, hubby should have contacts in this area, or the elders in his family sent someone to do it, in order to avoid being investigated behind his back. Although Qin Ningxue's status was not low, she was still a bit worried when facing the young master from Kyoto City. Just as he was thinking, Qin Ningxue's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was her niece's phone call, Qin Ningxue rolled her eyes. What's wrong? I'm in a hurry to get to work. My ass. Lu Ruyan had long ago figured out her sister-in-law's nature, and the fact that she was talking like this was not a sign of anger, but rather a proof that she was in a good mood. Ruyan Lu briefly explained her claim. Tomorrow night Shanghai University is holding a welcome party, and Lu Ruyan, as the president of the student union, she wants to invite Qin Ningxue to give a speech as a successful entrepreneur in Shanghai. Qin Ningxue carried her bag out the door and inquired curiously, "Why don't you go invite your dad? He came last year. Can't my sister do the same? She came the year before last." "Alright then, I'll go back to the office and look at the schedule." The fact and Lu Ruyan guessed correctly. Qin Ningxue's mood is quite good, and in the new C University speech, which set out can also give their own business sticker and absorb talent. Qin Ningxue returned to the company and agreed to do so after making sure there was nothing major. Ruyan Lu also breathed a sigh of relief after she took care of Qin Ningxue. She's a junior in college and is preparing for graduate school, and she's stepping down as student body president after dealing with orientation night to focus on graduate school. Ruyan Lu looked at the program statement for tomorrow night, double-checking for omissions. Suddenly he detected an obnoxious name. Chen Yilin. Is Yilin Chen in the program? And it's still piano music. Ruyan Lu frowned slightly as she looked at the information the other party had filled out. According to school rules, students participating in the program, the instrumental performance piece, may leave the name of the tune out if it is a self-penned tune. The other side is the original piano piece one. He's not trying to play Summer Fields and The Wind is Rising, especially since this guy was ranked above Suan. She enrolls Suan in a self-penned piano piece as well. The welcome party could not have so many restrictions, and everyone simply lined up the time and the order of appearance. According to the heat of the 2 piano songs, Summer Fields and The Wind Rises, Chen Yilin was likely to play them directly in one breath. That leaves Suan, who came out later. Passive. Ruyan Lu frowned. Changing the order of appearance? But as far as the order of the program is now set, and according to Chen Yilin's character, she will definitely make a fuss. I can only ask Suan to prepare more, or use the song of my sister-in-law's online boyfriend? To be fair, Suan's talent on top of the piano was strong, but the gap between the 2 tunes he composed and his sister-in-law's online boyfriend's tunes was still not small. Lu Ruyan was just about to borrow the tune from her sister-in-law, when her mind suddenly remembered the look of a womanizer when she was listening to the tune, and hastily dismissed the idea. She sure doesn't want to. Then, since this was the case, Ruyan Lu could only try to make Suan skillful in some other tunes as much as possible. Elsa and Demi will also be there on the day of the orientation party. Suan's performance at the orientation party would greatly affect Hank's impression of him. Lu Ruyan grit her silver teeth lightly, and now she could only pray that Suan could play well. He was at best his friend, and he had already done his best to help him so much. At that point, even if Hanks doesn't see him, then, he would honestly study at New C, and after graduation, he could give Suan a good job himself, seeing as how the 2 of them were friends. Perhaps thinking of Suan's future as a good boy working under her own hand, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled. Achoo! Suan, who had just walked out of the cafeteria, suddenly sneezed. Now that I don't have to run errands, Suan just has more time. After taking care of the rentals, back to school, another dinner, and back to the dorms just to play games. At the point, accompany Lu Ruyan to practice the piano for a while, eat after practicing, and go back to the dormitory to play games. At this moment, Suan wiped his nose and held his head as he tried to go back to the dormitory. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a group of freshmen were gathering towards a certain spot. People, born to look good. Suan was fine and went along with the crowd. Along with Suan's approach, Suan blurred through the crowd to see a blonde woman in the center of the crowd. The students around them converged at a rapid pace. Many of the boys looked at the foreigner who looked so beautiful and their eyes glistened. Goddess! Suan was also curious and came up to look. Along with the proximity, Suan was also slightly stunned. Pretty women he'd seen plenty of, but a woman as beautiful as the foreigner in front of her. Suan had only seen one person in his 2 lifetimes to compare with the other. Ryu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu is beautiful. So is the woman in front of me. Especially the other party's high nose and treasure blue pupils, which added a natural charm to her. And those long legs. The jewels are rounded. Especially the white stockings on them. And so on. Suan moved over to stretch his neck for a closer look. And a photo from a different angle suddenly popped into his mind. It's not. These legs. Why is it kind of familiar? Suan shook his head. Sun Yinshin is abroad. According to that girl's character, if she wants to come to Kyushu, she will definitely talk to herself in advance. And Sun Yinshin shouldn't be that pretty. Maybe foreigners' legs are all very different, but I have to say, this exchange growth in front of her is indeed very pretty. Especially these long legs. They were no less than Ruyan Lu. Suan looked twice and saw the crowd surrounding the exchange students. Feeling that there was nothing interesting, he turned his head back to the dormitory. Lu Ruyan's long legs aren't bad either. So forget about looking at yourself twice more when you're practicing the piano in the afternoon. It was a pity that Ruyan Lu didn't seem to wear black silk as stockings much. Otherwise it should be prettier. After Suan left, Alice, who was surrounded by the crowd, was finally able to look at his back brightly. He had just recognized Suan at a glance. Suan definitely belonged to the top of the crowd in terms of both appearance and height. And with a single glance, he could be clearly found from the crowd. However, she was worried about scaring Suan, and Alice had been quietly surveying Suan with the rest of her eyes. So handsome. It's really cool, Alice cried out in her mind. In her eyes, this man she had been talking to for years was so handsome. Whether it was his talent or his looks, the Suan he knew definitely belonged to the top group. Alice, who was originally walking normally, couldn't help but stop for a moment, and the surrounding crowd of onlookers also subconsciously accompanied Alice to stop. They all followed Alice's gaze and looked over. Only at this moment, Suan had long been blocked by the onlookers, and only the students in Suan's direction were slightly flushed with excitement. Who can afford to have a top-notch beauty smiling at you? Alice looked twice and withdrew her gaze. The next step is how to reach out to Suan in a logical way. Alice returned to the dormitory arranged by the university. According to Suan's profile, she seems to be in quite a bit of trouble. Someone at Xinhai University was deliberately smearing Suan. Alice was already fluent in Chinese after these years of communication with Suan, so she could read those messages in the school's forum very clearly. It's just that this is Kyushu, not her own territory, and it's more troublesome for Alice to deal with this. In the dormitory, Alice's bodyguard bowed and left after packing her bags. Her mother provided her with several female bodyguards who accompanied her. Alice didn't like living with other people, so this dormitory was currently just her. Alice looked at Suan's relationship sheet in front of her with a bit of a headache. According to the information gathered by the informant, the current Suan is surrounded by quite a few women. Lu Ruyan, Bai Yue, Gao Lan, Qian Tian Tian. These women all had good looks and family backgrounds, and the main thing was that the woman, Lu Ruyan, seemed to have looks that were not inferior to her own. Alice was a little despondent. This Suan brother of his own seemed too appealing, but it seemed that he himself could use this opportunity to get close to Suan. With her status and position, Suan would definitely be wary if she contacted him out of the blue, but he could go and contact Ruyan Lu himself. Lu Ruyan is Elsa's disciple. Himself is considered a disciple of Mr. Hanks. Strictly counting down, Lu Ruyan according to the rules of the Kyushu also have to call himself a senior uncle, but what Hank taught the girls was top secret, and outsiders couldn't possibly know about it. However, one should not be suspected if one used the exchange of pianos as a means to contact Ruyan Lu and incidentally get to know Suan. Alice thought of a plan and began to carefully dress and wash up. His own brother Suan, whom he met on the internet, was a big fan of hygiene, and he especially had a unique preference for these stockings. Since she was going to be in contact with him, Alice naturally had to be prepared. After noon, Suan stretched his back and was just about to enter the piano room when he heard an unfamiliar voice conversing with Lu Ruyan in the room. As soon as he entered, he was shocked to find that the exchange student he had met at lunch today was communicating with Ruyan Lu. The other party's Chinese was very good. Suan had come into contact with a few exchange students, but he had rarely seen an exchange student whose Chinese level could be compared to the girl in front of him. The woman had probably already washed up, and the entire inside of the piano room was filled with a fresh scent. She was wearing a small skirt, and her legs had been replaced with a set of creamy white silk. She was sitting across from Ruyan Lu, and Suan looked at her from afar. Alice looked like an exquisite princess. Alice's hair was tied casually, and Alice, who had already heard Suan's footsteps, pretended to have just discovered Suan and turned her head to look at him. Her treasured blue eyes were like a pair of pure gems, staring straight at Suan. Suan cursed the presumptuous fellow, but thinking of that open culture abroad, Suan just smiled back politely. Lu Ruyan didn't think much of looking at the unfamiliar duo and took the initiative to introduce them. Suan, this is Alice, the exchange student who just transferred to the school today. Alice, this is Suan. He's the real author of the two tunes Summer Fields and The Wind Rises. Ruyan Lu and Alice met because of these two piano pieces. The other party in the patent online search to find the patent in her name, so asked people to inquire to find her. Want to ask her for advice in this area. But after understanding, Ruyan Lu didn't hide it from Alice and simply introduced Suan, the original creator, to Alice. Alice, after Ruyan Lu's introduction, got up with her own skirt and took the initiative to walk towards Suan. Her pretty eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled near Suan. The treasured blue eyes looked at Suan, and they were as if they had met an acquaintance, filled with excitement and thrill. Suan, are all foreigners so self-centered? Demi is like that, and so is this Alice woman? I'll have to write to Sun Yenshin some other day and read to her properly. Never let this little girl be like Alice and Demi, so enthusiastic when she sees a man. Ruyan Lu didn't find anything unusual. Through getting to know her, she discovered that Alice had a love for the piano that she couldn't understand, especially for the piano pieces Summer Fields and The Wind Rises. Alice was a favorite from the bottom of her bones, as evidenced by the fact that she was on fire trying to find a way to contact herself as soon as she got off the plane. Now that he was facing Suan, the original creator, he was naturally excited. Suan extended his hand, wanting to politely shake the other's hand first. But how could Alice, who had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, resist just holding Suan's palm? She stepped forward and opened her arms, wanting to hug Suan with one hand. Ha! Suan dodged sensitively, decisively sidestepping Alice's embrace. Ruyan Lu had just seen Alice actually trying to embrace Suan, her mouth slightly open, but it was obviously too late for her to stop it. But what he didn't expect was Suan's agility in dodging away from his opponent's hug. There was some awkwardness in the piano room for a moment. Suan looked at Alice's dismayed eyes and rubbed his nose as he explained stiffly. That, Ms. Alice, we in Kyushu aren't in the habit of coming up and hugging. Big brothers, a little hyping. Free gift giveaway, don't read it rich. Bad review. Alice, who was immersed in the exuberance of meeting Suan, reacted abruptly, too enthusiastic for his own good. From what she knew of Suan, the other party seemed to be a very traditional Kyushuite, having been fatherless and motherless since childhood, and in a poor financial situation. Suan's heart should be extraordinarily sensitive and vulnerable for a male psyche. He wouldn't be ecstatic in the face of such a passionate self, much less feel how he liked him. He would only feel fear. Alice quickly analyzed the current situation clearly, and she wasn't embarrassed. After all, she had been talking to Suan for so many years, and the two of them had long been familiar with each other. And in front of Suan, Alice felt that she would feel humiliated by anything she did. Alice retracted her open arms, suppressing her inner fluttering and forcing herself to calm down as she held out her palm to explain with a polite smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Suan. I'm really excited to meet you, the original creator. Suan gently shook Alice's palm and decisively withdrew his arm. The palms were soft, without the slightest sign of wear and tear. This was definitely a rich lady who hadn't done any chores at all. Suan quickly analyzed with his experience from his previous life. On the contrary, Alice frowned slightly as she felt the calluses on Suan's palms. With this level of calluses, I wonder just how much Suan has gone through and how much labor he has put in. Had she known that Suan's life was so strenuous, she would have definitely been willing to come and pick Suan up earlier. Ruyan Lu nodded in satisfaction as she looked at Suan's still decent appearance. This kid kind of didn't embarrass her, and Ruyan Lu gave up her position and looked at Suan. Suan, Alice loves you as the original writer, so today you'll play Summer Fields and The Wind Rises twice. Suan oh-oh'd twice, already ready to drop out of school. He wasn't ready to go against Ruyan Lu, and playing his piano music in front of such a beautiful foreign girl, Suan was still a little bit proud. Alice glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was giving orders to Suan, and smiled slightly without saying anything, and when she saw Suan nodding, she immediately looked at Suan with eyes full of anticipation. Suan sat in front of the piano and played while thinking about tomorrow's orientation party. Since he was prepared to manifest himself before the tiny people before leaving, Suan wasn't prepared to hide his strength, and the world of his previous life had many good tunes. There were quite a few tunes suitable for these young teenage boys and girls on campus, and he was ready to play something hot. You can do Kyushu a favor yourself when you reject Hanks a few days later. Why should all the good talent follow you to the west? Why don't you Western women come to the east? While Suan was thinking, he had already finished playing two piano pieces without realizing it. As the last note fell, Alice got up rather excitedly and applauded at Suan. Suan and Lu Ruyan both looked at her rather surprised. Are all foreigners so welcoming? Willow thought of Elsa and Demi, and it did seem about right. These two were not young, but after learning of Suen's talent, their attitudes towards Suen were worlds apart. Especially Demi. She could hardly wait to put Suen on the spot right away. Suen frowned slightly at the look Alice was giving her. That's right, it's that look. This girl is attracted to herself and knows herself well? As the head honcho of the duck house, Suen was sure that he could not be mistaken. And this kind of look usually appeared on customers with whom he had a long-term connection. They all felt that they had a romantic relationship with them, and that giving them money was not called a package or hard work. It was a sign of their love for Suen after he had labored so hard. It usually took about 3 years for such customers to slowly recognize reality, and if the looks and body weren't bad, Suen didn't mind taking the initiative to help them fill their fantasies and extend it to about 5 years. Suen politely said a few words to Alice, who then sat down honestly with an agitated expression. For her inexplicable favor and liking for himself, Suen didn't think much about it. The foreigner's culture itself was open. Maybe he had met a love brain here. There are all kinds of women in the world, and Suen knows them all. You can't say there aren't people of Alice's character, only that they're scarce. Pity. Brother is ready to drop out. Suen politely sat down and looked at Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan originally wanted to tell Suen about Chen Yilin, but Alice was present. She just tutored Suen in some of the world-famous tunes as planned. As long as Suen behaved normally, it would be fine. No shame was what Ruyan Lu was thinking nowadays. After all, it was impossible for him to go on the stage and directly dismantle Chen Yilin's intentions, or to stop the other party from playing Summer Fields and The Wind Rises, to suppress Chen Yilin's popularity, unless he could get Suen to create a piano song similar to Interstellar or even close to it on his own. It would all be useless. How about announcing that the original of the 2 piano pieces is Suen? Ruyan Lu mused as she directed Suen to play the world-famous piano piece. It wasn't that she didn't want to do this, but Chen Yilin had threatened her. After learning that the patent for the piano song had been sold to Ruyan Lu, Chen Yilin had made a private agreement with Ruyan Lu that as long as she didn't publicize the fact that Suen was the creator, then he wouldn't make a move against Suen. If Ruyan Lu was bent on having her way, unless Ruyan Lu sent someone to guard Suen 24 hours a day, Lu Ruyan, who knew Chen Yilin's character, had no choice but to agree. Not to mention that Hanks knew who composed the 2 piano pieces just fine, as long as it made it possible for Suen to successfully worship under Hank's name. Alice didn't care what Ruyan Lu thought, as she admired Suen's handsome appearance as he played the piano, while sizing up Ruyan Lu's attitude towards Suen. In her mind, Suen was a godlike existence, and even that aunt of hers couldn't be compared to Suen in some way. The science fiction novels Suen had written off the top of his head to cheer himself up, the piano music he had composed when he was bored, and the letters Suen had sent over the years. None of this proves Suen's excellence. How could such a wonderful man, Ruyan Lu, be so disrespectful? Alice couldn't understand or accept it. However, she didn't show unhappiness, and instead became engrossed in the sound of Suen's zither. When Mr. Hanks successfully accepts Suen as his disciple, then she will announce her identity with him and hug his robust body fiercely, so that his talent can be admired by the world. 2 hours passed in a flash. Suen felt that Lu Ruyan was a lot harsher today, but in the next 2 days Hanks was coming, and Lu Ruyan was nervous. That was normal. Suen finished playing the last piece, rubbed his sore fingers, and looked over at Lu Ruyan. The time has come to go to the cafeteria and get ready for dinner. Ruyan Lu nodded, and Suen got up and smiled as he was about to bid farewell to the two of them. Alice then looked at Suen blankly. Not playing? Suen nodded. When the time comes, I'll just practice 2 hours a day. Suen covered the piano and explained that he was about to leave when Alice took the initiative to stand up, accompanied by a strong fragrance. Suen felt his arm being gently held up by Alice, whose big, precious blue eyes flickered as she stared at Suen in a mischievous manner. Then may I invite Mr. Suen to join us for dinner? Ruyan Lu watched Suen being held by Alice's arm with a dead frown. She wanted to scold Suen, but for a moment she didn't know what reason to insult him. As for Alice, this foreign pussy is no good. How long had she and Suen let know each other? How so close? Himself and Suen had at least known each other on the internet for most of the year. Hot chatting for so long he hadn't. How Suen? Damn Suen too. With such a slutty woman, Suen surprisingly didn't refuse. Sure enough, not many men are any good. Lu Ruyan indignantly looked at the duo's backs, her heart growing more and more irritated. And the door. Walking out of the building, Suen immediately regretted it. Redheads. When a man is not strong enough, but he stands beside a woman who is beautiful to the core, then he is committing a crime. Suen, head honcho of the duck house. Suen was still very happy at first. After all, Alice was really beautiful looking and held herself so intimately that Suen felt a little dizzy in his head all the way down. But when he looked back at the eyes of a man on the side of the road staring angrily at him, he knew. Done. One's reputation is thoroughly stigmatized. Suan forcefully broke free from Alice's arm, and facing her blank stare, Suan had to patiently explain. Alice, people in Kyushu are more subtle. Alice nodded in confusion, but inwardly she was curious. Hadn't Suan often urged herself to put on all kinds of stockings to show him? Why are you suddenly being subtle? But Alice didn't think much of it as she eyed Suan. Suan, I've just come to Kyushu and I haven't tasted your food yet. Can you show me some of Kyushu's food? Oh, no wonder it's so enthusiastic, trying to get myself to buy dinner. Suan looked at the expectant Alice and coughed twice and nodded. No problem. Come, I'll take you outside the school. There's a snack street there that condenses countless snacks from our Kyushu, especially a food called kilbasa, and spicy hot pot. But don't worry, it's just plain spicy hot pot. Seeing the students all around them about to tear themselves apart, Suan hurriedly pulled Alice away. If this is to go to the cafeteria to eat, he is afraid of walking at night and being squatted in the bushes. Out of the school, Suan then relaxed. He carried his hand and brought Alice, who was looking around curiously, to a small stall in front of him. Spending a lot of money is out of the question, but looking at how pretty this foreign girl was, it was still fine for Suan to take her to spend $20 or $30 on a snack. Nightfall. Suan and Alice sat on the short bench behind the stall and ate their spicy hot pot. Alice's first time eating something so spicy. She was sweating profusely from the heat. Alice didn't mind about this dining environment. She only felt fresh and happy. After all, it was her wish many years ago to eat with Suan. Suan, on the other hand, curiously surveyed Alice, who didn't have a rack. Whether it was her appearance or her living habits, Alice was definitely the kind of pampered young lady. But why did she agree to come to this kind of snack street with herself? Is it hard to believe that your personality is just too big? It's still those two piano pieces. As Suan speculated, the taunts of a few students suddenly rang out around him. Suan, you're really saving money. Suan twisted his head to look beside him, and at some point, a few young students walked over. By the color of his skin, the other guy was definitely a freshman. Seeing Suan and Alice looking at them, the few freshmen who had just finished military training became more and more condescending. Suan, would it be insulting for you, a rich second generation, to bring such a beautiful person to the small stall to eat? A few boys looked at Suan and said contemptuously. Suan instantly realized that it was the freshman who had been brainwashed by Chingyulan, presumably seeing those things above the forum. He didn't explain. This kind of thing couldn't be explained. He looked at Alice, who was taking small bites of spicy hot pot at the side, and said softly, "Come on, it's getting late. I'll take you back to school." Alice frowned somewhat blankly, but seeing Suan's serious look, she nodded her head obediently and followed Suan straight away. However, those few freshmen were clearly not prepared to let Suan go, talking loudly behind Suan about the things Suan had done in order to save money. Obviously a rich second generation, card inside all 30 million pocket money, but also shy face shamelessly apply to the school for all kinds of subsidies for poor students. Such a person was naturally hard to accept within the student body, and the students watching around them looked at Suan with contempt after they understood what had happened. Suan just had a calm gaze as he dragged Alice to school. Neither spoke. Until the entrance of the school, Suan signaled Alice to go back to the dormitory by herself. In the morning, Suan had already found a place to stay near the school. He wasn't going to go back to live at the school for the rest of the day, but it was still more economical to eat at the school. Suan was just about to leave when Alice, who had been silent all the way, suddenly pulled on Suan's palm. But then Alice thought about the fact that Suan didn't seem to be very fond of physical contact with his unfamiliar self, and Alice carefully lowered her palm again. Her treasured blue eyes stared at Suan. "You seem a little upset." Suan couldn't help but smile as he looked at the princess-like Alice, who was so careful to inquire about her mood. "No, it was still a good day. I'm afraid no man would say he was unhappy to be able to eat with a little princess like Alice, but it's not really nice to be misunderstood, especially since it was clear to Suan that they didn't do it on purpose, but were compelled to do it." Alice watched Suan smile at herself and she giggled back. Alice's looks were actually on the side of imperial, but her temperament was on the side of a bit of simplicity, especially her beautiful pair of treasured blue eyes, so clear that one couldn't see a trace of impurities. Seeing that Suan's mood seemed to have improved a little, Alice carefully asked Suan, "So can I still have dinner with you tomorrow?" Alice looked at Suan expectantly, and in Suan's eyes, Alice was perhaps a bit puzzled. After all, she had only known herself for a day, but in Alice's eyes, Suan was the person she had been waiting for 7 years to meet. 7 years of waiting, 7 years of anticipation, and the thoughts embedded in this made Alice instinctively not want to take a step away from Suan. Suan froze as he looked at Alice with a slight frown. "Didn't you hear what those people were saying just now?" Alice nodded. "I heard and understood. Then why are you still? They're framing you," Alice said with a matter-of-fact face as she looked at Suan's handsome face, those black eyes like black holes deeply attracting her. But Alice keenly detected a touch of doubt in Suan's eyes. After all, the two had known each other for too short a period of time, and it seemed as if she couldn't trust him so blindly. Alice hastily remedied. I'm sure you're not like that. Sister Lu Ruyan said to me. I believe her and I believe you. And you're able to create such awesome piano music. Surely you're not like that. Watching the puzzled look in Suan's eyes dissipate, Alice exuded a big smile at Suan. Suan understood that this Alice was truly a love brain, and must have developed a wave of blind trust in herself because of those two piano pieces. But no, the feeling is still good. Suan looked at Alice and waved his hand. Okay, I'll see you in the morning. Alice nodded expectantly, and while shopping off campus, she changed her number to add Suan's other number. At the entrance of New Sea University, the students who returned to school at 8 o'clock in the evening could see at this moment that Alice, whom they regarded as the first goddess of transfer students, stood at the entrance of the campus gazing at the back of a man, unwilling to leave for a long time. Big Brothers, a little hyping, free gift giveaway, don't read it rich, bad review. Suan rented a small single-person's apartment, which was not close to the school and required a half-hour subway ride to get there. Hanks is only 4 days away from coming to Kyushu. It was not certain when the other party would face him, but it would be half a month at the most. There's no need to waste time renting a room in the neighborhood. When he rejects Hanks, he'll just apply for a withdrawal and disappear from the limelight altogether. He didn't want to face Lu Wanhua, and he didn't dare to bet that Lu Wanhua would let himself go. Back at the small apartment, Suan sat cross-legged on the bed looking at the computer. The one called Snow continues to be bombarded with constant messages every day. Suan didn't even look at it. He had already marked the other party as undisturbed. Just take the time to reply in the next week and month. Looking out the window at the night view of New Sea, Suan's heart couldn't help but rise in anticipation. After breaking away from New Sea University, then one is a free man through and through. He was rich again. That meant that after breaking away from the school, as long as he hid from Ri and Lu and the girls, he was a fish in the sea, and no one could restrain him anymore. After coming to this world for more than 20 years, for the rest of his life to come, Suan was free to explore this world. Day 2. Suan was awakened by Alice's phone call. Good. This one is even heavier. At 6 a.m., ask yourself where you're going to eat. 6 points. Suan woke up that early even when he was running errands. Alice just couldn't stand being away from Suan. So the first thing she did when she woke up was to call Suan's number and ask where they were going to eat in the morning. Thinking about what he promised Alice last night, Suan patted himself on the head. I'll meet you at the school in an hour. After washing, Suan took the subway to rush back to school. Since it was morning and there weren't many people, after eating, Suan simply took Alice, who had nothing to do, out of school with him to go gift shopping. Classes officially begin after the orientation night. Suan wasn't sure she'd have time to get out and buy another gift by then. These gifts were the gifts Suan was going to give to both of them, Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue. Ruyan Lu didn't need to say much. She had been helping herself all this time. Although her father had forced himself to leave, Suan did not take it out on Ruyan Lu. One size fits all. Suan was still able to distinguish this point. And there's Bai Yue. Let's not even talk about the help this old patron had given herself in the previous 2 years. Those clothes she had purchased for herself back there were astronomical. As for Qian Tian and Gao Lan, these two people he was also prepared to buy 2 small gifts for to show his appreciation. There's also a sister round. He himself also promised her that he would help her practice the piano. Other than that, it's as compensation for keeping round secret. Alice, on the other hand, didn't care, as long as she could be with Suan. She was happy to go and do whatever she wanted. Over the course of the morning, Suan purchased good parting gifts for the crowd. For Lu Ruyan Bai Yue, Suan will also prepare 2 piano songs. On the contrary, has been following their own Alice. Suan incidentally bought her a hairpin. This silly girl was happy for a long time. Dozens of dollars of hairpins, she is still as a treasure is carefully put away. Suan also wanted to try and caution the girl not to be too innocent, but seeing her silly look, Suan gave up after a few words of admonishment. This kind of family's big miss. If she was really cheated, the family behind her wouldn't let the other party off easily. It's like Ryu Wanhua treats himself. Suan had lunch with Alice off campus at noon and sent her off to take her own cab back to school. Instead, he returned to the small apartment he had rented with his gift. The welcome party was held tonight. Suan first went to fix her hair and changed into a set of gifts that Ruyan Lu had bought for herself the last time she went shopping. Suan inside the mirror was dressed in a black gown, with cuffs and neckline that still had a pattern made up of golden lines. Suan's handsome appearance, and then with this set of gowns, the whole person reveals a luxurious young man's temperament. This was something Suan had once learned to cultivate in order to cater to the preferences of his own customers. They all especially loved the way this sad-eyed, spontaneous, Rich young man speaks to them in love. Even if they know it's fake, they still enjoy it. Suan looked at herself in the mirror with a calm gaze. Whether it was Chen Yilin or Lu Wanhua, half a month at the most, or even sooner, 10 days, perhaps 10 days before he himself escaped from here. A small smile spread across Suan's face as he thought of a better life ahead. It's okay. Even after leaving here, there was also a Sun Yinxin accompanying herself. Afternoon. Alice sat with an icy face near the first row of the stage. There were naturally people who would take care of the school's formalities for themselves, and knowing that Suan would be performing on stage, she came early to wait under the stage. Originally, when many people saw Alice and Suan getting close, everyone, apart from being jealous of Suan's good luck, but subconsciously felt that Alice might not be as high and cold as she appeared to be, and might be a goddess that was good to get in touch with. She was so close to Suan. It must be because Suan, the shameless one, took advantage of the fact that people had just arrived at the school and were unfamiliar with the area, and purposely tried to get close. That's why Alice had been sitting here for less than an hour and had already coldly rejected more than 20 men who asked her for contact information, especially since quite a few people had taken it upon themselves to tell her what Suan had done in Shanghai, constantly denigrating Suan's character and quality. If she hadn't been worried about getting Suan into trouble, Alice would have definitely hit back hard. Everything Suan had done over the years had been investigated by Alice. Would someone like that have a problem? What could go wrong? What was this group doing while he was saving his money to fund those girls? Obviously her family is 10,000 times better off than Suan, but Suan still studies and lives hard and never complains. But what are you people doing? Who are you to speak ill of Suan in front of yourselves? Alice managed to dissuade a group of men who were still trying to approach her with a cold face. Along with the gradual darkening of the sky, there were more and more students around, and more students were gathered throughout the playground. Although Alice had been trying to find Suan's figure, she had never been able to find any trace of him. As for sending a message, Alice was a little embarrassed. She used her own Sun Yinxin, that sister number, to send a message to Suan, and it was basically answered in seconds. But when faced with her own transfer student, Suan just loved it. Alice's eyes once again forced back a boy who wanted to come over and ask for contact information, and her gaze went to the stage. There a woman of no lesser appearance was directing the crowd and setting up the stage scene. Beside her was a woman named Bai Yue holding up a cell phone that was broadcasting live to her. Alice's eyes narrowed dangerously as she looked at the two men on the stage. Neither one of these guys is any good. Ruyan doesn't respect Suan. Bai Yue makes a call to Suan. As Suan's younger sister, Alice was prepared to replace her brother and find a chance to teach these two a good lesson. Suan pinched his way to the restroom, but the originally noisy lounge immediately quieted down after Suan entered. Suan is very handsome, but in the past, Suan did not even bother to buy a decent set of clothes. The whole person's face value is very high, but the dress is rustic. But today is different. Everyone was shocked when Suan, dressed in a proper evening gown, appeared in the lounge. Suan is really handsome. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire Shanghai University who can be compared to Suan, especially with his flat and indifferent eyes. The few female students inside the room couldn't stop looking at Suan with glowing eyes. Even those boys similarly subconsciously marveled at Suan's handsomeness. But soon everyone reacted. He's Suan, the infamous Suan. Now the whole school knows that Suan is a rich second generation without the slightest moral standard. For the sake of money this guy can do anything. Even the poor student's allowance this guy won't let go. The eyes of the people in the room cleared instantly, and then obvious dislike and disgust flowed from their gazes towards Suan. And there were even already quite a few people who snorted in contempt and whispered to their companions. Suan glanced at the students inside the room. He didn't get angry. He just smiled and withdrew from the room, closing the door with his hand. In his previous life, he had encountered much more blank stares and ridicule than he did now. He himself lived on and became known far and wide as the head honcho of the duck house, even going global on occasion. Besides, it was just the last few days, so Suan didn't bother explaining anything. Suan saw that the time was still early, so he simply went out of the school gate and bought a pack of cigarettes. This thing is Suan seldom smoke, because the doctor said smoke more must yang wei. That thing was a tool that Suan relied on. Although Suan hated to cut it when the job was over, but it's still not good enough without it. Suan returned to a corner of the playground and lit a cigarette to smoke quietly. Lu Ruyan on top of the stage is the host of the evening. She is wearing a white tight dress, just like a dancing Snow White princess standing on the stage. The eyes of the students under the stage are following Lu Ruyan on the stage. She's really beautiful. Suan took a deep breath of thick smoke and lamented with some melancholy. Of course that foreign chick is nice and pretty looking too, but Suan was only appreciative of Alice. He thought his looks were okay and he could attract rich women, but a naive girl like Alice, even if she liked herself and worshipped herself because of the piano music, they could hardly have a future. Besides, Amniotic fluid was already the dividing line for many things, and it wouldn't cross the chasm of amniotic fluid just because Suan had the knowledge of another world in his head. Suan smoked a cigarette and pondered what his next step would be after leaving school when a familiar voice sounded behind him. Qi Ningxue stepped out from behind him with high heels. Suan? Qi Ningxue today wearing a professional suit. High heels with black silk. Above the package hip skirt as well as a small suit. Hair high disc. A mature female president of the temperament spread. Qi Ningxue came to the school at a stuck point because of the meeting. She originally wanted to head to the backstage to look for Lu Ruyan, but when she saw Suan on the way, she couldn't help but stop to have a chat with this little handsome guy. Today's Suan was really handsome. A well-fitting evening gown, allowing Suan to completely get rid of the rustic look. If he didn't know the kid's bottom line, Qi Ningxue thought that this kid was the young master of that family. Suan extinguished his cigarette and looked at Qi Ningxue, remembering her identity. Ruyan Lu's sister-in-law. Aunt Qin. Suan greeted politely. Qi Ningxue saw that it hadn't started yet, so she simply chatted with the kid some more. Why? I heard from Ruyan that you'll be performing on stage as well. Playing the piano? Suan nodded, and then his gaze went to Lu Ruyan above the stage. Ruyan Lu was today's host, and she was accompanied by a Bai Yue, who was helping her with the live broadcast. Qi Ningxue clasped her hands on her chest, not minding the gazes of the students stealing glances around her at all, and just said with some sighs, "Kid, don't even think about it. Ruyan, her father, won't agree. But with your talent, surely you can find a nice woman and live a nice life." Qi Ningxue thought of her husband. According to the chat message, her husband said that he didn't have a girlfriend or a wife. She could only hope that it was true. She also prayed that her and her husband's status and position wouldn't be too big, or else it would also be like Suan's, unworthy of him. Suan didn't say anything, just smiled politely. Qi Ningxue didn't have much to say, and after lamenting a couple sentences and incidentally warning Suan not to have any more thoughts about Ruyan, she stepped forward to the backstage. She came on stage a little earlier in the order, and after the school leaders spoke, it was her turn to address the freshmen. As the lights around them turned off and the stage lights all came on, Suan knew that the program had begun. Perhaps knowing that Ruyan Lu was the center of attention wherever she went, the program was hosted by Ruyan Lu alone. Looking at Lu Ruyan under the lights, that was so confident and beautiful, countless students let out howls of excitement. Suan noticed the pairs of blazing eyes in the darkness, and it was clear to him that Lu Ruyan's fanboys and girlfriends had added another batch. He didn't rush backstage, finding a place to sit anywhere and quietly watching the orientation party. After Ruyan Lu said a few words of speech, the first thing that happened was the school leader's speech. The freshmen were also very facetious and applauded desperately, and the whole scene was filled with hormones. This session happened every year, and the school leaders would pick something interesting so that people wouldn't be bored much. But Suan's face turned ugly as he listened. It's amazing that these school leaders brought up one person this year, Chen Yilin. The principal set an example with Chen Yilin, the guy who funded money for children in poor areas of remote mountains to go to school. The freshmen were 18 or 19 years old after all, and all of them boiled over when they heard this. In the school's forum, the news that Chen Yilin was the creator of two popular piano songs had already made countless people look up to and admire him. And now he didn't realize that Chen Yilin was also so caring, and that he himself was still attending college, but he was thinking of sponsoring those children to go to school. Everyone in the audience was once again abuzz as the school leader read out two thank you notes from the children. But backstage, Lu Ruyan, Bai Yue, Qi Ningxue, Gao Lan, Qian Tiantian and the other women were all in disbelief. Can this Chen Yilin thing do such a good deed? Even if he really did, it would have been publicized all over Shanghai that he, the youngest member of the Chen family, was sponsoring students in need. How could it be that, as the principal had said, it was the school that had accidentally found the letter of thanks, and that was how they realized that Chen Yilin was actually secretly sponsoring these students. However, since they all had a thank you letter, and the letter clearly suggested that Chen Yilin had been sponsoring them for a year, even if they were skeptical, they had no actual evidence. On the contrary, in the first row below the stage, there was a woman whose face was as gloomy as water. Alice gripped the hem of her fishtail dress hard and stared dead at Chen Yilin, who was called up to the stage by the school leaders to present the awards. As a child of the royal family, Suan was also someone who was valued by his own sister-in-law. Investigating an ordinary person in Kyushu is easy for them. Other than involving Suan's privacy, in other aspects Suan was, in a sense, transparent in Alice's eyes, so she knew exactly who the real beneficiaries of the letter read out by the school director were. Big brothers, a little hyping, free gift giveaway, don't read it rich, bad review. Suan stared at Chen Yilin on the stage with an unsightly face. Chen Yilin on the stage smiled recklessly as he received the award handed over by the school leader, his eyes looking down at the dimly lit crowd below. He was certain that Suwon was among them, and the face definitely won't look good. But don't rush, Suwon. This is just the beginning. Ruyan Lu can't protect you. Chen Yilin accepted the award and thanked the boisterous students below. Along with Chen Yilin's exit, the school leader's speech ended completely. Next on stage was Qin Ningxue, who is an exceptional entrepreneur, who took the stage and spoke to the students. The freshman couldn't help but scream as soon as the good-looking and young entrepreneur took the stage. Qin Ningxue was simply too young and too beautiful to be able to own an enterprise that could not be underestimated in Xinhai at this age. Even the school authorities admired it, otherwise they would not have agreed to Ruyan Lu's application. Qin Ningxue on the stage was seriously sharing her experience over the years, but it was a pity that Suwon under the stage was distracted by Chen Yilin and didn't listen in the slightest. Otherwise he would have been able to detect that a lot of the knowledge that Qin Ningxue was talking about was handed over by herself to that netizen with the screen name of Snow. At this moment, Suwon was shocked at Chen Yilin's brazenness. He understood that Chen Yilin, this guy extremely, will not let himself off easily. But he did not expect Chen Yilin to even take advantage of those children's thank you letters. Suwon couldn't stand it. And even more so, he couldn't accept it. Thinking for a moment, Suwon had already thought of a solution. Don't you, Chen Yilin, like to use the school forum to smear yourself? Then won't I? Suwon, do it. There are also school leaders, even if there are Chen Yilin's people in here. But he doesn't believe that everyone is, and he himself can take this opportunity to withdraw from school smoothly. Being bullied and humiliated like this, Suwon didn't want to continue tolerating it. When he left Xinhai University, he didn't believe that Chen Yilin could find himself handily. When Suwon returned to his senses, Qin Ningxue on the stage had also finished her speech. Behind the stage, Ruyan Lu looked at Qin Ningxue with some consternation. In her eyes, sister-in-law, although a little powerful, but this kind of business theory for her is absolutely impossible. Some of the ideas here I am afraid that their own father cannot think. But Qin Ningxue can think? Most likely from her so-called online boyfriend. It seems that his future sister-in-law does have a bit of a knack for it. Lu Ruyan looked at her dejected sister-in-law indifferently going on stage to announce the program. Qin Ningxue was ignored by the niece, did not get angry. She said in public, the main purpose is to reveal a little news to that have not met the internet boyfriend. Keep the other person's eyes on them. She had already tried her best to inquire about her husband's news, but the other party's energy was too great. And if the other party hadn't taken the initiative to contact her, then she was afraid that she would not be able to contact the other party for the rest of her life. As for those ideas and concepts that others consider advanced, they were all imparted by her husband a long time ago, but there are still many new ideas that Qin Ningxue did not disclose. Qin Ningxue was in no hurry to leave. She hadn't eaten yet, so when her niece's side was done, it was just time to eat together. And the welcome party on the university campus was something Qin Ningxue found interesting. She left backstage and found an empty seat in the first row closest to the stage. Only next to the position was a foreign woman who looked no less than her niece. Qin Ningxue wasn't polite as she walked up and looked over curiously. Under the dim light, Alice gazed at the stage with a cold face. Her crystal-clear fingers clenched together as if she was suppressing some kind of emotion inside. Irritated by your own speech? Qin Ningxue didn't care and sat down to quietly enjoy the program performed by the group of college students. Alice twisted her head and looked indifferently at the woman beside her, again not paying attention. In her eyes, the only reason she set foot on this land was Suwon. As for others, if not necessary, Alice did not even have the desire to look at them. The welcome party program went well. After all, it was a group of juniors who prepared for the younger students, and very few students were nervous and shy, leading to mistakes. Along with the atmosphere of the scene gradually entering a climax, when Lu Ruyan frowned and read out Chen Yilin's name, the scene cheered once again. The wave of cheering students brought the entire playground to life. Such an excellent senior. Such a kind senior. This group of students naturally loved. Not to mention that Chen Yilin's looks also belonged to the top. And many young students had blue eyes when they looked at Chen Yilin, who was dressed in a white suit. It's hard not to be impressed by such a great senior. Chen Yilin enjoyed the cheers of the freshmen while speaking softly with Lu Ruyan, who brushed past him. Ruyan, you're the only one in my heart. Ruyan Lu gave him a cold look and directly stepped down from the stage. A flash of embarrassment passed across Chen Yilin's face, then immediately transformed into a smile as he waved his hand and greeted the cheering audience on stage. Ruyan Lu returned to the backstage. Bai Yuwei turned off the live broadcast, came to the side of Ruyan Lu and said with some concern, "This guy Chen Yilin is so shameless. He'll definitely play Suan's 2 piano songs." Qian Tian nodded with approval. On the contrary, Gao Lan, who understood Suan's true level, did not react much. Can Suan be overpowered by a tiny Chen Yilin when he can compose a world-class piano piece with his hands? However, Chen Yilin's character and personality they knew best. Just like to be in the limelight. Now it's not easy to be in the limelight with impunity. Definitely want to be in the limelight for once. Lu Ruyan's gaze was a little worried, but she couldn't stop it. The patent for the piano piece was in her hands, but Chen Yilin had already made an agreement with her that the piece would give Chen Yilin the limelight, and that he wouldn't look for Suan's trouble. Ruyan Lu didn't say anything and just told the girls to rest assured. Never mind. I've already spoken to Elsa about what happened, and she'll report back to Mr. Hanks truthfully. Even if Suan plays a rather ordinary piano piece, it won't affect Suan's position in Hanks' heart. Lu Ruyan lowered her gaze and looked at Chen Yilin, who was enjoying the cheers on stage. Retaliation? It's natural to retaliate. The Chen family had always wanted to borrow Hanks to get involved with several Western consortiums, but as long as Hanks knew about it, with Hanks' upright character, the Chen family was afraid that it would be difficult for them to want to see him once. By the time Suan successfully worshipped under Hanks, all the cheers and glory that Chen Yilin enjoyed today would be doubled into insults and contempt. Off stage. Midfield position. Elsa and Demi huddled in the crowd holding a huge pile of food. The duo wasn't interested in a performance program like Kyushu, but today the future young master is going to perform a show, so Elsa and Demi come over to support him. As for this Chen Yilin, anything he did to his future junior apprentice brother Suan, Elsa would truthfully relay to her teacher. Hank's energy is not something Chen Yilin can imagine. Not to mention, for the Chen family's external sea trade business, Hanks only needs one sentence to make the Chen family completely lose the overseas market. But, I just don't know how Little Master should break the game today. If Suan performed mediocrely in the face of this situation, then Suan's status in Elsa's mind would drop by a huge step. All of Hank's disciples believe that the last shut-in their teacher takes on should be stunningly beautiful, not beaten down by the slightest difficulty. Elsa ate her popcorn and looked at Chen Yilin on the stage, secretly cheering for Suan in her heart. The future young master. Don't you let us senior brothers and sisters down. Suan off stage had calmed down as he looked at Chen Yilin on stage. Suan already had an internal guess as to the tune he was playing. Along with the applause from below the stage stopping, Chen Yilin then reluctantly sat down on the piano bench. The lights were turned off all around, and there was only a beam of pure white light hitting Chen Yilin above the stage. Chen Yilin stroked the keys with some excitement. The track inside Suan's locker is good. Very good. It's just a shame that I failed to register the patent myself, but it doesn't matter. As long as the boy Suan didn't come into contact with Hanks, didn't get discipled by Hanks, and didn't interfere with his father's plans for them, then it would all be worth it. And, one had to admit that this kid Suan had a bit of talent in him. This track is so perfect. Chen Yilin suppressed the fluttering within her heart and tried to calm herself down. Gradually, Chen Yilin's heart gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and recalled the sheet music as he slowly began to play. Bored with the sound of the piano, the melodious notes echoed through the playground as everyone listened intently. Although Elsa felt that Chen Yilin was a person with questionable character, she still frowned and listened attentively after hearing the prelude. Alice hadn't heard this piece before, but she subconsciously got into a state to start enjoying it. Bai Yue frowned and leaned against the wall, frowning her pretty brow in some confusion. Not to mention, this piano piece by Chen Yilin sounds kinda like that. Qian Tiantian's brow deadened. This was not quite like that in Bai Yue's mouth. Rather, it's a very good tune. Very, very good tune. Although they had studied piano, they weren't as in-depth as Ruyan Lu, but they knew very well that the piece Chen Yilin was playing was definitely not simple. Qian Tiantian and Bai Yue's gazes both subconsciously looked toward Lu Ruyan, but only Gao Lan looked meaningfully at Chen Yilin on the stage. This guy keeps pulling Suan's wool over his eyes so much, isn't he afraid he'll get mad? At that time, she and Yo-Yo had watched Suan create the song. When had the song's creator been Chen Yilin? But what surprised her more was Ruyan's expression at the moment. Lu Ruyan's eyes were wide open at the moment, looking in horror at Chen Yilin, who was playing seriously on the stage, and even muttering to herself with some loss of composure. No way. It can't be him. There's absolutely no way it's him. Ryua tried hard to dismiss that thought. According to my sister-in-law, the piano piece was a love token from her online boyfriend, and she also knew that her sister-in-law had managed to register the patent, and according to her sister-in-law, the song should only be known to her and her online boyfriend. Everyone else had signed a non-disclosure agreement and they would never reveal it without their sister-in-law's permission. But why? Why would Chen Yilin know? Could it be that a guess surfaced within Ruyan Lu? Chen Yilin had always been his suitor. Could it be that he had added his sister-in-law's contact information in order to curry favor with himself? In order to pursue himself? And had originally only wanted to obtain news about himself from his sister-in-law's side, only to capture her by mistake? This is not some unwarranted speculation. Lu Ruyan has a lot of suitors around. They are trying to find ways to make every effort to pursue their own. Not to mention adding the sister-in-law. Many of their own relatives will be disturbed by the suitors. Ruyan Lu didn't believe it. With such a despicable character and misdemeanor, Chen Yilin was able to capture his sister-in-law's heart. She doesn't believe it. Qi Ningxue was even more disbelieving. Qi Ningxue was really quite happy today. In the morning the company negotiated a considerable order with a very good profit. On top of that, in the afternoon, through her brother-in-law, she met a good client, and the project is still on the table, and the profits are equally very substantial. You can still show up at New Sea University yourself at night. The current heritage of your own business is still not comparable to those large companies and lacks a number of good candidates. And Shinseki University, as one of the top universities in Kyushu, has even more good seedlings in it. There are bound to be a lot of good seeds to be harvested through this presentation. But now, Qi Ningxue's Dao heart shattered. Her eyes unknowingly shed 2 lines of tears. She doesn't believe her online love interest is Chen Yilin. But this song is clearly the key to the duo's mutual identification. Chen Yilin, this foppish young man, had long been infamous inside the Shinhai circle, and to think that he had talked to such a person for so long, and he was still his junior. Qi Ningxue covered her face and cried bitterly. Originally, she had thought that the song was heavenly, but now it seemed hard to hear. It's too hard to hear. Qi Ningxue wanted to call and confirm with the other party, but she didn't have the courage. Thinking back to the bits and pieces of herself and her online love interest, Qi Ningxue felt like her heart was going to break. Top genius. Absolute top genius. With the piano gradually building to a crescendo, the melody bursting from the black and white keys mesmerized everyone. The world seemed to go quiet. Elsa, as a world-renowned pianist, her sensitivity to the piano is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary person. This track is absolutely world-class. To put it mildly, if this song was composed by this Chen Yilin on stage herself, even Suan, who was like a genius, was unbeatable in front of this terrifying talent of Chen Yilin. Elsa even wondered if her teacher's decision to accept Suan as a close disciple was not too early. After all, as of now, it was clearly Chen Yilin's talent that was even more terrifying. Alice likewise felt that the man in front of her had an equally strong and terrifying talent. But her first thought was not to introduce this man to Grandpa Hanks, but to find a way to erase him. This man threatened his own brother Suan. What if he's a piano prodigy? His own brother Suan was still able to compose Summer Fields as well as The Wind Rises under such a difficult environment. If he could receive guidance from Grandpa Hanks, his future achievements would definitely not be lower than the man in front of him. Chen Yilin finished playing the last note with considerable satisfaction. That's good. This piece is indeed perfect. And even playing it yourself is still a pleasure. Not to mention listening to it. Pity. If Suan hadn't completely offended himself, he wouldn't have minded pulling Suan's strings. With Chen Yilin's playing finished, the scene was quiet for a moment before a tsunami of applause and cheers immediately erupted. At this moment, Chen Yilin standing on the stage did not conquer countless people by virtue of her family background and appearance. Genius. Good to hear. Accompanied by countless screams and cheers, Chen Yilin smiled confidently as his gaze swept through the darkness. I hope I can find Suan's ugly face. Only under the stage was too dim. He was hard to see even the first row. Chen Yilin didn't mind. The next thing he needed to do was just break Suan's hand, so that he would have no access to the piano or Hanks in his life, and his own purpose would have been accomplished. Now just be quiet and enjoy the moment. The cheer belongs to himself. The victor. Big Brothers. A little hyping. Free gift giveaway. Don't read it rich. Bad review. To be able to get everyone's favorite. I am sincerely afraid. In addition to naming and criticizing the too rich brother. Love to eat ramen zayahufu. Attacking the big mango. Take the time to buy 2 cups of milk tea for the family is not good. Have to reward me so much. More to come. Loaded. People just have the presence of mind to look at the free ads. There's no need for them. Also loaded. More to come. The cheers and applause from the stage slowly turned into a chant for another song. This sound and then another song was like waves, lapping at Chen Yilin's body over and over again. At this moment, Chen Yilin's desire to twist Suan's arm was at its peak. If he hadn't prepared ahead of time, if he hadn't been the first to get the score for this piano piece, and had allowed Suan to stand here to greet the cheers of the crowd, he would have only wanted to die. But Chen Yilin didn't have a microphone, and he was just about to agree to sit down and play another song. Summer Fields or The Wind Rises. Ruyan Lu's icy voice rang out from the background in time. Thank you all for supporting Chen. Stage time is limited. Please welcome the next student, Suan. With him presenting his self-penned piano music, along with Lu Ruyan's figure standing on the stage. Although the students under the stage were a bit dissatisfied, but after all, it was the goddess who spoke, so everyone could only be a bit quieter. Chen Yilin twisted his head and stared angrily at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, spoil yourself. The school doesn't require that you can only play one song. It's a stage in itself that the school sets up for the students, and it's normal for you to perform a great show and do it again. But Ruyan Lu surprisingly forcefully asked him to withdraw. Oh, thinking of leaving summer fields and the wind rises for Suan to return to the situation? Ridiculous. Any fool knows that these two tunes are not even remotely qualified to be compared to the tunes they play. However, when Chen Yilin noticed Lu Ruyan's complicated eyes looking at him, Chen Yilin subconsciously put away his angry expression. Being able to have the goddess that he had been yearning for so many years look at him in such a way, Chen Yilin suddenly felt that everything was worth it. He might even be able to capture Ruyan Lu's heart with this piano piece. Chen Yilin thought, and didn't think too much about it. Even if Suan went on stage and played, it wouldn't be much of a threat to him. Not to mention that Suan's reputation has long since stunk for him to play with. What kind of waves can a small Suan turn over? Chen Yilin let out a light laugh and turned to leave under the cheers of the crowd of students. Seeing Chen Yilin leave, the students at the scene chanted and screamed. The shock that this piano piece had given them was just too great. Lu Ruyan on top of the stage frowned. This was not a good sign for Suan. This guy Chen Yilin didn't know where he got this world-class piano piece. If Hanks, who had traveled far and wide, knew about this, I'm afraid that it would be a not-so-small threat to Suan. Should he secretly find someone? At this moment, Chen Yilin, who was enjoying star-studded treatment backstage, didn't have the slightest idea that he had already been sentenced to death by the two women in his heart. Accompanied by a crowd of cheering voices, Chen Yilin looked at the young girls coming over from all around her, a smug smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. But she still pretended to be modest and polite as she looked at the young boys and girls pouring over from all around her. He turned his head and stood under the black curtain backstage, looking at Lu Ruyan on stage, who was also looking back with a smug smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. It didn't take much to think that the present-day Ruyan Lu must have marveled at her talent and, however, Chen Yilin turned his head to look at Suan, who had ascended the stage with a calm face, and a flash of doubt surfaced in his heart. This kid, why aren't you angry? Is it hard to believe that Suan is not the author of this piano piece? But it doesn't matter. It's definitely a proper world-class piano piece. Even if Suan was truly a supreme genius, he was afraid that he would be powerless in the face of this song. The smile returned to Chen Yilin's face once more. Right now, he just needed to enjoy this moment. And because of this incident, Ruyan Lu must have greatly changed his opinion of himself. Maybe we'll get a hug tonight. Thinking of Lu Ruyan's stunning appearance, Chen Yilin cocked up. He really cocked up. Especially in front of these newborn tender faces. Chen Yilin more and more chicken. But these women in his eyes. But just playthings. His goal is always behind the Lu Ruyan. Chen Yilin twisted his head to look behind him. And Ruyan Lu's gaze was still on himself. Sure enough. Still attracted to myself. Lu Ruyan looked at Suan. Now no matter how one looked at it, Suan no longer had any hope of turning the tide. Even if he played The Wind Rises or Summer Fields, that would end up being nothing more than an accompaniment to Chen Yilin. In other words, most people now felt that the creator of these two piano pieces was created by Chen Yilin. And even if they played these two piano pieces, it would only be cheaper for Chen Yilin. How do you break it? Going by Suan's swinging personality, will he get up on stage and play a random song or? Ruyan Lu looked at Suan, who had stepped onto the stage from the darkness. Suan was wearing a black suit with some gold decorations inlaid on it. His back was straight, and under the decoration of the suit and the stage lights shining on it, Suan at this moment was surprisingly giving off an ethereal feeling. Suan's white skin was like alabaster, emitting a touch of fluorescence under the light. Ruyan Lu had seen many handsome-looking men, but at this moment, her eyes were only on Suan. The crowd that was still cheering, as well as the students in the background who were clamoring for autographs and pictures, were steeply quiet at the moment. In the dimly lit environment, everyone's eyes are naturally drawn to the spotlight. Suan, who stepped onto the stage at the moment in the glow of the spotlight, didn't say any words, but his appearance made everyone give a start at this moment. Cool, Junsu, cold, various descriptions echoed in everyone's minds, but they were never able to accurately describe Suan's handsomeness at this moment. Even Lu Ruyan, who was regarded as a goddess by countless people, seemed to be unworthy of Suan at the moment. Suan's appearance was simply too handsome, so handsome that tens of thousands of pairs of eyes swept over him and still couldn't find any flaws. Off stage, Alice's eyes were glowing as she stared at Suan, and there was only one silhouette in her treasure blue pupils. After waiting so long, after so many years, she waited. Belong to yourself, your destiny. He was so dazzling, so radiant. Even Xin Ningxue, who was in a state of sadness and entanglement, was lost in thought for a while as she looked at Suan on the stage, thinking that her online dating partner might be that asshole Chen Yilin. She felt that her partner might as well be this young man from the countryside. Although a little poorer and his character is not so good, but his looks are really handsome. Elsa and Demi were both looking incredulously at Suan above the stage. As Westerners, although their beauty was slightly different, but for this kind of top human handsome man, even they did not have any resistance. However, Elsa sighed slightly, but Chen Yilan's piano talent seemed to be even stronger than Suan's, and although Suan was excellent, the teacher didn't care about that. Emotionally speaking, Elsa naturally preferred Suan to become her young master, but if Suan disappointed next, then she wouldn't hesitate to recommend Chen Yilan to teacher Hanks. But, if Suan couldn't be the youngest teacher, he could still be his husband and learn piano from Mr. Hanks just as well. Isn't there an old saying in Kyushu, the woman was older than Suan, and she herself was so much older than Suan. That's a lot of gold bricks for him to hold. Sorry for posting both chapters together. The head honcho is over here to kowtow to you both. Bang! 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 This one's a giveaway. Begging for some hypes and freebies, Yao Qinglian stood in the crowd, looking at Suan who didn't say a word on the stage, her eyes wandering. This is the man he once picked out for himself. She had only moved once in her life, and was only going to move this one last time. She knew Suan far better than anyone else. His poor family, his stubbornness, his spontaneity, his lack of concern. At Tianhai University, her gaze had been stuck on Suan's body. Perhaps the Chen Yilan could briefly suppress Suan, but she always believed that Suan was just a diamond in the rough, blinded by his poor background, and only needed a little carving to become the brightest piece of jade in this world. Maybe the others couldn't do anything about it even if they knew Suan was a piece of dusty jade, but Yao Qinglian was qualified and capable of helping Suan stand up. In the distant city of Kyoto, there is a dead family there. Surname, Yao. Suan rarely had the opportunity to be watched by so many people. In his previous life, he was poor, and at that time, he was quiet and stayed inside the piano room most of the time practicing the piano, and that's how his personality changed after he became a duck pipe headliner. But even so, he was under the impression that his life seemed to be quite bland, and if many people were together, Suan would always have the least presence. That is, if he shared a room with 7 or 8 rich women, his presence would be much stronger. Suan wasn't thrilled, though. His gaze was calm as he looked down at the dimly lit figures below. I Suan, duck pipe head, when 7 or 8 40-something sister I have to cope with. In the face of this small scene, Suan heart like water. And, it's not much fun anymore. Suan quietly walked to the piano, remembering all these years. He had never seen his mother since he was born, and his family was so poor that he was born into a village doctor in the countryside. All he could hear at the time was a vague sound of a lot of people shouting something, and then it went quiet. As for the father, it was a middle-aged man with a sad face all day. Suan was content. Although the mother is dead, single parenthood is far less difficult than being an orphan. But the only father he had died when he was 7. An honest countryman just died. From then on Suan went back to the most familiar days. Orphans. The most underappreciated orphan. It was so hard to live to the age of 22. To be more precise, in a few days, once the Mid-Autumn Festival was over, then one would be 23 years old. For 23 years, Suan had been trying to repress his character, and in the poor situation where a full meal could not satisfy him, Suan's motivation to live was to take a look at the world. Take a good look at this whole new world. He worked hard on his exams, studied hard, and played hard to fight, convinced that since God had given him a chance to be born again, he should live well and take a serious, careful look at this brand new world. In order to persevere, he began to contact various people in this world through the internet. Sun Yenxin, Yao Qinglian, Lu Ruyan, trying to help children in poor areas who face the same difficulties. He habitually views the world from a humble perspective and faces everyone as a humble orphan. But when he saw Chen Yilan utilizing those children's thank you notes, Suan fell silent. He couldn't take it any longer. Anyway, if he's going to fucking leave and get out of Tianhai, can't I? Suan, be tough for once? Yilan Chen? You're a dick. Suan twisted his head to look at the dumbfounded Lu Ruyan and nodded to indicate that he was ready. Since the high profile, then let the people of this world enjoy, for once, the piano music from another world. 7 billion people, sifted through the centuries. Destiny. It was the pinnacle of that deaf musician's late-life compositions and a classic that has echoed for centuries. Ruyan Lu finally reacted when she saw Suan nodding to her, and she spoke briefly, giving the stage over to Suan. In the darkness below the stage, there were quite a few people who were sneering at Suan because of the rumors inside the forums. But looking at Suan, who was sitting in front of the piano under the spotlight, they spoke and fell silent on their own instead. At this moment, the entire playground was filled with an eerie atmosphere. According to the previous program's habits, although people weren't sure what they were going to perform, there would be applause when the actors came on stage. But Suan had a bad reputation, and many people were originally prepared to deliberately make Suan make a fool of himself. But now they were strangely quiet. They could all sense that the Suan on top of the stage didn't seem to be like what the internet said. Suan didn't pay attention to what the group below was thinking as he checked the score over and over again in his head to make sure he wouldn't embarrass the master. Backstage, because of Ruyan Lu, Chen Yilin was surrounded by the crowd, but her gaze couldn't help but look towards Suan on the stage. His gaze was filled with disdain, and he didn't believe that Suan still had the means to turn the tables. That piano piece registered as Cosmos is just fantastic, and unless it's a piano piece by a world-class virtuoso, it's near impossible to crush Cosmos. Suan didn't pay attention to what they were thinking. His hands were placed on the black and white keys, his life playing out like a light movie in his head, and his fingertips subconsciously began to dance. Den, 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 den. All eyes were fixed on Suan as the stirring musical notes rang out. Unlike the last piano piece played by Chen Yilin, the one played by Suan was much more agitated, as if he was taking a heavy hammer and beating everyone's heart. Although many freshmen didn't understand, they listened to the melody and subconsciously had their eyes wide open staring at the man above the stage. Standing backstage, Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly lit up when Suan's piano piece first rang out, but along with the piece gradually playing on, Lu Ruyan's brows deeply furrowed. Bai Yu Wei and the others were different. They all had some basic knowledge of the piano, and through this first and middle phase of the melody, they could ascertain that Suan's piece was no worse than the one played by Chen Yilin. Especially Gao Lan understood even more that the tune played by that boy Chen Yilin was written by Suan, and she pressed on. It also proved that Suan did not let her down. And off stage, Qi Ningxue looked at Suan with shock. Qi Ningxue, who had listened to many concerts, could be sure that if this piece was written by Suan himself, then this kid was definitely a serious world-class pianist. And I'm afraid there are not many people in the country who can match Suan's playing style and control of the notes. Alice, who was not far from Qi Ningxue, pinched her fishtail dress in surprise and looked at the man above the stage. With every strike of the note, Alice's love for Suan intensified. The man she had chosen did not disappoint, and Alice, who had studied under Grandpa Hanks for many years, was unable to make an accurate judgment of the tune for the time being, but she was certain of it. Grandpa Hanks was absolutely delighted to know that Suan could create and play such a tune. At this moment everyone was listening to the tune carefully with wide eyes, but the only two people, at this moment, were shaking their heads while frantically raging against their own nationalists. F***K, F***K, this can't be right. It's not a piano piece. Symphony, it's a fucking symphony. A concerto. Ha ha ha. Elsa, Hanks, will old Mr. Hanks take him as his pupil? My god, 22 years old. F***K. To write such a grand symphony at 22 years old. Ha 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 ha. Elsa, I think I'm a piece of shit. Elsa, as Hank's disciple, at this moment, there was no joy on her face, and it wasn't that Suan had performed too poorly, but it's fucking great. This is no genius. This is a fucking demon. Let's not talk about the hellish difficulty of this piece, but the complexity of the symphony score embedded in it is so complex that the average pianist would probably not be able to fathom its meaning in a lifetime. And the tune, it's outrageous. Just outrageous. His own teacher, Hanks, is currently the top 10 pianists in the world. But Elsa rummaged through all the tunes in her head about her teacher. Can any song compare to this one? Elsa let out a bitter laugh, cursing God as she pulled out her cell phone to preserve such a precious note while her mouth chanted uncontrollably. God has not blessed us, but God gave us the chance to redeem ourselves by letting us meet you. Destiny. Suan, it's not a piano piece. It's an echo of destiny. Sorry. The headliner got caught by some rich girls today and came back late. 2 chapters together. Ask for some hypes and freebies, and kowtow to both. Bang! Bang! Hey, I gave away the last chapter, so I won't give away this one. Ruyan Lu stood at the back of one of the stage's curtains, known as a piano genius. Although she didn't have Elsa's height, she was well aware of it. She knew very well what the tune Suan was playing in his hands represented. She leaned against the curtain, hiding her body in a dimly lit corner, her gaze wandering as she looked at Suan, but a self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. She had been very worried about whether Suan could be taken under Hank's wing, although Suan was very talented, even more talented than herself. But Hanks was a genius among geniuses in the piano world. Even herself, who was hailed by everyone as a so-called genius, was only qualified to be called a disciple of Hank's disciples. Although Ruyan Lu was confident in Suan, she was really worried about whether Hanks would take Suan as his disciple. After all, except for those 2 piano songs, Suan's performance in front of herself at other times was moderate and not considered to be much outstanding. But today, Ruyan Lu realized Suan's true talent. His own teacher, Elsa, had already been considered a minor celebrity in the piano world, although it could not be compared to the kind of top piano masters like Hanks. Elsa that was also a first-class pianist, but if this piano piece or this concerto was made by Suan, I'm afraid that Elsa wouldn't even have the qualifications to become his disciple in front of him. Suan, he is at least a presence that can equal Hanks. Oh, with a being like that, would he be worried about Hanks taking on a disciple? In a way. I'm afraid that Hanks is not as well known for his most famous work as this piano piece. Suan. That's the real Suan. Ruyan Lu didn't know whether she was happy or sad. She only felt that her original sense of control over Suan had disappeared. Is completely gone. Suan gently stroked the black and white keys one last time. Since then, he wasn't going to touch the piano again. As the last note dissipated, Suan ignored the audience behind him and walked off the stage with a relaxed mind and body. Suan walked off the stage, looking at Chun Yilin, who was surrounded by the crowd staring at him with an ugly face. Suan twisted his head to look behind him. At the moment, the audience off stage was a bit embarrassed, and they didn't know how to evaluate the piano piece. Good. It seems to be that it's not as good as Yilin Chen, the piano piece that Senior Chen played, but it didn't seem too bad, and there were two foreign women among them who kept staggering around excitedly, saying things like, "It's great, it's impossible, God's not fair," and other strange things. They seemed to have a high opinion of this piano piece. The students in the background were also silent at the moment as they looked at Suan. Suan looked at Chen Yilin, a smile spreading across his face as he no longer deliberately avoided this Tianhai Chen family's great young man as he had done in the past. "I'm not playing. That's all we had in the house. And you fucking stole it all. If I, Suan, have money in my family, so be it. But I'm an orphan." Orphans? Do you understand how hard it is for an orphan to live? Yu's family is poor. Family poverty. The millimeter must be investigated. Suan, dressed in a black and gold suit, didn't flinch when facing Chen Yilin this time. He took the initiative to walk towards Chen Yilin with his slender legs. Chen Yilin likewise looked at Suan with some consternation. This poor boy from the countryside. In front of himself was always that fawning look. But today, Suan stood in front of Chen Yilin. Chen Yilin looks is not handsome, although not as good as Suan, but Suan pertinent evaluation. His face value to solve up most of the rich women and do not have any problems. Really encountered cannot pass the hurdles. When the duck can live a good life. The two men stood facing each other. The people around them subconsciously looked towards Suan, who had taken the initiative to walk towards Chen Yilin. Suan somewhat casually surveyed Chen Yilin's decorations. As expected, children raised in wealthy families are born with an aura. That random feeling of all desires being fulfilled. That arrogance that should be respected. But, Suan surveyed the situation for a few seconds and looked at Chen Yilin with a light smile. Chen Xiao. At this moment, Ruyan Lu hurried backstage after announcing the next program on stage. Not only her, but her sister-in-law Qin Ningxue also ran backstage because of the piano music. And Alice. Alice walked backstage with a graceful stride in a purple fishtail dress. She had originally considered wearing Suan's favorite white silk today, but she ended up choosing this purple fishtail dress. But her white calves were still like wearing a layer of white silk under the light. When they arrived backstage, they just happened to see Suan walk up to Chen Yilin and utter the words Qin Xiao. Lu Ruyan subconsciously tried to block. Qin Ningxue frowned and didn't say anything, but it was Alice who looked at Suan with some excitement. She expected Suan and Chen Yilin to erupt into conflict, preferably the bigger the better. Through the past few days, she knew that this guy named Chen Yilin was targeting her sweetheart Suan. They all thought Suan had no background and no money, so they were all bullying Suan. But Alice could swear on her own blood. Everyone Suan had come into contact with, everyone who had bullied Suan, male or female, Alice would greet them one by one. The Chen family in Tianhai? Maybe it's great in Tenkai. But as the most favored princess of the royal family at the moment, my sister-in-law is even that Queen's Alice. Not to mention a small Tianhai Chen family heir. Even the current head of the Tianhai Chen family would need to be respectful in front of Alice. The resources held by the royal family were far beyond the imagination of such commoners. It's like a quote from Kyushu. Why should 3 generations lose out to your 10 years of hard work? Then why would my royal family's nearly 1,000 years of heritage lose out to your 3 generations of accumulation? Suan glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was stepping on her high heels behind her and wanted to say something, and he lightly laughed indifferently as he turned his head to look at Chen Yilin. You and your piano music, just as trashy. Suan smiled and looked at Chen Yilin. Chen Yilin stared at Suan, listening to Suan actually say such words to him. His eyes started off with some bewilderment by and by, but then immediately turned to anger. He raised his big 44-foot and was about to kick Suan, but 2 cold female voices immediately rang out. Ruyan Lu and Alice burst out immediately near the moment Chen Yilin's big foot lifted. Don't you dare! Lu Ruyan didn't know why she suddenly said such words. She and Suan obviously didn't have any relationship. She was at most even ambiguous with Suan for a period of time, but Alice spoke while bottoming out, her pretty eyes containing an indifferent anger. She walked forward and stood in front of Chen Yilin, her eyes looking at him flatly. You can try. Alice didn't like to talk much nonsense with strangers, and if it wasn't for Suan, she wouldn't have the desire to even look at Chen Yilin. At this moment, not only Chen Yilin, but even Suan looked at Alice with some dismay. He wasn't prepared to have a real fight with Chen Yilin, and was just about to slip away when Ruyan Lu and Alice let out a bellowing cry, not only scaring Chen Yilin, but Suan as well. But after experiencing a moment of bewilderment, Chen Yilin immediately reacted. Thinking of the words Suan had said to himself and the woman in front of him, Chen Yilin looked at Alice, who was standing in front of Suan, with a scowl on his face, and growled lowly, "Stinky," before the two bitches behind Chen Yilin could yell out. A wide palm covered Chen Yilin's mouth. A low male voice rang indifferently in his ear. "Chen Xiao, be careful what you say. Let's meditate on the name of the earthy rich brother who loves the pygmy crocodile, King Gold Brilliant, and sends up the great god certification. Brother has been unwell for the past 2 days and has adjusted. I will add 5 more chapters to your 2 a day. Brother, just watch." A boy in casual clothes stood behind Chen Yilin and covered Chen Yilin's mouth. Alice narrowed her treasure blue eyes and stared at Chen Yilin. She would memorize this face. As for some things, someone would naturally do it for her. But before that, Alice was still prepared to make the guy pay a little bit in advance. Suan, that was someone who had already been knighted in advance by his own sister-in-law. Where could he let someone like Chen Yilin insult him whenever he wanted to? But Alice was just about to speak when her own palm was gripped by a pair of large, warm hands. Suan pulled Alice and left the place directly without saying a word. As for Lu Ruyan behind her, Bai Yue, what can happen to them rich kids? Alice was stunned as she looked at Suan, who was tugging and running, but she quickly calmed down and trotted after Suan. None of the surrounding onlookers stood out to stop them, nor did anyone have a reason to do so. The welcoming party continued, except that it was obvious to everyone that the cheering was getting out of breath. Whether it's the piano piece played by Chen Yilin or the piano piece played by Suan, these 2 piano pieces are just wonderful. Took the entire orientation party to heights where it didn't belong. And the rest of those programs? The audience off stage applauded mostly because of the face value of the actors on stage. Suan ran with Alice for a while. Because of the welcome party, there weren't many students wandering around the school, and soon Suan pulled Alice to a stop at a gazebo. This is the school's famous meditation lake, a name given by a very powerful student of New Sea University decades ago who returned inside the school after bullying his way through the school. The lake breeze from Jingxin Lake greeted his face, and the dryness in Suan's body dissipated a lot, letting go of the obsession in his heart. Suan felt that his entire being was much more relaxed, and he no longer had that sense of fear in the face of Chen Yilin. Even if it was Lu Ruyan, Suan didn't care about her feelings either. "Anyway, your father told me to stay away from you, and you don't like me, just the way your father wants it." But hearing the panting voice behind him, Suan then reacted and hurriedly looked behind him. A fishtail dress Alice sat on the chair of the gazebo in a state of distress. Her chest rose and fell sharply and she breathed heavily. Alice's physical fitness was okay, but Suan was from running errands, and for 3 to 5 kilometers Suan couldn't feel the presence of fatigue. Suan looked at Alice somewhat apologetically, and when Alice's breathing was much more stable, Suan said apologetically, "I'm sorry class, just now I felt that the situation at the scene didn't seem to be very good, so I pulled you away." Suan finished and said it again in pure English. Thanks to Sun Yenxin, a foreign girl, her own English was okay. Alice shook her head gently. She didn't hate Suan for suddenly pulling herself out of there. She was just a little confused. "Suan, why are we running?" Suan sat on a stone chair in the gazebo, his slender legs stomping on the gazebo's columns as he explained. "The man who just erupted into conflict with me is named Chen Yilin. His family is quite powerful in Tianhai, and I'm worried that making a scene will be bad for you," Suan said calmly. He was really quite calm at the moment. Alice was keenly aware that something was wrong. "To me? Suan, are you saying that whoever that is will act rudely towards you?" Suan shook his head but didn't explain anything. He was leaving in a couple days and he was ready to be early. Originally, he was waiting for Hanks to come before leaving, but there was no need for that now. There was no need to wait for Hanks anymore after he had offended Chen Yilin. He looked at Alice and asked curiously, "Alice, why are you helping me?" Alice froze, then reacted as she calmed down. She didn't want to identify with Suan just yet, at least not so hastily. "I think you're great. You're great at playing the piano, and people like you don't deserve to be bullied by anyone." Alice's baby blue eyes looked straight at Suan, and she said it with all seriousness and from the heart of her heart. Suan didn't get suspicious. Whether it was Destiny or Summer Fields and Rising Winds, it was still quite normal for these piano songs to be played by himself, a young man in his 20s, to attract a few die-hard fangirls. Suan got up and looked at the large meditation lake in front of him, his voice calmly saying, "Alice, this world is inherently unfair. I'm an orphan. Being bullied isn't a surprise. Just like you're so beautiful, When Chen Yilin tried to insult you just now, there would be men who would gather the courage to protect you. Suan didn't recognize the man as Alice's bodyguard. However, the current Suan belonged to an extremely ethereal mode, and with so much of his hard-earned savings all stolen by this son of a bitch Chen Yilin, Suan had nothing worth caring about. According to Lu Wan's meaning, he himself only needs to withdraw so that Lu Ruyan is not suspicious. Now that he had offended Chen Yilin, the Chen family's youngest son, it wasn't normal for him to voluntarily withdraw from school or take a break from school. Alice looked at Suan with some bewilderment. She didn't understand why Suan had to be bullied. Obviously she's amazing. Obviously he's so horribly talented. Suan got up and patted his ass, twisting his head to look at Alice. Under the moonlight, Alice could only dimly see Suan's expression through the reflection of the lake. Well, it's not too late. Let me walk you back to your dorm. Thank you for today. Suan extended his palm in a gentlemanly manner, and when Alice felt that warmth from Suan, the other miscellaneous characters in her mind, such as Chen Yilin, were immediately thrown out of her mind. A man and a woman walking on campus, under the dappled shadows of the trees. Suan utilized the experience of his previous life as a head honcho to quickly coax Alice into a frenzy. In a short 10-minute journey, Alice stepped out of what had just happened, and a smile like a silver bell echoed in Suan's ears. Suan stood at the bottom of the goddess dormitory building and watched Alice's reluctant step and 3 turns back as she walked into the dormitory. Suan politely smiled goodbye to her. She knew that all such exchange students from abroad were not simple. Even if Chen Yilin was the Chen family's youngest, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Alice in the face of someone like her. After seeing Alice walk into the dormitory, Suan then left. Go, tonight. Suan's cell phone was turned off. Right now, Suan just wanted to leave in peace and quiet, and when she was in a better mood, she would talk to Sun Yinqin again. School entrance. Suan had just walked out of the school gates when he saw a familiar woman as well as a familiar car. Yao Qinglian. Yao Qinglian was much older than Suan, and she knew very well that Suan just needed to be quiet at the moment, and she didn't disturb him too much, just letting Suan get on the car. This car was the one Yao Qinglian said she bought for herself at the time, the Mercedes that men love. The duo agreed on the mantra that as soon as Suan thought about it and came to her for the keys to the Mercedes, then their relationship was confirmed. It was only that Suan hadn't opened his mouth all these years, so Yao Qinglian had to drive on her own. Yao Qinglian sat in the driver's seat and looked at Suan on the side. I'll take you home. Suan nodded, and after giving the address of the rented room, he sat in the passenger side in silence. Yao Qinglian wasn't in a hurry and just drove quietly. There's a long day ahead. You can't rush yourself if you want to take this young prospect. The car quickly arrived under the apartment building that Suan had rented. Parked the car. Yao Qinglian stood beside Suan and looked at the apartment building in front of him. Why don't you rent a nicer neighborhood? Save money, Suan said as he was about to leave. Any later and he wouldn't make the last flight. Yao Qinglian pulled Suan back as a little anger surfaced on her brow. Suan, I worked hard to drive you home, and it's fine if you don't want to invite me to your house for a drink, but you have to compensate me for something. Suan hugged himself silently. Mr. Yao, you know, I used to stick to the bottom line when I didn't have any money. Not to mention I have 30 million now. Yao Qinglian rewarded Suan with a chestnut with a slightly red face. She had thought about it back then, but it was hormones and pity for Suan. But now she was truly in love with the boy. She pulled out her cell phone and placed it in front of Suan. Think of nothing. Here's my trumpet. You can add me on the trumpet of your previous duckpipe head honcho. Suan looked up and down twice at Yao Qinglian. Although he was puzzled, but he still turned on the machine. Ignoring the message, Suan added Yao Qinglian's small number. Yao Qinglian also did not pester Suan. See, Suan swept simply get into the car and turn around and leave. Suan frowned as he looked at the Mercedes taillights, but he quickly reacted. Yao Qinglian's trumpet. Walking swamp. Scene. Ruyan Lu looked at Suan's back with a dull gaze until his and Alice's backs completely disappeared from sight, and only then did Ruyan Lu come back to her senses. At this moment, Chen Yilin was about to hurl insults as he watched Suan escape, but the atmosphere of the scene was clearly out of place. Chen Yilin was just about to speak when Ruyan Lu's cold voice sounded in his head. Chen Yilin, I don't want to borrow my family's power, but I'll find a way to convince my father to cut off all cooperation with your Chen family. Bai Yue, who had been watching the show, stuck her head out and responded to the pop-ups in the live broadcast with some annoyance. Why don't you guys stop brushing, and I'll go find Suan? Brush your sister's gift. Auntie, I'm not worth your money. Want to find Suan to find their own. Bai Yue turned off the live broadcasting room. Just now the live broadcasting room suddenly influxed a few people. Has been non-stop brushing gifts, said the piano teacher of Kyoto University. Let her provide information about Suan. But Bai Yue looked at Suan, dragged Alice away, back mood inexplicably irritable. Was so always disturbed. Bai Yue simply directly strike. Turned off the live broadcast. behind by Yue, Gao Lan, Qian Tian all looked at Chen Yilin indifferently. Gao Lan was well aware of how disgusting this Chen Yilin guy was, and the piano piece he played was composed by Suan. There were also some thank you notes from the kids, and I guess they didn't come from a good place. Seeing Lu Ruyan open her mouth, by Yue and Gao Lan, as well as the always calm Qian Tian, also looked at Chen Yilin with exasperation. Chen Yilin, you've gone too far. Funny how you bully people like that. I'll have a chat with my dad tonight about you. I'm sure he'll know what to do. Ha, it's only this one status of Chen family's eldest young man that can hold Suan down. Not as good as his looks. Not as good as his talent. Chen Yilin. Suan was right. You're really a piece of trash. Seeing that she was being mocked so much by a circle of people, Chen Yilin couldn't carry on any longer and twisted her head in anger to leave. But it was a debt he couldn't settle with the women in front of him. Then look for Suan. Dare to insult me. Chen Yilin. What are you? Suan? Even if he offended Ruyan Lu completely, he vowed to make Suan pay. It's hard for me to resolve my hatred if I don't let Suan disappear. Chen Yilin was just about to leave with a few loyal followers when another cold female voice came from behind him. Mr. Chen. Elsa looked at Chen Yilin and called out to the other party. Chen Yilin looked at Elsa. This foreign woman he naturally knew. Lu Ruyan's piano teacher and Hank's disciple. Elsa pulls out her cell phone and holds it up to play an audio clip. It was an old man's voice, and the other man was struggling to suppress his anger. As calmly as possible recorded this audio, which was in English, but even though the scene was full of freshmen, most of them could understand it. Chen Yilin. Mr. Chen. Introduce yourself. My name is Hanks. With some vanity, and I thought you have heard of me. I don't want to waste your young people's time, and please keep my next words in mind. Mr. Chen. If, and I mean if, Mr. Suan has any accidents before I arrive at Tianhai tomorrow, you, Chen Yilin, it will die. Elsa took back her cell phone, looked at the stunned Chen Yilin and said with a smile, Chen Yilin, I've just talked to a few of my senior brothers, so in about half an hour, your parents should be able to get a few calls. You probably don't know the names of my senior siblings, so I'll briefly introduce them to you. Rockefeller family heir, the faggot heir, heir to the Walton family, the city family heir. Elsa seemed to look at Chen Yilin without emotion, but you can rest assured that they don't know Suan and are only following the teacher's request to give you guys a warning. But there is a lady who asked me to give you a message. Elsa didn't say anything and just handed the cell phone to the dumbfounded Chen Yilin. Chen Yilin received Elsa's cell phone with some bewilderment, looking at the notes on it in complete silence. Above is 10, Downing Street. Hanks gets up early every day, and early this morning his own disciple gave him a big surprise. It was still nighttime on the disciple's side because of the time difference, but through the disciple's video, he heard a piano song. After contacting a few of his disciples, Hanks was in no hurry as he finished his breakfast as usual, followed by a shower with the help of his butler. Unlike previous Hanks habits, he usually works out for half an hour after breakfast before showering, but today Hanks was in rare violation of his regular routine. After taking a shower, Hanks pulled out his most prized gown and put it on before sitting down in front of the piano that Steinway had custom made just for him. Elsa quickly cut out a full piano piece for him through by Yoe's live feed. The butler held a tablet and Hanks watched in silence. The scene shows a young man on a humble stage, dancing his fingers earnestly and reverently. Hanks feels many emotions in this piano piece: anger, whining, complaining, resentment, and finally compromise and acceptance. Hanks listened in silence and waved the butler aside. As the world's current recognized #1 in piano, Hanks has memorized all the melodies perfectly after only one listen. He sat down in front of the piano and habitually tried to guide out the wrong fingerings in this piano piece. But it's a shame. The piano piece was so perfect that he couldn't believe it. The notes were like a perfect pyramid. If the slightest change is made, the whole piano piece has a chain reaction and the balance and mood of the whole piece instantly collapses. Hanks put away his instructive thoughts and placed his hands on the keys, playing the piano piece skillfully. Hanks recalls his life, having been born into a musical family, nurtured by his parents, who are both renowned pianists in the industry. Hanks showed amazing talent from an early age, surpassing his parents at the age of 8. Hanks' life has looked like it's turned on since then. His knowledge of the piano is far from being comparable to those pianists, even those who have been famous for a long time. The gap is still obvious in the face of Hanks. That's all. Hanks has been on the piano scene for nearly 80 years. 80 years on, Hank can say without boasting that his own heights represent the current heights of the world of piano. Originally, when he thought he couldn't inherit his talent, he learned about a young man from Kyushu through his apprentice. Though somewhat regretful that he was not from his own country, Hanks gladly accepted it, as he had finally found someone to carry on what he had worked his whole life to study. But as he played, a tear of excitement passed through Hanks' cloudy eyes, and a rush of fervor that hadn't surfaced in many years. Because he's met his match, and it still seemed to be no weaker than his own opponent. Even, it has steadily pushed itself down. In Kyoto City, an old man wearing presbyopia glasses sitting in his study was quietly looking at the documents. Bang! Bang! Dad! Are you asleep? The old man craned his head to look at the doorway as he signed his big name at the last place on the document and looked to the door. Come in. The middle-aged man walked in somewhat restrainedly clutching a tablet. Looking at the aging old man in front of him, he didn't have the slightest bit of disrespect, but instead had a fear that came from the marrow of his bones. Dad, this is the student Qinglian has been pursuing. Today is Tianhai University's welcome party. That student named Suan seems to have made a big splash. Qinglian even drove that kid home. In addition, I've already established with several teachers in the piano world that Suan is indeed an out-of-this-world piano prodigy. The boy's talent is to an appalling degree. I'm afraid that the world's leading pianist at the moment, Hanks, may not be able to hold his head steady. The old man's cloudy gaze finally surfaced with a flash of interest after his son said this. Go on. The man nodded respectfully and continued. You've seen Suan's information. The current situation. Suan should have been threatened by Lu Ruyan's father, Lu Wanhwa, to leave Tianhai. Otherwise, according to that kid's character, if he wasn't forced to do so, he would definitely still be able to continue to honestly study in Tianhai until graduation. But because of Lu Wanhwa and that kid from the Chun family in Tianhai, Suan, perhaps feeling that he was about to leave Tianhai, completely unleashed his nature and played one of the world's top piano pieces on the spot. The old man's eyelids lifted slightly as he looked at this only son of his gaze calmly spitting out a sentence. So, you think he's good enough for my granddaughter? Yes. Cool. Yes. Yes. As soon as Suan, who was carrying her suitcase, got out of the cab, she couldn't help but chant to herself. Freedom feels really good. Looking at the bustling airport hall in front of him, Suan felt like a completely free eagle at the moment, able to fly freely in this vast sky. It's really free. Suan bought a plane ticket to a strange city, where he lived in this country belonged to the north. So after his freedom he decided that it would be better to go south first and have a look at the south of this country. As for the original plan to stay on in Tianhai, pull back. This is Chen Yilan's territory. Alice as an exchange student. Chen Yilan did not dare to do anything. Lu Ruyan and the others. Chen Yilan even more dare not move. But what was he in Chen Yilan's eyes? Do people have to recognize the reality? Suan, if there is a system, absolutely to this kid's brain beating out, can not help. Not that life. Boarding the last flight to the southern sheep capital, Suan couldn't help but recall the scene of his first airplane ride in his previous life. It was the first big order he had ever taken in his life. Knew the term flying duck myself. 1:30 in the morning. Suan got off the plane and took a cab to the predetermined hotel. Although there was money, Suan was not prepared to spend it indiscriminately. Suan planned to touch and familiarize himself with the situation of Yangdu as much as possible in the past 2 days, and subsequently rent a house near the university town. During the day one can mingle and read in the school library, and at night go home and eat and sleep. Only when his mood had completely regained its composure was Suan ready to continue thinking about his next step. Arriving at the hotel, Suan was originally prepared to experience the nightlife of Yangdu, but the day's exertion, coupled with his biological clock, he quickly fell asleep. Suan slept quite comfortably this sleep, but when he turned on his cell phone and looked at the hundreds of missed calls and the densely packed phone, he simply turned it off. Suan had prepared gifts for both Lu Ruyan and the girls in the dormitory. As for the school, Suan found his former brother, but the kid moved out when he found a girlfriend, and Suan asked the other guy to submit his withdrawal request. Noon. Suan, who had reapplied for his cell phone card, threw the old one into the waste card box in the cell phone store and walked out of the cell phone store in style. The clerk who received Suan looked at Suan's back with a look of contempt. It's just a card. What's this kid's problem? Suan got a new cell phone card, and the phone was much too quiet, but there were still a lot of messages inside the large number, as well as the small number. Yao Qinglian and Lu Ruyan had been sending messages to themselves. On the contrary, it was Su Nianxin. This girl made several rare calls to herself, but Suan didn't reply. He just wanted to have a good quiet time. Suan, who had changed into a simple outfit, very naturally blended in with the tens of millions of people in the big city of Yangdu. Amidst the crowd, Suan enjoyed this feeling very much. The next goal for yourself is much simpler. Into the world. Although Lu Ruyan was furious, she still patiently hosted the party. The evening ended at 10 o'clock. The moment the evening ended, there was only one thing on Ruyan Lu's mind. Go to the dormitory and look for Suan. She was tempted to make an excuse for herself to see Suan, like being sort of a friend of Suan's and going to care about him, or simply asking about that piano song. But she thought of a million reasons. But in the blink of an eye as the party ended, there was only one thought in her mind. I want to see Suan. I'm going to ask him why he didn't take himself with him when he left. Why? Obviously stood up for himself. Why would you take an Alice with whom you have little friendship and not yourself? Why? Suwon, are you cheating on me with all the things you said when we were in an online relationship? You're really just doing this for my 20 bucks. Am I less in your heart than an Alice you've just met a few times? Why? Why didn't you want to take me with you when you left? Ruyan Lu came to Suwon's dormitory at the first opportunity after the party was over, and she didn't say anything to anyone, following the crowd. Naturally, her whereabouts couldn't be hidden from Byoe's trio. Seeing Lu Ruyan heading to the boys' dormitory, the other few girls naturally knew who Lu Ruyan was going to find. The three women followed curiously. They were also quite curious about Suwon, who had such a strong talent for piano, and the moody Qin Ningxue was originally prepared to leave directly. She really couldn't accept that her online love interest would be that asshole kid Chen Yilan. Originally, she wanted to drag Lu Ruyan for a few drinks, but seeing her hurrying to the boys' dormitory, Qin Ningxue was still curious to follow. The five women came to the boys' dormitory in pairs, naturally causing a stir in the boys' dormitory, but Ruyan Lu was in no mood to pay attention to these boys. She knocked twice and saw that there were no lights on in the dormitory, and after calling out Suan's name a few times with no response, she pushed open the door of the room smoothly by holding the doorknob. Turn on the lights. Looking at the unusually clean dormitory, Ruyan Lu's heart instantly sank. The bedding on Suan's bed had already been cleaned up, and in the room, all of Suan's household items had disappeared, leaving only a pile of neatly arranged gifts, and a few handwritten letters. 5 gifts in all. Each gift had a note on it. Lu Ruyan, Bai Yue, Gao Lan, Qian Tian Tian, Sister Yuan. The most special of these was the gift signed by Sister Yuan, which was a piano score. Ruyan Lu scanned the gifts of the 5 people, then her gaze rested on the gift that belonged to herself. It was a bracelet worth $170,000. Ruyani remembered. Earlier when she was shopping with Sue and she said it wasn't bad, and according to her habits, she was ready to pack it up and buy it then, but with a price tag of $170,000 she was worried about hurting Suan's pride. So she just said it wasn't bad and was going to buy it in passing the next time she went shopping. I didn't expect Suan to remember it. Lu Ruyan opened the box and looked at the exquisite bracelet in the box. The anger in her heart towards Suan suddenly subsided by most, but she still picked up the note on the box. But just the opening sentence made the originally emotionally stable Lu Ruyan instantly collapse. Senior Ryu, thank you for taking care of me. We shouldn't see each other again in the future. It's not that I'm a coward, but Senior Chen is indeed too strong. And I'm afraid of losing my little life. What's more, with $30 million, I no longer have to worry about money in my future. And for me, born in the countryside, this is already a dream life. After some consideration, I have asked a friend to submit a withdrawal request to the school. Sister Willow, I'm sorry I lied to you about the $20. It's actually funny to say. Do you know why it's $20? Because I was that $20 short of raising enough money for my tuition and travel expenses. So a gift for you as an apology. Besides, since I'm ready to never see each other again, I'm not hiding anything. Ruyan Lu, you're so damn pretty. I don't think there's a single normal man who could turn down every opportunity to be close to you. I'm just as much so. Reading this, Lu Ruyan, who had originally had an emotional breakdown, felt much better inside, and her mind floated back to the memories of when she and Suan practiced in the piano room. And in the beginning, Suan had been as dishonest as she thought he would be. But Suan's next words made Lu Ruyan's heart grow heavier and heavier. May, if I truly loved you, I wouldn't be moved by your beauty, much less pursue you because you're the eldest miss of the Tianhai Lu family. Even though I'm an orphan, I have a minimum of self-respect. If I love you, in no way does it look like a climbing lingonberry, borrowing your high horse to flaunt yourself. I hope one day I can meet you as an equal, instead of you needing to deliberately cover yourself in order to take care of my dignity. If I really love you, I will try to stand with you. At that time, our eyes met. Let everyone envy us. But there's no one. Understand our words. Excerpt, modified. From Miss Schultz to the Oaks. Not just Lu Ruyan. Even the other 4 women standing beside her watching were stunned at the sight of this scene. Suan, this kid has a real fucking knack for writing this shit. Even the oldest Qin Ningxue felt her heart melt when she read this paragraph. Not to mention Lu Ruyan, the person in question. But this kid is also absolute. According to this kid's literary talent, if he put his heart into it he could definitely take this niece of his. But alas, because of his rural birth and the fact that he valued his self-esteem too much, he actually chose to leave. And this following paragraph pretty much blocks all the paths for himself all the way. Sure enough, young people are too impulsive. I'm willing to gamble that 1 in a million chance for you, but if I don't make it, then let me blend into the sea of people and silently wish you happiness. Qi Ningxue shook her head, looking at her niece with teardrops hanging from her eyelashes and red eyes, shaking her head. Seeing her niece being hurt so badly by a man, the originally depressed and dying Qi Ningxue was in a much better mood, and a woman's sixth sense told her that there was more than a 90% probability that Chen Yilin was not her online husband. But how did Chen Yilin know the piano music that only her husband and herself knew? The other three girls had been moved to tears when they saw Suan say "if I love you." Not to mention Lu Ruyan, the person in question. They, the bystanders, could all be touched by Suan's sincere feelings. Only Lu Ruyan frowned back. She didn't say anything, collected her note and came to the gift belonging to Sister Round. It was a stack of sheet music. Lu Ruyan looked at the note left by Suan. The meaning was not complicated. It was to thank Sister Yuan for taking care of her in the past 2 years, and instructed her which takeaway stores cannot be eaten. The hygiene is not good. Those takeaway stores can be. Hygiene is still cheap. Other than that, it was an admonition to Sister Yuan to remember to go and register the patent for the piano piece, which might surprise her in the future. When she saw this sentence, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth. Originally, Ruyan Lu felt like the sky was about to fall after she sensed Suan's determination to leave. But he calmed down instead after seeing the confessional poem Suan had written for her. It's also a protective mechanism of the body to calm you down quickly before your emotions get completely out of hand. Ruyan Lu entered exactly this state. First, Suan is definitely not a very courageous person. If he wasn't forced to do so, he absolutely didn't dare to harden Chen Yilin. Not only him, even the 4 girls of Lu Ruyan, whose identity and background were equally not bad. Unless it was an intolerable situation, who wouldn't really offend Chen Yilin completely? But Suan did. This is very wrong. And this piano piece, Suan told Sister Yuan to keep it, saying it was a surprise for her in the future. Even though Suan was confident and made sure that the piano piece he gave to Sister Yuan wasn't bad, it was perfectly fine to just say it without bringing the future in front of it. That is, these letters he was afraid had been prepared long ago. These gifts also take time to prepare, and that means that he may have anticipated everything today. He knew what the piano piece he played represented, how much of a sensation it would cause, and how all future piano pieces tainted with Suan would skyrocket in value. This tune, as long as it wasn't bad, was bound to bring in a good amount of money for Sister Yuan, and Suan also deliberately emphasized the reasons for dropping out at the beginning, and purposely depicted these things in his own note, not wanting to associate himself with anything else, to appease himself as much as possible. There may have been a problem with his own looks, but to be fair, Suan had the deepest bond with Bai Yue, but had left her the fewest messages. And what's the reason Suan is bothering to do all this? Forced to leave Tenkai University? Although Chen Yilin was arrogant, he shouldn't be able to give Suan that much pressure. And she had already known about the school forum discussing Suan for the past 2 days. But Suan hadn't shown any particular emotions. Maybe Suan cared, but it was unlikely that Suan would make up his mind to leave the place. And he was perfectly capable of proving his innocence. So, Ruyan Lu looked behind herself at her sister-in-law. Did you warn Suan to stay away from me? Me? Qi Ningxue was still contemplating about her husband giving her piano music, and when she was interrupted by her niece, she subconsciously replied, "Crap, that little kid cheated you out of your money. I'm sure as hell going to." When Qi Ningxue was about to continue, she suddenly paused. She was only Lu Ruyan's sister-in-law, but even so, she would have thought to warn Suan. After all, no one could have known that the brat who had cheated Lu Ruyan out of his money would be so talented before this. So, Ruyan Lu pulled out her cell phone and found her father. Lu Wangua's phone number. She walked out onto the balcony and took a deep breath and dialed her father's number. Behind, Qi Ningxue silently sighed that her old sister had given birth to a demon, and incidentally prayed for her brother-in-law. If this is not handled well, this father-daughter relationship will absolutely fall apart. Qi Ningxue's side of the phone was quickly connected, and this time, without waiting for her father to open his mouth, Lu Ruyan's icy yet treacherous voice rang out. "Ru Wangua, did you threaten Suan with your life? Guys, the additions may have to be delayed a bit. I'm sorry, but I'll try to catch up, and to write with quality. Also, I really don't expect people to pay out their own money to reward me. Fake, big brother with a heart. Free gift, remember to give it too. Really, don't be like that who? King Kim Won who likes pygmy crocodiles. King Kim Won who likes pygmy crocodiles. King Kim Won who likes pygmy crocodiles. So many at once. Nasty. Thank you, brother." Lu Wangua, who was in the process of correcting documents, immediately froze in his expression when he heard his daughter's words. That's impossible. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about the agreement between himself and Suan. Even if Suan, this kid, grows 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to talk nonsense with his own daughter. Lu Wanhua suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked in a soft voice pretending to be natural. "What's wrong? How did I do that? Daughter, you know me, there is absolutely no way I could have done such a thing. Lu Wanhua outright denied it. Now he didn't know what was going on, but his intuition honed over decades in the shopping mall told him that he couldn't admit it. Never admit it. This is something that will turn around as long as you don't agree to it yourself. If it's recognized, there's no room for error. But Lu Ruyan just snorted. Lu Wanhua bitterly listened to his daughter's side of the suppressed crying. Long time heart to break. Lu Wanhua, don't pretend. Who else but you? Give it back to me. Give Suan back to me. I want Suan. Ever since she became an adult, Lu Ruyan had never asked her father for anything. But today, when her supplicating voice with a sobbing tone rang in Lu Wanhua's ears, Lu Wanhua fell silent. He didn't reject his daughter. Looking at the reflection in the window, Lu Wanhua suddenly felt that he had aged a lot. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Suan was not worthy of his daughter. But thousands of dollars can't buy your own daughter liking it. Rio Wanhua didn't rush to answer. He himself had never paid so much attention to Suan. In his eyes Suan was an insignificant little person. He only knew that Suan had left Tianhai tonight. He had promised Suan that as long as Suan left Ruyan, he would give himself a property in the city where he settled. Lu Wanhua didn't cheat Suan, and he didn't care about this amount of money, but he really didn't know where Suan had gone. Suan hadn't reported to him either, so where was he supposed to find Suan now? But with his daughter begging so humbly to himself, Lu Wanhua just couldn't refuse. He answered in a low voice. Good. Then Lu Wanhua hung up the phone. It's okay. The daughter might just be having a little tantrum with herself. But, you really want to go to Suan? The Lu family had a considerable amount of power in Tianhai, but Tianhai was home to tens of millions of people. If Suan wants to hide, even he wants to find it is very troublesome. Not to mention that Suan, as long as the departure of Tianhai, Lu Wanhua's influence will be greatly reduced. Lu Wanhua was silent for a few moments, and finally dialed his secretary's number. Look for it. Upon seeing him, however, Ryu Wanhua narrowed his eyes dangerously. For such a small kid, Lu Wanhua hadn't cared. But in the current situation, this flower of his own family, even if it hadn't been arched, it looked like it was almost there. This kid has to be taught a lesson. Ruyan Lu hung up her father's phone without too much nonsense and turned her head to look at the curious four women behind her. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was so distracted that she didn't have the heart to explain anything to them. She picked up the gifts Suan had prepared for herself, as well as the piano music Suan had given to Yu, and left without looking back. Climbing lingerie? Lu Ruyan clutched the sheet music in her arms and silently recited the passage Suan had written out for herself. How did he come up with that statement? There's a lot of flirty talk, but the man is a wimp. Suan, if you can be brave, and you muster up the courage to stand up for yourself, who cares if you're a so-called lynx, who dares to question the man I, Ruyan Lu, have my eye on? Not to mention your own parents, even yourself. You can't doubt my Lu Ruyan's gaze. Lu Ruyan darted all the way to the piano room holding the sheet music. Chen Yuyu had just finished washing up and returned to bed and was about to go to sleep when her cell phone rang. Sister Round wiped her hair and picked up the phone, and when she heard that Sister Lu asked her to go to the piano room, although Chen Yuyu was puzzled, she still changed her clothes and trotted to the piano practice room. At the moment the time had come to 11 o'clock, and there was only one room in the whole building with a light on. Chen Yuyu was a little scared, but thinking that the president was inside and that there might be something very important, Chen Yuyu secretly cheered herself up and in one breath ran upstairs to the piano practice room. The good thing is, there weren't a lot of people in the practice room. Senior sister Ruyan Lu was sitting in front of the piano, and there was a row of schoolmates behind her. Gao Lan, Qian Tian, Bai Yue, and Ms. Qin Ningxue, the strong woman who was the representative at today's welcome party. Although Chen Yuyu was a bit puzzled, she still politely nodded to the four. The four women nodded with grave expressions on their faces. During these 10 minutes that Chen Yuyu came, Lu Ruyan just sat in front of the piano, quietly turning over the sheet music in her hands. She wasn't hysterical, but she never said a word, just looked at the score in her hand over and over again in silence. Even when Qin Ningxue opened her mouth, Lu Ruyan only nodded in silence. It wasn't until Chen Yuyu arrived that Lu Ruyan finally raised her head. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's delicate face exudes a temperament that makes people's hearts break when they see it. Even if Chen Yuyu is a woman, seeing that temperament on Lu Ruyan, it still makes her feel her heart break. Yo-yo, Ruyan Lu stood up. There was obvious reluctance in her gaze as she held the sheet music. Yo-yo, this is a gift from Suan for you. Suan? Hearing the word Suan, Chen Yuyu came back to her senses. The piano piece Suan played today made the entire piano club buzz. Although they didn't know as much as Ruyan Lu, they knew that the difficulty of the piano piece Suan played wasn't any worse than the one by Yilanchen, and they felt keenly that this piano piece by Suan was strong. The piano piece that Yilanchen stole is a great one. and if you really want to rate it, it's a piano piece that could be world-ready. But Suwon, that piano piece that Suwon played was something that could be compared to a textbook piano piece. This was the difference, and it was naturally obvious at a glance which was stronger or weaker. And what shocked Chen Yuyu was that both of these piano songs could be created by Suwon. She and senior sister Gao Lan had witnessed it with their own eyes, and Chen Yuyu had kept her word and didn't say anything about it. She promised to keep Suwon's secret. Now, knowing that Suwon had given her the sheet music, Chen Yuyu immediately became excited. She wanted to take the sheet music, but just as she reached her hand over, Ruyan Lu put it away. Chen Yuyu? Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Yuyu's eyes that were a bit evasive, and she somewhat unnaturally explained. Yo, I'll keep the sheet music of this piano piece for you for a while. Although Chen Yuyu didn't understand, she still agreed. Lu Ruyan hugged the sheet music and sat in front of the piano piece, her mind recalling the scene when she practiced with Suwon. Her voice said softly, I'll play it for you first. Yo, this song Suwon took the name. It's called, The Untouchables. Untouchable. Even Lu Ruyan was a bit puzzled by these 4 words. That's what it means. Piano music is not very relevant to the word untouchable in any way. Seeing that everyone was a bit puzzled, Lu Ruyan, who had already familiarized herself with the score, put it away and sat down in front of the piano and said softly, I'll play it once. Yo, if you don't understand anything later you can ask me. Chen Yuyu nodded with some confusion, but still honestly followed the president's words and found a chair to sit down. She looked somewhat cryptically at the only familiar face in the crowd, Senior Gao Lan Gao, but seeing the other party slightly shaking his head at himself, Chen Yuyu honestly shut up and quietly listened. She didn't know why a piano piece had gotten everyone so worked up, and what was wrong with Suwon. Is this piano piece awesome? Or why don't people listen to it together during the daytime when Suwon arrives? Can't figure it out. Chen Yuyu looked at the president with her hands resting on her chin. It was unclear why the chairman was like this, but as the chairman's little fangirl, Chen Yuyu still listened honestly. If it's good, wait until tomorrow to find Suwon and have him play it again. It will definitely sound even better when he, the original creator, plays it. And this Suwon guy suddenly sent himself piano music without a word. Oh, hashtag. This girl wouldn't be trying to woo herself. According to Suwon's honest character, although Sister Ruyan Lu was very pretty, he shouldn't have the courage to pursue it. Youngwei's character is very simple. Suwon shouldn't move his thoughts either. And although Gao Lan and Qian Tiantian's looks are also very pretty, their family backgrounds are both very good, so Suwon surely wouldn't dare to do the same. Then it's just you. With Suwon's talent, even though he was an orphan now, his future certainly wouldn't be bad. It's mostly looks. It's so handsome. Thinking of Suwon's handsome appearance under the lights, Chen Yuyu's eyes glowed. Suwon, the kid, was still witty enough to pick himself. Count on him having an eye for it. Take the initiative yourself. How can you savor such a big handsome man? Chen Yuyu in a good mood staring at the Willow school sister. Hope to see Suwon tomorrow. Suwon, this guy also take the initiative a little bit. They are at least a girl. Hey. TSK. Suwon surely did not expect me to penetrate his thoughts so quickly. I Chen Yuyu, which is not as stupid as they say. I am witty batch of good. Ruyan Lu wasn't hailed as a genius for nothing. It was basically impossible for you to have her play it perfectly like Hanks, without needing the sheet music, just by listening to the piano piece once. But if you let her watch the sheet music several times, she is bound to be able to play it. Ruyan Lu placed herself on the piano, her fingertips gently pressing the black and white keys. The tone of this track is just so gentle. The mere prelude left the 5 women listening wide-eyed. Untouchable. They understood why Suwon had given the piano piece such a name. It's literally untouchable. The gentle melody of the piano piece echoed in the piano room, and not just a few spectators, but Ruyan Lu, the player, instantly became absorbed in the tune of the piece. The simple black and white keys perfectly illustrate the essence of the word untouchable. The tune isn't very long, just 3 minutes or so back and forth. After listening to this song, Chen Yuyu's first reaction is that you must not listen to this zither song in the middle of the night, or else you will definitely think of something bad, and you will have to drop your little pearls. This Suwon guy is really hateful. How could you give yourself such a sad tune? What an excellent track though. In her mind, this song was no less honorable than the one Suwon had composed before. Gaolan took a deep breath. Among the people present, only she and Yo-Yo knew the truth about Suwon. Originally, she had thought that Suwon was one of the top piano geniuses in the state of Kyushu, and that his future accomplishments would definitely not be low. But for what it's worth, I'm afraid this Suwon guy is ahead of most of the world in terms of talent in the piano world, not to mention Kyushu, even in the entire world. Suwon's talent was feared to be frighteningly strong. The matter of Hanks coming over to take on an apprentice seems to be secure, and there will definitely not be any problems. Ruyan Lu finished playing the piano piece and sat dumbfounded in front of the piano. Untouchable. Untouchable. The guy must have known he'd be looking at the sheet music for this piece. That's why he made a point of writing the title of the piano piece. There was no need for Suan to say these 4 words to Chen Yuyu. The person he really wanted to tell was me. It's me, Ruyan Lu. Untouchable. Ling Xiao. Suan, don't you talk freely with yourself on the internet? How is it that in real life you don't even have the courage to confess to yourself? What kind of man are you? Suan. Suan. Lu Ruyan silently recited Suan's name, only to feel a surge of qi and blood rushing into her mind, and under the overload of her heartbreak, she actually directly fainted. Alice was up early in the morning as usual. In the past, getting up early, that was what her mother demanded of her, and the fact that she needed to attend morning classes every day was something that Alice had gotten used to over the years. But her motivation to get out of bed now wasn't what her mother wanted for her. It was the desire to see Suan, that heartfelt longing, thinking about the scene last night when Suan said goodbye to herself, and the jokes Suan told herself. In the next period of time, after he and Suan mixed and familiarized themselves, once he announced his identity as Sun Nianxin, Suan should be pleasantly surprised. It just so happens that my customized dress will arrive in the next couple of days, along with white silk. He had gotten many of them customized to make sure that he could show Suan every day without repeating himself. It was Alice who was a little confused. How does Suan like herself in those stockings? But Alice never thought of rejecting Suan. She put on delicate makeup. Alice sat in front of the makeup mirror and couldn't wait to dial Suan's number. Last night before she went to bed she had someone make a reservation at a famous breakfast place in Tianhai that many couples were rumored to go to, and she was going to fool Suan into accompanying her on the trip. Alice dialed twice, though, and both times the phone was turned off. Could it be that I forgot to charge my cell phone last night before I went to bed? Alice wasn't paranoid. She'd forgotten to ask Suan where she'd gone back to yesterday. Is it going to a rented place? Or the boys' dormitory building? Alice beamed, looking at her stunningly beautiful self in the mirror and smiling in Suan's defense. It's okay, Alice. Go from one to the other. Maybe I'll even get to see what my brother looks like when he wakes up. He. Alice thought of Suan's appearance when he first woke up, and he giggled twice as she hurriedly went out to look for Suan. And another place. Chen Yilin arrived at the hospital with a swollen face that had been beaten by her father. Last night, even his mother, who had always loved him, sat on the sidelines and watched indifferently as his father beat him. The damage is too great. In just one night's time, the Chen family had lost nearly $10 billion. These days getting someone to do a test tube and have 10 kids for them to wreak havoc on for 20 years doesn't necessarily wreak havoc clean of the tens of billions, but his own good oldest child, Chen Yilin, just for one night. Customers who had already signed the contract, at the risk of paying liquidated damages to cut off cooperation with their own family. Chen Yilin's father frantically inquired for half a night until his drunken son came home last night. It's the motherfuckers, the ones their own son offended. Dog stuff. If it wasn't for that little blood relationship, Chen Yilin would have been invited into the underwater villa. Phew. Sorry, guys. It's nearing May 1st. I'm massively busy at work. I'll try to make up the 5 chapters 1 my big brother as much as I can. Sorry. It was naturally impossible for Chen Yilin to be seen by them in her current state. Chen Yilin, who was hiding in the hospital room, asked the nurse to inquire about the situation on Ruyan Lu's side. Learning that Ruyan Lu said that she was in a coma due to her boyfriend leaving without saying goodbye and being overly sad, Chen Yilin's heart immediately surged with a nameless rage. No need to think. It must be Suan. Although he was narcissistic, he could see clearly that the way Ruyan Lu looked at Suan was different from everyone else. Damn Suan. Not to mention letting himself be beaten up by his father. He also made his goddess, Lu Ruyan, overly sad. But, Chen Yilin suddenly reacted. Ruyan Lu passed out because she was too sad. What do you mean? This Suan guy left, and it's still going without saying goodbye. Chen Yilin's eyes lit up. Suan himself cannot afford to mess with, and now Chen Yilin's parents are using all kinds of relations, trying to find a way to recover the loss of business above. And now, you Suan take the initiative to leave. If you take advantage of the situation yourself. Chen Yilin laughed again, only because the smile involved the injuries on his face. Chen Yilin immediately wailed in pain and cried out for the nurse. He also realized that he definitely couldn't let Ruyan Lu see him in this state now. He himself had to recover to his best state as soon as possible before capturing Ruyan Lu's heart, which must be empty at the moment. Chen Yilin's side was fantasizing about taking advantage of the situation to take down Ruyan Lu's happy life, while Alice on the other side was storming out at the moment. As Alice stood beautifully dressed in Suan's empty room, a cold detachment radiated from her. Alice is not from Kyushu. Having just arrived in Kyushu for a few days, it was hard for her to get attached to the land. If there had to be, then Alice would only be there because of Suan. Her only concern in Kyushu was Suwon. Suwon was the tie that kept her in this land. Now, this attachment is gone. The only two places Suwon could live were the school dormitory and this apartment, which wasn't even as big as his own bathroom. Phone call? No one's answering. It was still the weekend, and Suwon didn't have to go to school. Going part-time? It couldn't be. Suwon wasn't short of money anymore. Even if he went to a part-time job, it was impossible for him to turn off his phone. Alice sat on the sheets that Suwon hadn't packed away yet, the air vaguely revealing Suwon's scent. She also checked that while there was still a lot of stuff here, Suwon had taken quite a few of the necessities as well, and he was gone. Alice was not angry as she lay in Suwon's bedding, greedily inhaling the scent that belonged to Suwon. She didn't understand why Suwon had suddenly left, but she knew that Suwon probably wouldn't pay any attention to Alice, the exchange student. But she will definitely keep in touch with that Soon Yinshin who she has been with for years. Alice calmed down. She had already used her trumpet to try to contact Suwon a few times, but Suwon still didn't respond. But Alice was still in no hurry. She received an email from Suwon to herself in her inbox right on time. Every weekend, Suwon sends an email to himself from time to time with a brief description of the current situation. Alice frowned slightly as she looked at the top of the email. This email must have been written by Suwon in advance. Suwon described a peaceful life inside the email. Nothing special, but Suwon basically wouldn't put up any defenses for Soon Yinshin. For example, even if Suwon had flirted with those people, she would never let them send photos of them wearing various kinds of stockings, only in front of Soon Yinshin, the sister that Suwon had given so much affection to. Suwon would not hide his desires. In the past, it wasn't as if Alice hadn't heard Suwon introduce the beautiful women she knew to her in emails, incidentally at the end of which she asked Soon Yinshin to send some beautiful black silk leg photos, before giving Soon Yinshin a good compliment, saying that she must be an absolute beauty, and that she would crush countless people with just this pair of legs. But Suwon didn't mention himself or something as big as the orientation party. Alice easily deduced that Suwon had written this email in advance, merely to appease Soon Yinshin. Alice finishes reading the email, gets up and leaves in silence. This apartment building had already been bought by Alice long ago, and this floor was even more exclusive to Suwon. Alice went out and looked at the several bodyguards standing in the doorway and ordered in a calm tone. Find out where Suwon went? Going to the goat? This brat. He can really run. Lu Wanhua looked at the documents handed by his subordinates and covered his forehead as he chanted with a headache. This kid went nowhere good. He went to Goat Town. Yangchang is nearly 2,000 kilometers away from Tianhai. The most important thing is that Lu Wanhua knows very few people in Yangchang, which belongs to the south, and Lu Wanhua's business rarely involves that side. Moreover, now that he can only know that this kid was going to Yangcheng, whether he was taking the subway or a cab or a bus, Suwon was able to quickly blend in with the crowd. Yangchang is a city with a huge population. Just the hotels near Yangchang, let his people check one by one, do not know how long it will take to check, and the daughter has been hospitalized because of this matter in a hurry. There is no news of Lu Wanhua. Do not even dare to go to the hospital to see their daughters, especially in his own place, and eat and take the sister-in-law also do not help themselves. The past 2 days do not know what is going on, how to ignore their own. Did she fall out of love too? Didn't she say that she had a pretty awesome online boyfriend? Often bragging at her sister's place about how in love she was, how good she was. Oh, break up, right? Fall out of love. Lu Wanhua looked at the pitifully small amount of information in his hands and asked his subordinates to continue to investigate. There were too many people on the Yangcheng side, and if Suwon wanted to hide, he, Lu Wanhua, wouldn't be able to find out the news in a few days even if he really wanted to. In the meantime, in the school, Yao Qinglian received a call from the teaching office and rushed back to the school. She sent a few messages to Suwon last night. Suwon did not return. She did not care. She is not once or twice to take the initiative. But this kid chicken thief fairy, simply do not fall for it. But this time, Yao Qinglian dialed Suwon's number over and over again, while frantically stepping on the gas to head to school. Suwon has withdrawn from school, and the application for withdrawal has been forwarded to the school authorities by Suwon's former roommate. In the letter, Suwon explained in detail how Chun Yilin had stolen his piano music and how he had smeared himself on school forums and off-campus networks. This matter is extraordinarily important to the school, so the school decided to open a case to investigate. Although Chun Yilin's background is not small, but Suwon yesterday a piano song on the network completely burst into flames. It even made it to the top 3 of the hot searches, although it only lasted for a short while. But if Suwon's matter was left unattended by the school authorities, then the reputation of their Tianhai University was completely shattered. So no matter what, this matter was something they had to do everything they could to give Suwon a perfect explanation and avoid being exposed by Suwon. And naturally, we can't afford to be without tutor Suwon's help in investigating this matter. This was also the reason why early in the morning, after the school authorities received Suan's withdrawal application, they hurriedly called Yao Qinglian here. In the hospital at the moment, Chen Yilin, who had been asleep for most of the day, was woken up. The person who came was a woman that Chen Yilin couldn't have expected. Qi Ningxue. Qi Ningxue came to see herself? Crazy? His friendship with Qi Ningxue couldn't even make it to the point of seeing a nod of the head. If it wasn't for Ruyan Lu, it would have been hard for Chen Yilin to even remember this name. Lu Ruyan's sister-in-law, one of her own pleasers. According to the past Qi Ningxue's attitude towards herself, Qi Ningxue should be very resistant to herself. How could she come to the hospital to visit herself? Chen Yilin looked at the indifferent Qi Ningxue with a somewhat embarrassed face swollen like a pig's head. Qi Ningxue was also very pretty looking, but the most beautiful person in his eyes was still Ruyan Lu. That Miss Qin, how do you? Qi Ningxue looked at this pig head in front of her, and inwardly vomited madly. Is this kind of person the true love that she has been chatting online for so long? Qi Ningxue stayed up all night last night, firstly because she was worried about Lu Ruyan's situation, and secondly because of her online boyfriend. The universe that piano music is impossible for outsiders to know. According to my husband, it should be just myself and him. This piano song is also regarded by Qi Ningxue as the proof of their recognition. But you let Qi Ningxue accept that this swollen as a pig's head Chen Yilin in front of her is her online boyfriend? It was that flamboyant, brain-dead to the core Chen Yilin who had been chatting with himself online for so long. Qi Ningxue wanted to die, but no matter what, one has to be sure of one thing, that is whether Chen Yilin is his online boyfriend or not. So, after solving the matter of Ruyan's side, Qi Ningxue inquired about Chen Yilin's hospitalization. Somehow, even though she was resisting Chen Yilin, she still came to take a look at Chen Yilin when she thought about how she had been chatting with the other party online for so long, although she had deep feelings for her online boyfriend. But if that online boyfriend was really Chen Yilin, Qi Ningxue could only recognize her own bad luck. But before that, Qi Ningxue decided that she wanted to finalize it once. The two of them have been chatting for so many days that it's natural for the other person to bring out some of their habits in life when they talk to them. Like a mantra. Leaving aside for the moment what those so-called 2 fingers and 3 fingers meant, Ruyan Lu remembered the other party saying a very interesting poem. That was also a poem in which the other conquered himself. The sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke, and you can see the waterfall hanging in front of the river in the distance, flying down 3,000 feet, suspected to be the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. These 4 lines composed of a poem. Qi Ningxue has always been very favorite, but also because of this poem, she lost to Suan, and Suan chatting on the internet to call each other to be called husband. At first, Qi Ningxue was very uncomfortable, and even stopped chatting with the other party for a while, but slowly realized the marvelous meaning contained in this poem, and later slowly accepted the other party's flowery mouth. But what she had been curious about was what Suan had said about letting herself fly off the handle, and she had never quite understood how that phrase applied to her. Qi Ningxue clasped her hands to her chest. Today she was going to ask the other party face to face, seeing a strong woman standing in front of his window without a word, not to mention Chen Yilin, it was a person he would feel the pressure. Chen Yilin opened his mouth with difficulty and carefully asked Qi Ningxue in front of him, Ms. Qin, what is it that you are looking for me for? No matter how Chen Yilin thought about it, he couldn't understand how he had gotten involved with this woman in front of him. Qi Ningxue looked at the other party's miserable appearance. Her attitude was slightly much softer, and when she thought that the other party was him, her eyes couldn't help but surface a touch of tenderness. Chen Yilin, ask you something. Although Chen Yilin didn't know why, she still nodded her head. Whether it was because the other party was Lu Ruyan's sister-in-law, or because of the current situation of the Chen family, Chen Yilin couldn't afford to be high profile. What does it mean to fly down 3,000 feet? Flying down 3,000 feet? A flash of bewilderment surfaced in Chen Yilin's eyes that were narrowed to a slit. This? What the fuck? What do you mean you're suddenly talking to my old man about this when your own school places are all donated by your dad? Chen Yilin honestly shook his head. I don't know. Qi Ningxue's brows furrowed as she looked at the bewilderment that instinctively surfaced on Chen Yilin's face. She was almost certain that Chen Yilin should really not know. Still, she was undeterred. This was probably the closest she'd come to contacting that mysterious boyfriend. And with a deadpan stare at Chen Yilin's facial expression, she whispered a line from a poem she'd often brought up in front of her boyfriend. It was an offhand remark that came out of the other person's mouth when she was talking to them. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of faces. He said that there was a next sentence, but the other party was dead set on not saying anything, and finally mentioned a very excessive condition, and Qi Ningxue hadn't agreed to the other party until now. Qi Ningxue also went out of her way. In her eyes, if Chen Yilin really didn't want to recognize himself, it was impossible for him to play that song in public. Since the other person plays, the other person is still trying to identify with him or her. That one poem up there might have been some sort of code phrase between men, but it was a phrase she'd looked up, and there was nothing on the internet that pressed for anything even remotely resembling it. Qin Ningxue stared at the pig-headed Chen Yilin in death, slowly uttering those words. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of faces. Yilin Chen. What the hell are you talking about? Chen Yilin held his breath as he felt that Qin Ningxue was just toying with himself. Originally, seeing that the other party was still her elder, she was quite polite to her. This damn woman, presumably with Lu Ruyan is a gang, is to see their own joke. Damn! Chen Yilin's voice was mixed with a trace of anger. Looking at the inexplicable Qin Ningxue, he suppressed his anger and said in a displeased voice, I don't know exactly what you're trying to say, Ms. Qin, but if you wanted to see me laugh, you've seen enough now. I'm going to rest. Ms. Qin, please go home. Chen Yilin finished looking at Qin Ningxue with an unkind look in his eyes. In the end, the Chen family was still one of the most powerful families in Tianhai. Even if it was restricted from doing some business overseas, it was still a behemoth for Qin Ningxue, who had just started out not too long ago. Qin Ningxue looked at Chen Yilin, who didn't look like he was faking it, with a somewhat bewildered look in his eyes. Chen Yilin doesn't look like he's acting, or else this talent could have gone on to become a movie star. Qin Ningxue finally reacted at this time. The piano music is not his. The press is not his. Qin Ningxue's heart that had been hanging in the air fell most of the way at this moment. Since this Chen Yilin fellow wasn't the one, her eyes immediately went cold and she said in an unkind tone, Chen Yilin, still pretending to be your Chen family's youngest in front of me? Now, tell me, where did you get that song you played at the welcome party at Tianhai University? Qin Ningxue looked at Chen Yilin with a bad tone. Facing this little brat, he had ways of taking it. Your mom doesn't know about the assholes you've been doing out there. Tell me the truth honestly, or I promise you, there's no telling if your mom won't want you as a son. Chen Yilin twisted his head to look at Qin Ningxue. This was the Qin Ningxue he knew. The one who had just spoken to him in a gentle tone was like being possessed by a ghost. Chen Yilin knew that he might be a bully in front of outsiders, but in the face of Qin Ningxue, she didn't put herself in her eyes even if she was the Chen family's youngest. Chen Yilin looked at Qin Ningxue's pressing eyes, and after pondering for a long time, he finally resigned himself to telling the truth. I stole it from inside Suan's dormitory. I think it's the tune Suan wrote himself. Okay. When Qin Ningxue heard this, her eyes were blank for a moment before she suddenly smiled. Hanging by a thread. Died. Suan, our librarian's salary is low. Zhang Xian looked at the handsome man in front of him and said with kind persuasion, although the cost of living is lower in Sheepshead, librarians make $800, and it's usually students who come over to work part-time. So are you sure you want to come and do it? Suan smiled and nodded. At this moment, he had changed into short sleeves and shorts. His whole temperament appeared much more casual, compared to that night when he was sharply handsome in a suit. The Suan at this moment was a different person, although Zhang Xian had some regrets. After all, Suan was so handsome, and she was kindly persuaded from the bottom of her heart to say a few words. However, seeing that the other party insisted, Zhang Xian didn't say anything more. And it was good for her to see this kind of handsome man every day when she went to and from work. After simply finishing the job description with Suan, Zhang Xian sent Suan a work card. Zhang Xian wrote Suan's name on it, and a work card belonging to Suan was simply done. Even though we're underpaid, we still have benefits, and we go to work at 8:30 a.m. every day, and we can pack up and leave at 5 p.m. Also the cafeteria we have. Not a lot of good food, but the good thing is it's free, and overalls, newcomers usually get 2 sets. But I see there are quite a few more inside the stockroom, so I'll give you 2 extra sets. Suan followed silently behind Zhang Xian. What she said Suan smiled and nodded. The lack of constraints was comfortable. Very comfortable. But Suan let off steam for just 1 day and then got a job. The $30 million of interest was enough for him to not have to worry about living expenses. And right now Suan still knew too little about this world. High school was inside a closed school. College had been busy making money. And now he was still ready to learn about the world first. Wait until Suan had a general understanding of the world's pattern before preparing to travel. Suan hugged a few sets of brand new clothes and exuded a big smile at Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian saw Suan's smiling face, her speech immediately became unnatural, and a blush slowly appeared on her face. She led Suan around on the pretext of familiarizing him with the library. In the face of women, Suan had never really been afraid, and it didn't take Suan a while to tease Zhang Xian into covering her mouth and stifling her laughter. Today is a weekday. The library is very few people. Zhang Xian is tired of shopping and brought Suan to a quiet corner to rest. Suan, do you realize that you resemble someone? Suan inquired without turning his head as he looked out the window. Who? A man with the same name as you, in Tianhai University, is a piano genius? The person is also very handsome. Foreign is not a very famous piano master. Called Hanks is not it. It is said that the other party purposely flew over on an airplane just to take the other party as his disciple, said Zhang Xian as she pulled out her cell phone to play a video of Suan playing the piano. Suan pretended to be curious as she looked at Zhang Xian's cell phone. The image shows himself in a handsome black and gold suit playing the piano with a demeanor of enjoyment. This angle should have been taken by Bai Yue, and only she, who was standing in the background, could have such a close angle. To be honest, the Suan of that day could not be replicated even by Suan himself. Suan, who had already resolved to go, completely let go of everything, and the whole person exuded a sprightly temperament, which even if Suan himself imitated himself, he was afraid that it would be difficult to replicate. Seeing Suan staring out at the screen, Zhang Xian inquired with a curious smile. Suan, how's it going? Like it or not? You both have similar names. By the way, Suan, do you play the piano? Now that Suan is hot on the internet, you might be able to make a lot of money if you imitate each other. Suan raised her eyes to Zhang Xian and said with a light smile, You're wrong. I'm Suan. The man in the picture is me. Zhang Xian froze, then covered her mouth in an effort to suppress her laughter. Obviously, Suan was really amusing himself with this joke. Fine, you're Suan. So do you play the piano? Suan shook his head a little awkwardly. Zhang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Kyushu is so big. There are many people with the same name. Even if this Suan in front of him was also very handsome, he was still much worse compared to the one inside the picture. And most importantly, this Suan in front of him didn't have that kind of temperament. Zhang Xian changed the subject and continued to lead Suan around the library. By the afternoon, Suan breathed a sigh of relief. A little tired. That woman Zhang Xian dragged herself around for an entire day. A whole day at the library. It was only because the other party was the management that ran the library that Suan couldn't say anything. Otherwise Suan would have gone ballistic. What's this all about? You haven't done anything all day and you're walking the leader through the library? Suan returned to the house he rented. As a thousandaire, Suan was naturally not stingy about his place of residence, and he picked a large two-room apartment in the middle of the city. There is a very long and large balcony for sunbathing and drying clothes. Both bedrooms were not small, with one slightly smaller room that Suan was going to keep for books, and another master bedroom overlooking a piece of the park that Suan used for a bedroom. After washing up, Suan lay on his bed and watched short videos, in the process recalling the news Zhang Xian had told him today. Because of her belief that Suan and Suan look alike and have the same name, she's been chatting about Suan on the internet all day today. It has come to light that several of your own piano songs were originally written by yourself. The truth had come out about Chen Yilan smearing herself in the school forum, as well as stealing her piano music. Except for this, what concerned Suan the most were the letters. According to Zhang Xian's information, it was rumored that certain bigwigs had personally pressured Chen Yilan, and in the end, a shocking melon had been unearthed. That is, as a poor student, Suan needs to work hard every day to do part-time jobs and study hard to get a full scholarship. It is said that Suan would try to get free meals in the cafeteria for his meals, but such a person, without help, still saves money to spend money to sponsor poor children. In the eyes of outsiders, Suan, the man, had been mythologized in their eyes. At least Suan himself didn't think it reached that level. It's too much of a stretch. One really isn't that good. Layers of filters had been added, and Suan's entire body had been deified. Still, Suan couldn't help but feel a little happy when he thought about it. There are only a few things one can care about. Piano music and all that doesn't technically count for him. He's just helping the sages of another world spread their work. But those children's thank you notes belong to Suan. The only one that belongs to Suan is own. The fact that even Chen Yilan wanted to take away this kind of thing was what angered Suan the most. And it was also the opportunity for him to make up his mind to leave. As a man, he didn't even watch over the things he valued most. Suan really felt humiliated in this matter. It was the third day from Tianhai to Yendu. Suan got a new cell phone and a new cell phone card. He didn't dare log into either social account for fear that someone could still locate him. As for Tianhai University, Suan feels that nothing will change. He was nothing but an insignificant person. Perhaps Lu Ruyan and the others would try to find themselves for a while. But for how long? Days? Months? It's not like you're dead yourself. Suan was lying on her newly purchased futon, picking out her consort in a short video, when an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came in. Suan glanced at where the phone belonged. Tenkai. Strange? Is this a sales call? Suan looked at the phone in front of him in disbelief, but he still chose to answer it. To be honest, Suan also thought before answering the phone could it be an acquaintance he used to know, through the means to find out his own phone. For example, Ruyan Lu. This perverted guy, even directly background positioning his cell phone. But the moment the other party's voice rang out, Suwon was confused. "Good evening, Mr. Suwon. My name is Hanks. It's the master of Ruian-Lu's piano teacher, Elsa, also known by everyone as the first man in the piano world." Chi Ningxue walked out from inside the hospital room. Her eyes were lifeless and her body was a bit shaky. "Suwon, it's Suwon. How come it's Suwon?" Chi Ningxue stumbled back to the underground parking lot, and sitting in the car, Chi Ningxue was completely confused. The kid who cheated his niece out of $20. How is he? Chi Ningxue tried to calm herself down from the fact that the possibility of her online husband being Suwon was indeed frighteningly high. First of all, Suwon is a piano genius, and the universe that hubby gave himself is not bad at all, belonging to world-class piano music. This is the kind of tune that casually sells in the tens of millions, and it's still a tune where one song is the big tens of millions, excluding the fact that her husband was the son of some powerful people in Kyoto City. Chi Ningxue at that time really couldn't think of any other explanation. But calming down, she then realized there was another possibility. What if one's online husband, himself, is a top-notch piano prodigy? For such a person, then, writing a random tune to send to someone who has been chatting online for a long time is still pretty casual. Even this kind of tune has no special value in the eyes of the author himself. It is just a tune for a friend. No wonder Suwon was so angry at the time that he went to insult Chen Yilin. He must have been furious at the time, but he didn't want to say in public that the song was his own. That's why he said the tune was just as trashy as Chen Yilin, as a way to clear the air. Good. Put it that way, then it all makes sense. It was just that Chi Ningxue still couldn't accept it. How is one's husband so handsome, and so coy? Ha ha ha. It turns out that my husband is a sufferer in real life, so I'll have to abuse and mistreat him after my own marriage. This kid, it's been on the end of the line with myself before. Make yourself available on the internet to be his lickspittle. No way. Make sure you get the other guy to lick it back. Chi Ningxue was a bit embarrassed when she thought of Ruian-Lu. How can this kid steal his sister-in-law from his brother-in-law? How old is your sister-in-law? If she doesn't find a man to marry, she'll be old. But you, Ruian-Lu, are different. You're young. You're beautiful. You can continue to take your time in your search, but not your sister-in-law me. Chi Ningxue suddenly reacted as if Suwon had disappeared. No, one must find him. He still had his trumpet himself and had to reach him as soon as possible. Definitely can't let Suwon take the lead and niece see it. Until Suwon disappeared, the niece was on the end of the line, at least not daring to really face his feelings for Suwon. But not anymore. Having experienced more, the niece was also clear about Suwon's position within herself. If he wanted to take Suwon without leaving any mouths to feed, the first condition was to take Suwon before his niece did. Chi Ningxue said she would do it, and after not sleeping all night, she immediately got energized and started looking for Suwon. Evening. Hank slowly moved his body to get off the plane with the butler's assistance. Behind him was a student with an upright figure as well as a distinguished family. Elsa and Demi, who had picked up the plane, waited respectfully in front of the porch bridge. Seeing her teacher go out, Elsa rushed to greet her, but Hank's housekeeper silently waved Elsa back away. Elsa was well aware that Mr. Hank's physical condition at the moment was not suitable to be disturbed, and she immediately led the way ahead, taking the group to a prearranged vehicle. Because the teacher was traveling early, there were not many doctors accompanying her, and Elsa had temporarily enlisted specialists on this side of the country to escort her. Upon landing, Hanks was first admitted to the hospital. A series of tests followed, and Hanks had to wait for a professional report before he could move freely. Hanks, although he felt like he was in pretty good shape, Hanks stayed honestly in the hospital bed after several students as well as the doctor persuaded him to do so. The old man slept all day on the plane, and when he got off the plane, he was ready to meet Suwon as soon as he got over it. Speaking of Suwon, the 4 students inside the room who accompanied the teacher on this trip together all looked at Elsa curiously. These 4 people are Hank's most pleased disciples, of which Luke, as the eldest brother, is not only the earliest entry, but also the top talent that Hanks has been carefully cultivating. Back in the day, everyone thought Hank's successor was Luke. At this moment, facing the gazes of her teachers and senior brothers, Elsa could only tell the crowd all the information she knew. First, it's all the piano music Suwon has composed so far, where each one came from, when each one appeared. Elsa was all as detailed as she could be, especially with the audio material of these piano pieces. While Elsa was talking, she played the tunes in sync to match, so the crowd wouldn't get bored listening. By the time Elsa finished her introduction one by one, the crowd was somewhat silent. How long has it been? In less than half a month, Suwon had taken out so many excellent piano pieces, especially the last song, which everyone calls Destiny. This piano piece is only a recording, but everyone can hear that it's not a simple piece. Several disciples' gazes subconsciously looked towards Luke. Luke has long been an established pianist and has a good reputation in the world. Not in the top 10, but close. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luke was silent for a moment before finally looking at his teacher with a grave expression. I want to try to challenge each other. In the room, several of Hank's other disciples nodded slightly, and Elsa nodded silently in agreement. Luke was the most powerful disciple under her teacher's name, and she knew that Suan was strong, but senior Luke definitely had the strength to defeat him. Not to mention that it was also a way to give the last shut-in disciple a head start, letting the other know that his teacher, Hanks, was so powerful. But, surprisingly, Hanks, who was lying on the bed, shook his head slightly as he sighed and said softly, "You're not worthy." Hanks is ready to head to Sky High tomorrow after making sure he's in good physical shape. The only thing he knew about Suan besides Alice's little online boyfriend was Tianhai University. After Hanks landed, Alice came to the hospital. Only Alice's face looked bad. Even as the royal little princess, Alice couldn't find Suan. Hanks didn't say anything. This was Kyushu after all, and maybe Hanks had good connections in the West, but Kyushu wasn't his own territory after all. Hanks soothed Alice for a few moments, and seeing that the other woman stayed silent, Hanks didn't say much. The next morning, Hanks woke up early to change into a formal suit. Hanks, who hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, had already received numerous appointments. This old man had come to Kyushu early because of Suan's abrupt decision, making his disciples think that their teacher would have rejected these people decisively. But to everyone's surprise, Hanks didn't. Hanks, fully dressed, calmly analyzes the list of reservation holders. The arrival of the world's #1 piano virtuoso naturally startled many of the official personnel of the Kyushu Tianhai, and several of the Tianhai's foremost people coincidentally submitted invitations to Hanks for an evening meal. Hanks calmly listened to the butler's pronouncement. Alice had used all the connections she could to look for Suan, but there was still very little news about Suan, and according to what Alice had said last night, she was ready to move on to the goat side after meeting herself. Hanks knew Kyushu well, and in a country with a huge population and a huge area, it was impossible for even a princess like Hanks to find someone easily without the help of official personnel, especially if the person is also deliberately hiding himself. Hanks looked at the butler and smiled softly. "Jim, don't read anymore. Prepare a dinner party and invite these people, and you'll set it up at 8 o'clock tonight." "Right," Hanks said softly as he squinted at the bustling hospital. "Although it's still uncertain if I can take Suan as my disciple. This news has spread to Kyushu before, right? There's a family named Chen in Tianhai. Invite them over." Hanks looked to Elsa. "Elsa, make an appointment. I'd like to attend Tenkai University. I wonder what kind of university it is that can produce a top genius like Suan." Elsa nodded her head obediently. With her teacher present, and so many of her own senior brothers present, Elsa had much more confidence to do things. It was that everyone was a bit confused. The teacher was supposed to care about Suan, but shouldn't he take the lead in trying to find Suan at this time now? How do you suddenly go and deal with these people? According to their experience, as long as the teacher attends this kind of banquet, the program is cumbersome. Not to mention that everyone is quite tired. Not to mention that all these people must have to play a few piano pieces. As for the teacher, teachers don't have to play, but the amount of energy put into coping with these things is huge. But no one in the ward dared to question the teacher's decision. Since the teacher wasn't in a hurry, everyone had to be quiet and do what the teacher told them to do. Elsa takes her teacher, as well as her housekeeper, Jim, and heads to Tenkai University. There was no doubt that Tenkai University had agreed to teacher Hank's request for a visit, and in just an hour, Tenkai University had already formed a welcoming party. Hanks didn't say much about this, though he didn't like it. After all, this also proved that Tianhai University valued him. The president of Tianhai University was actually Bai Youwei's second uncle, Bai Junshu. Bai Junshu was elegant-looking, a clean-cut middle-aged man who also carried an air of refinement. Hanks nodded slightly when he saw Bai Junshu because Hanks had learned the language of Kyushu. There was no barrier to communication between the two sides. After a brief chat, Hanks became acquainted with Bai Junshu, and Bai Junshu took Hanks on a stroll through Tianhai University. Bai Junshu naturally knew the purpose of Hanks coming to Tianhai University. Suan. It was just a pity that he hadn't noticed about Suan because school had started. Now reacting to the fact that Suan had already submitted an application to withdraw from school, and that the reasons and excuses for the withdrawal application made it impossible for him, the principal, to refute them. Now that Bai Junshu had given orders to make sure that Chen Yilin and Suan's affair was thoroughly investigated, the matter had reached a point of no return in the school. More than 90% of the students were upset for Suan. Tianhai University was one of the top institutions in Kyushu, and having this kind of thing happen made him, the president, lose even more face. But in front of Hanks, Bai Junshu just smiled and took Hanks on a tour of everything about the piano in the school. And even Hanks made a point of listening to a lesson with Bai Junshu. It was until noon. It was only then that Hanks ended his half-day tour somewhat wearily. At noon Bai Junshu ate a simple lunch together inside the cafeteria at Hanks' strong request. The food of Kyushu was world famous. And the cafeteria of Tianhai University is a collection of the best food of Kyushu. Hanks did not appear to be underwater, but instead ate contentedly in the cafeteria. Bai Junshu took the initiative to walk the other to the school gate when Hanks was about to leave. Hanks didn't really have much to say this entire morning. Mostly Bai Junshu was introducing the history of Tianhai University. Until he was about to leave, Hanks looked at the young junior in front of him who had a good attitude inside from the bottom of his heart. Junshu, want to hear how I really feel? Bai Junshu froze, but still nodded politely. Looking at the world-renowned pianist in front of him, he was also curious as to what kind of evaluation this one had for Tianhai University. Hanks invited Bai Junshu to sit in the car, and this old man looked at Bai Junshu and did not have a lofty stance, but instead said softly in an approachable manner, "First of all, the piano program at Tianhai University is too different from the western side. Kyushu people are very good at playing the piano, and I've come into contact with quite a few pianists from Kyushu, but they're all too much alike. It's very unpianistic to learn from a set of formulas and mechanically produce a group of pianists who can play the keys." Hanks said softly as he looked out the window at Sky High University. "There is no soul, neither in the teacher nor in the student, and I do not perceive in them the soul of the piano. Honestly, I'm even wondering one thing. How can you possibly produce a pianist like this? Children are learning a set formula, and the piano is an instrument, but we play the piano to communicate with the soul with piano music. The piano is nothing more than an instrument for the voice of the soul, but what I see is that you are just teaching children mechanically to learn the piano, never thinking of teaching them to unleash their natural instincts. There are 1,000 faces. Some children are quiet, some are wild, and none of the pianists currently famous in this world have succeeded by imitation. As for Suwon," Hank's gaze was deep as he twisted his head to look at the serious-looking Bai Junshu. "That's lucky for you guys. I thought you were the ones who raised Suwon before, but now it seems you guys are just lucky that it was Suwon who happened to choose your Tianhai University." Bai Junshu looked at Hank's back as he left. He was silent, not knowing how to speak. The old man, who was a powerful force in the piano world, taught him the same lesson and was impressed. Soul. The piano is nothing more than the instrument of the soul's voice. Hanks intends to say that Tianhai's education model is too archaic, and perhaps he's also alluding to the fact that they treat geniuses like Suwon so badly. Even the piano music that belongs to you? Is Tenkai University really right? No, Bai Junshu didn't think that this kind of thing would happen at Tianhai University. Not in the future, and even less now. Bai Junshu was also surnamed Bai, so perhaps the others were still afraid of the Chen family behind Chen Yulin. But Bai Junshu won't. He looked to the secretary. "Hasn't the evidence been collected yet?" The secretary looked at Bai Junshu and wanted to say something. Chen Yulin is after all a member of the Chen family, and is still the only young master of the Chen family. If he is punished too harshly, the Chen family will surely look for Bai Junshu to ask for an explanation. The best solution to this matter in their eyes was to restore Suwon's honor and just let him come back and continue to go to school and study. As for Chen Yulin, it was mostly just enough to give the other side a warning and mean something. After all, is a kid from the countryside worth taking seriously? Bai Junshu looked at the secretary, the elegant smile on his face slowly converging, his expression gradually becoming serious. "What? Can't you handle this little thing?" The secretary shook her head and dutifully told Bai Junshu all the things she had investigated. Bai Junshu listened in silence, and when he finally said something about those thank you notes that Chen Yulin had taken out at the welcome party also being Suwan's, Bai Junshu's face visibly surfaced with anger. The secretary looked at the angry Bai Junshu and hurriedly said in a soothing manner, "Dean Bai, this matter is indeed troublesome to resolve, or else let's first persuade student Suwon to return to school to continue his studies. And as for the handling of student Chen Yulin, we can invite others to discuss it together. After all," the secretary looked at Bai Junshu, who was just about to say that Chen Yulin was a member of the Chen family when Bai Junshu snorted in disdain. "The Chen family, right." Bai Junshu didn't say anything more and was silent as he led the people back to the academy. In the eyes of ordinary people, Suwon is still just a kid from the countryside. And Hanks? Even if Suwon worshipped Hanks, it would be nothing more than a piano player. But really? There's more to Hanks than just being the world's #1 pianist, and that layer of identity might just be the least of his concerns for Hanks. Behind him stood the world-renowned top 10 plutocrats, and he was still very close to the Western royal family. Many princes and princesses of the royal family are said to attend his classes. This was confirmed by Bai Junshu and one, Alice, the favorite niece of that queen of the West, and according to the news, this Alice and Suwon had a somewhat ambiguous relationship. Even these Bai Junshu could care less. Bai Junshu returned to his office to question himself in silence. Could it be that Tianhai University, Bai Junshu, can't even protect the children coming out of my own school? Suan, this child's talent was obvious to all, and it was Suan that this child, Yue, talked to herself the most in private. In the sense of the word, Chan Yilan, can't stay. The evening banquet. Hanks got to meet the official #1 person in Skyhaven. As expected, Hanks and the other man had a good conversation, and Hanks was especially pleased with the gifts he had prepared for the other man. It was a cooperation document sent from within the homes of several disciples. For the families of these disciples, these collaborations could be lucrative anywhere, but in Tianhai, it was simply giving Hanks face, and Hanks made only one request to the other side. Suan. He just needs to get Suan's contact information. The other party readily agreed and promised to give Hanks a satisfactory answer by tomorrow at the latest. At the same time, this Tianhai official #1 was also a bit curious. After all, Hanks had made quite a scene for this young man. Hanks didn't say much more than a simple analogy. If Hanks had been about 10 years younger, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to understand the piece Suan played. That is, nowadays, by taking advantage of being a bit older than Suan, he could barely take a little advantage in front of Suan, and at the banquet site in the lobby. Unlike the others whose smiles were joyful, as one of the 4 great families of Tianhai, the Chen family, who attended the banquet, surprisingly did not have a single person to climb into conversation with them, especially a few juniors who didn't even greet them when they saw them. The most outrageous of them all was the Liu family's Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, this girl Chen family couple, has always been regarded as daughter-in-law. These years which time not to send gifts on New Year's holidays? But I didn't expect to raise a white-eyed wolf after all these years. How dare you help outsiders against your own family? The Chen couple was angry when suddenly an old man approached the two of them, surrounded by people. Seeing Hanks giving the couple such face, Chen Likun nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, his own Chen family was still little known overseas, and Hanks was the first to greet him after entering the interior of the banquet. It seemed that the incident 2 days ago should be a misunderstanding, which was also the reason why the couple had been lingering here. The family power of a few of Hanks' disciples was just too powerful. In just 2 days, their losses had already exceeded $10 billion, and if they didn't find a way to solve the problem, the consequences would only get worse. The couple relied on this to settle the matter. Chen Likun took the initiative to greet him up, and just as he wanted to extend his hand to shake Hanks' hand, Hanks' butler stepped out to stop the other party. Hanks looked at the Chen family couple, and before he could say anything, the Chen Likun couple was anxious to explain. Mr. Hanks, thank you for making a point of inviting our couple over. I believe that it was all a misunderstanding regarding what happened before, and I believe that after this meeting, our misunderstanding will be completely resolved. Chen Likun stretched out his hand to try and have a handshake with Hanks, but Hanks just shook his head as he looked at the couple in front of him. I'm sorry, you two. It seems to me you've mistaken who you're apologizing to. You have not offended me. Hanks scanned around and didn't see Chen Yilan's figure, but he didn't say anything. Everything waited until Suan was contacted first. You should apologize to Suan. Hanks finished, glancing at the crowd surrounding him at the scene, his eyes going to his protege. Several disciples stood out in unison and said in unison, Mr. Chen, your son is using his status to bully our young master. Then we're welcome. Goat City. Alice lived in a temporarily bought villa. Looking at the brightly lit Yangcheng, Alice, who had been looking for Suan for a day, rubbed her pretty hair with some annoyance. Just as she was depressed about how to find Suan, Alice's mind suddenly flashed. Trisomy. Since Hanks had already torn his face off with the Chen family in public, there could never be any room for maneuvering in this matter. After the events of yesterday's banquet, the Tianhai Chen family's position was instantly embarrassed. Hanks couldn't really launch an attack in the face of the Chen family, but at the end, when the #1 official figure of Tianhai came out to stand up for Hanks, certain people couldn't sit still at all. The Chen family sent someone over early this morning, wanting to meet Hanks, but Hanks pressed the family's buttons. The Chen family was considered a behemoth in Tianhai, but when placed in the world, there were dozens of existences that were even more terrifying than the Chen family in terms of volume and strength. Just right. Hanks knew these people, and even the heirs of these families were Hanks' disciples. Evening. Hanks receives the letter he's been dreaming of after savoring the dinner Elsa prepared for her teacher. As the information was taken out by direct official transfer, Hanks did not disclose it to anyone, and he returned to his room and sat down on the edge of his bed and solemnly opened the letter. Inside was an official document detailing Suan's trajectory over the days, as well as the names of a few people he'd come into contact with. Hanks promised that one to make sure it wouldn't be spread for a second viewing. He also said that if Suan didn't want to, he hoped that Hanks wouldn't force him to do it. Hanks could naturally understand. So after he saw Suwon's phone number, Hanks cleared his throat and tried to calm himself down. In his eyes, Suwon was not a junior, but rather more like his peer, or his own rival, an evenly matched opponent. Hanks, who has been invincible in this business for too long, can't even contain his excitement a little. One is reaching out to a character that can rival one's own. He had been alone for too long, and at the moment it was as if he had found a kindred spirit after decades of loneliness. Following the phone number recorded on it, Hanks dialed. It didn't ring for long and was soon answered by the other party. Hanks didn't wait for Suwon to speak before taking the initiative to introduce himself. Good evening, Mr. Suwon. My name is Hanks. It's the master of Rian Lu's piano teacher, Elsa, also known by everyone as the first man in the piano world. Suwon on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, and finally sighed in resignation. Now is the age of the network. Ordinary people want to find themselves may be very difficult, but in the face of these top people, want to find the self, I am afraid that it is just a matter of a few words. Moreover, Jang Xian had also said that Hanks had come to Kyushu specifically for himself, and that he definitely wouldn't rest until he found himself. Suwon sat up from the bed, facing this topmost big shot in the piano world. Suwon didn't dare to slack off. Hanks, I've heard a lot about you, but I want to make it clear to you that I'm not interested in the piano. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. So, I'm not interested in the matter of being your disciple, and I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hanks didn't interrupt Suwon. The other man's willingness to communicate with himself was a good start, and the kid and Alice were still on good terms, and as of now Alice shouldn't have revealed her true identity to Suwon, but that was just as well. Hanks explained with a light laugh. Suwon, to be honest, after hearing that piano piece of yours, I've completely cut off the idea of accepting you as my disciple. I always thought you were a genius before, that you had a strong talent, and Summer Fields and The Wind Rises made me realize your thick talent. But when I found out that Interstellar and the song that was played at the party was also yours, I completely realized that you are the real genius, and even I am ashamed of myself from the bottom of my heart. Suwon touched his nose a little awkwardly at this blowout from Hanks. Those piano pieces were stolen themselves, and now that he heard Hanks say that, Suwon was truly embarrassed. Ahem, forget it, it's all luck, it's all luck. Hanks shook his head. No, it wasn't luck. Suwon, it's a gift from God to us. To you. Hanks said it with a note of supplication in his voice. Suwon, please give me a chance. Just once. I want to see you. Whether you travel with me to the West or not, but I really want to see you. I was hoping to have a friendly match with you about the piano. For that, I would give anything I have. Money, status, my wealth, my everything. Suwon. Hanks' voice thickened considerably as he spoke. I've been hailed as a genius in the piano world for too many years now, and I've never found a rival. I'm so lonely, until I met you. Suwon, I've realized I'm not alone anymore, and I've discovered that I'm not really number one. Mr. Suwon, please let me be able to meet and see another being not weaker than me in my lifetime. Hanks said this with a heavy heart, and Suwon could completely understand what the old man meant. It's lonely, why not yourself? But you can only play it yourself. It might be okay to fool other people, but if you're dealing with a piano great like Hanks, it's a complete joke. Listening to the silence on the other side of the phone, Hank said with some urgency, Suwon, as long as you make conditions, just make the offer. Any offer. Suwon sighed and shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Hanks, I've decided not to touch the piano anymore. Suwon is indeed no longer ready to touch the piano. No matter what, he was thoroughly prepared to no longer get involved with the people on the Tianhai side. In the future he just wanted to live an uneventful life. He just wanted to live an ordinary life in peace and quiet. Maybe one will meet a girl one likes someday and start a family with the other. Then one might be ready to give up even Sun Yinshin and quietly keep his little home. Suwon never envisioned himself making money. A lot of money. Hanks on the other end of the line sighed and was silent for a long time. Mr. Suwon. Hanks made a decision in his mind that went against his character when he said it. I'm sorry. I am well aware that my time is running out. I'm not selling you short, but it's true. I don't want to go to my grave with regrets, and I don't want to hold on to them. So, Mr. Suwon, I will find you, perhaps because my arrival may disturb your life. For that, I apologize. However, I have prepared a gift for you, and everything I have will be given to you after I die. I believe in your character, and please believe in my determination to see you. Suwon hung up the phone in tears. What's all this and what's all this? Of course, Suwon had seen a lot of people, and he knew that many people had eccentric personalities, especially those who had unique talents in special fields, but had their own quirks elsewhere. For example, He's met a few female presidents with unique quirks in their private lives. Someone like Hanks, an unrivaled being in the field of piano, found a figure that could stand alongside him, and naturally, he was extraordinarily attached to it, and it had an irresistible attraction for him. As for how to face Hanks, Suwon had a bit of a headache. Such people usually don't stop until they get what they want. But he can't force himself to play the piano. Suwon fought wildly, and today accompanied Jiang Xian to stroll around the library for a whole day. Full of fatigue quickly drowned him, and unconsciously Suwon passed out. The next morning, Suwon's biological clock woke Suwon up on time. Suwon simply packed up and prepared to walk to the library. The house he lives in is near the famous university city in Yangchang, which was originally a deserted island, but was later developed by the government, and several famous universities are all located here. Suwon's house was only half an hour away from the library, and when he arrived at the school cafeteria, Jiang Xian happened to be parked in front of the entrance in her car. Seeing Suwon, Jiang Xian immediately perked up. Jiang Xian's home was moderate in Yangchang, and since both of her parents were local, Jiang Xian didn't have much pressure, so she found an easy job near her home. Although she had already eaten breakfast at home, when she heard that Suwon was preparing to go to the cafeteria for breakfast, Jiang Xian excused herself and followed Suwon on her way. A handsome man of this level, not to mention eating with him, even if she didn't eat and kept staring at him, Jiang Xian would feel full. Through the contact he had made throughout the day yesterday, Suwon was already thoroughly aware of Jiang Xian's situation. First of all, Jiang Xian was now close to 30 years old, but had definitely never been in love. These women are the most horrible, and once they get married or find a boyfriend, they're out of control. It's pretty much the same situation as that Qin Ningxue. Ordinary people can't handle it. Suwon could be, but wasn't interested. At least right now there really isn't any interest. But in the face of this leader who had direct jurisdiction over him, Suwon still greeted him with a smile on his face, and the two of them came to the cafeteria with a smile on their faces. The meals in the cafeteria weren't hearty, and it was indeed just as Jiang Xian had said, just barely enough to fill the stomach. But it's free. The one thing Suwon couldn't resist was the word free. The word frugality has been thoroughly integrated into his bone marrow through 2 lives. Jiang Xian yawned and didn't continue to disturb Suwon's meal. She opened the short video and sat across from Suwon and swiped it in boredom. Soon she swiped on a video with a surprisingly high number of likes. The 3 bodies? What kind of novel is this? Why are so many people chasing after it? Jiang Xian spat to herself, not realizing that Suwon, who was shivering the flower, suddenly froze. With the beginning of the short video, a stunningly beautiful foreign woman appeared on the screen. Alice. Suwon, who was sitting across from Jiang Xian, was able to determine at a glance that this was Alice. Alice is sitting on the couch in a purple dress, looking down at her cell phone, reading aloud from a 3-body story. Trisomy. Alice. Sun Yinxin. No wonder. Suwon's brain buzzed. He had previously thought that Alice was so close to him because she admired him for being able to write so many piano songs. After all, Westerners were inherently open-minded. But now look. It's not. She's Sun Yinxin. Although Suwon hadn't had offline contact with Sun Yinxin, Suwon knew that with Sun Yinxin's character, there was absolutely no way that she would openly read aloud from the 3 bodies without her permission. Suwon knew that Sun Yinxin would share the trilogy with her friends, but she and Suwon had promised and assured her that those friends of hers would never reveal the trilogy. Coupled with Alice's perverse attitude towards herself, Suwon had already determined the identity of the other party. Until now, Suwon recalled that earlier she had asked Sun Yinxin to help block her chat software so that outsiders couldn't hack into her device to ensure her safety. Since Sun Yinxin was able to help seal herself in, she would naturally be able to inquire about her location, as well as information, just as Lu Ruyan did. Suwon just couldn't believe that Sun Yinxin would actually come to Kyushu, and even if she came, according to Suwon's years of knowledge of Sun Yinxin, she would definitely greet herself. After all, read the heart. Alice is also very obedient. Thinking back to the days when he was in contact with Alice, it seemed that Alice had never refused any of his requests. She's willing to eat with herself at roadside stalls, pick out cheap and inexpensive crafts with herself, and will be the first to stand up for herself because she's been humiliated. That's right. Suwon stared blankly at the much emaciated Alice in the cell phone screen, his mind buzzing. How could he not have imagined that Sun Yinxin would come to Kyushu without saying a word? And to his own side, Suwon's mind was in turmoil as he listened to Alice's smooth and precise reading of the story of the 3 bodies. He could not give face to Lu Ruyan, he could not give face to Bai Yue, and he was not prepared to have any more dealings with these people. But facing Sun Yinxin, who had accompanied him for so many years, Suwon admitted from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't be ruthless. Sun Yinshin's position in Suan's mind was incomprehensible to outsiders, and even Suan herself would often feel that Sun Yinshin, as a character, whether she had placed her too high. Jiang Xin didn't notice Suan's abnormality until the end of the video, and only then did Jiang Xin, who had already been thoroughly captivated by the story, come back to her senses. Looking at Suan, who was also frothing, Jiang Xin said with some excitement, "Suan, you liked the story too, didn't you? Fantastic, isn't it? This story is just fantastic. 3 bodies. I already follow this blogger. I didn't realize such a beautiful girl could write such a nice story." Suan was awakened by Jiang Xin's words, and returning to his senses, he nodded in 2 vague voices. The duo returned to the work area in pairs. Jiang Xin was sitting in the office. She and Suan reluctantly said goodbye and went into her office. Suan took advantage of the fact that there were not too many people, and looked for a corner to log on to his own small number. Sure enough, Sun Yinshin has been trying to find a way to contact herself. Although Sun Yinshin didn't directly say that she was Alice, the time Sun Yinshin had been frantically contacting herself was the very morning after she left Tianhai. It must have been Alice who realized she had left without saying goodbye and tried to reach out in any way she could. Suan leaned against the bookshelf with a bit of a headache and let out a sad sigh. Now, he really didn't know how to face Alice, and that's when a familiar figure trotted into the library as she frantically searched for a figure. Eventually, after the woman saw a familiar figure in a corner somewhere, her emotions that had been tense for a few days abruptly relaxed and she shed 2 lines of tears uncontrollably. "Guys, this book was number 1 on the new book list a few days ago, but I've been unable to guarantee updates. No more jitters. Let's get real today. The company had an accident because of the 18th of those days, I guess, and originally thought it wasn't a big deal. As a result, we may now have to pay out 80. Phew, that's cool. I'm off on May 1st on my side and the other side, so I'll use this time to try to keep up with the non-scheduling for the next month, plus make up what's owed." The brothers who have the heart of a free gift to send down the line. It is not a big deal. Is annoying. Phone call after phone call. Cannot be quiet to write. Yao Qinglian looked at Suan standing in the corner, the 1,000 words in her heart not knowing how to speak for a moment. She just stared blankly at Suan, staring dead at Suan's contemplative side face. When Yao Qinglian realized that Suan had asked other students to submit their withdrawal applications, her entire mood completely collapsed. She questioned in front of the principal, by Jun Shu, why Suan didn't come forward when she suffered injustice, and why so many people in the school knew about it, but none of them came forward to do justice to Suan. Yilin Chen? Is Tianhai Chen Yilin really that horrible? Bai Junshu didn't get angry and just quietly watched Yao Qinglian. Bai Junshu had a slight understanding of Yao Qinglian's identity, but he wasn't scornful of the family behind Yao Qinglian. Instead, he contemplated just how terrifying a potential Suan, this child, possessed to make so many people stand up for him. After Yao Qinglian vented, along with the stabilization of her emotions, she told the crowd all about Suan. Subsequently, after determining that Suan could not be contacted by any means, Yao Qinglian, with her eyes red and swollen from crying, boarded the plane to Kyoto City. She begged her grandfather for 2 days. Eventually Grandpa managed to pull up Suan's information for himself. For the Yao family, investigating the information of such an ordinary person as Suan was merely a matter of words. But as a price, Yao Qinglian regained her identity as the first lady of the Yao family. This time she came to Yangcheng, accompanied by her cousin, and her cousin's husband. Yao Qinglian just silently watched Suan. This time, she didn't dare to casually disturb Suan again. Previously, Yao Qinglian might have felt that the time had come and was ready to take down this cute little boy in one fell swoop. But along with Suan's unannounced departure, it made Yao Qinglian afraid. She would rather watch Suan silently as she had done before than let Suan leave. Suan pondered how he should face Sun Yinshin, or rather Alice. He had gone from shock at first to acceptance now. Facing Alice, Suan felt nothing rusty. Now that he thought back, when he lived with Alice, it seemed as if there was no rustiness, and the two of them seemed to be old friends for many years. At that time, Suan thought that he had cast passive. It is possible to get acquainted with the opposite sex in an extremely short period of time. In retrospect, he and Alice were already very familiar with each other, and it wasn't because of his passivity that he pressed on. And Alice is supposed to know who she is. When he and Alice were pen pals, Alice didn't tell Suan her name, but instead asked Suan to give her a Kyushu name, which was Sun Yinshin. Later, after the two of them became familiar with each other, Suan didn't bother asking Alice's name. I've been calling each other Sun Yinshin. The little bit of strangeness and detachment that remained between the two had long since disappeared in their previous time together. Suan was a bit angry as to why Alice was hiding it from him. If Alice had informed her name at the beginning, Suan left should have taken Alice with her. It was a strange feeling, like being the older brother himself, Wanting to leave to take his sister with him, it was a subconscious move. Suan pondered for a long time, having thoroughly accepted Alice's identity. But how should I punish my disobedient sister when I see Alice? And to pull such a stunt. Suddenly coming to Kyushu to raid himself, Suan took out his cell phone and was just about to board his trumpet to contact Alice when suddenly his afterglow noticed a familiar figure. Yao Qinglian. Mr. Yao? Suan stared blankly at Yao Qinglian, a flash of bewilderment passing through his eyes. How? Why is Mr. Yao here? Horror. Suan was sober enough to know that there was no need for him to be running since he had met Yao Qinglian. To be able to find himself from a city of tens of millions of people, his status as an instructor was not simple. Suan smiled as he looked over at Yao Qinglian. He pretended not to see Yao Qinglian's red swollen eyes and the tear stains on her face as he calmly greeted Yao Qinglian. He really wanted to completely cut himself off from everything in Tenkai, except for Alice. Suan walked towards Yao Qinglian. He didn't have any extra emotions. Since Hanks was able to find himself, it was normal for others to find him as well. But Suan had just taken a step. Yao Qinglian unexpectedly rushed straight towards Suan, hugging him fiercely, the force of her arms causing Suan's ribs to ache a little. She really wanted to wrap Suan in her arms and die. Suan gasped for air while being glad that Yao Qinglian's figure was really good. If it wasn't for the amount of meat on her body, she would definitely be out of breath herself. Suan, why are you leaving? Because Suan was quite a bit taller than Yao Qinglian. Yao Qinglian, who was hugging Suan, could only ask Suan with a heavy nasal voice. Her head leaned into Suan's arms, sucking hard on the scent of Suan's body. Suan looked at Yao Qinglian in this state, and had no choice but to softly soothe Yao Qinglian's emotions. Mr. Yao, I'm not leaving, I'm just dropping out, and I'm so rich, do I still want to stay inside the school? Tens of millions of dollars in savings. Suan wanted to continue. Yao Qinglian in his arms looked up at him, her chin pressed against Suan's chest, and she could clearly feel every beat of Suan's heart. You're lying to me. You didn't press the matter because of that $30 million. You cut off everyone's contact. You changed your cell phone number. You changed your cell phone. You were trying to completely disassociate yourself from us. Yao Qinglian narrowed her eyes at Suan. And if I guessed correctly, did Ruyan Lu's father, Lu Wanhua, threaten you? The words Suan was about to spit out were suppressed by Yao Qinglian. Lu Wanhua had threatened himself, and that was the root cause of Suan's determination to leave Tianhai. He's rich, but a mere $30 million. Lu Ruyan buy things or more than 100,000 things casually buy. For the Tianhaichin family, their own kind of rural out of the orphan, pinch their own death is not like pinching an ant as simple. He didn't want to live in a villa at the bottom of the Tianhai River. Lu Wanhua told him to stay away from his daughter, so he honestly did as he was told. There is no doggone system after all. If he had been lucky enough to bind a system with force, Suan would have already been living the days of sniffing chickens. Yao Qinglian stretched out her hands, somewhat trembling as she caressed Suan's handsome face. In front of her family, investigating everything about Suan was a snap. If she wanted to, Yao Qinglian wanted to know how many times Suan had gone to the bathroom each day over the years, and how much time at a time, and someone had sorted it out for her. Don't you be afraid, Suan. Yao Qinglian tried to stand on her tiptoes and said softly, I can protect you now, I promise you. No one can hurt you. Chen Yilin can't. Ryu Wanwei is even worse. Suan, come with me. I'll take you back to the capital city to meet my grandfather. You can do whatever you want as long as you get his approval and stay by my side. Anything, for an innocent male big. What other words of love can compare to anything from a mature young woman like Yao Qinglian? Anything. It was as if Suan had triggered some switch, and hundreds of poses were automatically projected in his mind. Yao Qinglian's passage had really touched Suan. Kyoto City. It is the largest and most populous central city in Kyushu. Tianhai could only honestly be a little brother in front of a city like Kyoto City. And he saw a kind of person in Yao Qinglian's body. Official. Suan had come into contact with a few women of an official nature in his previous life, and such women usually had an extremely obvious aura about them that could be easily distinguished. Suan's greatest fear wasn't actually poverty, but insecurity. Hunger could threaten him as a child, but he survived. Before they grew up, hooligans from the same village could threaten them, seize their plots of land, and pick the fruits and vegetables they worked so hard to grow at will. When he grew up, Chen Yilin, the second generation, could bully himself, and Lu Wanhua, a rich man, could arbitrarily decide his fate with a single word. He longed for a backer, for someone who could give him a sense of security. As for Yao Qinglian, her words happened to hit the most vulnerable place within Suan. From one world, traveling to another. Besides the freshness of the first few years, Suan only felt loneliness, felt fear. Yao Qinglian clearly felt Suan's guard against herself drop quite a bit. Her heart fluttered with joy as she stood on her tiptoes and endeavored to raise her head. and was about to touch Suwon's lips when a sudden cry of alarm rang out. Suwon, you can't be lazy all the time. Jiang Xin saw Suwon's back and frowned as she was about to reprimand, until she approached, which is when she realized that Suwon had an unfamiliar woman in his arms. This is Suwon's girlfriend? But didn't Suwon say that he had just come to Yangchang and was still living alone? Suwon was startled by Jiang Xin, subconsciously pulling away from Yao Qinglian, backing up a few steps to explain. But Yao Qinglian's face immediately chilled when she saw the duck in her hand fly away. She gazed indifferently at Jiang Xin, who suddenly appeared to ruin the atmosphere. Jiang Xin frowned and looked at Yao Qinglian with the same icy gaze. In the eyes of women, Suwon was pure meat and potatoes. And after Jiang Xin finished her own business, she started looking for Suwon. After inquiring for 2 rounds and realizing that no one had seen Suwon, Jiang Xin was a bit angry. A handsome man is a handsome man, but he can't be so lazy. It was hard to find Suwon, but he was surprised to find a strange woman hooking up with Suwon. It was good that he had appeared in time, and Suwon had not been defiled by this strange woman. In terms of looks, although Jiang Xin couldn't compare to Yao Qinglian, Jiang Xin was obviously quite a bit younger than Yao Qinglian, especially Jiang Xin's figure. Yao Qinglian herself was already in top shape, but Jiang Xin's figure was even more exaggerated. This was the bottom line that Jiang Xin felt could take down Suwon. Jiang Xin looked this obviously 30-year-old woman up and down, questioning the other party with no trace of politeness. Who are you? Suwon is still on duty, so please don't disturb him. Jiang Xin was after all Suwon's immediate leader, and there was no problem in saying this with reason. Suwon was also embarrassed and wanted to retort for Yao Qinglian, but Yao Qinglian pulled Suwon back and looked at Jiang Xin with a light smile of disdain. Excuse me? Yao Qinglian narrowed her eyes as she looked at the few people coming up behind her. No one can order Suwon to do anything in my presence, even in front of Goat One. I can still say this. I'll say, Alice had recorded a long video last night, plus she hadn't gotten much rest in the past 3 days because of Suwon's disappearance, and perhaps because she knew she was in the same city as Suwon. Alice slept until noon. As soon as she woke up, her assistant informed Alice that Hanks had dispatched all of his several disciples to Goat Town. Hanks went against his principles. His body didn't allow him to take 2 consecutive airplane rides in a short period of time, so he could only inform his disciples of Suwon's news and ask them to do whatever they could to bring Suwon to Tianhai. Hanks is determined that even if he dies, he will see Suwon once. Even if it was against his principles as a human being, he still had to spar with Suwon. Over the years, along with the deteriorating condition of his body, Hanks could clearly perceive that his life was not far from the end. So, facing Suwon, he was prepared to do whatever it took. Since several of Hanks' disciples could know, Alice was naturally qualified to know. So the assistant got Suwon's news and informed Alice at the first time after the princess woke up from her sleep. Alice, who had just woken up, was still looking through her phone with bleary eyes. The explosion of videos for the Three Stooges was to be expected, but Alice still hadn't found any news of Suwon after looking through it for a long time. There were no messages from Suwon in his own cell phone either. Alice silently charged $1 million into the promotion. She was sure Suwon would know about the video sooner or later. However, when the assistant joyfully told her that Mr. Hanks had already inquired about Suwon, Alice, who was originally filled with a dim aura, steeply came to life. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at her assistant, who told her that Hanks' housekeeper had contacted her to inform her that the teacher had looked up Suwon's information and address, and to tell Alice to contact Mr. Hanks when she awoke. Alice didn't hesitate to contact Hanks first. Hanks seems to have been waiting for Alice to call. The call went through almost instantly, and the person on the other side of the line was none other than his own teacher. Hanks didn't have any nonsense to say as he admonished Alice in a serious tone. Alice, I already had a call with Mr. Suwon last night. Next, I hope that the Honorable Princess Alice will grant a request to an old man like me who is on the verge of dying. Alice, I've seen the video about your trisomy, and I'm sure Suwon has seen it as well. I'm afraid the surprise you had planned for Mr. Suwon won't do, but I'm sure Mr. Suwon will never be angry about you hiding your identity from him. So, please grant me my next request. I just want to have a keen sparring session with Mr. Suwon. In my lifetime. Suwon looked at the library's director in front of him in a low voice, and twisted his head to look at Yao Qinglian with some alarm. He guessed that Yao Qinglian's family was very powerful in Kyoto City, but I didn't expect it to be as powerful as this. An audience member of a large library, at least an official figure, was so polite to himself because of Yao Qinglian. Even if Yao Qinglian hadn't stopped him, Suwon felt that if he wanted to, he could immediately become the deputy library director. Yao Qinglian refused the other party's invitation to dinner at noon, and the other party didn't dare to force them to do so, and arranged a hotel for the two of them and then left in a wise manner. Suwon was accompanying Yao Qinglian on her way to the hotel when she received a phone call. Suwon connected. and Alice's voice surprisingly came from the other end of the line. Brother, it's me, your Nenshin. As for the company thing, it's not a segment. It's true 800,000. As for why you can joke about this, for one thing, the damage won't be huge. There's insurance, but $70, 000, $80, 000, $100, 000 or so for sure. Not to mention the impact on the company. It's too much of an impact on the mood of the people within our company. Secondly, I am only the third person in this company, not the head, and the bulk of the loss is not on me. I read all the messages and stuff, but there are too many and I'm too socialized to respond to them. Private Marseille, Brother Saucers, Private Marseille, Sister Saucers, Private Marseille, Fugly Saucers, Private Marseille, Rich Sister Saucers, Alice. After Suan heard Alice's voice, a moment of delight welled up within him, and was immediately complicated. In Suan's mind, he was afraid that Sun Yenshin's position in his heart was irreplaceable. He genuinely treated the other man as family, except that Suan had never been prepared to meet this family. Nowadays Alice has come into her life without realizing it. And, Alice, the girl's legs are far better and slimmer than the pictures. Damn it. Had he known that Alice was so beautiful in real life, Suan would never have said those dirty jokes while chatting with Alice. But the only thing that pleased Suan was that Alice still listened to herself. He believed that Alice could have as many suitors as she wanted to form a reinforced regiment. Suan thought back to Alice with a special sense of fulfillment of having a young girl in the family for the first time. Since he knew Alice's identity, Suan's speaking tone was no longer perfunctory, and there was an undisguised urgency in his voice. Alice, where are you? Come over for lunch. It wasn't that Suan was stingy and wasn't willing to treat Alice to a meal. He had $30 million and was willing to spend a few $100,000 on Ruyan Lu and was willing to purchase some valuable gifts for the others. But in the face of Alice, Suan was willing to give her all of the $30 million. It wasn't because he had met Alice. Even if he hadn't met Alice, as long as she opened her mouth, Suan would not hesitate to transfer his entire household goods to Alice. As for the reason, believe. Suan believed in Alice, and he was sure that Alice would believe in herself for no reason. Brother, Mr. Hanks asked me to bring you a few words. Alice's entire body completely relaxed when she heard Suan's voice. Since she had exposed her identity, Alice no longer had the luxury of surprising Suan. She just wanted to stay by his side. Suan froze. Hanks. He wasn't sure what kind of relationship Alice had with Hanks, and why Alice would call Hanks a teacher. But Suan could be sure of one thing. Older sister snapped. Face is naturally given. Suan looked at the curious Yao Qinglian and shook his head slightly. Alice briefly conveyed what Hanks had explained to Suan. Hanks had a lot of respect for Suan's decision and understood his reluctance to cut a deal with himself. But Hanks wasn't willing to give up. Hanks currently has $2.7 billion to mobilize. He felt that using money to negotiate with Suan was a very insulting decision. So Hanks decided to use the money to create a foundation to support underprivileged children, which was named the Suan Foundation after Suan. Hanks will hire a professional to manage it. And the only people this foundation supports are poor children in Kyushu. Detailed plans for the establishment of the fund as well as the support targets and criteria, all of which Alice had already sent to Suan's mailbox. There was a slight leap in Alice's voice. Brother, you don't have to be burdened with anything. Mr. Hanks said that the fund will be set up as it is, whether you agree to this or not. But if you don't say yes, Mr. Hanks may drag his very sick body to the goat to find you. But you don't have to worry. As long as you don't want to, Mr. Hanks will have some regrets but will never do anything to you. Suan listened in silence. It wasn't because of the $2.7 billion. Suan's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. It's definitely not about the $2 billion. Definitely not. Suan just lamented that this old man Hanks was fucking rich. That $2.7 billion is still money he can mobilize. Just what can be mobilized? Brother, you're so rich. Why didn't you say so earlier? What a bullshit principle. What garbage dignity. $2.7 billion. On my own. Even if I burn 10,000 a day. I spend another 10,000, and I send another 10,000 out in the afternoon when I'm in a good mood. That's enough money to wave for the rest of my life. If you called last night earlier, I still have to waste what words, even if it is crawling. I will go to Tianhai to find you to nag the piano. $2.7 billion. It's not $100 million that one is wrong. It's 2.7 billion. Suan felt better at the moment than being shoved into an underwater villa by a handful of Luangwa. Alice said hastily, listening to the silence across the room. Brother, it's okay. If you feel burdened, just pretend you don't know. And I'll tell Mr. Hanks that I didn't talk to you about it. Brother, Yenshin only wants you to be happy. Alice was about to say more when Suan opened her mouth and interrupted the other party. No, I promise. Suan inhaled several deep breaths of cold air, finally suppressing his inner remorse, and said in a calm manner, "On the contrary." Yao Qinglian, who was sitting on the side, frowned. "What's going on? How come?" Suan suddenly cried while chatting. Alice's face immediately blossomed into a smile when she heard Suan promise. She knew it, her brother still spoiled himself. And of course, Alice had agreed to persuade Suan by listening to her teacher's sincere attitude, plus her willingness to shell out so much money for charity. Since Suan had agreed, it was good for Alice to continue. "Brother, it's not just Mr. Hanks who wants to spar with you this time." When Mr. Hanks came to Kyushu, he brought a few disciples with him, and in the past 2 days a few disciples have followed him. They all want to cut their piano music with you, too. After Mr. Hanks' selection, he allowed 4 disciples to try and spar with you. The 4 disciples are Luke Truman, Hobson Peter, Charlie Meek, and Elsa Sharon. Of the 4, Luke has the most powerful reputation and strength in the piano world, having won 6 consecutive world piano competitions. One of them, Ms. Elsa, you must be familiar with, is none other than Ruyan Lu's teacher, and you have met with the other. Suan frowned, facing Hanks. Even if, after all, people paid money, how to also fight with so many people? Suan said with some reluctance. "Do we have to cut a deal with these guys?" Alice shook her head. "Of course not, if you don't want to forget it." But they had discussed it with Mr. Hanks beforehand, and whether you agree to spar with them or not, Luke will put up $500 million into the Suan fund. The others are basically about the same, but Elsa, who is the poorest of the poor, in turn pays a hefty payout of $1 billion. "Brother, I don't want to hide it from you. Elsa's own identity is rather special. She is in conflict with the family because she refused the family's marriage, and her family's background is rather light, but she uncharacteristically took out $1 billion. Although I haven't investigated the concrete evidence yet, but I'm certain now that Elsa's protege, Ruyan Lu, may be involved." Finally, Alice gently soothed Suan. "Brother, you don't need to have any mental stress. All of these people's money has been paid into Mr. Hanks' account. Whether you say yes or no, these people's money will be injected into the future Suan Foundation." Choices? Suan had a shitload of options. According to Alice, these 4 guys don't have as much money as Hanks, but they're probably close. $5 billion. If such a huge sum of money was placed in Suan's hands, he felt afraid that he would be instantly diagnosed with the tyrannical wealth syndrome. "I'm buying a house. Buy to the death. I'm chasing the developer's ass to buy a house. And if you don't sell me, I'll chew on your ass. Then I pack a bag. I'll pack a bunch. Rescue the young ladies whose families are poor, whose fathers are gambling, whose mothers are sick, and whose brothers are studying. Just let them follow them, and together they will chase the developers, chew their asses, and buy houses." But, even if this money doesn't let himself feel good, but after all, people have shelled out so much money, if they refuse, Suan's conscience feels too much. Even though this girl Alice was elbowing her way into her heart, Suan still felt that it wasn't very good to reject them. As for Elsa, it didn't matter if her money was from Ruyan Lu or not. How about even if it's out of Ruyan Lu? He did not take the initiative to provoke Lu Ruyan. Lu Wanhua, even if he is no longer reasonable, it is impossible to take himself because of this matter. Suan asked Alice to send herself the address where she was currently residing, and then hung up. Yao Qinglian finally found an opportunity, and she frowned as she asked Suan why she had just burst into tears. Suan didn't hide it either. He couldn't hide this kind of thing even if he wanted to, since he had promised the other party. It was estimated that this matter would not be too small and Yao Qinglian would definitely know about it. In that case, that's even more nothing to hide. Yao Qinglian, who had learned of this matter, frowned slightly, but since Suan had already promised the other party, Yao Qinglian did not say anything more. Besides, Grandpa had always had a problem with Suan, and by taking advantage of this matter, if he could get Grandpa's approval, Suan might have a smoother future. At noon, since there were only 2 of them, Suan and Yao Qinglian had a simple meal before politely declining Yao Qinglian's invitation to live with them. Although the other party had always assured her that she wouldn't do anything to Suan, Suan still felt that it wasn't necessary for the time being. Yao Qinglian didn't get angry when she saw Suan's refusal, because she could sense that Suan had already dropped his guard against him, especially at the end. Suan even broke the precedent of taking the initiative to hold his own palm, and when he took the initiative to hold his own palm, Yao Qinglian could be sure that her face had definitely turned completely red. She also forgot to listen to what Suan was saying, and just nodded her head in agreement with Suan's words expectantly. Suan did not return to the library in the afternoon. The library job didn't matter to Suan anymore. After the Yangcheng side of things was settled, Suan would make one more trip to Tianhai, after which he was going to make a trip to Kyoto City, regardless of whether or not he could get together with Yao Qinglian in the future. At least Yao Qinglian had genuinely helped him. As for cutting the piano with a couple of Hank's disciples, Suwon recalled the piano music in his head. After a brief freshening up of a few piano pieces, took a taxi straight to Alice's place. For Su Nianshin, also known as Alice, Suwon's feelings were the most complicated. In his eyes, the two were playmates who grew up together and were relatives. It was the only spiritual support Suwon had for many years. Still, when Suwon arrived at Alice's place in a cab, he was stunned by the girl's substantial family fortune. It's not hundreds of thousands of dollars a night for a presidential suite. You need an appointment to meet, and you have to go through security. This girl, what family? Why their hands clearly have 30 million, still feel that they are a poor. Suwon was led by the hotel receptionist and finally arrived at the door of Alice's room. There is one last security check here. The two black-clothed hulks stood in front of Suwon, and their height of close to 2 meters made Suwon's head spin a little. One's luck can't be that bad. The women I've met online seem to be a bit more normal at the moment, with the one who calls herself the presidentess. Everyone else seems to have a decent background. Finally, as the two nearly 2-meter-tall bodyguards approached him, the room in the presidential suite opened, and a woman hurried over, chasing away the two bodyguards who were about to frisk Suwon, apologizing to Suwon. I'm very sorry, Mr. Su. Miss Alice is washing up and didn't know you were coming over. You two get the hell out of here. The woman finished apologizing to Suwon, then berated the two bodyguards in a foreign language. Suwon signaled that it was fine and followed the woman into the legendary presidential suite. The receptionist said the room was over $400,000 a night, and that was after the discount, because Alice had booked it directly for a month. Suwon had just felt the dominance of the presidential suite outside the door, and the overbearing double-opening doors were not something that could be managed in an ordinary room. But although Suwon knew the room would be luxurious, he was still surprised when he walked in. Nearly 8 meters high floor makes the whole hall huge. The sofa inside the living room, also choose the short-back sofa, to avoid affecting the residents to watch the scenery of Yangcheng out of the window. There are 2 levels here. On the first floor, in addition to the living room, there was also a huge balcony. Suwon glanced at it. If this was his own home, he would have planted garlic all over the balcony outside that was so big that he could play ball. It would have saved him a lot of money on groceries. The woman poured a glass of water for Suwon and gestured for Suwon to wait a moment. Suwon nodded, his eyes glancing around. He looked to the couch in front of him and thought about the video he had seen this morning, where Alice would have recorded the video last night. Suwon then wanted to wander around. If it was someone else living here, Suwon would have honestly sat on the sofa and quietly waited for his master. But everyone here is his own sister, Su Nianshin. Suwon surveyed the surroundings. This luxurious decoration, this intentional design everywhere. Looking at the golden faucet in the restroom, Suwon was ready to wait and ask if he could break this off before checking out of the room, and replace it with a brass one for him at that time. The hotel shouldn't be able to tell anyway. Just the solid gold faucet is worth a lot of money, I'm afraid. Suwon was curiously wandering around downstairs when the elevator in the room suddenly lit up, and then Suwon smelled a scent unique to Alice's body, mixed with a refreshing scent of shower gel. Suwon only felt a tightness in his waist as Alice, the girl, flew in and hugged herself directly. Luckily Alice knew her heart was in the right place and didn't hug very tightly. Suwon turned with difficulty to look at Alice, who had just finished washing up. At the moment the little girl's hair had not been thoroughly blown dry, and the woman who had followed Alice down with her head bowed, hurried out of the room and then closed the door. Nenshin, although I've seen it before, but now I've changed my identity to look at Alice in my arms. Suwon thought back to the years and Alice's little by little, gently coiled up Alice's long hair, cupped Alice's delicate face. Suwon backhandedly hugged Alice's slender waist. My Nenshin, I've read everyone's comments and I appreciate all the likes I've gotten. Thank you very much. The inspiration for this book actually came from life. Most of the people I've talked to so far are considered middle class, running businesses in first-tier cities with their own careers. Most of them have one thing in common. Their parents are from the countryside, and so are they. These people are generous when they go out everyday, pocket money casually 100, 000 or 200, 000. Throw out the heart does not hurt. But, are they really free? Rural children. Even if the economic much better than ordinary people, smoking the stick a red ticket, but they really free? They can skip work. They can work in the morning and play mahjong in the afternoon. But are they really free? Not free. In my eyes, many people may not earn as much as they do, but they are far more likely to live a life of pain and freedom than these people, as long as they have peace of mind that the conflicts in their own little family are taken care of. Sometimes, the biggest fear is not being on top, trapped in it. Difficult and painful outsiders will not believe, only personally, will feel the pain. Plus it's really not that hard to feel that pain. Learning to be grandchildren, they are willing to bow down and kneel for money, willing to lay down their dignity, unless you are very powerful, and that power is not money. So, big brothers and sisters, I'll kowtow to two. Free gift to give away. Brother! Alice looked at Suan with a face of infatuation. How many times? Over the years Alice did not know how many times she had dreamed of meeting Suan. And today, she finally meets and recognizes the person she has been longing for. Alice's eyes were red with excitement, and she couldn't stop her palms from trembling as she stroked Suan's face. She wanted to pet Suan when she met him at school, only worried that her recklessness would ruin her plans to meet him. Suan smiled and rubbed Alice's cheeks. I didn't realize my sister was so beautiful. And so rich. Suan flirted with Alice, her mood calming down a lot. Looking around at the huge presidential suite in front of him, a wave of pain passed through Suan's eyes. It's not a waste of money. Alice nodded her head good-naturedly and responded good-naturedly. Yes, it's too much of a waste. I'll listen to my brother. Check out immediately and live with him from now on. Alice pulled Suan to sit on top of the sofa, and she leaned on him like a little bird in a well-behaved manner. If she had known that being with her brother would be so cool, where would she have been able to pretend that she didn't know him? Suan looked at Alice, who was lying in his arms, and kneaded Alice's white, clean face. Although the two had just recognized each other, there wasn't any disconnect in their hearts. Instead they were close from the bottom of their hearts. Suan admonished Alice for being too wasteful. The house, of course, was to be returned, and incidentally the faucet was to be taken away. But living with yourself is a big no-no. Suan coughed twice and digressed to business. Okay, the house. You get a hold of it and return it. And don't even think about living with me. I've just got a doghouse there. I can't live with a princess as big as you. Hearing Suan address herself as princess, a flash of fear passed through Alice's eyes. Regarding the identity of the princess, Alice and Suan hinted at it a few times, but Suan had never believed it and wasn't very fond of her status as a princess. At that time, Suan actually treated Alice as a younger sister, and no older brother could bear the thought of his sister fantasizing that she was a princess every day. As for Alice really being a princess, this one's a crock of shit. You can't add a friend yourself and add a foreign princess. Only Alice, who cared very much about Suan, remembered the words. So as for her identity as a princess, Alice had always been very jealous of Suan knowing about it, but she believed it. If Suan could have the status of a knighthood, then Suan might not care about her status as a princess. Also, Alice really felt from the bottom of her heart how she could be worthy of her brother if she wasn't a princess. A woman with an ordinary family background, let alone becoming Suan's woman, would be a reward for even approaching her brother. Alice pretended like she didn't hear and continued to pout with Suan. Brother, I don't care. I'm going to be your princess. I'm going to live with you. Suan lazily ignored Alice's pouting and talked about Hanks. Speaking of which Alice got serious. Regarding the matter of cutting piano with Suan, both his own teacher, Hanks, and the 4 disciples he had picked out attached great importance to it. The aging Hanks has already redrawn plans for himself as soon as he learns that Suan is willing, starting with practicing the piano every day and giving 100% to face Suan. As for those disciples chosen by the teacher, they booked the venue and started practicing piano when they learned that Suan had agreed. Originally, this presidential suite was for 5 people to live together, except that they didn't know Suan was coming, and when they learned the news, they looked for the piano room to practice their hands. Secondly, because of the Suan Foundation, the Kyushu officials paid extra attention to Suan sparring with the 4 pianists. So the Kyushu officials and the sheepskin officials got the news and replied to Hank's exact proposal within half an hour. Goat City will be making an exception to the rule because of the Suan Foundation, which Hanks created for Suan, to set up a stage in the very center of the city this weekend, with the whole city as the audience. The battle between Suan and Hanks will take place after Suan cuts his teeth with the 4 pianists and Suan travels to Tianhai to cut his teeth. Ha! Watching Alice speak with a calm face, Suan's entire body went numb. This kind of thing brothers find a place to casually mess around. If it goes well Suan feels like it can be solved within half an hour. But now it's making such a big deal out of it. Alice looked at Suan and frowned, thinking that Suan felt that the battle was a bit small, and hurriedly explained. Brother, you don't have to worry. There are still 3 days until the official side of the release date. The Western media has already received the news. Many of Mr. Hanks' friends will come over to observe. Not just a friend of Mr. Hanks. Some of the world's slightly more famous pianists should be coming. Alice counted the characters, and with Mr. Hanks' influence, it was estimated that at least tens of thousands of people in the West would come to watch the competition. So, brother, the audience will certainly not be small for this competition. On top of that, someone from his sister-in-law's side would be sent over. The knighthood hadn't had a chance to speak to him on its own, and his sister-in-law was going to send someone over when she found out about it. And her sister-in-law felt that Hanks would win almost as if it was a matter of course. After all, it was the world's first piano man, But for Hanks to go out on such a limb to pull Suan in, that was proof of Suan's power. That's why Auntie paid extra attention to Suan. After the competition, Auntie would be the first to have someone bestow Suan with a knighthood. Pulling Suan's strings, Suan's entire body went numb. He hadn't really expected so many people to be watching before. He is ready to follow Yao Qinglian to mix. He is not ready to make a splash. Tianhai University welcome party to make a splash once let Su's safety net burst into flames. If there was also official involvement this time, then it would be unlikely that one would be able to keep a low profile and live an ordinary life even if one wanted to. Alice. Suan touched his nose and said with some urgency, "Can you tell them all to stay away? And I'll just find a random place to compete with Hank's students. With so many people and having to play in the center of the city, it's very disruptive to traffic." Alice looked at Suan and shook her head slightly with a serious expression. "Brother, you can't keep this low profile." Alice lay in Suan's arms, reaching out to hug Suan's waist, and said softly, "Your talent should be publicized. You were supposed to. Otherwise, how unfair it would be to you." Lu Ruyan, Bai Yue, Gao Lan, and Tian Yuyu. The four women landed in a plane at the Goat City airfield. The four women had come here in pairs for a simple purpose. Suan, Gao Lan and Tian Yuyu were completely curious about just how powerful Suan was. But Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue were really angry at Suan for leaving without saying goodbye. Especially Bai Yue. The more she thought about it over the past few days, the angrier she really got. Doggone Suan, leaving without saying goodbye. Take me as a friend or not? Thanks for taking such good care of you during college. Ruyan Lu brought the four girls to the pre-booked hotel. The news about Suan was still something she knew from Elsa's side. Knowing this piece of news is still because Elsa took the initiative to find her father, Lu Wanhua, to borrow money. Elsa, as a pianist facing Suan, a top bull, knew very well that if she missed this opportunity to meet Suan face to face, then in the future, she was afraid that she would never be qualified to spar with Suan again. And a few of their siblings had discussed it. The impact of this one is absolutely world-class. His own teacher, Hanks, came down personally, and just that news alone made the entire Western media explode. Hanks is many things, and there are even more people who consider themselves his students, especially with some of the contacts Hanks has made. These people in the West can be the top streams in all walks of life. The real top people. These people had learned that Hanks was going to cut a deal with the others, so naturally they had to come and show their support. It would be a shame to be witnesses to such a historic moment, so they decided to be participants in this historic moment. Elsa's family is very influential, and his family is likewise one of the top families in the world. However, Elsa's conflict with her family has led to a rift in her own relationship with the family's inner circle. Elsa has no choice but to seek the help of Lu Wanhua. Originally she only wanted to borrow about 100 million. She has sold the assets in her hands ready to raise money to reach 200 million. But when Lu Wanhua learned about this, he decisively took out $900 million and raised enough cash for Elsa to get $1 billion. Lu Wanhua was looking at this matter very openly. For Suan, this kid, Lu Wanhua before is indeed contemptuous of him. As compensation for their own is not minded to donate to his fund. After all, the money is spent in your own country. On top of that, there was the reason of his daughter, Ruyan Lu. Lu Wanhua had only one request for Elsa, to bring Ruyan Lu with her. No matter what, take Ruyan Lu with you. Take your own daughter. And regardless of how Ruyan Lu would face Suan, but as compensation for his daughter, he was willing to pay this amount of money to allow his daughter to have contact with Suan. The impact of Hanks is too great. Especially the Tianhai Chen family was completely suppressed by Hanks with his own strength. The Chen family is now on the verge of bankruptcy. The only thing the Chen family can do now is to transfer assets. The Chen family couple now has no hope to return to the past. The couple only have the luxury of a more decent old age. As for Chen Yilan, the kid's missing. Whether it was the Chen family couple trying to protect their son or Hank's revenge, this was a matter that others did not know and did not dare to know. Lu Wanhua knew very well that the old man who looked kind at the banquet still had a terrifying ability even after leaving his country and detaching himself from the blessings of his own connections, especially since Suan's importance in this old man's mind was chilling to everyone. Over $2 billion in cash. Even they, the large business families, couldn't spare it in a short period of time, but Hanks was surprisingly able to raise it easily. Especially since this one is digital. 2,700,000,000. Not as 30, not 25. Instead, it's 27 with little meaning. Lu Wanhua was sitting alone in the office. Years of business career. He rarely look away. He even once believed in his own intuition. But for Suan, Lu Wanhua had to admit that this child had looked away himself. Ruyan Lu and the others arrived at the hotel where they were staying. They didn't stay in the presidential suite, but just opened an ordinary suite and stayed there. Currently, although Ruyan Lu knew about Suan, Elsa didn't reveal Suan's specific contact information. The only way for the four women to see Suan was to wait. Waiting for the cutscene in 3 days. At that time the whole city of sheep will learn of the news. A piano prodigy from Tenkai University faces 4 of the world's top pianists alone. Lu Rui and 4 people packed their luggage. At this moment, the 4 people also have no desire to go out shopping, each silent and swiping their cell phones. Rui and Lu, on the other hand, was curled up alone on top of the balcony, drinking bright red wine and listening to Untouchable, which Suan had given to Sister Yuan. This track is really lonely. The Untouchables, Elsa, as well as her 4 brothers, practiced the piano until late at night. The 4 haven't practiced the piano so frantically since they became famous, but they didn't feel tired. Instead they were excited, from the bottom of their hearts. Suan's song Destiny, which is basically what everyone calls the piano piece. Even though Suan hasn't named the piece yet, the average person might not feel the same way listening to this track, but if one can practice the piano for a decade or 8 years, after one has gained some sensitivity to the music, one can vaguely perceive the depth as well as the height of the piano piece. Maybe in other words, the average person who has not practiced the piano views this piano piece like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon. But for those of them who are immersed in the world of music, viewing this piano is like a floating grain looking at the sky. This feeling was accompanied by a touch that became more and more pronounced as their proficiency with the piano piece Destiny grew. Is Suan a human being? To be able to compose piano music of this caliber in your mid-20s, the 4 senior siblings returned to the hotel and were just about to go in for a rest when they were told that Princess Alice had already checked out of the hotel room. Of course Alice was by no means cheap, and she had thoughtfully prepared rooms for several world-class pianists, and had several people's luggage carried to the rooms. So, when the 4 top pianists saw the $500 a room with a big bed in Yangchang, the 4 were unanimously silent. Alice also knew that a few of them would definitely feel confused, so she sent someone to leave a few words for a few people. Mr. Suan is only staying in a double room for $1,000 a month, while you guys are staying in a hotel for $500 a day. This is already extravagant. The 4 people who originally wanted to change rooms also silently put down their minds and stayed honestly. As for Alice, Suan was dead set on not twisting past Alice. The little girl still managed to live with Suan. Alice and Suan had spent the afternoon shopping and bought a bunch of household items. Suan's house also took this time to be recleaned by Alice's men. Suan knew Alice had money, so in the face of all this is also quite acceptable. After all, girls live a little cleaner, he can understand. He wasn't surprised that the walls of the rented room he lived in had been repainted and plastered with extravagant looking decorations. But you put the gold faucet I broke off from the hotel on the faucet in the rental room. What's the chicken shit about that? And, in a rented room, with dishes wrapped in solid gold, eating Boston that was flown in, and red wine that was worth its weight in gold at first glance. Is this really good? Alice did think that the conditions were still a little sketchy. She kinda wants to pay for a villa and the siblings live in it. Only seeing Suan's reluctance, Alice put an end to the idea. She didn't care anyway. She was happy to live with her brother, even if she had to sleep on the street. In the evening, Alice washed up and plopped down on Suan's bed, draped in a bath towel. Suan crossed his legs and swiped the jitterbug. After half a day of chatting and half a day of running, both of them were a bit tired. The siblings lay in separate corners of the bed, each swiping their cell phones. Alice hugged Suan's pillow and tilted her face as she flipped through Kyushu's short videos. Because of her knowledge of Kyushu's culture, Alice was well aware of the laughs in Kyushu's short videos. She giggled as she laid back with her legs on Suan's lap. The bed was originally a normal double bed, except that Alice had switched to a bigger bed for Suan with a big hand. The bedding has also been replaced with a new batch. Suan also ignored Alice, and the 2 of them lay on the bed like brother and sister, each playing with their own cell phones. It wasn't until Suan felt that it was about time that he kicked Alice's ass a few times and told her to get the hell back to her room and go to sleep. The beds in the next room were all ready, and Suan had bought a very expensive mattress and a set of valuable bedding for Alice. Just these 2 items cost Suan close to $100,000, so one could imagine how high the value was. Suan was dead set against spending so much money on himself anyway. Alice twisted her head to look at Suan with some reluctance. In her eyes, the bed was so big that it was perfectly capable of sleeping 2 people. But Suan also had his own bottom line. He himself was a normal man after all, and Alice was really pretty to look at. Seeing Suan's resolute attitude, Alice gently kicked Suan a few times with her long, slender legs and returned to her room in a depressed manner. Suan put down her cell phone and was silent as she contemplated what to do next. The library work Suan actually didn't want to give up yet. Anyway, now that Yao Qinglian was taking care of it, he didn't need to do anything by going himself. He has now been placed in more relaxed jobs. According to Yao Qinglian, Suan would have someone wipe his ass even if he shat in public, so he didn't need to worry about his job anymore. And the salary is also increased a lot. 5 insurance and 1 gold that is more directly full. It's a full grid. Suwon really didn't want to quit such a good job. If he could do it here for the rest of his life, Suwon could die of laughter even in his dreams. Suwon really did have a dream at night, in which he came to a warm sea of flowers, and he was lying on the ground that was as soft as a steamed bun, with a rich milky scent emanating from it. Suwon thought vaguely that the bedding Alice had bought for herself at great expense was just fine. You can dream when you sleep. Morning. Suwon woke up to a burning smell. He got up confused and watched Alice in the kitchen with her apron fighting with pots and pans. Tell the truth. Waking up to someone to cook for him was a life Suwon had dreamed of for a long time. But it's pretty disturbing if the cooking smells burnt. Suwon came to the kitchen and didn't rush to the emergency room, first releasing a wave. And then this helped Alice to dump the charred to black stuff. Alice explained with a bitter face on the side. I see they're all pretty easy to cook for. Suwon knew that Alice was talking about her chef. Crap. You won't see each other if you don't cook well. Suwon waved his hand and told Alice, $1,000 lady, to go wait in the living room as he took out 2 yellowtail fish from inside the refrigerator and gave the 2 of them each a bowl of noodles. Frying an egg for Alice, by the way. Alice looked at Suwon adoringly. Her own brother was indeed an omnipotent being. He could do everything. Suwon was still very receptive to Alice's adoring little eyes. When the time came, Suwon wasn't actually prepared to take Alice to her place of work, but unable to survive Alice's pestering, Suwon still brought Alice to the library. Because of the close proximity, Suwon didn't take a taxi, but rather the brother and sister strolled and walked together. There are still a lot of people in the morning rush hour in Yangchang, and when Suwon walks alone on this road by himself, he is an ordinary passerby. But today, as he walked along the road with Alice, Suwon felt that the eyes of both men and women on the road were always on the 2 of them. Alice knew that Suwon liked all kinds of stockings, and when she was shopping yesterday afternoon, Alice dragged Suwon around the mall to pick out a lot of stockings. These stockings are not as well made as the ones you get customized yourself, and the quality varies, but they are better than the variety of styles and types. Kyushu is a big industrial country. All kinds of stocking styles, even a woman like Alice can't help but love them. Not to mention Suwon. Suwon went from being abrasive in the beginning to pulling Alice to voluntarily go to the fitting room to replace her later in just a few minutes. Alice's body is simply unbeatable. Whether it's black, white, flesh-colored, stockings, lace, fishnets, prints, stripes, it was hot to watch Suwon. To be able to make even a headliner like Suwon look at it and have his blood boil, then the lethality for ordinary people naturally went without saying. On the contrary, it was Alice, who didn't care in the slightest about what the others thought of her. Her eyes were only on Suwon alone. If Suwon wasn't by her side, then she would only think about Suwon. Arriving at the library, Suwon clocked into work as usual, but this time he had been given a separate workroom. Suwon's current job description was to hang out, and a separate position was created for Suwon on the library's side to monitor the other employees' job descriptions. This kind of job was a mere retirement in Suwon's eyes, but the power inherent in the content of this job was also big enough for Suwon to override the curator if he wanted to. When he came to the office, Suwon poured a glass of water for Alice, and then he crossed his legs and sat on the chair and started to swipe the short video. Dream on. A real dream come true. This is the life Suwon dreamed of. Alice didn't bother Suwon and sat on the couch to reply to the private message of her video. The explanatory version of 3 Bodies is on fire. And even though Alice has found Suwon and is not going to continue releasing the video anymore, the video's daily views are still growing by millions every day. Every day, there were countless people urging Alice to update its speed. And there were even people who wanted Alice to start broadcasting, and they would rather pay Alice a reward, but also wanted to know what was going on down there. Suwon didn't feel anything even after listening to Alice's account. In the previous life, 3 Bodies was so hot that it was surprising that it was not as hot in this world. As for whether or not Alice is going to update the 3 Stooges again, Suwon didn't matter. Suwon will take the time to organize the follow-up. Suwon has a lot of big tricks up his sleeve besides the 3 Stooges, the pinnacle of palace fighting, the legend of concubine Jin Huan, the originator of immortality, the flower and the bone, the brotherhood of wisdom, the 3 kingdoms. There are also a couple of books on the western side that Suanya was also impressed with. Harry Potter and the like Suwon dabbled in. Oh, there's another one. Andersen's Fairy Tales. This coaxes Alice the most. A little free gift. Gentlemen. Suwon had just sat down not long before Yao Qinglian followed. Yao Qinglian was still a little hungover from accompanying her sister's brother-in-law to a dinner party last night, but she rushed to Suwon early in the morning. Last night she had wanted to bring Suwon over with her, but her sister had persuaded her not to rush for the time being. This man just can't be spoiled. You give him everything at once. People play a few times and have little desire. The same is true not only for myself, but for my own family forces as well. In the Yao family, because Yao Qinglian had a falling out with her grandfather. Everyone knew something about Suan. Suan's things Yao family members were more or less concerned about, and they all knew about Suan's family as well as the things he did at Tianhai University. There is no denying that Suan's is a talented person. Someone of Hank's caliber might not have the same influence in Kyushu as the Yao family, but there were quite a few people in the world who would sell Hank's face. Otherwise, the Tianhai Chen family matter. If it wasn't for certain people in Kyushu giving Hank's face, coupled with the fact that Hanks also compensated Tianhai, the Tianhai Chen family, though at fault, was after all a Kyushu enterprise. Where is the room for a foreigner to say suppress? But even if that was the case, that didn't prove that Suan could actually be put in the Yao family's eyes. Yao Qinglian's situation was rather special. Since she liked Suan, her family wasn't in a position to say anything, but regarding Suan's character, the Yao family still wished to get a feel for it, and incidentally, hone it a bit. If Suan was arrogant because of some talent, then the Yao family would never have spent the effort to cultivate this guy. Yao Qinglian didn't care about the family's opinion if Suan grandpa had already loosened his lips, and as long as Suan could prove himself, grandpa was willing to let Suan join the family. As for the family's nurturing of Suan, with or without it, she just wanted to live in peace with Suan in a two-person world. If Suan wanted resources to develop, then he himself would find a way to help Suan. But, when Yao Qinglian was filled with joy to find Suan, she saw another woman in Suan's room. Alice? Yao Qinglian looked at Alice, who was sitting on the sofa, looking at her cell phone with a slight frown. Alice, Suan mentioned to herself yesterday. Alice, as she naturally knew, was an exchange student from the West, said to have a small background and a passion for the piano, and it was because of this that Alice was particularly fond of Suan. Suan looked at Yao Qinglian, putting down his cell phone and smiling lightly as he introduced himself. Green Lotus, this is Alice. Who mentioned it to you yesterday? Su, Nenshin? Yao Qinglian frowned at Suan. Suan didn't hide anything and told the process of how he and Sun Yinxin met, knowing that the two sides had known each other for so many years. Yao Qinglian's heart sank slightly. Ruyan Lu was really not afraid of them. Ruyan Lu has not known Suan for a long time, and her feelings are not deep. Even if Ruyan Lu was pretty, she herself wasn't ugly, and her patterns and durability were definitely better than Ruyan Lu, a little girl. But when faced with a beautiful-looking and affectionate Alice, alarm bells rang in Yao Qinglian's heart. But she didn't make a fuss with Suan as a little girl would. Now that she hadn't figured out the relationship between the two of them, Yao Qinglian wasn't prepared to say anything more, and she wasn't prepared to lay her hands on Alice before she had figured out the relationship between Suan and Alice. Yao Qinglian looked at Suan with some delight as she spoke of business. Suan, the matter of you and Hanks cutting a deal is taken very seriously up there, especially the matter of Hanks creating the Suan Fund in your name, which, according to what Hanks revealed, is now over $5 billion. Hanks has also followed up with official assurances that he will continue to pull together money for the fund to make schools affordable and good educational resources available to as many poor children in Kyushu as possible. Speaking of this, Yao Qinglian immediately got into the spirit, and Suan and Alice both looked at her curiously. The news at the official level Suan and Alice were naturally unaware of, but through Yao Qinglian's description, Suan's mood grew heavier and heavier. Motherfucker, why would so many people care about a piano cutter? Those who liked the piano were fine. But when Yao Qinglian said that over 1 million people were officially expected to watch, Suan couldn't help himself. It's not. Are there really that many people who like the piano? Seeing Suan's bitter face, Alice comforted him. Brother, it's a must for you. I do think the crowd is still a bit small. Ms. Yao, I'm going to suggest to the official side that the officials broadcast the match live, to make sure that everyone can see it, Alice said in a sparse tone. If Suan this was in the West, she could invite all the media over, and then conduct a promotion for several days in a row. She could let people in several countries know about this. However, this was Kyushu after all, not his own territory. Alice could only let Suan commiserate. Suan, sister, you can shut up now. You're still broadcasting live. You're really not afraid that I'll make a mistake and be laughed at in front of the whole country. Suan was still confident in those piano pieces from his previous life, but that didn't mean he was necessarily a sure winner. If you misplay yourself, it's public social death. A real social death. Widespread societal mortality. Suan looked at Alice with a look of despair. This girl really didn't see herself as a human being. On the contrary, Yao Qinglian's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. Alice did give her an idea. Just one city was naturally not enough. She had to find a way to let the whole country know about it. Say it and do it. Yao Qinglian was never ambiguous when it came to matters concerning Suan. After a brief chat with Suan, she hurried her sister's brother-in-law. Alice's gaze flickered slightly as she looked at Yao Qinglian's back. This woman wasn't very good looking, but she was quite concerned about her brother. Alice's impression of Yao Qinglian felt okay. much better than those of Lu Ruyan. But the other party was too old. Unless her brother liked her a lot, Alice was against the marriage. Suwon sighed as he looked at the arching fire Alice. In the face of this sister, Suwon was really reluctant to reprimand, but now the situation wanting to lie leisurely was definitely impossible. Adding that today was only 3 days away, Suwon searched for a nearby piano practice room. The city of Sheepshead still has a sizable urban population and is well equipped with all types of equipment, with an equally large number of practice rooms. But Suwon saw that the practice rooms were all fully booked and couldn't stand it. Such things as piano practice rooms were niche in themselves, and even though Guangzhou had a large population, Suwon carefully searched, and it seemed that all of the piano practice rooms in the entire city of Yangchang were fully booked. Alice noticed on the side that Suwon's face did not look right and looked at him curiously. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Suwon scratched his head and gave a feeble sigh, recounting how the piano rooms were all booked. Suwon also gave Alice a very graphic description of his mood at the moment. After learning that there would be such a big row for the weekend, Suwon was ready to seriously practice her piano pieces. He knew very well that he was facing some of the best pianists in the world, and it was basically impossible for him to win with just his own level of skill. It's also the case that Suwon knows more about the piano music of his former life and takes advantage of it, especially since these people were working so hard, so diligently. It made Suwon admire them, so now Suwon decided to take them seriously. But the piano rooms were all booked, and even if he wanted to make an effort, he had nowhere to launch himself. There is a kind of powerlessness of an 80-year-old left-behind old man who picks up 60 loads of water and goes to the head of the village to water the vegetable seedlings in the sun to find that he is watering someone else's land. The piano practice room? Alice frowned at Suwon. He didn't know why Suwon was confused over the piano practice room. Isn't that easy enough to do? I'll just have someone build one out. I'll probably have it up by this afternoon. With that said, Alice went about her business. First she had a villa bought and then later had a Steinway gotten. Alice's thought was simple. No piano room, then find a place to put a piano in. How simple is that? As for the matter of all the piano rooms in Sheepshead being booked, in Alice's eyes, this situation was basically a given. Suwon was alone with 4 world-class pianists, a situation that would go down in history. Pianists from all over the world naturally wanted to witness the spectacle, and as the Kyushu officials had certainly prepared a piano performance program, it was estimated that by tomorrow at the latest, along with the arrival of pianists from all over the world, every corner of the city would be covered with the sound of the piano. If it weren't for the fact that she and her brother were on the same team, Alice wouldn't be able to resist finding a place to practice. When Suwon was cutting up with the crowd, he himself could play along in the corner. Seeing Alice's relaxed face as she spoke, Suwon agreed by default. He really didn't have a clue in his mind before the game without practicing a little bit, and it's a sign of respect for a couple of pianists. At noon, Suwon didn't take Alice to the library cafeteria to dabble in food. He took Alice to find an authentic Cantonese restaurant, and just after the two of them had finished their meal, Alice received the news that the piano room created separately for Suwon had already been set up. Suwon followed Alice to what he called the piano practice room. To be honest, seeing the large villa in front of him covering an area of at least 1,000 square feet or more, it really gave Suwon dry silence. The housing prices in Yangchang were not low. Although slightly inferior to Tianhai, they were still sky-high in the eyes of ordinary people. The value of this villa could not be evaluated with Suwon's eyesight, but Suwon felt that the $30 million he had in hand would never be able to buy this large villa. Suwon walked into the villa under Alice's guidance. The entire living room of the villa was nearly empty, with only a brand new Steinway sitting quietly in the middle of the living room. Across from Steinway was a huge glass wall with an inverted crystal light overhead. Alice apologized with a somewhat apologetic look to Suwon. "Brother, I'm sorry, time is tight, so I had to find this kind of place for you to make do with." Suwon looked dumbfounded at Alice, who had a sincere face. He knew that this girl's family condition was very good, but it was so good that he was really not good at evaluating anything. According to the financial power Alice has shown so far, her family is high and low on a consortium. Suwon took a deep breath and didn't politely talk to Alice. Anyway, after buying it, what else could he say? Just use it. Sitting in front of the piano, Suwon briefly tried out the music. It's perfect. It's worthy of being the top piano in this world. Alice quietly moved her feet and quietly sat on the sofa in the corner, resting her chin quietly watching Suwon, who was playing the piano seriously. Suwon is really handsome. Even if Suwon was only wearing ordinary casual clothes at the moment, when he sat in front of the piano and played seriously, he was handsome to Alice's heart. Suwon wasn't in a hurry to practice those piano pieces. One of the other piano pieces Suwon prepared was for Alice. Surprise! It's natural to stay to the end. However, since he was preparing to cut, the few piano pieces Suwon played would not be less difficult. All of them were the famous songs of the former piano master Me. These tunes were extraordinarily familiar to Suwon in his previous life, but to be conservative, Suwon interspersed them with a few practice runs after his hands warmed up. The complete piano piece Suwon didn't play it in front of Alice. Suwon knew Alice's character. If this girl heard those tunes, Alice would definitely be all over the world promoting herself. And in case she does get high and more people show up at the venue, the pressure is really on. Suwon greeted the library in the afternoon and took 2 days off. He had been practicing the piano in the villa until it was completely dark outside the window, and only then did Suwon shake off his aching fingers. Practicing the piano is actually a very boring and uninteresting thing, but you have to do it if you want to improve yourself. Alice didn't feel bored listening to her brother's chaotic playing, and she watched Suwon with interest throughout the afternoon, listening attentively to the wonderful melody of Suwon's zither. Alice is influenced by Hanks, and her piano skills are not comparable to the world's best pianists, but she still has a good sensitivity. Although Suwon played a broken piano, Alice could be sure that her brother would be able to win the victory. She knew very well that her brother was composing a tune in this state. The time it takes a pianist to compose a piece is measured in months, and it is not an oddity that many well-known pianists spend years composing a piano piece. But his own brother was different from them. His brother was a genius, a true genius. It only takes my brother 3 days to compose a piano piece and it has to be top-notch. The siblings didn't leave at night. After all, the villa was just too big. There were 3 more floors upstairs and an open-air balcony at the very top. Suwon could only allow Alice's request to move after knowing that she had already bought the house. Suwon is not a pedantic person. The house is bought. There is no need to live in that rental room. In the evening Suwon practiced for a while, preparing to write out a few tunes. As for Alice, she washed up and lay in a towel on the big bed that belonged to Suwon and rolled over in an effort to leave her scent behind. Suwon sat on the edge of his bed and carefully wrote the score. Alice hugged the pillows of the two and watched Suwon's back as he wrote the sheet music. His own brother is just awesome. As she suspected, a few of the others had prepared tunes that were mostly their own hits, so perhaps it would be prudent to go with their best piano tunes, but the only one who was thinking about it was his own brother, Suwon, who was actually thinking about composing a tune on the fly. Regardless of whether he won or lost this duel, his own brother was definitely the one with the most power. Brother invincible. Alice silently cheered for Suwon in her mind. Suwon tinkered until the early hours of the morning, but fortunately he had a good memory, and only after ensuring that there were no problems did Suwon stop. A quick glance at the clock said it was 4 in the morning. Suwon glanced behind him. Alice was lying on the bed wrapped in a scattered bath towel, having fallen asleep long ago. Suwon softly turned off the lights and brought the sheet music downstairs. The room was soundproofed well, and he didn't have to worry about waking Alice. Sitting downstairs alone and playing a quiet tune. Tenkai. Hanks starts working out in the morning after he wakes up from his nap. After a brief morning exercise, Hanks was just getting ready to practice after breakfast when he was told by the butler that there was a joint interview with Hanks from several media outlets. Hanks agreed after a moment's hesitation and came into the parlor in his formal attire. It's time to show your attitude in front of the media. He respected Suwon and saw him as a rival from the bottom of his heart. But Hanks doesn't feel like he's going to lose. He was confident that he could guard his name as the number one in the piano world. At the same time, he also hoped from the bottom of his heart that Suwon would defeat himself. The end of the piano era for yourself. Xin Wang. Although he was the official media representative of Kyushu, Wang Xin couldn't help but be excited even when faced with a figure of Hanks' caliber. Hanks, the world's number one pianist, has dominated the world field for decades with a talent that no one can match. Wang Xin was quite excited to be able to interview such top-notch people. Joining him in this interview with Hanks were several other world-renowned media outlets. That kid named Suwon had sort of given the entire Kyushu a facelift in front of the world, and the eyes of the world were watching Kyushu during this time, especially when a 20-something college student will be facing 4 world-class pianists on his own. And eventually Hanks, the number one pianist in the piano world. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. Wang Xin and several other media representatives from other countries walked into Hanks' parlor under the guidance of the butler. In the living room, Hanks greeted a few people mildly. Several people set up their machines and settled in front of Hanks. There were just 4 journalists on the scene, and these were the most authoritative media spokespersons in each country. Each of the 4 had 3 opportunities to ask questions. Wang Xin is not in a hurry for this kind of interview, and the questions from his peers are just as important. The most common question asked by reporters from several other countries was why on earth Hanks would fancy a young student from Tianhai University. Over the years, there had been an unknown number of geniuses and top-notch people emerging from all over the world, but Hanks' eyes never seemed to pay any attention to them. Instead, it was a teenager in Kyushu that caught Hanks' attention. Hanks wasn't angry at these people's lack of understanding, but just laughed softly as he explained to the crowd about the few tunes Suwon had composed so far. The wind is gone. Hank's assessment of this piano piece is mediocre. And while it's hot, it was written with a decidedly juvenile quality that doesn't make it great for a real pianist. Summerfield. This song in the eyes of Hanks, Suwon has reached the level, and for the piano has a very good talent. Of course, the most important thing is the spirit contained in it. This is Hanks really appreciates Suwon's place. And also this song, Hanks made up his mind to accept Suwon as a disciple. The universe. When Hanks learned that this piano piece was also composed by Suwon, he wasn't much surprised, as it should have been, and Suwon didn't disappoint him. In Suwon's eyes, Suwon was already a top-notch pianist, and he was responsible enough to say that at this point he was already thinking about whether or not he could teach Suwon anything else. What really made Hanks admire Suwon was Suwon's song Destiny. When Hanks heard the song, Hanks realized that Suwon, this young man, had strength that was not weak to his own. Strong and scary. Hanks looked at the camera in front of him and smiled. Actually, from my point of view, Luke and the others have no chance of cutting it with Suwon. Winning is impossible. I can only hope that they learn something from it, and that they get to know that I'm not the only teacher in the world, and that they have a lot more to learn. Several of the reporters in the room looked at Hanks dumbfounded as he said this. They knew that Hanks thought highly of Suwon, but they didn't expect Suwon to have a height in Hanks' mind that wasn't weak in his own. Several journalists from different countries glanced at each other. Finally it was Wang Xian's turn to ask a question. First, Wang Xian inquired about the simplest of questions. How did Hanks meet Suwon? After all, although Suwon was a genius, according to Suwon's situation, he shouldn't be qualified to contact Hanks, and even if it was because of the piano music thing, Hanks wouldn't be able to know about Suwon so quickly. Hanks didn't hold back, and went straight to Elsa's relationship with Ri and Lu, then chatted about what he knew. It seems that Suwon seems to have had an online relationship with Lu Ruyan. An apology came to Hanks' old face as he said this. This matter was not known to be honorable or dishonorable for Suwon. After all, Princess Alice also met Suwon on the internet. But Kyushu does have a much more developed internet. So perhaps people here have a very common case for online dating. Wang Xian is also the first time to know about this matter. About Suwon and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan also did not carry out publicity. Most people thought that Lu Ruyan and Suwon is a chance encounter. But Hanks knows the truth of it through Elsa. Wang Xian pondered over the explosive nature of this matter. According to the information he had investigated so far, Suwon and Lu Ruyan did have an ambiguous relationship, but that was because Lu Ruyan was the president of the piano club at Tianhai University. Then Lu Ruyan and Suwon's relationship was naturally close. Plus it was still normal for students to have a bit of a flirtation with each other. But I didn't realize that the two of them had such a relationship. Cybersex. Headline. Proper headline. Wang Xian was satisfied with his first question. And then he asked his second question. Is there anything else Hanks admires about Suwon besides the piano aspect? He believed that Hanks, even if he appreciated Suwon, could never come to Kyushu in such a hurry, and as a reporter, he was keenly aware that something was wrong. Hanks was slightly silent when he heard Wang Xian's question. This is not really a very good question to answer as it relates to royalty. Princess Alice. Princess Alice was very jealous of her identity being known by Suwon, so Hanks never mentioned it in front of Suwon. But, Hanks answered the question briefly after a moment of contemplation. Do you know about the recent popularity of the Three Stooges? Wang Xian nodded blankly. Of course he knew about the novel Three Bodies, and was still an avid fan of the book. Although it only caught fire in the past 2 days, it has now been spread like crazy. And even Wang Xian is an avid fan of this novel. I just don't know why that pretty foreign girl never posted a follow-up. I don't know what the situation is. Hanks looked at the doubt in Wang Xian's eyes and simply said a few words. This book was written by Suwon. I think it was written when I was a teenager. Hanks smiled and flirted with Suwon. It's for bedtime reading for girls. Hanks smiled slightly at the thought of a young Alice showing off with herself. He was also considered an elder who had watched Alice grow up, and naturally knew how much Alice liked Suwon, so he didn't mind helping this girl out. Wang Xian looked at Alice dumbfounded. Holy shit! Suwon is so talented? Did he write the Three Stooges? True or false? Wang Xian and a few other reporters glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After experiencing a moment of shock, Wang Xian quickly gathered his emotions and looked at Hanks to ask one last question. Have you considered what happens if you lose this cut? Sure. I certainly considered whether or not I would lose to Suwon. Suwon looks at the interview with Hanks on his cell phone and looks helpless. Got it. His own bottom was about to be stripped off by this group. And this Hanks, he doesn't know how to talk out the door, how to say everything to the outside. Alice sat next to her brother and noticed his depressed mood. Knowing that her brother must not have been able to understand Mr. Hanks' bitterness, she smiled and explained for Suwon. Brother, you don't know that, do you? Mr. Hanks is building you up. It's bad for your future if you don't have a discussion level. especially if you're on fire in the future. You're going to be standing in the spotlight, and you're going to have a million pairs of eyes on you then. Some things are instead better exposed before you become famous, so that it will do you more good than harm. Suwon nodded with a frown. He naturally understood what Alice meant by that, but he had never even thought of fire himself. Originally, he thought that the most is that we find a place to cut a bit on the line, and then get done can also eat a meal together. The competition second, friendship first, but who could have known that there would be such a huge row? The siblings continued to watch Hank's interview. Failure isn't really scary, and this statement is addressed both to me and to Suwon as well as those disciples of mine. Failure is not scary. Suwon losing to me is, for me, a win in your Kyushu terms. But if I lose, Hanks looked at Wang Xin, then twisted his head to look at the camera and smiled lightly as he confidently uttered a sentence. The likelihood is low. The strong confidence from the world's #1 pianist and his sense of control over his strength could be felt by Suwon even through the screen. Hanks is definitely a top-notch opponent. In the face of this old boy, Suwon's heart was a little weak. After all, this was the world's #1 ranked pianist. His level was an existence that could leave his name in a textbook even in his previous life. Alice didn't feel much of anything as she climbed to her feet, shaking her slender thighs as she twisted her head to look at the romantic dramas that were particularly popular in Kyushu. At first Alice didn't like it that much, but along with the exposure over the past 2 days, Alice had become completely addicted to these romantic dramas. Suwon looked at the pile of piano sheet music neatly arranged on the bed. For the past 2 days he had been working hard on practicing his piano pieces, getting back as much proficiency as possible from his previous life. And just to make sure that there were no accidents, Suwon had prepared quite a few extra tunes for backup. Tomorrow, there's still a day left to practice for yourself. The day after tomorrow is the day of the cut. Suwon has been able to brush up on the news of the Yangcheng government's efforts to organize the venue for the competition in the past 2 days. Apart from that, it seems that the whole of Sheepshead is now filled with the sound of pianos everywhere. Kyushu natives, and many pianists from abroad, famous or not, flocked to Kyushu as if they were crazy, coming to Yangcheng, practicing in the streets and alleys, at the stations and in the parks. Suwon's original mood, which was still quite relaxed, gradually tightened up because of the recent situation. It was out of his hands at this point. One has to put one's best foot forward. Alice told him that there would be a lot of foreigners on the cutting room floor, and a lot of pianists, and that Suwon was not really representing an individual at a time like this, but his own country, and the pianists within his own country. Suwon could lose and no one would blame him. After all, the current Suwon was still technically an undeclared college student at Tianhai University. Pianists in the country expect just one thing from Suwon: don't lose too badly. For Suwon to compete with the world's top piano masters at his age is a competition that is too big for words. Although Suwon was a genius, a talent that Hanks admired, his age was here after all. Most people thought that Suwon wasn't sparring, but that the piano masters were instructing Hank's close disciple, their future junior. Alice took a moment to look at Suwon. Seeing Suwon frowning as she sat on the edge of the bed in deep thought, Alice was also a bit anxious. Along with the cutting time getting closer and closer, Alice could clearly feel Suwon's mood getting tighter and tighter. With a spectacle of this magnitude, with tens of thousands of participants, and an audience that is impossible to count, all Alice knows is that there are a lot of people in the West who are watching this event. As for within Kyushu, she wasn't aware of it for the moment, but lately the heat of discussion on the internet had been increasing, and that proved that there were just as many people in Kyushu who were watching Suwon. His own brother had been just an ordinary person before, and he was naturally nervous in the face of such a situation. Alice had privately put off many media interviews to keep her brother from getting nervous. As for the official interview, Yao Qinglian also put it off, in order to avoid affecting Suwon's emotions in the pre-cutting phase, in case he was affected emotionally, causing him to play poorly during the cut. Alice rested her slender thighs on Suwon's lap, thought of something, and softly inquired, "Brother, eh?" Suwon looked back to Alice. "How do you want to make your entrance? I'll set it up." Near the day before the match, Suwon received an official message in the morning, in which Suwon was told in detail how the scene was arranged on the day of the match. Goat City divided a separate venue for Suwon and their cuts, using the crossroads as the stage for the performance program. Suwon was heading to the next crossroads with each cut, to the end. Suwon's cut with the now heralded loop was in the gym at the end of the crossroads. Next is the contact information for the staff member who interfaced with Suwon. Suwon didn't care. He simply glanced at it and didn't pay any attention to it after knowing the approximate place where he and Hank's 4 disciples were competing. Yao Qinglian had revealed this information a few days ago, and Yao Qinglian would bring himself over at the cutting site. As for the way out, after Alice mentioned it to herself last night, Alice got busy early in the morning. Suwon didn't know what Alice was up to, But a number of people had come this morning to take Suwon's body measurements. Suwon was home alone practicing the piano until the evening, and only then did Alice come home excitedly with a large collection of clothes. Looking at the clothes wrapped in cling film, it goes without saying that these clothes are designated to be sky-high, and the men's watch that Alice brought. Although Suwon had never worn one, he knew very well that there was nothing below $1 million in these watches. Regarding Alice's wastefulness, Suwon surprisingly did not reprimand this time. He accepted the gifts in silence, letting Alice get excited about matching them for herself. Tomorrow it's time to cut a deal with that group of pianists. Suwon must be farting when he says he's not nervous. But Suwon wasn't afraid. A touch of sweetness surfaced in his heart as he looked at Alice, who was busy with herself in front of him. Couldn't let Alice down. Suwon was woken up by Alice just as dawn was breaking. After simply washing up, Suwon went downstairs and saw a group of people waiting for him early. Alice explained as she looked at Suwon's puzzled look. "Brother, these are the stylists who dress you up," Alice explained, smoothly pulling Suwon to sit on top of the chair, and a group of people immediately gathered around. Suwon was like a statue being manipulated by the group for a full half hour before these people let him go. Looking at his handsome appearance in the mirror, Suwon was confused. The handsome Suwon inside the mirror was so handsome that it completely surpassed Suwon's impression of himself. Suwon's own looks were extremely handsome, and after some sculpting by this group of top stylists, some of the minor imperfections on Suwon's face were completely covered up, or at least Suwon looked at the unfamiliar and familiar face in the mirror and fell into a daze. The handsome man inside the picture looked just as he remembered, but how he looked, how unfamiliar he was. Not that it's ugly. Rather, he was so handsome that Suwon was ashamed of himself. Alice looked at her brother with a satisfied nod. Flawless, truly flawless. Now for the clothes. Alice dragged Suwon to his feet, and several men followed silently. In the check room on the first floor, Suwon fell into silence as she looked at the clothes that were stuffed to the brim in front of her. How many outfits are there? And when did Alice buy these clothes? And how come she doesn't know? Alice had no desire to explain to Suwon right now. She only knew that Suwon would be the focus of the entire world today. That's why one's brother has to look handsome. Suwon was breathlessly being controlled, wearing a suit, as well as wearing adornments. Finally, after several tosses and turns, Suwon was finally released from the fitting room. Walking out the door, Suwon was dressed in a well-fitted suit with polished, reflective leather shoes on his feet. Alice outside the door looked at the handsome Suwon, and a bright light bloomed in her eyes that was visible to the naked eye. The dressed-up Suwon was really handsome beyond measure, especially after the dressing up. The current Suwon was a true prince, and even those princes in the royal family with royal bloodlines still couldn't be compared to Suwon. Alice's eyes stared at Suwon with a deadly glare, as if Alice was about to eat Suwon at any moment. Alice could guarantee that there would never be another man in this world who could be more handsome than Suwon. Suwon cupped Alice's cheeks and signaled her to put the drool at the corners of her mouth away. It had to be said that when one was made to look handsome enough, the whole person would be a lot more confident. And Suwon looked out the window at one of the cars parked outside, as well as the various filming equipment, and an inexplicable bravado welled up within him. He's representing more than just him at the moment, but also the pianists from his former life. And there was also Alice's expectation of herself, Mr. Yao's encouragement of herself. Suwon couldn't fail all of these people, could he? For their sake, and for his own. Suwon was ready to let go and do something big. Suwon was led to the door by Alice. In an instant, flashes from various cameras as well as clicks crackled. Suwon squinted at the flashing lights in front of him, but he quickly adapted, smiling and greeting the media figures in front of him. But Suwon wasn't prepared to accept their interview, and Suwon pulled Alice quickly into the limousine that was headed to the cutting venue. Yao Qinglian had previously explained that Suwon could not be disturbed every day before the sparring session, but today was the day of the cut, so it was naturally impossible for Suwon to hide in the room. Alice had the reporters shoot away, then had the driver set off. Along the way Alice held onto Suwon's palm tightly. Tell the truth, Suwon couldn't really count on being nervous. What could be done? Suwon had already done. If the piano music of the greats of his former life couldn't beat this group, then he had nothing to regret. Instead, it's Alice. Suwon could sense that Alice was nervous. He looked over at Alice, who was otherwise perky and staring nervously out the window at the moment. At the moment just 7 o'clock, but the streets are still densely packed with vehicles car crowd. Obviously, the purpose of the group was all because of the piano cut. Suwon didn't really care anymore. In the past 2 days, the official Yangcheng city has been frantically publicizing this matter, in addition to many other media outlets. Not only that, the most authoritative official media in Kyushu had personally come down to publicize this piano cut, so the scene can make as much noise as Suwon can accept. There is just one thing. A figure suddenly appeared in Suwon's mind. Ryu Ruyan. Alice was beautiful. But Su Anjin just thought of the other person as a sister. Ruyan Lu's appearance was no worse than Alice's, and even because of the halo on Ruyan Lu had an irreplaceable position in Suan's mind. After all, it is the school flower, but also a typical rich white beauty. Not only is there no problem with the character, people also study hard. This kind of woman is attractive to any man. It wasn't that Suan hadn't moved, he just didn't dare to keep moving. Those words he left behind for Lu Ruyan were actually not all to fool her. Suan knew that Lu Ruyan was definitely present this time, and Suan was no longer sure how he would face Lu Ruyan. Treat it normally? Perhaps this is the best option for Suan. What's more, there's also a Ryu Wanhwa holding it down. Without Lu Wanhwa giving the word, Suan naturally didn't dare to play freely in the face of Lu Ruyan. The siblings were each silent. Alice was nervous for her brother, while Suan contemplated how he would face these pianists. And Ruyan Lu. The car arrived at the scene quickly. The scene of the cut was in a straight road, a total of 3 intersections, each sitting 3 people, and finally the strongest Luke to sit in the final stadium. By Luke and Suan last battle, Yao Qinglian and Suan had talked about the general process. Over the course of the morning, Suan faced each of them for an hour of cutting time. Because of Suan's age, and the fact that Suan had no standing in the piano world so far, people hadn't been thinking of this as a competition, so there weren't any very serious rules for the cut. One side just gets up from in front of the piano if they think they can't match the strength. If Suan won, then he would keep going, and if Suan lost, then he would keep going, until the tournament is over. Head to Tenkai next week to cut a deal with Hanks. With the vehicles being released, Suan finally saw through the crowd to the first intersection. Elsa. At the moment Elsa was sitting in front of the piano. She was wearing a pure black gown, and the skirt of the gown was even placed in a semicircle around her. Suan waited for the vehicle to stop, accompanied by a staff member to open the door. Dense camera clicks, and camera flashes came. In the meantime, a globally synchronized live broadcast also began. Suan. As soon as Suan got off the bus, countless people's neatly organized shouts emerged from all around. Suan looked up into the sky, and it was then that Suan noticed that several huge advertising screens at the original intersection were putting up his image. Suan glanced around. He was currently standing at the edge of the intersection, surrounded by buildings, and the intersection had countless people watching. There were also several huge hot air balloons overhead pulling banners advertising the event. Among them was Hang Suan Fund for himself. Suan looked around. In addition to the people maintaining order, the surrounding area was densely packed with all the black pressurized crowds. At this moment, if one were to watch from mid-air, one could clearly see the intersection as the center. Surrounded by people, the black crowd was like ants, constantly crowding. And in the center of the intersection, there is a piano music that is just the opposite of Elsa. The 2 pianos were placed opposite each other. Suan noticed Yao Qinglian in the front row of the crowd. Yao Qinglian and their location should belong to VVLP. Yao Qinglian and the girls were sitting on top of a minibus, and through the transparent windows, they could clearly see the scene of the duos contest. Suan also noticed quite a few top big shots in there, and Suan politely smiled at Mr. Yao. At this moment, Suan couldn't care about anything else because he also noticed a group of people. Lu Ruyan, by UA4. The 4 stood in the front row, silently watching Suan. All 4 women should have been well dressed, but even so, Suan still keenly noticed the fatigue on Lu Ruyan's face. Suan hesitated for a moment, and was just about to smile politely at the 4 women when Alice noticed them keenly, frowning intentionally as she blocked Suan's gaze from meeting with the 4 women. Suan noticed Alice's little thought and didn't break it, smoothly withdrawing his gaze and looking at Elsa. The current Elsa was completely different from the Elsa Suan remembered, especially with Elsa's state at the moment. She was serious, and Suan could feel that Elsa gathered all her emotions. Nothing like the relaxed state she had been in when she was with Suan before. Suan looked up to the sky above. There were several drones circling high in the sky in there. There was no moderator for this kind of cutting, and Suan looked at Alice, who looked at Suan with some concern. Although it was said that she had strong confidence in Suan, when she actually arrived at the scene and saw the sea of people, Alice still couldn't help but get worried. Suan didn't say much, only giving Alice a reassuring look. Seeing Suan walking towards the piano, Elsa, who had been waiting quietly, took the initiative to stand up. Flashbulbs go wild all around as photographers try to capture the moment. In their eyes, whether Suan won or lost, this cut was enough to go down in history. The officially prepared loudspeakers around the room were playing a rousing piece of music at the moment. The crowd of onlookers quieted down as the music played, and in the faraway sea of heaven, Lu Wanhwa put down all the things in his hands and quietly sat on the sofa in his office, watching the live content in the tablet. Suan's scale of this competition was really not small. Not only were all the major domestic live broadcast platforms synchronized to open live broadcasts, even the official media in Kyushu were broadcasting the event, and abroad. According to Lu Wanhwa's knowledge, the impact that this incident brought about in the Western countries was not in the least bit worse than that of Kyushu. For them, if Suwon fails, it's fine, but if Suwon succeeds, then the Kyushu piano realm will rise strongly in the entire world. And they were also all curious as to what kind of person could be taken so seriously by old Mr. Hanks. Even in his eyes, his 4 favored disciples were no match for Suwon and Hanks. Hanks' place had gathered quite a crowd at the moment. These included his longtime friends and a number of piano luminaries. Of the top 10 pianists in the world, 8 have been gathered in the villa where Hanks is located. As for the remaining 2, it should be on the spot at the moment. Kyoto. The old man surnamed Yao was correcting papers while listening to the live broadcast. Hearing the clamor die down considerably, the old man glanced up at the screen. In the picture, the handsome young man is walking step by step towards the piano that belongs to him. As for her opponent in the first match, the female waif named Elsa lifted her own skirts and bowed respectfully to Suwon in front of her. Elsa looked at the young and handsome Suwon in front of her, and a touch of disorientation passed through her eyes. If Suwon wasn't standing right in front of her alive and well, it would be really hard for her to imagine that the creator would be so biased as to allow a man with such a handsome face to also possess such a terrifying talent. Mr. Suwon, it's an honor to be your opponent. Elsa's voice was amplified through the radio equipment in front of the piano before it was amplified to be heard by all in the audience. Suwon similarly saluted Elsa. He dropped down to sit across from Elsa after whispering a request for guidance. 2 pianos sit opposite each other at a crossroads in the center of Sheepshead. The gazes of the tens of thousands of people in the room were firmly fixed on Suwon and Elsa. Suwon looked over at Elsa, the 2 making eye contact as to who was opening the show. There were many people on the scene, but along with the duo taking their seats, it had become completely quiet. Elsa looked at Suwon and took a deep breath, eventually nodding her head. After all, his own age and also status was slightly higher than the current Suwon. Elsa wasn't polite either. She took a deep breath and looked down at the piano in front of her, adjusting her breathing before her palms began to dance across the keys. Elsa played the piano piece that was her claim to fame, Babosha at the Water's Edge. The entire piece is set to a bright and cheerful tune. Suwon listened in silence. Not just him, the scene was even more silent except for the sound of the piano. The stereo, which had been placed in advance, clearly conveyed the timbre of each note. It had to be said that Elsa was worthy of being a world-class pianist. And although she wasn't very old, the way she played the piano had already conquered the tens of thousands of people at the scene. It was a pure feast of music. With the end of Elsa's song, there was an overwhelming roar of approval. The audience was very obviously mixed with a large number of Westerners, most of whom were figures in the piano world. They all whooped with excitement in the face of Elsa's claim to fame. In their eyes, Suwon was vain. Even if he had a small amount of talent, how could he possibly compare to a world-class pianist like Elsa? Suwon quietly listened to Elsa's piano music. He did not make any comments, just silently applauded Elsa. Elsa was strong. Suwon could clearly feel it. But, sorry about that. On the piano piece, Elsa, you're not dealing with me, Suwon, alone. Instead, it's another world of centuries-old piano virtuosos. So this first sentence, I'll just laugh it off. The place was abuzz with the end of Elsa's piano. The whole place was like a boiling cauldron. And many people who had stayed up all night to come here cried with excitement at the sound of Elsa's piano. These world-class pianists all have huge fan bases, and at this moment they are gathered together, and countless fans have come to see them. They don't care about that Kyushu kid named Suwon. In their eyes, being able to compete on the same stage as the object of their worship had already given this kid a huge advantage, and he still wanted to try to be his idol? Is that possible? Elsa looked at Suwon after she finished playing, and unexpectedly, Elsa's delicate little face was filled with seriousness and gravity. It wasn't as relaxing as her admirers thought it would be. It was important to know that Suwon was an existence extraordinarily recognized by her teacher, and she had also witnessed Suwon's astonishment when he played Destiny. As a first-hand witness, Elsa saw her own teacher's shadow in Suwon's body at that time. Even Elsa felt that Suwon at that time had been no worse than her own teacher. She had traded a heavenly favor for the chance to compete on the same stage as Suwon, and it was Elsa's honor. Elsa stood in front of the piano and gave Suwon a silent salute of greeting. She didn't sit down. She just stood in silence opposite Suwon, her gaze calm and cool. Facing such an opponent as Suwon, outsiders would never know how much pressure the 4 of them were under. Elsa hadn't practiced the piano so intensely since becoming famous, but because of Suwon, they practiced, and practiced again like crazy. Elsa had already prepared for the worst. If she really wasn't Suwon's opponent, then she had no complaints about being defeated by him. The piano piece Suwon had created was just too amazing. and it was an honor for Elsa to lose to someone like that. Suan looked at Elsa with some bewilderment. It's not. Sister, why are you so serious? You're making me panic, even though we're all rivals. What's with you standing in front of me? But now, because there was no host, Suan didn't know how to respond to the other party, so he had to sit in front of the piano. Suan was silent for a moment, and following Elsa's example, he began to introduce the piano piece he was playing. His chest was also donned with a small headset before he started. Hello everyone. Suan tried to open his mouth, but as soon as he did, Suan realized that his voice was echoing all around him, and along with Suan's voice, sharp female popping sounds came from the surrounding scene all of a sudden. Not only because of the fans Suan has recently gained, but many women became Suan's fans at the scene solely because of his unbelievable face value. Just from the size of the screaming scene alone, Suan's audience was certainly not as large as Elsa's. Still, the uniquely female, shrill chirp made a lot of people turn their heads. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also incredibly popular with Suan. No, is Suan really that powerful? What do you know? He's got a handsome face. You're good. You go. Oh, just look handsome, have no use. Elsa is a world-renowned pianist. The famous song is loved by countless people. Suan, this child, although slightly talented, but an Elsa difference is still very big. What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? People, Hank said that Suan is a genius and a very powerful character. You keyboard warriors are so powerful. How come Hanks doesn't know about you guys? Hanks, this is only modest, understand. What, Suan will win? People, this is in our territory. To give us face, otherwise Suan lost too ugly. We can face good? Honestly, I think Suan is pretty awesome. Weren't so many of the previous piano songs great? Especially Cosmos, which I play on a loop every day. It's just so good. That's it. Suanda is so handsome and talented. You people are just envious of others. Pull back. You guys just think Suan is handsome. The official opened a separate live broadcast room for Suan, and even this matter was on the morning news, resulting in a terrifyingly high level of heat in the live broadcast room, and on all major lists across the net. This matter was listed as the #1 hot search. Suan, a child genius, faces 4 of the world's top pianists alone, especially Hanks, the #1 in the piano world, praised Suan by name, coupled with the strong support of the official Yuncheng Suan. This matter. Early in the morning, not long after the broadcast, the live broadcast room influx of millions of people, Suan waited for the cheers from the scene to quiet down before he spoke. Thank you all. Suan smiled as he looked around the room, and finally his eyes rested on Elsa. Elsa's outfit today was beautiful, but Suan's gaze only lingered briefly before immediately looking at Alice, who was standing behind Elsa. Alice noticed the look in her brother's eyes and hurriedly cheered loudly for Suan. According to the rules, no one else could get inside the cordon except those allowed by the pianist. Suan said softly, I play rather ordinary piano music. Suan looked down at the black and white keys and said softly, the name of the tune is simple too. To Alice. The Queen, who had just returned home from a dinner party, heard these words uttered by Suan. Sitting on the soft sofa, the Queen smiled slightly as she looked at the all-around deathless handsome man in the camera. The boy's mere looks were enough to conquer an unknown number of people, especially Alice. The girl probably hated to marry him on the spot. The Queen sat gracefully on the couch, squinting comfortably. She didn't have much of a bias against Suan, but rather, she was quite appreciative of him. In particular, he wrote bedtime stories that were a favorite of the Queen. Only, it wasn't that simple to step through the doors of the royal family. At best, Suan was qualified to enter, but if he really wanted to step in, not to mention, Alice's cousins would find a way to stop Suan. The Queen thought. Suan on camera has begun to play. Soft music played, and the Queen's body and mind became more relaxed and cozy as she looked at Suan in the picture in a daze, smiling lightly and shaking her head. It's over. It's going to be hard to pull Alice back once this music starts. Where is this to Alice? The Queen shook her head, thinking of Alice's girl's stubborn temper and her demeanor when talking about Suan. The Queen sighed and said to herself, boy, you're trying to get Alice to give you her heart and lungs. 3 days. 3 days. Elsa didn't know what the others thought, but she knew exactly. The news of the contest was revealed 3 days ago, and the piano piece was obvious from the name, which Suan had written for Princess Alice. As for the quality of this piano piece, phew, Elsa gave a bitter laugh. There is no doubt that there is not one iota of truth in what the teacher said. Suan was really strong and scary. He is simply not human. 3 days to write a tune that surpasses years of hard work, and that too under the guidance of a teacher. Isn't it scary? Is this guy even human? Elsa watched Suan play deeply. This piano piece Suan is very skillful. Rich women's favorite. Especially the educated kind of rich women. Many women, because of their families, have had a depressing upbringing for the first half of their lives, and by the time these women reach their 30s and beyond, certain aspects of them begin to awaken. Of course, because of the good education they have received since childhood, it causes these people to let go, but not completely, and want to get into their hearts and bump into each other's hearts. It takes a lot more than just tips on how to pick up girls, but real talent and a point to impress the other person. So when Suwon played this piano, he subconsciously brought out his peak strength. The moment. It wasn't just Elsa Monk. The surrounding crowd of onlookers was full of people with a real love for the piano. Can't they understand? They certainly can. This piano piece completely eclipses Elsa's piano piece in terms of quality and layering with overwhelming strength. Genius. This Suwon guy is a true genius. Those who had originally belittled Suwon dropped their contempt for him, and at this moment, they began to truly value that young man who was less than 25 years old. What Hanks is saying is probably not modesty, and what he is saying is most likely true. There was a real possibility that Suwon would defeat his 4 elite disciples, and Lu Ruyan, who was standing not far away, was currently clenching her hands and lightly biting her silver teeth. Why? Why can't it be me? Suwon, why? What exactly is your relationship with that woman? Have you really forgotten about me? Ruyan Lu stared at Suwon in agony. She didn't believe it. She had at least been with Suwon for half a year in an online relationship, and she couldn't believe that Suwon had really forgotten about her. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath. She believed that it was just a misunderstanding between herself and Suwon. As long as she could explain herself, she would be able to. It's got to be okay. Suwon finished playing the piano piece seriously, with the soft voice dissipating in mid-air. This place where at least tens of thousands of people had gathered was so quiet at the moment that no murmurs came out. Does it sound good? Sure, sounds good. Countless people were still immersed in the melody Suwon had just played in the piano piece, but along with the first person's awakening, the entire scene instantly let out a thunderous sound of shock. People standing densely in the gaps between one building and another looked at the big screens on the high walls on either side and shouted excitedly, "Suwon is awesome! Suwon is awesome! Suwon is awesome!" In the live broadcast rooms of the major platforms, these 4 people frantically swiped the screen. Anyone can tell that Suwon's piano music is far better than Elsa's. Not to talk about the mood. This piano piece, even as ordinary people, they can easily detect the tenderness and affection in the piano piece. Alice covered her small mouth and ran to Suwon with a smile on her face. She took the initiative to pull Suwon's arm in front of tens of thousands of people, millions of people watching. Although the West was open, Alice was still shy when she took the initiative to kiss Suwon in this situation. Suwon laughed softly and patted Alice's palm as his gaze returned to Elsa. Elsa, who was wearing an exquisite gown, lowered her head as she completely put down all her inner pride and looked at Suwon and said gruffly, "Suwon, you won." Suwon let out a bitter laugh. What's winning or not winning? Everyone is just sparring. At this moment, the cheering just now had slightly stopped, and when the crowd heard Suwon utter these words, they immediately cheered once again. Obviously, Suwon said this perfectly. Officials in Kyushu as well as Goat City have been characterizing this one as a cutthroat. No win, no loss competition. There is no such thing as winning or losing in name only. For one thing, Suwon's talent had already been discovered, and in the face of such a piano prodigy, it was only natural to exercise some protection. Secondly, the nature of the competition is more exciting and the environment more relaxing. After all, there are only 3 days of preparation, and the country is flooded with more than 80% of the world's pianists in such a short period of time. In order not to have problems, the characterization as a cut makes it less likely that there will be surprises in the match. The Sea of Heaven at the moment. Several of the older pianists had heavy faces. Unlike the others, several of them were well aware of Alice's identity. The group naturally knew more about the cut, especially Hanks. The matter of the cut was known to him even before Suwon. But even so, Suwon still created such a piano song for Alice in just 3 days. Several pianists also put away their previous playful attitudes, and were looking seriously at the young man in the TV set. To be able to compose a piano piece of this magnitude at this age is not genius. So who else can be considered a genius? Hanks narrowed his eyes and looked earnestly at Suwon in the picture. At this moment Suwon pulled Alice to the next intersection. The intersection behind them was quickly covered by the crowd as the piano music was moved away. And Suwon, who was holding Alice's palm, smiled and greeted the surrounding crowd. Luckily, there were people maintaining order at the scene who built a safe passage out for Suwon, and Suwon and Alice walked in it. As for Suwon's behind, Elsa naturally followed suit, and though she lost, Elsa still had a loyal group of defenders. Elsa had changed into a more convenient gown, and she was flanked by Ruyan Lu. Beautiful women were the center of attention everywhere, especially if Elsa's appearance wasn't bad, and many people still greeted the two of them. And Yao Qinglian and her sister's brother-in-law rode in a car to an intersection. The time had come to 9 o'clock at the moment. Yao Qinglian looked at Suan in the back and looked at her brother-in-law with some curiosity. She didn't know much about the piano, but her brother-in-law was a piano major and was highly specialized in it. Hearing Yao Qinglian's inquiry, the man was silent for a while. He didn't know how to describe it to Yao Qinglian. At the age of 20, he relied on original piano compositions to beat world-renowned pianist Elsa. And by the looks of things, the next two shouldn't be opponents. Maybe only Luke can get through to Suan. Eventually the man looked towards Yao Qinglian and said gruffly, Suan is like a teething child at this age in the piano world, but such a child beat Elsa, an adult, who couldn't hold her head up. If my piano talent is 10, then Elsa's piano song talent is 300, and Suan's piano talent should be above 10,000. Yao Qinglian knew that the little man she liked was very strong, but so strong that Yao Qinglian was still surprised. But at the same time, she was getting more and more excited. As long as Suan was good enough, his own grandfather wouldn't be able to say anything. Suan smiled and greeted the people passing by. A few intersections are not that far away, and a few hundred meters go by quickly. It was still a closed intersection, and when Suan stepped within the confines of the intersection, the opening that the body had opened for him immediately closed. Suan's side still stood Alice. At this moment, Alice had nothing but admiration for Suan. Her brother was indeed the most outstanding man. Neither Elsa, nor anyone else, would be a match for her brother, and I'm afraid that only her own teacher, Hanks, would be able to barely fight Suan. And Elsa was currently standing in the middle of the circle in her gown as she looked at Suan with a complicated expression. She knew she was no match for Suan before the cut. Of the four, she was also the weakest, but I'm afraid everyone didn't expect Elsa to lose so completely, so quickly and decisively. The game was lost in the eyes of the professional pianist, nearly without a doubt. Elsa didn't even have a chance to fight back in front of Suan, and directly lost. Especially Elsa, who knew that Suan had written to Alice in just 3 days. The despair and frustration she felt inside was palpable. The second was Charlie Meek. Charlie is a step up from Elsa in the piano world. Charlie's life is properly legendary to the average person. His parents were the most ordinary of laborers. Charlie was introduced to the piano in high school and has been picking it up ever since. Especially after he showed his talent for it, Charlie rose to prominence quickly. Charlie himself looks extremely ordinary. Handsome not to talk about. Ugly also cannot be counted. But his body is a natural melancholy temperament. During the university, there are countless young girls for Charlie crazy. Later, after being apprenticed to Hanks, Charlie's talent became more and more evident and prominent, and the tunes he played were a perfect match for his own temperament. Melancholy. Extremely melancholic. That belongs to the loser's murmuring. A completely different school of music from the mainstream was carried forward in Charlie's hands. Suan also knew the characteristics of his opponent, but he wasn't worried. There really isn't much to Charlie's looks, but once you've seen the man, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to forget him anytime soon. This person had a very unique aura about him. In this world it was called hesitation, but in Suan's eyes, Suan thought of a very unique adjective. Non-mainstream. It's the kind of non-mainstream look that 17 or 18-year-old teenagers have when they love to act tough, with their hands in their pockets and looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. Only this guy carries that vibe forward. Suan came to the piano and looked at the man in front of him. Although Suan thought that the other party was pretending, it wasn't until he saw the other party up close that Suan realized, there really is this man with a melancholy face and a sense of decadence all over him. According to reason, being able to become Hank's disciple meant that the person wouldn't have to worry about any food or drink for the rest of his or her life in the future. He doesn't need to worry about money, but he has an air of melancholy about him. It was a strange feeling, but Suan could be certain that the other party should not be pretending. Charlie looked over at Suan and offered to speak. You're strong. Suan looked at the other man not knowing how to answer him. Charlie didn't seem to care about Suan's answer as he said to himself, but I'm not weak either. Suan nodded, certain by eye that it was the right person. Middle childhood. Originally, he thought that the other party would be very strong, but Suan could be sure that this guy's head should not have the same brain circuits as a normal person's. But the crowd erupted into an outpouring of cheers at Charlie's words. Charlie is a representative of the yo-yo in the piano world, and his piano music is often played over and over again by many people late at night. So Charlie's fan base is huge. Seeing their idol speak, the fans at the scene naturally gave the strongest response. Suan's eardrums hurt a little from the cheering, and he had to go back to his piano and sit down. Charlie didn't say anything else as he looked at Suan. He sat down and softly introduced the piano piece he was playing next. Mr. Suan, the next piano piece I'm playing is my hit song, The Sorrows of the Night. Charlie craned his head to look around. The crowd quickly quieted down, looking at Charlie with excitement and anticipation as he played live for them. Suan sat across the table quietly watching Charlie, his eyes not really wavering. Melancholy piano has a really good one of its own, but that one, untouchable, has already been given away. But it didn't matter. Suwon knew a lot more. Those piano pieces were composed by piano masters. But Suwon wasn't about to deal with melancholy. It's kind of not very normal. Kind of like two preteens pretending who's more silent and melancholy than who. So, Suwon is ready to beat his opponent with joy. With Charlie's music playing, the scene quickly quieted down. And everyone quietly enjoyed this feast for the ears. This is Charlie, the world's leading pianist. The melancholy sound of the piano echoed in midair, as if half of Goat City had fallen silent, and everyone's ears were filled with the sound of Charlie's piano music. Awesome? Of course it's awesome. Suwon listened in silence. To be sure, Charlie is absolutely brilliant. It's a great tune, and even in a previous life, this guy could definitely be a top star. But alas, two random characters from the history books of a previous life would be far more powerful than you. Suwon breathed a slight sigh of relief. This song was also expected by Suwon, so Suwon had already prepared for it. The crowd went crazy screaming at Charlie as his music ended. The pop-ups in the live stream couldn't help but marvel. Sure enough, a master is a master. And this piano piece is truly touching. 8 years. 8 years. Do you know what I've been through these 8 years? It's been hard for me to come out of it. But why? Why did I have to hear the song that makes me think of her? Buddy, are you so far gone that you put down your brother if I take you to wash your feet? Suwon is in danger. This song is stronger than Elsa's one in terms of both popularity and visibility. And it's no exaggeration to say that Charlie is a whole level above Elsa. Tenkai. Hanks nodded slightly as he listened to the piano music. He didn't really approve of Charlie's piano style, but he respected his protégé's preferences. And Charlie told him with facts. Melancholy will be enjoyed just as much. And Charlie is, I'm afraid, unrivaled in this field at the moment. So Hanks looks at Suwon in the TV set with great curiosity. What the hell kind of tune would this kid face Charlie with? Suwon quietly watched Charlie in front of him play the entire piece. It's strong. It's really strong. The horrific cheers at the venue are a testament to the popularity of this track. Suwon wasn't in a hurry, and only after the 10-minute-long cheers had completely stopped did Suwon slowly open his mouth. Charlie, you're strong. Although I don't know much about the piano, you've inspired me a lot with this piano piece. Suwon said sincerely. He kind of changed his mind. Originally Suwon was going to wash down Charlie's melancholy with an upbeat piano piece. But Suwon doesn't look like he's sweeping everyone off their feet. His gaze rested in Charlie's eyes and his voice echoed in everyone's ears. I don't think one can keep dwelling on certain things from the past. The real betrayal is the surrender of your body and spirit. There's an old saying in Kyushu, knowing that you can't do it and resting on your laurels. We can give up fighting the mandate of heaven. Single, please don't give up on yourself. Each of us is the protagonist of our own life. Suwon sat in front of the piano and looked at the melancholy Charlie and said softly. Suwon knows that as a world-famous populous country with a wide variety of people, it is highly likely that many people will fall into a dead end in their thoughts as a result of listening to melancholic music for a long period of time. Suwon wasn't opposed to the creation of this music. It's just that Charlie's music is so melancholy. Suwon watched as Charlie's mind remembered a very interesting play. One of the soundtracks is even more impressive. Suwon looked at Charlie and said the name of the piano piece. Night Cruising. May all of you chan sang on a somber day. Knock, knock, knock. The crowd, which had just fallen into collective emo, all perked up as the piano sounded in a completely different timbre, and as the notes collided with each other in midair and formed a set of steel torrents. Excitement. The piano music was like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on the hearts of the crowd, causing their dusty hearts to feel different emotions. Exciting. Excitement. Fearless. His heart, which had just been in the doldrums, began to beat wildly as if he had gone mad. Encouraged by this piano piece, Charlie looked at Suwon incredulously. His pupils dilated as he looked at Suwon with a horrified expression. Elsa exudes a bitter smile at the corner of Crossroads. The four women following Elsa looked at Suwon, who was sitting in front of the piano and playing it seriously, and let out a neat exclamation of admiration. Bull. Suwon's bull isn't in the fact that he's bullish with this piano piece. Of course the piano piece is awesome. Very impressive. But what's really great is that Suwon seems to have created it on the spot. A top pianist is one who can easily compartmentalize the style and approach of each piece of their peers. This is a characteristic of every pianist. Suwon likewise has a character that belongs to him. While playing to Alice, Suwon's technique was skillful, obviously prepared beforehand. But Elsa was certain that the song to Alice had been composed in 3 days at most. 3 days is enough time for any top pianist to figure out a piano piece. And Suwon made a couple of small, obvious mistakes while playing this piano piece. There's also a distinct sense of spacing throughout the track in particular. This proves that Suwon is not very proficient in this song. But what was the situation that made Suwon less than proficient at his own tunes? A live look at the score? but everyone in the scene was using their own tunes. So even if Suwon wanted to copy and borrow from other masters' tunes, it was impossible, because the vast majority of pianists were watching the cut. It wouldn't take more than half an hour for someone to come forward if Suwon really did steal their scores. So Suwon would be stupid enough to use someone else's tune? Then there was only one reason that could explain why Suwon was so rusty in playing this piano piece. Live creation. Elsa laughed at Suwon's perversion, and laughed at my own foolish stupidity. Is this kid Suwon still a human being? He really is still human. Such a short time to just listen to Charlie play the tune and compose it in his head again as he spoke. Elsa shook her head. The teacher was right. The four of them, not to mention winning against Suwon, were afraid that it would be difficult to see Suwon's back in the piano world. Charlie was clearly confused as well. Everyone is aware of Suwon. We all know how scary Suwon, who was able to create destiny, is, but then no one had told him that Suwon was strong to this extent. Compose a tune directly on the spot that's good enough to crush your own? The piece Suwon had just played was definitely properly a world-class piano piece, and would be a popular presence all over the world. If Suwon had prepared in advance, he could still accept it. After all, Suwon was a genius, so it was understandable. But Suwon created a tune directly on the spot that was the antithesis of the meaning of his own piano piece. Dude, what's the point of playing like this? Charlie looked at Suwon with a look of wanting to say something. Then he couldn't help but look at Elsa. The senior sister had warned them that Suwon was perverted. Everyone understands and accepts it. After all, Suwon was really strong, so young to have written so many good tunes. How could people not take it seriously? How could they not value it? But, senior sister, you didn't say Suwon could be perverted to such an extent. When Suwon finished playing the piano piece, Suwon muttered a little inside. He himself had just obviously drifted. Blame it on Alice. Giving herself a compliment that her heels don't touch the ground. It led to just improvising my own choice to play a tune that I hadn't played in a long time. It was a good thing that Suwon had been practicing hard on the piano all this time, and had kept his hands well, or else he would have absolutely crushed this one. Suwon looked around with some trepidation, and just as he was thinking that he would lose, the sound waves of the scene reached a terrifying height. Suwon even felt deaf at this moment. The only thing inside his eyes was the howling look of excitement from the spectators gathered around him. Their mouths were wide open, excitedly shouting at themselves, talking excitedly to themselves about something. But Suwon really couldn't hear any sound for a moment, and only after a while did Suwon's sense of hearing slowly recover. But still, to the ears were the sounds of disorganized and horrific screams. Unaware of how many people were screaming and shouting at the same time at this moment, Suwon couldn't hear any of them. After I don't know how long, the sound finally eased up a lot. Suwon looked bitterly at Charlie, who was trying to speak before him. This one looks like it won itself again, at least as far as the cheers on the floor were concerned. His own cheers seemed to be louder. Charlie got up and stood in front of Suwon, bowing gravely and deeply to him. I lost. Expected. There was no joy on Suwon's face. It's only right that you can win yourself, and if you lose you can't say the opposite. On the contrary, looking at the crowd as excited as they were, Suwon was a bit embarrassed. These guys seem to think they are composing piano music on the spot. Suwon looked at Charlie with some embarrassment, but the local's mind didn't seem to be on his own, as he looked down at the piano music in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. Before Suwon could say anything, Alice ran over excitedly and threw her arms around his shoulders, cheering excitedly. 1-2 now. These two are some of the top pianists in the world, and the fact that Suwon was able to win already proved how powerful Suwon was. Even if the next performance of Suwon is not ideal, Suwon will officially become one of the top pianists in the world. Especially this track. Suwon seems to have been created on the fly. It means nothing, meaning that his brother is the real genius. A true genius. Alice cheered excitedly for Suwon. Suwon didn't have much joy. He smiled in response to Alice and looked at her favorably. As for the behind, Suwon saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Ryu Ruyan, and the White Yvette girls. I could tell that the group was still a little angry when they looked at themselves. Probably angry because of what happened when he left without saying goodbye. Suwon didn't explain anything too much as he looked toward the next intersection. The staff at the scene was already keeping order, and Suwon looked to Alice, leading her to the next intersection. For some reason, when Suwon saw the eyes of Lu Ruyan looking at him, Suwon actually had a hard time. Ruyan Lu's eyes were strange, looking at Suwon with disbelief and shock, but only without the anger in the eyes of the others. Ruyan Lu didn't seem to blame herself for leaving without saying goodbye. Suwon didn't know how to describe his mood. It just really felt like his heart was suddenly heavy. He led an excited Alice to the next intersection. Along with advancing, Suwon could all clearly see the gymnasium not far away. Even Suwon could hear the clamor inside the gym. Are they still cheering for themselves? Suwon came to the third intersection. This intersection was bigger. But the direction to the gym was also no longer occupied, and Suan looked at the flower-filled road. Standing at this intersection is an old man, Hobson Peter. According to the information, Peter is 60 years old. He followed Hanks at an early age and was also deeply influenced by Hanks. Suan looked to Peter. Peter was well-maintained, looked and felt like he was in his early 50s, and was in good, youthful spirits. Suan greeted the elder politely. In the countryside, if it were not for the kindly village headman, without these older people, who still remember the old feelings of their parents and elders, I am afraid that I really could not survive for so many years. Therefore, Suan subconsciously honored the other party when he faced the elders. And Peter, facing Suan, made the same salute. Peter the man has a great personality, and according to the information Alice gave him, Peter's personality is as good as his piano music, full of sunshine and youthfulness. Peter greeted Suan enthusiastically. Mr. Suan, you really amaze me. Peter talked to Suan in broken Kyushu language, and it was obvious that the other party had studied the language of Kyushu beforehand, but was not proficient because the time was too short. Suan didn't make things difficult for the other party, and took the initiative to talk to Peter in the other party's native language. Mr. Peter, you're joking. It's just luck. Peter looked at Suan and laughed softly conversationally. Luck? Suan, there's no such thing as luck in the piano world. There's only one thing in the piano world, and that's talent. Look at me. Then already so old, still only standing outside the stadium gate, being a goalie, said Peter himself and had stifled a hearty laugh. He's talking about reality. Luke was not yet 40, but his talent was the strongest among Hank's many disciples, and even before Suan appeared, everyone thought that Hank's successor was Luke. Only Suan's appearance changed everyone's opinion. Suan smiled and didn't say anything. That wasn't a very good thing to take on his own. Instead, Peter said to himself, Suan, have you thought of a way to defeat me? To be honest, I didn't think I was going to lose until you beat Charlie so easily. Regarding Mr. Hank's comment, I actually really don't approve of it. And just so you know, I also have pride, and I don't think I'll lose to you, but not anymore. I just hope you don't win too easily and look like I'm losing face. Peter looked at Suan and joked in a very self-conscious manner, but at the same time, he really does think so. Through Charlie, Peter had confirmed that he could not defeat Suan. All he wanted now was not to lose too badly. Suan didn't say anything, but the two of them chatted with the crowd of onlookers, but they heard it clearly, and everyone sent out encouragement to Suan and Peter. For Suan had already completely overwhelmed them with 2 piano songs. Suan looked around, and the onlookers were looking at themselves with emotions written all over their faces. According to reason, even if Suan felt that he was stealing the works of his previous life, he should still be unable to contain his excitement and happiness in the face of this moment. But that look that Lu Ruyan gave herself, Suan couldn't forget it. Peter sensed that Suan didn't seem to have any desire to talk to him, and he didn't get angry. He just smiled as he sat down in front of the piano and took the initiative to introduce the piano that he was going to play next. Mr. Suan, I really think it's an honor to be on the same stage as you. I'd be honored to be your opponent. I think this should be the highlight of my life. Peter looked at Suan and smiled. The man, who was 60 years old, had spent the first half of his life draining his body of everything it had to offer. His talent for piano had long since been utilized, but he was never able to catch up with his teacher, not even Luke, a young man much younger than himself. Is Peter depressed? Sure, but he was also happy, just as Alice had described in the information she had given Suan. Peter is a very optimistic person with a nice sunshine-like personality. Peter felt from the bottom of his heart that if though could not be compared to those geniuses, but he's not so bad himself, he can afford to be and is honored to witness so much piano talent. More celebration. I am grateful to have been born in the same era as these geniuses and to have witnessed each other's excellent work. Peter looked at Suan and smiled. The piece I'm playing today is not one of my greatest hits. I'm ashamed to say that I've been feeling good for the past 2 days, and I've written a new tune. I didn't even think of a name until I met Mr. Suan. But now I want to be good. Let's call it Celebration. As Peter's words fell, cheers came from the people on the scene. Peter said it was no match for Suan, but it wasn't that simple for him to be the gatekeeper. The truth, as he rightly said, is that Peter is indeed no match for Luke, but Peter is just as accomplished. Many pianists are afraid they won't catch up with Peter in their lifetime. Only the man in front of Peter was too powerful. Hanks, the teacher, and Luke, a fellow teacher. These people were the most top-notch geniuses in the piano world, and Peter's talent really wasn't much compared to these people. But compared to other pianists, Peter was a mountain they couldn't climb. So, how could the crowd not be thrilled with an impromptu tune written by such a character? It takes a lot of time and effort for many pianists to create a new piece of music after they become famous. So many people look forward to it and expect their favorite pianist to create a new piece of music. And with Peter, who has a huge fan base, having a new tune, the crowd was naturally very excited. Peter smiled and greeted everyone, and when the crowd's voices gradually ceased, Peter got up and bowed ceremoniously first to Suwon, and then to the audience in all directions. He is grateful to have so many people like him. Likewise, I'm grateful to have grown up in a time when I was able to witness so many better pianists than myself. Along with Suwon's seating, Peter began to play Lucky, which had been composed in the past 2 days since. Peter plays the piano with flair. A lot of people play the piano either seriously or intoxicated and very early gloomy and sad. But Peter, he was smiling and playing the piano. It's a real full-on smile. From the heart. Peter's piano is also very light, and the sound of the piano is full of joy and celebration. Suwon listened attentively. He was certain that if Peter were in his own world, he would definitely be an era leader, and the piano world would be an existence that could open a separate page for him. The sound of his piano is very easy to resonate with, and it's easy to get into a pleasurable and happy mood, and it's a long piano piece, at nearly 8 minutes. That's a long time for a piano piece, and it's physically demanding to play. Playing the second half of the piece, although the tune had softened significantly, it still made Peter strain. Finally, Peter ends his strumming with a sweaty head. A round of applause as well as hoots and hollers ensued. Peter looked over at Suwon with some smugness in his eyes. This kind of smugness wasn't malicious towards Suwon. Instead it was as if it was like showing off like a longtime friend. The applause and cheers went on for a long time, and Peter smiled until everyone's applause ended. Because of Hank's influence, Peter is very conscious of his grooming. When the applause ended, everyone's eyes went to Suwon. This piano piece by Peter is very good, even going slightly beyond Peter's previous level. Peter was equally satisfied with the piano piece, and he looked at Suwon with a gaze full of curiosity. Suwon, what kind of tune are you going to play? Suwon looked at Peter. He knew very well that Peter had no ill intentions, so he smiled. What kind of tunes do you want to hear? Peter pondered for a moment. While I know you must have studied our tunes ahead of time and made adjustments to correspond, can you do me a favor though? Suwon nodded, signaling Peter to speak. Peter looked at Suwon, his face much more serious. I'd like to hear Mr. Suwon play a more upbeat song. I'm good at this kind of tune myself, so I want to see for myself that you beat me at what I do best. Me. Peter spoke earnestly and sincerely. Peter would really be quite sorry if Suwon beat himself with another song style. He knew very well that he was afraid that he was no longer qualified to engage in the same competition with Suwon again in the time to come. Mr. Hanks didn't even think he could beat Suwon, so what qualifications did he have to fight with Suwon on the same stage? Therefore, he simply had the cheek to hope that Suwon would grant himself this request. The audience at the scene, as well as the crowd in the live broadcast room, all looked at Suwon with curiosity. At this moment, the camera was pointed at Suwon, and Suwon's handsome face, from his initial dismay to his decisiveness when he finally agreed, were clearly displayed in front of everyone. Suwon nodded in agreement. This tune. Don't know too much about yourself, okay? Suwon's gaze went to Peter and he smiled. No problem, but it might take a little while. Everyone froze as they heard Suwon say this. It's not. Dude, you mean you're gonna do it on the spot? The showdown with Charlie just now was understandable and grudgingly accepted. After all, it's a top genius recognized by Hanks, and it's normal to have this strength, but it's enough for you to play once, right? And you want to create it live every time? Now everyone has a tangible perception of what Hanks said in his interview. Hanks had long known that Suwon was such a terrifying genius, which was why he had said that, and why he felt that Suwon had defeated his 4 disciples with ease. During the time Suwon sat in front of the piano, recalling the sheet music, not only the audience at the scene, but also the people watching this in the live broadcast room felt outrageous. Temporary creations? This nigga don't be too outrageous, okay? How much of a difference in their previous segments did the duo have to reach the point where Suwon felt that he could beat his opponent with his own improvised tune? Even Hanks, who was far away in Tianhai, couldn't laugh at the moment. Before Suwon beat Charlie with a makeshift arrangement, he could take it. When I was young, I felt that my talent was inexhaustible, and I could compose a good song almost every week. So Suwon improvised a tune that Hanks could live with, and it fit Suwon's image in his mind. That's what one recognizes as a top genius, isn't? But twice in a row, you wanted to compose piano music live. Even if you're talented, that's not how you play. It wasn't just the Hanks who went numb, the other pianists watching along went numb. They were both selected as one of the top 10 in the piano world. Against Hanks' protégé, these men were still confident they could be defeated, but it was absolutely impossible to defeat these 4 students of Hanks so easily, so effortlessly, like Suwon did. Even Hanks himself had to admit one thing. Even if he himself made an appearance, he wanted to defeat his 4 students so easily. difficulty. At the same time, he sat upright as Suan, who had just been silent for not quite 2 minutes, moved. Suan looked at Peter, who was looking at him expectantly, and smiled. Thought of a nice tune. I call it the March of Joy. March of Joy? Interesting. It is really interesting. Hank smiled as he looked at Suan's confident smile in the picture, and a smile spread across his aged face. Upbeat piano tunes are by far the most popular, and these types of tunes are actually not difficult, if not easy, to compose. In Hank's eyes, it only takes a slightly basic pianist to create it, but the easier it is to get started, the more challenging it is to do well. Peter is one of the best, and there are few comparisons to Peter in the entire piano world. Suan, on the other hand, was able to say that he had composed a piano song in just a few minutes. Hanks was curious as to what kind of piano music Suan could create that would dare to be compared to Peter on the spot. Hanks and the others in front of the television, their bodies also subconsciously sat upright, solemnly looking at Suan in the picture. This is the real showdown. Elsa looked at Suan and sighed from the bottom of her heart. In a few minutes' time, he said that he had composed a piano piece. How terrifying was this Suan guy's talent? To the side, Charlie nodded silently. These two hard-boiled brothers wanted Suan to lose. After all, they had lost too quickly. But even so, they still had no chance of winning when they recalled Suan's piano music. It's too strong. The strong senior siblings were convinced, without the slightest suspense of resistance. In their eyes, Suan was afraid that apart from his own teacher, there was no one else who could match him. Even senior brother Luke, whom they had favored the most at the beginning, was afraid that he didn't have a chance to turn the tables. But even so, they were filled with curiosity about the tune Suan had composed in a few minutes. Suan didn't keep everyone waiting too long as he recalled the simple tune. After playing 2 piano pieces, Suan's hands were on fire. Soon, a light, elf-like fluttering sound resounded through the streets of the intersection. Peter stared at Suan with wide, horrified eyes. No way. It's not. This kid. It's fucking genius. The tune. This lilting melody. This throbbing piano. Peter is numb. He wanted to laugh out loud, but at the moment Peter really couldn't. It was not a good feeling to be defeated by a young man in the area he was most skilled in. This kid. Peter looked at Suan, but his mind was a mess. Suan looked at Peter and smiled softly. Mr. Peter, how's it going? Suan's face wore a confident smile, and this piano piece was one of the few simple and easy to understand piano pieces by Grandmaster Chopin. But while simple, it's still a classic. That's what makes Chopin Moncler outlet store so scary. With something like a piano piece, it's simple to try to express a mood with multiple elements. But trying to express an emotion with simple elements, that's difficult. And Chopin can do it easily and with great ease. Along with Suan's words, before Peter could even open his mouth, the sound of overwhelming cheers came from the scene. No doubt about it, Suan captured the crowd with this piano piece. Hanks and the others in front of the TV looked more and more serious. Hanks got up and looked out the window. In fact, by this point, there was no need for him to read any further, because Luke is bound to lose. As his favorite student, how had Hanks not trained the other as his successor? But, Luke's talent, while strong, wasn't enough in Hank's eyes. It's only a matter of time before Luke becomes one of the top 10 men in the top emotional world. But he's definitely not going to be the first of the 10. Luke the disciple is a weakened version of himself. Hanks had thought about trying to change the boy Luke after he realized his faults. Failed. The kid's temper and brain are as scary as his talent. In these first 3 piano pieces, the boy Suan hadn't really used his full strength when he defeated his own disciple at all. Even when faced with Peter the disciple, Suan continued to face him with a playful mindset, compose a score on the spot and write a piano piece on the spot. Hanks didn't always have the guts to do it when he was young and at his most youthful for a while. After all, even if he had wanted to at the time, it would have been one thing if he could have written it himself on the spot. That's the gap. And Suan didn't just write 2 songs one after the other on the spot, but he won both of them. Hanks felt confident that he could win. Shaken. That old man who was far away in Kyoto City put down the documents in his hands at this moment and leaned back to sit in front of the sofa, looking at the teenager in the camera with a grave expression. The Suan in the picture was not only very handsome, but also showed his talent in front of hundreds of thousands of people. The old man's gaze was deep as he looked at Suan in the picture. Even an old man had to praise Suan for making it this far. Killed from inside a rural village and as an orphan. Can he be bad with a guy like that? As it turns out, he's not that bad and is quite horribly talented. But even so, the old man still wants to see it. If Suan could defeat Hanks, then the thing that his granddaughter had said, he himself would do his best to help her do it in his lifetime. Scene. Along with the gradual increase in the temperature of the site, the atmosphere of the site became more enthusiastic. Suan looked at Peter in front of him. Peter shook his head and smiled bitterly. Tell the truth. He's a little upset. Still got seconds himself. Suwon seconds himself in just one piano song. Peter took a deep breath and looked at Suwon and said sincerely, "You monster." "Huh?" Suwon looked at Peter with a blank expression. Peter had to explain. "I've never seen someone so scary. At first I asked you to compose piano music. It was actually a joke. I didn't think you could actually do it." Peter sighed and walked over to Suwon, looking at him in a serious tone. "Kid, when the sparring session is over, a few of us must have a good drink. For one thing I want to apologize. Letting you write a piece on the spot is actually a huge advantage for me. And even if I win, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in the piano world anymore." Suwon rubbed his nose. He felt that the other party was talking a bit seriously. After all, he was the one who was really hanging the wall. Peter didn't know that much as he looked at Suwon and continued. "The second thing is to do a brother a favor." Peter looked at Suwon with an extraordinarily serious expression. And Suwon couldn't help but nod at him. "Help a brother beat that Luke kid hard. I started later. And this kid doesn't respect the old at all. Relying on his talent to call himself a big brother all day long. Beat him. Help me beat him hard." Peter adjusted his mind and laughed softly. Most of what he said was a joke. Or Peter couldn't have actually said it in front of so many people. Instead, it was Suwon. Instead, he nodded seriously and looked at Peter before him, gravely as he stared at him in dismay. "Don't worry. No problem." The crowd at the scene erupted in laughter as they listened to the duo's jokes. Peter also just thought Suwon was joking and didn't care. Instead he smiled. "Just do your best." Peter then pointed to the road in front of him. "You can walk right in from here. Do you need a break? Originally we expected that you'd be lucky to beat us by 12 noon. But I didn't realize it was only a mere hour later that you'd fucked us over." Peter couldn't be happy at the thought of being beaten by a piano song by Suwon. This kid is just too scary. One song for one person. It feels like even the teacher is not that easy. Suwon followed Peter's finger to the magnificent gymnasium in front of him. The perimeter of the stadium was packed with people at the moment. There were people everywhere, all wanting to hear these top piano virtuosos. Suwon was silent for a moment and shook his head. "No." Peter frowned slightly and looked at Suwon admonishingly. "Suwon, think about it. Luke's quite a bit stronger than me. Not that I think he can beat you, but you beat 3 of us in a row, and it's unfair for you to have come so far." Suwon shook his head and said softly, "I'm a little hungry and want to finish early. I haven't had breakfast yet." Arrogant. But this kid Suwon does have the capital to be arrogant. If I hadn't seen the live broadcast, I would have thought that Suwon was pretending, that it was a layman who didn't know anything who was talking out of his ass. But I watched the live broadcast, and I watched it at 6 p.m., so all I can say is that Suwon is an honest man. Has not eaten breakfast yet. Suwon, this kid is a little young. Luke is an ordinary person. From the strength of the strength, to be far more powerful than Peter them. The western side also gave each other a small Hanks nickname. Little Hanks? It's you. Little Hanks. That's the one you're hitting. Not angry? If you're not angry, you're still a young man. Suwon is bound to win. What do you dangling hairs know? It's Hanks who should be scared now. The fact that Suwon has made it this far proves that he's no worse than Hanks in the slightest. Indeed, this Suwon guy's talent is too scary. I still had faith in Hanks before, but now I see that Shin. According to Suwon's character, there was no way he would say something like that. What really made him say that was something Alice had inadvertently revealed to herself while reading up on these guys the other day. After Alice had sent Suwon the information at that time, she was worried that Suwon wouldn't be able to read it, so she purposely explained it at the side. These pianists, technically, were still friends of their own, so Alice naturally knew them very well. As the strongest of the 4, Luke, Suwon naturally had the most inquiries about him, so he was the one Suwon and Alice talked about the most. After talking more, Alice couldn't help but brag that this man named Luke had even pursued her. Alice's intention was to show off her charms. Luke the man was also good looking and had a good temperament, and his family history was even less impressive. One of the top syndicates. In terms of status, Luke is not much worse than Alice. Suwon didn't say anything. Looking at the photo, the guy was still quite young, but when Suwon deliberately inquired about the other person's age, he silently made a note of this guy. 30-something. How old is Alice? 20-something. And a little younger than myself. You've got your hands on such a little girl. Luke, you boys are shameless. Suwon's purpose was simple when he came here today. The others countless for. But this Luke himself had to convince him. You dare to hit on your own sister Alice. You old boy is shameless. That's why Suwon wasn't prepared to rest at all. With one purpose in mind. Fuck this kid. Make sure you fuck this kid into submission. Peter saw Suwon appraisal look, but also really think that Suwon hungry. Said with a light smile. It's okay, you can totally eat first, and when you're completely rested, Suan interrupted. We'll eat after my match with Mr. Luke, Suan said seriously, then walked alone towards the road paved with flowers and carpets. According to the rules, no one else can accompany you on this last route. Next, it was Suan all by himself, and at that moment, the crowd poured into the gymnasium. Suan, who had competed in 3 consecutive matches, even if he was willing to go straight to the last match, the organizers needed to consider the emotions of the audience. Upon entering the stadium, Suan was taken inside the restroom, and perhaps Suan's words had just been overheard. As soon as Suan entered the restroom, the inside of the room consisted of a table full of food. Even worried that Suan wouldn't be able to get used to eating, all of the 9 major cuisines of Kyushu were available, and in the center were still the most distinctive things from Yangchang. Soup. Though looking at the large table of food he sighed. Waste. It was true he hadn't eaten this morning, but he wasn't that hungry now. However, he was also aware that he might have to waste these meals if he didn't eat them, so Suan still sat down and simply tried a few bites, ending up with a few large bowls of Yangchang soup. Suan's side had just finished eating when there was a knock on the door of the room inside his lounge. Before Suan could reply, the door to the room was pushed open. Mr. Yao rushed in with a large group of excited people. As soon as he came in, Mr. Yao couldn't wait to rush towards Suan. I could tell that if it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Yao was followed by too many people, Mr. Yao would have had to take advantage of himself ruthlessly. Suan calmed the emotional Mr. Yao and smiled as he looked at the people behind Mr. Yao. Together with Mr. Yao, there are 5 of them. Suan hadn't been unaware of these people at first, but when he calmed down and took a closer look, there were 2 women and 3 men among the 5. The other young woman and man among them should be the sister and brother-in-law that Mr. Yao mentioned before. Both of these people Suan had an impression. He had investigated each other's information and was sitting in an office in Kyoto City. It was just that Suan, who hadn't come into contact with official personnel in either of his 2 lives, didn't know what level Yao Qinglian's sister and brother-in-law were at. But Suan knew the other 2 men, and it's familiar. Sheepskins number 1 and number 2. Suan hurriedly put down his chopsticks and took the initiative to get up and walk towards the duo. The duo smiled and signaled Suan not to be nervous. They were merely coming over to take a look at Suan. And by the way, if Suan wanted anything, they could just ask, and they officially did their best to cooperate. Suan shook his head. The official preparations are all good, not to mention the fact that right now Suan just wants to beat Luke and leave with Alice. It is better to go to Tianhai or to remain in Yangchang. None of it matters. Suan thought about it, but decided not to contact Lu Ruyan and the girls for the time being. After he and Hanks cut a deal themselves, they left. Suan didn't want to gamble, nor was he willing to do so. This time it wasn't because of Ryu Wanhwa. Rather, Suan didn't want to bet that he wouldn't be attracted to Ruyan Lu. Suan, you've given us a big surprise. The Goat City number 1 looked at Suan and said in surprise, 3 wins in a row. And Suan is still the world's top pianist. This cut alone has brought tons of attention to Sheepshead, and it's gone global. For the city of Sheepshead, this is all a moment of historic memory. So number 1 and number 2 hadn't pressed the corners of their mouths down since Suan had won the first game. After all, it's a very good score for the 2 of them as well. On top of that, Suan as a person was even more worthy of letting them befriend him. There is no doubt that Suan has now officially entered the ranks of the world's top pianists, defeating 3 top pianists in a row. After today, Suan's name would resound throughout the world. Suan just smiled in response to the duo's praise. On the surface, Suan looked very calmly chatting with the 2 top figures, but in reality, Suan was actually panicking internally at the moment. The status of these 2 people, no matter in that world, was the topmost group of people in the world, and today he was actually able to chat with them and was able to receive such an honor. It would be false for Suan to say that he wasn't thrilled, but he was even more aware that he couldn't offend the 2 in front of him even if he didn't say anything at the moment. Yao Qinglian, who was on the side, watched her favorite man talk to the 2 official figures so calmly, and the smile on her face never suppressed. This is the man he sees himself as. So good, so stunning. Yao Qinglian and the others also knew that Suan's most important thing was to rest, and a few people didn't bother Suan too much, and after chatting for a few moments and instructing Suan to be sure to talk to them if he needed anything, Yao Qinglian urged the crowd to leave. Originally, Yao Qinglian wanted to exhort Suan for a few moments, at least encouraging Suan, but as she keenly noted the weariness on Suan's face, Yao Qinglian gave Suan an encouraging look before turning to leave. Suan nodded with her and sat down at the table, quietly contemplating her next plan. Luke sure is strong, but it shouldn't be as powerful as Master Shao. He still had a few more finale songs of his own, which Suan had originally prepared to save for Hanks, but now Suan didn't mind using them. It's not like he's losing to Hanks for real anyway, rather how to face Ruyan Lu. After sending off a few big shots, Suan sat down in front of the dining table and pondered his next plan in silence. Alice couldn't stay forever. Sooner or later she had to go back to the West. Suwon really didn't have much interest in the West. He didn't want to go there at all. Much of his coddling of Alice now was due to the fact that Suwon knew full well that sooner or later the brother and sister would have to go their separate ways. Maybe in the future Alice will come over to Kyushu again because of her feelings for herself. But what about once she's married? Will Alice ever want to come back? Obviously this is very unrealistic. And for the duo, the relationship is at its purest right now. The duo's online relationship erupts after meeting. And now Alice doesn't have a family of her own, so naturally the focus can be on herself. But the future can be a different story. As for himself, the future was definitely going to be in Kyushu. Piano music remembers quite a bit on its own, but it should never be the main focus of the piano. Suwon was well aware of the gap between himself and these top pianists. The playing technique and finger feel. It's not something you can compare yourself to. Piano things Suwon at best will only occasionally take out to pretend on the line. His future focus is still to be placed elsewhere. For example, librarian. This post is just awesome. Of course Suwon knew that wasn't realistic. That's a college degree all by itself. Suwon knew exactly how much he weighed. The days of being a duck were completely over. And Suwon didn't want to work his oldest brother any harder. It's too hard. Thinking about those gray days, Suwon couldn't help but apologize to his oldest brother. I'm sorry brother. I'm really sorry brother. He had hosted countless people and naturally knew exactly what was weighing on his oldest brother. After all, not every customer is pretty and in shape. Most of his clients are women over 30. The words like a wolf, like a tiger are never a joke. So after Suwon was reborn, he tried his best to study and learn. Study. But even so, he still hadn't rolled over that group of top students and hadn't been admitted to the topmost school in Kyushu. That's why Suwon knew exactly how much he weighed. One is merely standing on the shoulders of giants and is essentially an ordinary person. If he wanted to lie flat for the rest of his life just by relying on these things, Suwon felt that it was impossible, and that he couldn't hide himself from everyone by standing under the silver screen. Once the body is lost, Suwon didn't even dare to think about what would happen to him. But Suwon listened to the faint sound of cheering outside the door. It was tens of thousands of people cheering in anticipation. Suwon could care less about winning or losing with Elsa, Peter, Charlie and a few others. But this Luke, the guy who likes old cows. Damn it! The old man's former generation was a tender calf eating old grass all his life. And his stomach ate it all up. You're trying to eat your own sister's grass right in front of your face. Suwon straightened his clothes. Defeat Luke first, then cut a deal with Hanks. If you can win, win. If you can't, forget it. Hanks's status and talent, at least in Chopin, shall big master flush. Suwon studied Hanks. Very clear that this old man also has not bad talent and horrible perseverance. So he knows very well that Hanks' achievement, even in the previous life, that is a character that can be put together with Master Shao. Suwon glanced at the time. Almost there. There was a knock on the door and a group of makeup artists rushed in. This was the makeup artist that Alice had prepared for herself, and Suwon patched up her makeup and organized her clothes before heading to the stage under the guidance of the staff. This last cut was divided into two parts, entertainment and formal. Suwon guessed that it was because the stadium sold tickets, and if he and Luke just played one random song and split the difference, the audience would be cursing after realizing that they had worked so hard to buy the tickets to hear two piano songs. That's why the official side has prepared a special entertainment match for Suwon and Luke. The recreational tournament is divided into 3 games, one piano piece at a time. It can be imitated or original. Of course the main thing was to mobilize the atmosphere of the scene, and also side by side to show their respective strengths in preparation for the next formal duel. Suwon was brought to the stage by the staff. There is a piano on each side of the stage. Both pianos are black and both are Steinways. And this time, an impromptu moderator appeared. Suwon glanced at the other party, a host who was very hot in this world and very popular with the young people. At the moment, Suwon and Luke were not far away, and both of them could clearly see each other. Luke looked at Suwon with a face full of gravity, and when he saw Suwon looking over, he gave Suwon a response full of friendliness and respect. But Suwon's response made him a little puzzled. Suwon, he slowly raised his middle finger. Alice, who was not far from the stage, immediately covered her mouth and snickered when she saw the scene. The public, of course, has no idea what this means. After all, the meaning of the middle finger hasn't caught on in this world yet. But Alice had grown up with Suwon, and Suwon had instilled Alice with a lot of things from her past life. For Suwon, he was trying to cultivate someone with whom he could share a common language. But for Alice, Suwon was just showing his talent in front of her, which was why Alice had always admired and adored Suwon so much. As for why Suwon was so hostile to Luke, whom he had never met, hey, of course, it's because Alice inadvertently revealed to her brother that Luke was pursuing her. On stage, The hosts and the audience looked at Suan with some bewilderment, including Luke. Obviously, everyone was unclear as to what Suan's gesture meant. Suan didn't explain and silently lowered his middle finger to shed a smile on the camera. To be able to raise his middle finger in front of so many people, Suan had already gathered enough courage. This kind of occasion is not at all on the same level as the orientation party inside the school. Yao Qinglian said that there were close to 100,000 people at the scene. Suan wasn't sure if there were or not, but he could be sure that all of them were people as far as his eyes could see. Densely packed with people. Densely packed with heads. All of these people were looking at themselves. All of these people's center of gravity was themselves. So one could imagine how much pressure Suan was under. But Suan wasn't shy about facing Luke. After the host briefly said a few words, he announced the start of the cutscene in Suan's somewhat dazed realization. The cut of the first song is simple. The duo each plays a tune, and whoever has the loudest and longest live cheers wins. Suan looked at Luke. Luke didn't understand what Suan's gesture to himself just now meant though, but he was still confident in himself. Luke's hotness itself was high, and just the fact that more than 30% of the scene was foreigners proves how large the pianist's fanbase is abroad. Perhaps because several foreign pianists had played first in the previous 3 sessions, the host asked Luke to take the lead. Suan didn't really care. There were advantages and disadvantages to being first, and Suan sat down in front of the piano, contemplating which hot piano song he should perform next. After the moderator announced the start, the place went into a frenzy. Countless people shouted Luke's name, not just foreigners, but many Kishuans who were also Luke's fans. The cheers and roars of nearly 100,000 people made Suan feel like the air in front of him was vaguely boiling. Luke seemed to be accustomed to this kind of big scene. Without the slightest bit of fear on his face, he smiled lightly and sat down confidently in front of the piano after greeting everyone. After waiting for a while, the cheering on the floor slowly subsided. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning at the moment, and the weather in Sheepshead had begun to heat up. Suan looked around. There was water vapor as well as the air conditioner running on all fronts. The duo on the stage didn't feel any heat at all. It wasn't until the sounds of the scene had completely died down that Luke began to play. Bang! There was a blast of sound as Luke slammed his hands on the black and white keys, followed by a sharp piano sound. The piano is bombastic and catchy. Suan couldn't help but flare up. Luke's reputation as the most gifted pianist is not an empty one. According to publicly available information and the details of Alice's investigation, Luke's best skill is actually soft and lyrical piano music. His style has always been characterized by subtlety, and rarely does he play with such wide-open passion. But Luke's talent is enough to hold up his grip on any piano piece. Piano pieces with a bit of passion may not be Luke's forte, but there's nothing bad about what Luke plays. Top pianist. Is this what top pianists are made of? Suan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his previous life, he had always heard about whoever played piano music well and was a genius, and Suan didn't even really understand it. It's just a matter of playing the same song in a set order. What's talented about that? But it wasn't until he was actually in this world to good pianist that he realized that it wasn't the same. It's really different. After all, to be sought after and loved by so many rich people, these so-called artists, pianists naturally have their own strengths. Those rich people aren't stupid. After listening to these people play live, Suan realized that there was an unbridgeable gap between himself and them. The current version of himself can make up for this part of the gap by virtue of the excellence of his tunes. But once he has officially stepped into the industry, he will know how huge an effort it will take to make up for this gap. Luke was a forgetful player, and tens of thousands of people in the audience looked at Luke with excitement. Obviously, Luke's piano piece was undoubtedly a success, because after Luke finished playing the piano, the place really boiled over. The cheers of the nearly 100,000 people on the scene caused the entire stadium to start shaking. The kind of cheers that pressed in all directions, a feeling that was like falling into the deep sea, all over the body. Luke stood up and thanked the crowd in all directions. Suan looked at Luke and fell into silence. This guy has real power. Luke gave Suan a much more terrifying sense of oppression than Elsa and the others. No wonder he's being touted as Hank's most suitable heir. This Luke kid has real strength in his body. At least Suan really felt a wave of pressure. Luke finished playing and gazed over at Suan. At this moment, in the background of the crowd's clamor, Luke's smiling look at Suan really made Suan understand that he should never belittle anyone in this world just because he had the knowledge of his previous life. They're not NPCs. They're people. Of the billions of people in this world, the top of this is not in any way inferior to the top of the previous world. Suan took a deep breath and tried to keep his mind calm. The more the time came, the less he could afford to panic. He had to remain calm and collected. After a while, the clamor gradually subsided. But there were still a lot of people still chanting Luke's name and encouragement for him. Suan wasn't in a hurry. He was calmly looking at the scene at the moment. The pressure is indeed there, And it's not small, but would one lose? It won't. Can't lose either. Losing to Hanks himself is acceptable, but losing to Hanks' protege? No way. Absolutely not. A tune came to Suan's mind and he calmly looked at Luke. This time he still chose to raise his middle finger. None other. On the matter of this old boy trying to woo Alice, he couldn't lose. Applause and cheers end. Suan couldn't look at the time displayed on the big screen, and the cheer lasted for 10 minutes. Many people were shouting so desperately that their voices became muffled. Suan was worried about their mental state. Were these guys the legendary true fans? Too crazy. The moment. After the cheering ended, everyone's gazes coincidentally looked toward Suan. Now the pressure came on Suan. Luke's performance was absolutely perfect, both in the quality of the piano piece and the way he played it. This kind of letting is put in the previous life. Suan gave the qualification of turning over the piano sheet. Did not expect to be able to compete with him on the same stage now. Suan gathered his spirit and bowed to the crowd to express his gratitude. Unexpectedly, after Suan got up, the scene unexpectedly erupted with equally loud cheers, and even Hank got up and took the initiative to applaud and encourage Suan. Luke looked at Suan with some excitement and anticipation, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was really curious as to what kind of surprise this teenager in front of him would bring him, but there was no fear in Luke's eyes. His confidence came from his own skill. For Luke, Suan was really strong and scary, but Luke wasn't afraid. Everyone called him Little Hanks. Luke is proud of this nickname, so he's going to have to come out with the strength and confidence to match. He could lose to Suan, but he definitely couldn't be easily defeated by Suan like his own junior siblings. Suan sat down with a bitter smile. Suan, who was experiencing this kind of occasion for the first time, was a bit embarrassed. After all, Suan was too embarrassed to sit down until the cheering below stopped. But when everyone saw that Suan wouldn't sit down, they didn't stop cheering. The scene was a bit awkward for a while. It wasn't until Suan realized what was going on that he hurriedly sat down. Luke on the opposite side didn't laugh at Suan because of this. Instead, his heart grew more and more respectful and wary of Suan. Without anyone's guidance and direction, Suan was able to come this far. How terrifying was this guy's talent and perseverance. He had naturally investigated Suan's information. He was well aware of how great it was for someone who lived in such dire straits, someone who had nothing to fall back on, to insist on saving up and donating money under such circumstances. What's more, he also borrowed bits and pieces of time to hone his piano skills to the point where he could spar with his teacher. What a terrifying talent! What a demonic willpower! As Suan sat down, the sound of laughter on the scene gradually ceased. As Suan breathed a sigh of relief, his expression began to grow serious. The piano piece he played was not a very difficult or deep piano piece, but it's definitely hot. At least it was much hotter than that piano piece Luke was playing, because the piano piece Suan played was the piano version of The Best of Me. The song isn't considered much of a burner. After all, there are 2 more to follow, but it should be enough to face that piano song of Luke's. Until the scene quieted down, Suan loosened the cuffs of his suit, then took off his jacket, revealing the pure white shirt inside. Suan craned his neck a bit, realizing that it was still a bit uncomfortable, and then rolled up his sleeves and unbuttoned a few buttons on the upper portion of his shirt, exposing part of his chest. This produced no small amount of cheering in the audience. After all, Suan is really handsome. It's so fucking awesome. A handsome guy taking off his lab coat in front of you is like a beautiful woman taking off her clothes in front of you. For guys, who wouldn't be excited? Especially since Suan's face definitely counts as a ceiling character. Many people only cared about looks. Even if you were uneducated and didn't even know the words, you could be honored as a teacher by many people. Let alone Suan, who had both looks and character as far as talent was concerned. The fact that he's sitting here is a testament to his talent. Suan felt that the restraints on his body were much smaller, and a touch of relief flowed inside his eyes. 2 formal clothes he was really a bit uncomfortable in. Instead he was much more comfortable as he was now. Suan placed his hands on the black and white keys, his eyes looking down at the stage. Because this stage was large, the scene was even smaller, and although Alice was seated in the front row, Suan was still some distance away from him. Suan watched Alice raise her head and let out a deep breath. Then, without warning, his hands began to dance wildly. How can a bombastic piano piece prove to be literally played? Suan's hands flew and danced on top of the piano piece. The sound of exploding pianos echoed throughout the scene. Nearly 100,000 people at the scene stared at Suan with wide eyes. Impossible. It's just not possible. This piano piece by Suan is just so combustible. This piano song broke the crowd's perception of Suan. Suan's songwriting style is actually quite gentle and realistic. Whether it's Destiny or Cosmos and those piano songs, the style is considered soft. None of the crowd had ever heard Suan play any bombastic piano music, so it was natural to think that even if Suan could play well, he probably couldn't match Luke. But after a piano song came out, everyone was silenced by Su Angan. They stared at Suan on the big screen in front of them with wide-eyed dead eyes. In the picture, Suan is playing piano music like a madman, and those who see the scene can't help but follow Suan and the notes in their hearts. Excitement. This emotion wasn't just the audience at the scene. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also looking at Suan excitedly at the moment. This piano piece is just so combustible. That piano piece by Luke is hot. But it's still a far cry from Suan. Although they weren't there, they were sure that Suan's piano piece could have been the best in terms of mobilizing the atmosphere to Luke's piano piece. And the piano piece Luke plays is a flop. The piano piece was created by someone before him, and this is a cover by Luke. But Suan is different. Suan is positively original. It's impossible for this piano piece not to catch fire wherever it appears. Although Suan didn't say it, the audience at the scene knew it very well. Here's another original. Luke was at a loss. He suddenly realized that he really couldn't understand Suan. He couldn't understand it at all. How is that possible? How could anyone be better than their teacher? How could Suan create this level of piano music with his hands? Even if it's your own teacher. Luke subconsciously took out his teacher and compared him to Suan, but he suddenly thought of something, and then his eyes widened as he looked at Suan. Before the match, Hanks made a special phone call to Luke. The old man, who has been respected all his life, has never bowed down to nearly anyone, and has never allowed his students to bow down in front of their peers. But for the first time, the ever-confident Hanks shows his lack of confidence in front of his most trusted protege. The purpose of Hanks' call to Luke was simple and centered on one sentence. Lose to him. Don't feel ashamed. Suan finished playing in one breath and breathed a long sigh of relief, then got up to thank everyone as the crowd cheered. Suan's voice was noticeably louder and more persistent than Luke's, although Suan had always been bigger and more durable than his peers. At this moment, Suan also really used a surge of pride. This feeling is really fascinating. No wonder so many people are obsessed with being a star. This feeling is indeed not something ordinary people can understand. That feeling of being noticed, affirmed, and recognized almost made Suan lose control of his emotions. For Suan, who had been an orphan in both of his lives, this kind of spiritual fulfillment really fascinated him. A huge countdown appeared on the stage behind Suan. For what it's worth, the enthusiastic atmosphere was no worse than Luke's cheers, and the crowd was even more excited and frantic. Suan could even see a number of women cheering hideously for him. Amidst the cheers, Suan's gaze was suddenly attracted to a silhouette. Ryu Ruyan. The joy on Suan's face suddenly froze, because he saw the way Ruyan Lu was cheering for himself. Suan was slightly away from her at the moment, and he was unable to see the expression on Ruyan Lu's face clearly. But Suan suddenly remembered the time when Lu Ruyan went up to the stage to receive the award as a representative of the faculty during a meeting at his school. At that time he was a common student himself. Inside his own village, he was the only person who had been admitted to Tianhai University in the nearby hundreds of kilometers for 10 years or so. Although both of his parents were gone, Suan's attitude towards him inside the village was obviously different after he got into Tianhai. Everyone respected him from the bottom of their hearts, and often took the initiative to send him food, and were more friendly and kind to Suan. But in Tianhai University, there are thousands of such students every year, and there were no less than 100 people in the same situation as Suan, from poor families, who had gotten in by their own efforts. But even so, Lu Ruyan was like a bright pearl, radiating the light that belonged to her in the crowd. At that time Suan felt that he was afraid that he would never have the chance to have contact with someone like Lu Ruyan in his life, because Lu Ruyan does not seem to need his help to run errands. Takeout she does not eat. Courier delivery. It is said to be Lu Ruyan's father sent in. As for the errand chores, not to mention letting Lu Ruyan give the errand fee, even if Lu Ruyan put the word out, backward 100 are lined up to do. But today, the two seem to have swapped places. Suan is now standing on the stage, shining brightly. Moreover, Suan didn't need to rely on the family behind him, nor did he rely on his own parents. He relied entirely on his own strength and came to this point step by step. Both Ruyan Lu and Suan knew very well that if Suan really wanted to end their relationship, at this moment, Ruyan Lu no longer had any power of resistance. The moment, Suan and Lu Ruyan's hearts were equally complicated. Tenkai. Hanks let out a deep sigh as he listened to the piano sounds coming out of the scene. Sure enough, correct with his own guesses, this child Suan's could completely crush his four disciples. No doubt about it. Every tune Suan played today was an original. In the eyes of these top pianists of theirs, it was certain that all these compositions created by Suan were of world-class caliber, or close to it. Whether it was used for business or for appreciation, Suan completely had enough qualifications. But Suan is not without weaknesses. Hanks and the crowd of pianists knew one thing very well. Even Elsa, as well as Luke, they were well aware of it. Suan didn't play it right. A lot of it is wrong. A lot of the notes are either slow, fast, or miss half a beat. They believed that Suan must have known about it, just from the proficiency and skill of playing the piano. Suan was no match for them at all. Is Suan demons in this place? It's Suan who doesn't seem to have played a single song over and over since his debut, and these tunes are on the wrong side of the first-class level, if not higher. He was like an inexhaustible reservoir of material, with a seemingly endless supply of inspiration inside his head. They admire just that. No matter how strong the opponent is, Suan always comes up with a piano piece that is even stronger than the opponent. Starting with To Alice and followed by this unknown piano piece. Suan may have prepared the tune in advance, but Suan was able to prepare so many piano compositions in such a short period of time. And this book is a gift they can't surpass. Even Hanks has to admit it from the bottom of his heart. Suan was a near-invincible presence at this point. Strong. It's just too strong. Hanks looked to his old buddy. It was an old friend who had followed him on the campaign trail for years, and Hanks had accompanied himself on every important occasion since he became famous. This sparring session with Suan was naturally no exception. But, I'm afraid that my old buddy, who has always been there to win, is going to have to suffer once in a while. Hanks was certain that Luke, while he could put a little pressure on Suan, couldn't threaten him. There was absolutely no way to test Suan's true strength. Suan should have prepared quite a few piano pieces, maybe more than that. There may be more subtle piano pieces. Hanks is indifferent to winning or losing. But Hanks cares if he can pull the rug out from under Suan. He wants to know, Suan, what are the limits of what this guy has created? Does he have any more amazing tunes in his hands than Destiny? Suan looked at the fiery atmosphere of the scene and slowly began to look a little embarrassed. It's not. Almost got it. Luke's cheers were 10 minutes loud, but his own cheers lasted a hard 15 minutes. And the scene wasn't over yet. As the off-camera crowd followed suit, Suan was helpless, but he couldn't say anything, and could only bow while signaling that it was okay. But perhaps it was because they heard a piano song that many people liked, and surprisingly everyone got more enthusiastic. Suan's brain grew a little big as he listened to the overwhelming cheers. It didn't matter to him. Does that hurt Luke too much? Suan looked to Luke. This old man sat silent and contemplative in front of the piano at the moment. Suan didn't know what was going on with the other party and didn't care. The kid doesn't realize that this is just an appetizer. Through the previous match, Suan understood Luke's skills pretty much. The opponent was strong. So strong that he might come to the end and use the bottom card he had prepared. But that's okay. There are many more undercards of their own. He can't lose here anyway. Losing to Hanks in Tian Hai, Suan would be absolutely fine. But losing to Luke, the old boy himself, his old sister, might be gone. Luke's face gaped. His mood was heavy as he looked at Suan. There was nothing worse than this for him. This Suan fellow's strength was far beyond his imagination. The piano piece bursts into flames more than he could have imagined. They had all learned of the cutthroat competition 3 days ago, just like Suan, so everyone had prepared for the same amount of time, and there wouldn't be no one who had taken any advantage of it. Suan was still very young. His experience and seniority was a joke compared to them, but even so Suan still prepared so many tunes within 3 days. Perhaps many people think that the 4 top pianists have been famous for a long time, and a lot of information is publicly available, although there will be a slight difference, but definitely not too much. Suan could know the styles and habits of these pianists in advance and make targeted preparations. And who thought of the pressure Suan faced when he was facing 4 pianists alone? And 4 pianists with different styles at that? The 4 of them have different styles and idioms, and different compositions for which they are famous, and that alone would make it difficult for more than 99% of pianists. Not to mention competing with them, I'm afraid it would be difficult to face them. But what about Suan? The first 3 piano pieces in different styles do not reveal any embarrassment at all, but rather give an extremely relaxed feeling, especially now. An original and in no way less original than the piano piece he had just played. This guy, how the hell did that happen? Luke looked at the young Suan and unexpectedly bowed respectfully to him. It's about honoring the strong. Luke completely let go of the prejudice against Suan in his heart. He had previously thought that although Suan had talent, he had very little experience, and although powerful, he was not invincible. But now Luke realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. People had always thought that Suan's experience was not strong. But I'm afraid that no one knew what he had gone through in these 20 years that Suan had gone through. An orphan child with no father or mother. This journey has been unimaginable. And how much experience he has gained over the years and how many unknown piano compositions. Luke looked at Suan with complex thoughts in his eyes. But most Luke, as the winner of 3 consecutive world piano competitions. Luke, the youngest recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award appointed by the World Piano Council. Recipient of the Rockard Prize for the Art of the Pianist. The youngest piano professor at the Royal Western Academy of Piano. As well, a protege of Hanks. the world's #1 in piano. Luke picks up his honor and confidence again after his bow. A surge of courage welled up inside him. Defeat him. Luke felt it. As long as he could defeat Suan, he could take that step himself. It could be one of the top 10 pianos in the world. Luke looked at Suan, his gaze growing more and more determined and resolute. Suan, is the boy seriously ill? Why are you suddenly bowing to me and suddenly doing this? This girl can't be seriously ill. Or is that just the way Westerners like it? Suan pondered in wonder. But he wasn't sure about the habits and etiquette of these Westerners, and he bowed to Luke in style to show his respect. If this kid was in his past life, he would be a piano expert like Lang Lang. He is indeed very strong. It's just that the vision wasn't very good and picked such a rival as himself. Right. Character, this kid is no good either. Trying to woo Alice at such a young age. Ridiculous. Make sure you kill all your self-confidence today. Let your boy hit on Alice. Suan's mood was a little heavy as he thought about the information that Alice had investigated. Luke's background isn't simple. He's got a world-class plutocracy behind him. The kind of copycat plutocrats that have been passed down for centuries. But people like that can't be mad at themselves for cutting and not being able to beat them. That would be too shameless not to. A big family has to be a big family, right? Suan thought somewhat sheepishly. Specifically, or wait to rest and ask Alice later. Suan was certainly not afraid, but worried. Worried that he wouldn't offend the family behind Luke. The kid couldn't afford to play at retaliating against Alice's family. That host took the stage again after both sides finished the first song of the competition. The other party was very knowledgeable and didn't do much elaboration, and after a brief chat, he handed the stage over to Suan and Luke. She knew very well that Suan and Luke were the protagonists of this cutthroat competition, and if too much stole the limelight from the duo, whether it's Suan, who is bound to rise to prominence, or Luke, who is already the world's piano virtuoso, she can be turned back into a normal human being. The facilitator doesn't want to take any chances and is not willing to take any. Not to mention that as a spectator, witnessing these two masters sparring made her blood boil. Terrible. Both are frighteningly strong. Both Luke, who has long been a star, and Suan, who has risen to prominence as a rookie. And both of these guys have the crowd going crazy. Especially since the scene was mostly filled with Kyushu viewers. Most of them actually felt from the bottom of their hearts to let Suan win in the face of him and this native countryman. Moderator down. The pressure immediately went to Suan and Luke's heads. To ensure fairness, this time it was Suan who took the lead in playing the piano. Suan let out a small sigh as he listened to the cheers after the host announced the end. He tilted his head back to look at the warm sky above him. Suan said softly, "The next piano piece I play is titled Weatherchild." Suan finished looking over at Luke as he remembered Luke's tribute to the live audience earlier, rebowing to everyone before playing. Luke and the audience were a little unsure. Isn't Suan tired? Subsequent bowing? However, no one questioned or reminded Suan, and the crowd quietly stared at Suan as he bowed in turn. And when Suan sat down again, he didn't know if it was coincidence or luck. The originally bright skies suddenly windy. Suan didn't think much of it as he felt the change in the weather. Sheepscot is on the coast, a short distance from the sea, and the weather itself is unpredictable, but one should be able to tackle Luke before it rains. Suan sat in front of the piano, his hands resting on the black and white keys as he breathed heavily, getting himself into the best shape possible. The piano piece Weatherchild is still difficult, especially in the early stages. When one is wrong because of the timbre, then the whole rhythm of the piano piece falls apart. The moisture in the air is getting heavier. Suan's hands began to play up sharply, and a wave of light music resounded steeply. Luke's mouth dropped open slightly. Still original, and in a style that Suan had never played before. This guy, crazy. How the hell did he do that? The atmosphere was once again set ablaze as the urgent and tight music lent itself to the expensive sound equipment. Unlike before, the previous two tracks were a sensory stimulation for the listener through the music melody itself. And this one, it's melodic. Use the melody to evoke mood swings. Suan's song had been verified by countless people, so he didn't have to worry about the cold. Emotional swings make more people more inclined to emotional swings. The short answer is that through the piano music, more cowardly people will get the courage to confess their love to the girl they love. This emotional excitement is far more difficult than getting people excited through melody. Is the scene hot? Suan doesn't know, but I guess some kind of security product will be a big seller today. There are also a lot of people who are completely out of love who use alcohol to drown their sorrows. Of course, there will be a number of these people who have found true love by summoning up the courage to do so. Suan couldn't comment on whether this phenomenon was good or bad. He only knew that this piano piece was really tiring to play. Under the gaze of the nearly 100,000 people at the scene, Suan's mental pressure had been high. Orientation party this kind, Suan naturally do not fear. After all, most of the face are students, and it was still the night. the heart pressure will be much less. Suwon also feel indifferent. But now, various cameras were disliking their faces, and there was no telling how many people were watching the cut. Suwon finished playing the piano piece somewhat tiredly, as the last of the tail endings echoed and disappeared. A gust of wind suddenly picked up on the scene. The original hot atmosphere immediately dissipated quite a bit, and Suwon also breathed a sigh of relief. With a cool, gusty wind blowing, the crowd once again tore into a roar of rage. Countless people screamed and shouted Suwon's name, shouting that Suwon would win. Suwon got up and bowed respectfully to the audience on stage. In any case, these viewers were certainly fine with themselves. They had always been encouraging and supportive, and for that alone, Suwon deserved to bow to them. A duck king in his own former life. I never thought that in this world, I could become everyone's favorite pianist. Surely the world is one giant straw man. Suwon hesitated for a moment before sitting down but still came across to Luke with a bow. The old boy's character aside, the guy's talent is not in question, and deserves his own bow and his full attention. Of course, Suwon also felt that he was making a show of himself, so that the other party wouldn't be able to retaliate against himself, or Alice. In the open, Luke saw Suwon bowing to him and got up a bit shyly. Returning Suwon's one teacher had said that Kyushu was a very polite country, and it seemed that teacher was indeed right, as he could see from Suwon's body. After Luke and Suwon expressed their respect for each other, Suwon sat down on the piano face to catch his breath. Backstage, a staff member also rides the camera switch to bring water to Suwon. According to the rules, after waiting a little while for the 3 entertaining opening cuts, it will be time for the official cuts. This one was pretty much the same as off the field. One hand to decide the winner. It amounted to 1 ticket for the audience to hear 8 piano pieces by 2 pianists. It's been well earned. If they continued any longer, the duo couldn't keep up with their stamina. Just a moment. After the 3rd song, Suwon and Luke can take a 10-minute break. Those in the audience can also take the 10 minutes to take a break or use the restroom. A gale could be clearly felt above the stage at the moment. The crowd in the gallery is expected to be even cooler. It was clear to everyone that it was supposed to rain before long. Perhaps a burst, perhaps a persistent downpour, and naturally everyone wanted the duo to finish their show before it poured. But now Luke's forehead was sweating. It's better than that. The piano piece that he had prepared himself could not even be compared to this one by Suwon. He doesn't have many original piano compositions and isn't about to compare himself to Suwon. But I'm afraid that even the piano piece he riffs on doesn't compare to the one by Suwon. Although Suwon made some mistakes in his playing and his fingering wasn't perfect, it was by no means a condition that Luke considered himself victorious. Suwon was still young and hadn't received any formal training, so it was natural for him to have these problems. But as a veteran pianist himself, how could he possibly pursue such an issue with Suwon? But it was true that the piano piece he played was no match for this piano piece by Suwon. It's hard. A little sweat surfaced on Luke's brain, but after a moment he was relieved. It's okay, I have 2 piano pieces behind myself. As long as he could win the next match and then match Suwon in the last match, then he would be considered a winner. Luke knew that it was unlikely that he would be able to win 3 of these 4 against Suwon. According to his projections, the current Suwon had already played 2 extremely stunning 2 piano songs in a row, plus 3 piano pieces played off-site. Suwon, even if he is a god, can't be top-notch in every piano song, and he had to face his teacher later. Luke let out a long breath. Even if he was losing, as long as he could force Suwon to deal with his teacher's piano music, that would be a win, right? Luke soothed himself and began to play the piano. Luke's piano piece was still good, but Hanks, watching from far away in the sky and sea, frowned. Luke's heart wasn't in the right place. This piano piece is no match for the Suwon one, but Luke's mind wasn't in the right place when he played this piano piece, and the boy seemed to be a little too devastated by Suwon. As Hanks understood Luke, by this time Luke had given up on winning. He's probably trying to win back the next 3 and 4 at the moment. Maybe even if we don't win, we'll have to take out Suwon's bottom card. Suwon's current talent for piano music is definitely more than just the current level. He definitely has more amazing work in him. But Hanks disliked the idea of Luke at the moment. A pianist who has given up before the end doesn't make a good pianist. Sure enough, as good as Luke's performance was, the crowd clearly loved Suwon's piano music more. You could hear it just from the cheers on the floor. And at the moment, with the end of everyone's cheering, the crowd then suddenly realized something. The sun is gone. At the moment there were dark clouds over the stadium and the wind was getting stronger. The cooling machines at the site had stopped working a long time ago, but the audience at the scene didn't flinch at all as they looked at Suwon with excitement. This Suwon guy was playing tunes they hadn't heard before. That's why it's hard for both professional pianists and lovers of piano music not to fall in love with Suwon. Brand new and quality piano music. Suwon looked at Luke, and the two of them honestly continued the tradition of bowing to each other. The host then took the stage and announced the start of the third session. This time, before the cut, the host smiled and gave the duo an extra 5-minute break. It was Soo-an's initiative. Third song. It takes a little while. A little nervous. Soo-an got off the stage and went to the restroom to look at herself in the mirror, muttering to herself. He was really a little nervous. More than a little nervous. From morning until now, Soo-an had hardly stopped walking and playing the piano. All of this was physically and energetically draining, and Soo-an felt like he was about to reach his limit. So he needs to calm down and chill out. Soo-an desperately tried to wash his face with cool water. 2 more songs. The last 2 piano pieces. Soo-an looked up to the sky and sighed. Master Shao, Master Bei, in the spirit of heaven, bless and protect yourself. But nothing can go wrong. Soo-an walked out of the bathroom and came face to face with Alice. Soo-an didn't know how Alice got backstage and asked Alice curiously. Alice, on the other hand, looked at Soo-an with a bewildered expression and asked rhetorically. I just said can I come in and look around and they let me in. Cowhide. Sure enough, beautiful women are popular everywhere. Soo-an silently sighed. And while there was still a little time left, Soo-an and Alice went to a corner very close to the stage. The other staff members saw Soo-an and a beautiful woman and silently moved away to make room for the duo. Alice inquired curiously as she looked at the plain-faced Soo-an. What do you want for lunch, brother? Soo-an looked at Alice in surprise and inquired helplessly. My good sister, aren't you worried about me losing? Alice looked at Soo-an curiously. Lose? How can you lose? With your strength, defeating Luke must be a breeze, Alice said as a matter of course. And she wasn't the only one who thought so. In fact, more people did, at least by the absolute of the previous 2. Most of the people felt that Luke was already bound to lose. Soo-an is too strong. Terribly, terribly strong. In his mid-20s, he continuously cuts and beats the long-established world's top pianist Luke. In the eyes of the vast majority, not to mention defeating Luke, even just being on the same stage as Luke was already a great honor for them. Not to mention winning 2 consecutive matches over Luke. In their eyes, Soo-an was no longer a bully or not, but rather in existence like a god. So lose? With what? Soo-an's fans have all figured out how to brush Soo-an off. Soo-an didn't want to explain anything with a bitter smile. The group didn't have to face Luke directly, so naturally they weren't aware of the pressure Luke was putting on him. It wasn't that he was strong to win by himself, it was that those characters inherited behind him were strong. As for the next 2, Soo-an isn't really sure unless he's pulling out a crushing piano piece. Soo-an looked at the audience with a headache, and the familiar figures in the crowd. He didn't know if it was the nearly 100,000 spectators that were putting the pressure on him, or the familiar figures in the crowd that were putting the pressure on him. His mind drifted back to the scene when he formally met Ruyan Lu. In her own dilapidated compound, in her own shabby little home, Ruyan Lu sat at her humble desk and flipped through her books. He tried hard to recall his thoughts at that time, and thinking about it, Soo-an felt as if he had no other thoughts at that time other than fear. But along with the gradual contact, Soo-an's view of Ruyan Lu was gradually changing. She's a really, really nice girl. Perhaps noticing Soo-an's gaze, Lu Ruyan, who was originally seated in the audience seat, unexpectedly stood up at this moment and yelled as hard as she could at the stage. Go Soo-an! Go Soo-an! Go Soo-an! With one person taking the lead, everyone at the scene started shouting frantically as if they were crazy. Soo-an bitterly smiled as he listened to the waves of the scene. Good one, Ruyan Lu. Good one, Ruyan Lu. Soo-an glanced at Alice and somewhat dotingly touched Alice's soft hair. Then Soo-an raised his feet and walked onto the stage. Luke on the other side of the stage followed Soo-an's footsteps. Compared to Soo-an, Luke was a lot more bashful. He had experienced this kind of occasion many times and had long gotten used to this feeling. He was now just looking at Soo-an with fighting spirit. Maybe most people today don't think highly of him, but he still has confidence in himself. You really can't lose on your own. Luke came on stage first and bowed first to Soo-an. Soo-an tilted his head helplessly. This group of Westerners are really troublesome. How can they bow to people without moving? Aren't they tired? Soo-an returned the salute before sitting down along with the deafening cheers from the scene. It was Luke who took the lead in playing this one. After a couple of brief introductions by the host, the main event was immediately back in the hands of the duo. Luke looked at Soo-an and said seriously, Mr. Soo-an. Soo-an looked at Luke with a questioning look on his face, not sure what this guy wanted to make a scene about. Luke didn't understand what Soo-an meant and had to keep to himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Soo-an, because next, I may cause you some offense. Luke looked at Soo-an and said something that Soo-an didn't understand. I'm going to be using the greatest hits of the top 10 pianists in the world. Piano music by the world's top 10 pianists? Soo-an looked at Luke blankly. He hadn't studied much about the piano music in this world. Soo-an had dealt with piano music the most during this time, but for the so-called top 10 pianists in the world, he only knew one. Hanks. As for the others, Suan wasn't going to mingle in this circle and didn't know exactly what was going on. But a top 10 piano is a top 10 piano. As a traveler, although Suan did not have a system or a background, he was proud of his knowledge. He has a planet behind him that has been developing for thousands of years, and in that world, he has learned the most brilliant education in the world. There are a lot of novel ideas and thinking. These are the bottom of Suan's pride. Compared to the great pianists he had learned about in his previous life, were the so-called top 10 pianists of this world really great? Shen didn't care as he looked at Luke and nodded. Luke breathed a soft sigh of relief when he saw Suan nod. With his own strength, and the strength of his peers, it would be impossible to defeat Suan. So Luke finally decides to be shameless for once, moving out of the top 10 pianist's greatest hits, even if he were to take the blame himself. He didn't want to lose to Suan here. The scene gradually quieted down, and Suan didn't care much about Luke, who was looking at the sky somewhat blankly. The sky at the moment was like a plate of scattered ink. It was getting darker and darker, and the wind was getting louder and louder. As Suan thought about whether it would rain later, a truncated music sounded. Suan looked straight at Luke as if he had been electrocuted. Hang up. One still belittles the culture of this world. A light, urgent melody echoed through the stadium. This music, this note, this melody. The quality of this piano piece played by Luke was no worse than those piano pieces composed by those piano masters in Suan's previous life. The only good news, though, is that the heights of the piano music, by Shaw and Bay, are still very high. This piece of piano music can only be said to be superior to his previous piano music. As for the comparison of Shaw de Master and Bay de Master, but still a little worse. A piano piece that can shock Suan is also a king-size bomb for the audience. Instead, Alice in the background frowned at Luke. It shouldn't. Although everyone in this cut didn't say it explicitly, they all had their own tacit understanding. For example, people don't compare the piano music of the world's top 10 pianists with that of Suan. They all cut against Suan at their own level. No one wanted to cut against Suan with a more high-dimensional piano piece. It wasn't fair, and their pride wouldn't allow them to do it. But Luke did that. The audience didn't realize it at the moment, but there was still a small group of people who sighed softly. Luke lost. From the time he played this piano piece, he actually lost. Why? It's like two little kids fighting, and one little kid can't beat the other kid, so the kid shakes his dad over. But, instead of being beaten, his own dad was fighting back and forth with his opponent. At this moment it was no longer a question of victory or not, but Luke had already lost. He was just helping his teacher Hanks as much as he could, testing out Suan's strength. Suan was shocked for a moment before recovering. Before it was that I was indeed too arrogant to think that the world didn't have that kind of top pianist. But looking at it now, maybe there really is someone out there who can compare to a few of the top bulls of the previous generation. It was good that Suan quickly calmed down after realizing this problem. He carefully felt the meaning of the piano piece, and although he couldn't compose such a good piece himself, as a listener, he had the ability to tell good from bad. Soon, Luke ends a piano piece. Bad news. The scene was significantly more explosive. Perhaps because it was the last of the two-man entertainment matches, or perhaps because of the hard quality of Luke's piano piece. The crowd cheered for a long time. Suan sighed slightly as he felt the coolness in the wind and air. Worse news. It's going to rain. The cut between himself and Luke had to be resolved before it rained heavily. Otherwise the audience wouldn't be able to hear the melody of the piano piece at all once it rained. A long time passed before the cheering on the scene slowly stopped. Now everyone's eyes went to Suan. Suan looked at Luke, his face extraordinarily grave. But he didn't stress about it much. The last official match itself had to be taken. Other than that, it didn't matter if we won or lost the third game. For Suan, the last game he had to win and could only win. As for this one, Suan also didn't want to come up with too strong a piano piece to avoid wasting it. After waiting for a long time, and after the scene had managed to quiet down, Suan then got up according to the process, first bowing to the audience. Now Suan no longer felt any psychological pressure to bow to these people, but rather felt that it was a matter of course. Without them, who cares about Suan? Not to mention bowing, even kowtowing Suan would kowtow faster than Luke. Suan looked at Luke and spoke somewhat casually. Luke, the weather's bad. Make it quick, the weather's bad. Suan looked at the weather with some concern. He didn't want the duel to be postponed. According to the current situation, if the duel really couldn't continue because of the rain, then canceling the match was definitely out of the question. The organizers even can't wait to continue to be held in Yangchang. So many people attention and participation. The profit brought is extremely horrible. The organizers can't possibly give up such a big piece of fat meat. That was why Suan had to do his best to finish the cut as quickly as possible. Luke glanced at the weather and nodded with a grimace as well. Suan was right. He didn't want an extension either. Seeing Luke's agreement, Suan breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Luke as he took the initiative to introduce the piece of piano music that was to be played next. The universe. Yes, Suan is ready to play Cosmos. The original creator of the piano song universe has been revealed long ago because of what happened over at Tenkai. Now that the netizens have known for a long time that they are the creators of the universe, there is no point in hiding it. On the contrary, it was the female president who had been pestering herself, as if she hadn't continued to contact her since the identity of the piano music of Cosmos was revealed. I don't know if I'm worried about blowing my own cover, or if I'm simply just playing with myself on the internet and not prepared to meet with myself at all. Suan didn't care anymore. He himself had a lot of things that gave him a headache. So a netizen, if he wanted to meet, Suan would naturally show his hospitality to entertain her. But if the other person doesn't want to meet, forget it, Suan said softly as he looked at Luke. Honestly, Luke, I'm going to congratulate you in advance, because this Cosmos really doesn't compare to your piano piece. Consider it a wrap-up to this entertaining race. 2. I hope you don't mind. Suan laughed softly as he spoke, but the scene still erupted into earth-shattering cheers after he finished. To be fair, Suan's Cosmos was amazing, but compare it to the one Luke just played. It's a big step down, especially since Suan himself hadn't played it yet. It was that Chun Yilin who had played it, and most of what circulated above the internet was live recorded audio, so most of them naturally felt that Suan was right. It's true that his song Cosmos doesn't compare to Luke's, but that couldn't stop the audience from being enthusiastic and loving it. Many people love this piano piece for 10 minutes. And many even go to great lengths to find the sheet music and play and learn it for themselves. Now, even though they knew that the piano piece Suan played was no longer an original piano piece that people hadn't heard before, the nearly 100,000 spectators at the venue still felt that it wasn't a loss to be able to hear this kind of piano piece. After all, it's a first-rate piano piece. 2. There's always an inexplicable urge to listen to it. Suan didn't talk too much nonsense, either, and he sat in front of the piano piece, staring intently at the black and white keys, recalling the score in his mind. Soon, a piano piece that sounded like the ethereal expanse of the universe rang out, from gentle to swift. Suddenly, as the piano piece builds to its climactic part, at the moment, Suan was immersed in the world of piano music, and the audience and friends at the scene were even more mesmerized by the subtle piano music. But at that moment, a bolt from the blue fell. At this moment, Suan happened to talk about the most critical part of the song. Originally this song is not how to count, and Luke played that piano song Pressure cannot be compared, but this sudden clap of thunder was like the finishing touch. The whole song was forced up a notch by the thunder. Now, it's hard to win or lose. Suan's playing style is completely different from Chen Yilin's. Chen Yilin plays this piano piece, and it's a world-class piano piece, though loved by many. This track's ceiling is by no means just that. Suan has seen the original movie. Naturally it is easier to bring into the feelings, so that the listening experience of the two songs is completely different. Also, and the thunder. From time to time, a low rumble of thunder coincided with the climax of Suan's tune, a situation that gave the crowd a completely different oral experience. According to Suan's guess on Luke's piano rank, his skill should have reached the first under the so-called top 10 pianists. Luke wasn't very old, and being able to have such an achievement at that age was already enough to prove Luke's terrifying talent. And that piano piece that Luke played, unless Suan pulled out a piano piece by Grandmaster Xiao or Grandmaster Bei, it wouldn't really be able to be squashed. But Suan felt the need to pull out the piano music of these two greats if only here at Luke's. Shame on you. I'm ashamed of myself as a traveler, and I'm ashamed of those two gentlemen. The only people who can be the rivals of the two great masters are the top 10 pianists of this world. The others don't deserve it. Suan still has that pride, so he chose Cosmos. This piano piece would be a waste in the hands of a half-assed man like Chen Yilin. Suan played the piano piece obliviously, alone. How can you not be lonely yourself? It was as if he, Suan, was the only earthling in this world. Except for this, Suan, who had been an orphan in both lives, was spiritually lonely and isolated in a way that no ordinary person could imagine. Suan flicked it on the fly. The gust of wind ruffled Suan's shirt as his shirt slapped against Suan's chest. The audience stared at Suan on the stage with wide-eyed death. God! Something like piano music really just works differently in different hands. Compared to the piano piece played by Suan, the version of Chun Yilin that is most widely spread on the internet is a pot of shit. But even so, this pot of shit is still enjoyed by everyone. Now that Suan had brought out a pot of a more normal meal, it had in turn made everyone a little uncomfortable. The wind is getting stronger. In the corner of the scene, a woman took off her sunglasses and looked at Suan with her eyes streaming with tears. I can't believe the person I've been in an online relationship with for so long is Suan. And it's so good. The Yao family. The old man looked at the young man on the TV. silent and wondering what he was thinking. Hanks and several other top 10 pianists looked at Suwon in the camera with a serious face. These are the world's top 10 recognized pianists in the world. They had more or less slightly despised Suwon before. After all, they had been famous for far too long. And Suwon, no matter how talented he was always a latecomer. Before comprehending Suwon's strength, everyone thought that Hanks was fooling around. This was building up momentum for his shut-in disciple. But it wasn't until the appearance of this piano piece, or rather when Suwon poured out all his feelings to play this piano piece, that these pianists completely let go of all the condescension and prejudice within their hearts. Genius. A true genius. Scene. Ruyan Lu stared blankly at Suwon. At this moment, she no longer knew how to describe her feelings at this moment. However, there was a strong conviction in her heart. Redeeming Suwon. But she never knew in what capacity she should redeem Suwon. The only thing you can take away from your relationship with Suwon is that you had an online relationship with Suwon and that you were scammed out of $20 by Suwon. That's $20. Ruyan Lu stared blankly at Suwon. Deceived? A friend? Lovers? Sister? Or a suitor? Ruyan Lu listened to the symphony of thunder explosions in the sky combined with Suwon's music. Suwon ended the end of his piano piece with a bang. As he played the piece, he expected the best-case scenario to be a tie with Luke. The upper limit of the piano piece Cosmos is right there. And the absence of the Star Trek movie very much limits the listener's understanding of this piano piece. Along with Suwon's ending, not only the scene, but even the terrifying thunder in the sky had surprisingly paused. And a close second. It was the cheers at the scene that made Suwon instantly lose control. Suwon bowed to the crowd with a headache. Then with a fuzzy head bowed to Luke. Luke had been struck dumb. And he didn't even react to Suwon's bow, just staring stupidly at Suwon. Suwon won. Luke murmured in his mind. Did Suwon win? Winning. A symphony of thunder and piano music that perfectly crushes its own piano piece. But if it had been any other tune, himself losing, Luke wouldn't have been so shocked. But one is playing a tune by one of the world's top 10 pianists. With his own strength. Even if he couldn't play the opponent's strength completely. Even if he only had 7 or 8 points of intent. It wasn't something that could be compared to other pianos. Luke was ready to be yelled at even before he played the piece. He plays this piece like two kids fighting. And one kid is not a martial artist and asks his old man to get someone to call the world sparring champion. It's like you're pitting a middle schooler who just learned quadratic equations directly against a top 10 mathematician in the world. This in itself is a tune that goes beyond the duos segment. But Suwon won. Though the timing of the day lent itself to a few blasts of thunder that happened to be aided by a couple of explosions during key parts of the tune. But Suwon won. Win for yourself without words. Win for yourself, dang it. Luke watched numbly as Suwon got up and stumbled off the stage. The cheers on the floor grew lush, fueled by the renewed thunder in the sky. Luke was shocked speechless by the horrible cheering. In fact, at the moment Luke felt like he didn't have to compete in the last game. I'm afraid that even if he played that one song himself, winning against Suwon wouldn't mean anything. And Suwon, who had gotten off the stage, went straight back to the restroom with Alice's support. He felt his arms go a little numb. The piano piece universe is still quite complex. Plus the fact that Suwon is playing these piano pieces today with seriousness and the massive pressure he puts on himself on the spot. Suwon felt like his body was going to reach its limits. He sat in a chair in the lounge, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Alice looked at Suwon with worry, her eyes full of heartache. The live audience outside was still unaware of this, and the cameraman knew enough not to take a shot of Suwon coming off the stage. Everyone was immersed in cheers. Shock. Hot-blooded. Unbelievable. That's what everyone thought after hearing Suwon play Cosmos. It's not a very hot tune, but people always want to do something after listening to it. Do something. Something about hot-blooded points. Tired. Really tired. Suwon was lying on the couch in the lounge, practicing the piano by herself in an unoccupied practice room. Even if she practiced for a whole day, Suwon felt that she might not be so tired. In just half a day, under the double pressure of his mind and body, Suwon felt that his arm was completely numb. According to the rules of the game, it seems like you will be the first to play the piano later. But now Suwon's condition was such that he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand, not to mention playing the piano. The medical staff backstage immediately rushed in to give Suwon a full body check when they got the news. Alice, on the other hand, was on the phone anxiously saying something. The stage hosts and Luke have gotten the message. The duo worked silently together, stalling for time and keeping the crowd from noticing Suwon leaving the ring for as long as possible. At this moment, Suwon was lying on a simple bed, and a group of specialized doctors were conducting a detailed and meticulous examination on Suwon. Through examination, it could be ascertained that Suwon's body did not have much of a problem, and that it was purely due to being overworked, leading to fatigue in the body. Alice had already called a professional masseuse and was massaging Suwon to relax. for fear of being held accountable. No one dared to give Suwon medication at this time either, to avoid leaving people with criticism. Suwon's body gradually eased up after a few minutes of rest. At the moment he had been off the stage for a while, and that beautiful host was no vase, controlling the stage in tacit agreement with Luke and chatting about topics of great interest to everyone. But even so, there were still quite a few people on the scene who had noticed Suwon stumbling off the stage, especially near the very front of the stage. The group of people who had watched Suwon stumble off the stage after bowing. However, most of the people who can sit here are either rich or noble, and they probably guessed that Suwon might be tired because of the reason, and also did not make a sound and silently watched the performance of the two people on the stage. Luke had been through so many big shows that he had a knack for handling such unexpected things. Behind the stage, Suwon rested for a good 10 minutes before he felt that his body had slightly returned to normal. After playing the piano piece just now, Suwon was really feeling like the power within his body had been completely drained. If it wasn't for Alice seeing herself get off the stage and taking the initiative to come forward to assist her, Suwon felt like she might have fallen straight backstage. Suwon felt the masseuse relax his muscles as he sipped the water Alice handed him, giving Alice a reassuring look. It's okay. Suwon, who had slowed down, felt that his body should be fine. At least his body would hold out for one more piano song. Alice, on the other hand, frowned at Suwon. She knew Suwon's character very well. Suwon's physical strength should be fine. Whether it was doing errands or playing the piano, it wasn't as if Suwon couldn't last a day. The reason Suwon is really so messed up is most likely due to the immense psychological pressure. Facing the world's top pianist, in front of such a large audience, became the focus of countless people. This puts Suwon, who was on such a huge stage for the first time, under massive mental pressure. Otherwise this amount of intensity shouldn't have been able to crush Suwon. Alice looked at Suwon and silently sat across from him to keep him company. It was completely impossible to persuade Suwon to give up at this moment. The last piano piece. Even if the audience there was willing and could understand Suwon's willingness to pause the cut because of his health. But could Suwon herself be willing? Alice felt that Suwon would never want to. Suwon took a big gulp of water in an effort to rehydrate his body. Suwon still thinks highly of Luke. The last piano scene, Suwon actually prepared a strong piano piece. Suwon felt that even if this world's top 10 pianists came to the scene in person, his piano piece would still hold up. Half an hour later, on stage, Luke's awkward conversation with the hosts was about to stick around when Suwon finally came out from backstage. No footage of Suwon for half an hour, not to mention the audience and friends at the scene. Even the netizens watching the live stream knew that Suwon might be in a situation, especially at this point in time. When Suwon had taken these 3 friendly cuts, any fool would know that the camera was definitely going to go to Suwon. But after a full half hour of playback, the host and Luke had not given the camera to Suwon even though they had been talking about the piano and about Suwon. It wasn't until Suwon took the stage again that the cheering voices of the crowd rang out once more. Luke silently looked at Suwon from the side. He didn't envy Suwon. This was Suwon's strength in exchange for like and respect. If he wasn't on the same stage as Suwon, Luke felt like he would have cheered for Suwon. Genius. A true genius. Compared to Suwon, Luke felt that he could simply lose this so-called genius title, and anyone who said he was a genius in the future would definitely be scolding himself. Suwon took over the host's words and didn't hide what had just happened. After half an hour of rest, Suwon's entire body recovered a lot, and his spirit was no longer tight all the time, and he even flirted with Luke about their lack of martial virtues. Not only did he wheel and deal with himself, a newcomer to the piano world, but he didn't even think about whether he could handle such a big scene. The scene was teased with laughter by Suwon. Suwon's mouth could coax a rich woman, so naturally he could coax the audience. Besides, it's come this far, there's no point in backing out. Last song. Just need to play the last one again. Luke didn't take advantage of Suwon. He didn't see Suwon on stage and rush to start. Instead he continued to make small talk with Suwon and the host. The host also understands Luke's point. Although she likes Luke a lot, the world-renowned pianist is not only talented, but also very wealthy. Suwon silently watched these two bragging, occasionally chiming in with a few words. It's naturally nice to get some more rest. It wasn't until the sky was starting to drizzle that the hosts and Luke looked over at Suwon. Seeing Suwon nod, they also knew they couldn't keep stalling any longer, and it was determined that Luke would be the first to play in this last official cut. Although a piano piece was only 10 minutes long before and after, it was a chance for Suwon to get more breath. Suwon looked at the host with some gratitude. As for Luke, in all fairness, if it wasn't for this old boy's unorthodox pursuit of Alice, this gentlemanly demeanor, Suwon still appreciated him. Luke looked at Suwon and smiled politely before introducing the piece of piano he was picking up to play next. It's a pleasure to be on the same stage as Mr. Suwon. I'm excited and thrilled. Of course, it's an honor for me, too. Mr. Suwon, please understand my good nature. I don't really want to lose to you. Luke looked at Suan, and as if he had made up his mind, he said with firm eyes, "For this last piano piece, I'm going to play Mr. Hank's River of Dreams." River of Dreams. This piano piece was the pinnacle of Hank's work at the age of 45. It is also because of this piano piece that Hanks has deservedly become recognized as one of the top 10 pianists. After all these years, to date, this piano piece remains unsurpassed even among the top 10 pianists. After 30 years, this piano piece remains one of the most popular in the piano world. So you can imagine the intensity of this piano piece. And as Luke finished the sentence, there was a steep silence. Over 99% of the people in the audience were piano enthusiasts, who were perhaps not as specialized as Luke and the others, professional pianists, but they also know a little bit about the piano. First, the bottom line is that this song, River of Dreams, is just too high, not to mention Luke sparring with a young man like Suan. Even if he were to compare this piano piece with the other top 10 pianists, the other party wouldn't dare to say that he would win steadily. After all, Luke was the most talented student among Hank's disciples, and the gap between Luke and Hanks wasn't that big. Luke has learned at least 70% of Hank's strength, plus Luke plays his own teacher's tune, which is at least 60 or 70% as strong as this one. At the height of the track, Luke pulling this out can't be described as nuking a mosquito. That's pretty much it. Not to mention that the cut itself was meant for both sides to reflect their strengths, not for Luke to pull out a Hank's tune and bully Suan. Not fair. Countless people mumbled the word unfair in their minds. That in itself was very unfair, and Luke was well aware of it, so he made a point of saying sorry to Suan. But Luke was not willing. Being a proud pianist, he really didn't want to just give up. And Luke was also eager to see if Suan could still create miracles or not. If Suan could come up with a piano piece to beat him even in the face of his teacher's River of Dreams, then Luke would be convinced of his loss. By the way, he himself could also test Suan's strength in advance for his teacher. He admired Suan and envied Suan's talent, but Luke was not willing to let Suan damage the reputation of his teacher, Hanks. Even if it was possible, Luke didn't want to see the scene. Suan looked at the suddenly quiet scene with some curiosity. At the moment, in Suan's eyes, the scene was so windy that his ears had no sound but the wind. Suan wasn't sure why the scene had gone precipitously quiet after Luke had finished speaking. Luke's hit song Suan hadn't had time to inquire. Alice didn't give information. Suan didn't bother to search in advance. Anyway, one's strength is here and nothing else. If he really wasn't a match for Hanks, then Suan admitted it. Seeing that no one was talking, Suan eventually couldn't bear it, so he silently got up and looked over at Luke, applauding him. Yes, it's also an honor to enjoy old Mr. Hank's tunes. With Suan leading the way, the audience hesitated for a moment or cheered, but the sound was clearly perfunctory. Suan didn't care. He smiled and greeted everyone before sitting down and silently recovering his physical strength. The last piano song Suan is still hesitating. He still had the killer weapon in hand, but using it on Luke was a bit of a bummer for Suan. So Suan was still prepared to wait for Luke to finish playing, and decide for himself which piece he would play based on the quality of his piano piece. Luke looked at Suan in dismay. Him? Doesn't he mind? Luke looked across at Suan with a complicated expression. Was Suan really that confident in his own strength? Luke clearly felt his teacher's image of invincibility in his mind waver. There's an old saying in Kyushu. I've come and said it all. Luke sat down in front of the piano piece and closed his eyes to adjust himself. Tenkai. Hanks pounded the couch beside him in exasperation, his anger-filled voice echoing down the hall. Nonsense. It's really nonsense. What does this Luke kid mean? This kid Suan is weak like this, and he's taking advantage of Suan with my tune? Shame on you. Everyone in the room could see it. Hanks was really pissed off this time. What Luke had done before was barely acceptable to Hanks, but knowing that Suan had been weakened like this, Luke had moved his own tune just so he could win. So what's the point of winning like this? Does Luke think the others are stupid? It wasn't that Hanks wasn't aware of what he was thinking about such a big protege of his, but the idea is good. Wanting to help himself to test out Suan's strength in advance, but Hanks would have preferred that Luke had used his own abilities, his own tunes, rather than his own hits, to bully Suan, to oppress Suan, to force Suan to pull out his own crushing tricks. Hanks knew full well that Luke's reputation as a pianist would be ruined after this. He finished his angry outburst with a pained sigh. Of course, he was well aware of his disciple's helplessness in the face of Suan. Although this child Suan was small, he was afraid that his talent was even higher than his own. In the face of such a person, their own disciples, even if everyone in the piano world is recognized as a genius, can be compared with Suan. How can a firefly compete with the moon? Scene. Luke is thoroughly in the zone. He also knew it was an unfair cut, but sorry for the words, Luke was going to save them for off-court with Suan. For now, he wanted to force out Suan's true strength. Luke's hands jumped over the black and white keys as a grandiose scene accompanied by piano music came straight to everyone's mind. This piano piece by Hanks is known to his fans as the War Royal soundtrack. The rise of major short videos over the years has catapulted Hanks to the top of the heap with this piano piece. The world depicted in this piano piece. The scenes depicted are just too huge. Just the listener can imagine a great war out of thin air. That's the beauty of piano music. This is the realm that musicians strive for. A piano piece like this would be an absolute headache for anyone else. But Suwon was different. He listened carefully to the melody of the song. And soon Suwon suddenly thought of something. This piece seems to be similar to a piano piece from a previous life. Only this piano piece is even more perfect. Of course this was only Suwon's feelings. He could feel the difference in the details of the two piano pieces. And because Suwon had played it before, he was able to clearly notice the difference between the two piano pieces. Suwon narrowed his eyes and looked at Luke carefully. Slowly Suwon suddenly realized. Hanks. Not bad for Hanks. The world's leading pianist. Top 10 pianists. The level of the tunes he composed is that of the same level as Master Bay and Master Shaw. Cam. How does this play with him? One could indeed pull out a similar piano piece and beat Luke. But Luke has a Hanks behind him. I'm afraid that this guy's strength is going to be even more horrifying and terrifying than he imagined. Suwon's eyes were heavy with thought. On top of that, Suwon suddenly thought of something. Himself. If he did win 4 Lukes in a row, he wouldn't just beat the kid silly himself. Although Suwon didn't understand the piano music as well as Luke, Suwon had already reacted at this moment. Cutting a match. Luke pulls out this level of piano music, and the kid's mind is completely broken. Losing 3 in a row seems to have knocked the top pianist completely out of the game. All shamelessly cutting himself off with piano pieces of this caliber. This kid is really playing hard to get. Suwon knew his mission of teaching this guy a lesson for Alice was accomplished. After all, if he took this kind of piano music out to spar with himself, the boy's reputation in the piano world would suffer. Since this was the case, Suwon wasn't going to continue wasting precious piano music. He himself might be in trouble if he could beat Luke like that and wind up in too much trouble. Since this old boy wanted to win, he would satisfy him for once. Seeing as Luke still had a bit of competitive spirit left in him, Suwon changed his mind. Thinking well, Suwon relaxed his mind and seriously enjoyed the piano piece. At the moment a strong wind was blowing outside the venue, but because the best equipment was used, the audience could still hear the melody of each song clearly under these conditions. Not to mention that in this situation, appreciating this kind of music would be a kind of enjoyment, and the vast majority of people had temporarily put aside their wariness of Luke and listened attentively to the melody of this piano piece. Suwon is really strong, so strong that Luke needs to shamelessly borrow his teacher's tunes to outsmart him. That was the thought that came to everyone's mind when Luke got up. Luke played the tune really well, but there wasn't much cheering at the end of the tune, just some token sparse applause. Suwon craned his head to look at the scene, and it was clear that the crowd wasn't exactly approving about Luke borrowing Hank's tune either. What is Hanks? And who is Suwon? Using Hank's tune to cut against Suwon is proper bullying of Suwon. Suwon helplessly and bitterly smiled. Luke also did not know how to comfort. After all, if we're talking about the real offender, it should be him, but it was impossible for Suwon to directly reveal the identity of the traveler, and in his eyes, if he wanted to win that was definitely a tune, only this last one. Suwon moved his neck and adjusted himself. In his previous life, Suwon remembered a very famous movie with a very classic scene. Several legions were brought together to fight the war, and the song he played was the same piano song that had exploded on the internet in his previous life. This song Suwon still learned by chance. It was a young rich woman. The other party, like the other party, could play the piano. Suwon was good looking and handsome, and also could play the piano. During that time Suwon did not get out of bed for 3 whole days in order to accompany the rich woman, as well as for the rich woman's $30,000 daily allowance. Whether or not that woman had lost Suwon really wasn't clear. But I think I'm losing out. Looking at a skinny little rich girl, I didn't realize it was so crazy. Suwon glanced down. It's going to rain. At this moment, the sky has actually drizzled. Suwon was a little anxious. Luke finished the process. After bowing to each other, Suwon sat in front of the piano, silent and thinking about the sheet music. After years of not talking, Suwon needed to organize his memory even if he had a good memory. The audience wasn't in a hurry and quietly watched Suwon. Even Luke, his opponent, looked at Suwon with a nervous expression. If Suwon could still win like this, Luke would completely fall apart. His own teacher, who believed in invincibility, thought Suwon was about to fall apart. Suwon quickly recalled the sheet music of the previous play, and after making sure there were no problems, Suwon looked at Luke and let out a long breath. The piano piece he played himself, Suwon, was named The Battle of the 5 Armies. After the brief introductions, Suwon looked at Luke. The similarities between these two piano pieces are striking. The two tunes have different melodies though. Hanks is describing this piano piece in terms of a grand battlefield, and Suwon's piano music is a view of the battlefield from the perspective of an ordinary person. The feeling was not that of being a king looking down on the battlefield beneath his feet, but rather looking at the war from the perspective of an ordinary person. After Suwon's introduction, a powerful welcome surged from the scene. Luke gave Suwon a smile that was a mix of apprehension and bitter laughter. The bumpy ride is because Luke doesn't feel like Suwon will necessarily lose because he doesn't see anything in Suwon to worry about. With a calm mind and smooth eyes, Suwon instead had a sense of grasping the end of time. I never want to touch this industry again in my life. Suwon didn't pay any attention to so many people. After Suwon saw that the cheers at the scene were much smaller, his fingertips began to gently dance. Tenkai. Hanks listened to Suwon's piano music with his eyes closed. A couple of pianists beside him commented with narrowed eyes. It should be at the limit. This Luke kid is also testing the limits of Suwon out. This kid Suwon is already strong. To force Luke to do this at this age. A genius among geniuses. Yeah, Suwon's piano piece should have been written on the spot. Although it's very impressive, the extent of this piano piece is still a little bit short of Hank's piano piece. No, Hanks sighed, rather helplessly. Not the same. Hanks's cloudy eyes showed a strong hint of helplessness. Suwon just borrowed my style. Both tracks sound similar though. Luke stood out looking at the TV in front of him, his voice gravely. It would have been written live by Suwon, and it would have been at best a reference for my tune. You guys sound and feel the same because you feel it carefully. I portray a one-on-one war, but Suwon is different. He portrays a war between several parties through his music. That's genius. That's genius. It takes just a few minutes on the spot to create a tune like this. Old Hank sighed, silently. Shame on myself. Suwon didn't feel anything, but he could feel that it should be raining at the scene. The rain wasn't too heavy, and it wasn't too light, and the audience was looking at Suwon expectantly. The piano piece wasn't quite as good as the Hanks one, but it was pretty impressive. After all, it was Hanks that Suwon was facing. This one was killed from the bottom, all the way to the throne. Hanks didn't overly praise Suwon because what he said was true. At first glance, Suwon's piano piece may look similar to his own, but if you savor it carefully you can feel the difference in the details. It's not even the same tune, or even the style of the two tunes, and what they contain is completely different. Genius. That's true genius. The others inside the room were also silent as they looked at Suwon in the picture. With their strength, they naturally didn't need Hanks to explain anything to them, and they were all well aware of how counterintuitive Suwon's move was to create a similar piano song on the spot after merely hearing Hanks' famous song once. How appalling. Not to mention them. Hanks, who no one has surpassed so far, wouldn't dare to say he could be like Suwon. What's more, how old is Hanks now? If not well maintained, now Hanks is feared to have been an old and decrepit old man. Even the ride on the plane need to be accompanied by medical personnel, and strictly control the speed and parameters of the aircraft. Can such an old man with such experience create a similar tune live like Suwon? Jen, it's really mysterious, along with the silence of a few people. But at the moment the scene has been raining heavily. The raging rain beat down on the crowd, but it could not dampen their enthusiasm in the least. The loudest cheers from the opening bell and the most enthusiastic cheers from the crowd were born. Suwon had just gotten up and was about to bow to the audience when he was startled by the deafening cheers. Originally, Suwon had gotten somewhat used to the cheers from below the stage, but the moment he got up, the rain boiled up as far as his eyes could see. There were angry exclamations of surprise from my friends in the audience. True, most could sense that the piano piece Suwon was playing was no match for the one Luke was playing, which must have been Hank's hit. The gold content of this track is naturally frighteningly strong. But, is the piano piece Suwon played bad? No, maybe not as good as Hank's biggest hits, but think it qualifies as world class. What matters most? This was created on the spot by Suwon. He joined the audience and listened to a piano piece that was written live afterward. This feat is enough to drive everyone crazy. That's what they idolize. Many of the foreigners on the scene couldn't help but cheer. Suwon is just too strong, and there are several world-renowned pianists on the scene, as well as top 10 pianists. The guys were silent as they took in the shocking surroundings of the scene, because they felt terror at the moment. A heartfelt terror. Suwon's talent didn't shock them. It frightened them. They were at the scene, and not too far away from Suwon, and they could all clearly see the expression on Suwon's face. Because of this, they were even more aware of just how terrifying Suwon was. All of these piano pieces he played live were original. They could see it and feel it. It was because Suwon played these piano pieces with an unmistakable rustiness. Only those watching the livestream can't feel the details of this. But the more this happened, the more it proved Suwon's terror. They actually thought it was funny to see the cut before this. Both Suwon and Luke, these so-called geniuses, the so-called once-in-a-decade, once-in-a-century geniuses, in front of these top 10 pianists are always like children. For the piano, for the understanding of the instrument, are so ridiculous and ignorant. Even Luke, who has been hailed as a man of high expectations, actually has a long way to go in the eyes of their top 10 pianists. There is a world of difference between an average pianist and a top 10 pianist. Luke was considered by outsiders to be the closest to them, almost a top 10 pianist, and that was Luke, the young man who felt the gap between him and them. Trying to get close to them and successfully catching up would take enough time and effort for Luke to spend his entire life chasing after them. The top 10 pianists who came to the scene today felt the gap on Suwon, a young junior. The distance between them was also felt. It's the distance, even if they were on stage. I'm afraid Hanks couldn't even compare to Suwon in terms of piano songwriting, but genius is always arrogant. They don't feel that they would be much worse than anyone else, but they are equally humble enough to bow down and learn from those around them to understand and explore. The fundamental reason that geniuses are geniuses is that they're still learning. They're learning all the time. Subtle gaps accumulate over time to form a moat that ordinary people can only look up to. After a few of the top 10 pianists exchanged words with each other, their gazes were fiery as they looked toward Suwon on the stage. The rain in the sky was getting heavier and heavier, and the clothes on many people were already wet, but this still couldn't interrupt the enthusiasm for Suwon. Hyperactive growl, joyful indignant courage, loud hissing, countless voices intertwined in the sky, eventually gradually converging into one voice. One more song. Nearly 100,000 spectators were seated in this stadium alone. 100,000 names. When nearly 100,000 people roar one voice at you, the feeling is very powerful. To be honest, Suwon didn't want to play it. He's really tired. The first thing Suwon did when he got off the stage was to take a shower, then go to sleep. Wake up and then eat. Take a 10-pound dump and go back to sleep. But a man, pressed, could not resist the scene of the moment. 100,000 are roaring at you for another song. Suwon didn't need to check the pop-ups of the major live streaming platforms, as the content was expected to be similar. Another song? The almost extinguished hot blood in Suwon's chest warmed back up a little. He nodded to Luke as well as the host. At this moment, Luke's face was stupefied and full of disbelief, and he had long since lost interest in what Suwon was going to do next. This time Luke, it was a real blow. It's too strong. Suwon is too strong. So strong that Luke didn't seem to have any chance or probability of destroying Suwon on his own, no matter how much he thought about it, no matter how much he proved it. Failure. It was the first time Luke had felt defeat at the hands of his peers, even beyond the top 10 pianists. He knew very well that he had absolutely failed. The loss was complete, very complete, for piano songs, and he didn't win a single one. Luke looked at Suwon in disbelief, not resisting the crowd's calls for Suwon to do another song, because he wants to know too. Suwon, what exactly is Suwon powerful at? Is it really possible to produce an unlimited amount of high-quality piano music? One more song then. Suwon looked at the increasingly heavy rain and said rather helplessly, he knew that if he didn't agree to it, the group would definitely not stop, and he really wants to get it over with as soon as possible. Go home and sleep and take a 10-pound shit. Suwon sat himself upright again. Seeing Suwon reseat back to his position, the deafening sound of another song on the scene finally subsided. Everyone stared at Suwon. At this moment, Suwon sat in front of the piano, his eyes staring blankly ahead. What is Suwon doing? The audience looked at Suwon with excitement. Compose piano music on the spot? Really live creative pianists. Looking at Suwon's dull eyes, the crowd excitedly stared at Suwon. Obviously, Suwon in this state is definitely composing piano music on the spot. No doubt about it. Not bad for a genius. And Suwon is really spoiling his fans too much, isn't he? You're ready to compose a piano piece directly on the spot? Leaving aside how Suwon's next piano piece would be, the audience looked at Suwon admiringly for this act of confidence and bravery alone. Suwon was actually emptying himself. Incidentally, think hard about what you play. He knew very well that he wasn't really going to be able to leave today without coming up with a piano piece that would please them. Suwon was silent in thought. Suddenly, he came up with an interesting piano piece. Flower dance. Happiness is fleeting. Regret is the main theme of life. Not to mention the fact that this piano piece has a wide audience, and after going through countless filters in the last life, this one has always been a hit. And it's raining now. Looking at the heavy rain outside, the audience's clothes were basically all wet, and Suwon knew that he couldn't keep stalling any longer. Suwon got up and bowed as per Luke's rules and the many fans. Suwon cursed as he bowed. Westerners have a lot of rules. Playing a song and bowing once, not to mention the tired hands, but also the waist is difficult. Luke, on the other hand, was silently looking at Suwon and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Kyushu people just have a lot of rules, and for every piano piece, the person has to get up and bow once. But it's a good habit to get into. First of all, this proves that Suwon is humble and grateful enough Luke had seen a lot of newcomers who were just beginning to make their mark, and after they had achieved a certain level of success, they became arrogant. These types of people may start out with some modest success, but it definitely won't last. Arrogance kills everything, including one's own talent. That's what Luke heard from his teacher, Hanks. He always remembered it and always held it as truth. But it wasn't until today that he really saw what his teacher said was typical. It's no wonder that someone so gifted and so humble can beat himself. Luke's heart suddenly released. Perhaps this is the reason for your own failure. He believed that if it was Suan who had failed today, then he would definitely not be as discouraged as he was, but would instead work harder to learn and follow in the footsteps of the one who had defeated him. Luke gathered his courage and sat down in front of the piano to look at Suan seriously, and Suan did not ink it. The scene was so quiet at the moment that only the sound of rain remained, and Suan pressed his hands on the piano. The tens of millions of dollars of sound equipment at the venue were not affected by the rain, clearly delivering the sound to everyone in the audience. Even the staff at the scene looked at Suan with anticipation. Suan took a deep breath. Life. It's normal to be sorry. A smile spread across Suan's mouth. Since you people won't let me have a good time, let's suffer together. A light rhythm plays as the rainy crowd revels in the setting. The sound of the piano is getting lighter and lighter, and the rhythmic piano music is like a beating spirit dancing at the tip of the heart. But along with the accelerated tempo, the piano piece played by Suan suddenly took a turn. It's like a child who grows up and enters society and slowly begins to shed the shell of innocence from his body and puts on a progressively fuzzy carapace. Hypocrisy, confusion, failure and perplexity gradually fill this otherwise naive mind. The original fond memories echoed in the minds of this group of adults. They believed Suan didn't do it on purpose. The piano piece is obviously very upbeat, but it evokes the most regrettable memories within them. As an adult, the beauty of youth is never seen again. They can only exist in memories, ready to be wiped out by time. Happy? This piano piece is one that can evoke cheerful memories, but underneath the cheerful memories, what unfolds is one's regret, and helplessness, may or may not come, and he has a tendency to evoke the fondest memories in your mind, especially when paired with this crackling aftermath. It's a purely enjoyable version of the symphony. Suan had learned to be shrewd this time. After playing, he didn't wait for the host or Luke to say anything, bowing to the audience around him and then just buggering off. Didn't even leave a chance for the crowd to call out Suan for another song. The host looked at Suan with a dumbfounded look. At this moment, it would be fine if Suan lost, but Suan was winning. It was broadcast live across the country, and it was rumored that many foreign countries were in the booth for this event. If Suan had followed the normal flow of walking, he'd be here to harvest fans when he was done. He could definitely attract countless fans just by standing here and saying a paragraph. But Suan didn't care about these things at all, and even went straight off the stage. The host looked at Suan's back rather helplessly, and even Luke looked at Suan with some surprise. Suddenly he understood something. It's raining. The crowd is now because the enthusiasm can ignore the current downpour. But normal people know very well that suddenly getting wet is going to be very easy to catch a cold. Suan must be doing this because of the health of the audience. Sure enough, geniuses were geniuses, and if they didn't think carefully about their core thoughts, it was not at all clear what Suan was actually thinking. Luke, seeing that the live audience wasn't leaving yet, simply got up and started reminding the audience, it's the body that counts, and Suan's cut with Mr. Hanks should be coming up soon. If you get sick, then there's a good chance you'll miss Suan and Hanks' cut. Seeing that Luke had a point, the audience then reacted, and began to exit the stage. Most of these, except for a few lucky ones, had been completely wet. Heads began to spring up all around the stadium, spreading out in all directions, and Luke, originally, he had wanted to pay Suan a visit and invite him to dinner in the meantime, but after he learned Suan's address, he was told that Suan had already left the scene before he had a chance to find him. The first thing Suan did just now as soon as he stepped off the stage was to call out to Alice to grab her and leave. Alice was also puzzled as to why Suan didn't go on stage and say a few words to attract fans. Suan's explanation for this is that there will be a lot of people later, and he is too lazy to talk nonsense, letting people get wet and talk nonsense on their own up there. Suan is not willing to do so. Sure, the most important thing is that Suan really wants to poop. Suan and Alice took the car back to their home. Yao Qinglian had originally wanted to invite Suan to join her for dinner. Only Suan had changed the time to the evening on the pretext of being too tired. He really wanted to get some sleep, a good night's sleep, and take a good 10-pound shit on him. After returning to the villa, Suan washed up and returned to his room to start sleeping. He ignored the excited Alice and just lay on the bed in silence, closing his eyes to rest. In addition to the excitement in Suan's mind, in addition to the shocking scene, in addition to the image of the 100,000 people cheering for him, there was also a silhouette that lingered. Ryu Ruyan, Ruyani, ah. Suwon didn't know why he couldn't get over the other person, and he felt that he couldn't go on like this. But there is no good solution. Suwon thought for a while, but could never think of a good solution, and in a daze Suwon passed out. Alice, on the other hand, was excitedly making all sorts of calls. Even before Suwon's cut started, she had gathered all her friends to make them cheer for Suwon in front of the TV. These friends of Alice's were originally going to come to Kyushu in a group to witness this moment with their own eyes. Only Alice refused. First of all because she didn't have the extra energy to take care of those friends of hers. The truth is that Alice didn't have any problems with this move, because she really couldn't leave Suwon behind for those friends. Not to mention that most of these people had special identities, and many of them had appeared on behalf of the royal family. Alice, because she was favored, in turn kept her identity strictly secret, and the royals would rarely show their faces outside unless they had to. 1. For security reasons, and 2. They don't need to prove anything through these things. Alice was worried that those friends of hers would scare Suwon, so she had been suppressing the excited little group of friends from touching Suwon offline. But it's different now. Suwon had become completely famous after this battle, and those friends of Alice's went completely crazy. As soon as Suwon's side had finished, Alice's cell phone kept ringing and pressing. The latter Alice even simply turned off her cell phone directly, and did not turn it on until she returned home. Alice was well aware of Suwon's charm, and now she was also well aware that she was afraid that she would no longer be able to stop those friends of hers from coming over to Kyushu to look for Suwon. They're all crazy, judging by the number of calls these people have made to themselves, and the text messages they have sent. This group has gone crazy. By the time Alice and Suwon had returned to the house, Alice had received the news that her friends had left for Kyushu. Anyone who could hang out with Alice, even if their status was a little bit worse, then their parents must be someone famous on the rich list. So a few of them simply rushed directly to Kyushu in a private airplane. Alice knew for sure that she couldn't stop it. But before that, Alice had to prepare a place for her friends to stay. They certainly can't continue to stay here. In a while Suwon was going to have a cutting match with Mr. Hanks, and in the next 2 days Alice was going to take her brother away. Today during the show, Alice sensed something was wrong. The group of people from Tianhai University looked at Suwon with a very wrong look in their eyes. Very wrong. Especially the woman named Ruyan Lu. Alice can't tolerate Ruyan, because she realized that Ruyan Lu didn't seem to respect her brother at all. In Tianhai University, she witnessed how Ruyan Lu manipulated her brother. In Alice's eyes, Suwon has an independent personality. He may be a little worse off financially, and some color, but none of this could hide his fascinating talent and noble character. But these people, Lu Ruyan, had always used their status and position, as well as things like wealth, to oppress their brother. This is bad. It's very disrespectful. Alice was not unaware of the importance of wealth. She could be a simple young girl in front of Suwon, willing to show everything about herself in front of Suwon, but she was equally aware of the importance of money and status in society. It was because of this that since you people had used money and status to oppress my brother Suwon, I would use your means to similarly oppress back. Alice sat on the couch downstairs, crossing her legs and laughing with her friends inside the phone. The group also knew Suwon very well. After all, Alice often mentioned Suwon to her friends. Suwon was her pride and her belief. Coupled with the fact that Suwon also did have talents that people could look up to, these friends of Alice's were soon convinced by Suwon's charm. Suwon would have definitely thanked Alice if he knew that Alice had helped him collect a bunch of fanboys and fangirls in the West very early on. It was a pity that the current Suwon didn't know exactly what kind of gift Alice had prepared for him. Hanks and the others were silent for a long time. Strong? It's just ridiculously strong. Of the piano pieces Suwon played today, all of them, except for the ones that Chen Yilin had played before, were composed by him in these few short days. Even if Suwon had prepared a few piano songs in the past period of time, it was still Suwon's talent. This Suwon fellow's talent had already reached the middle of a range they couldn't comprehend. Anyone who had any understanding of the piano knew how demonic Suwon really was. Even a character like Hanks couldn't help but exude a sense of horror at Suwon's talent. Hanks couldn't help but ask himself, could he really beat Suwon? But naturally Hanks had no problem in terms of rhythm on the piano as well as proficiency. But what about piano music? With Hanks' age and accomplishments, cutting a deal with Suwon is in itself taking advantage of him. It would be completely shameless to still hold experience over people. Hanks looked over to the crowd of people who were on the same page as himself, and after a long moment of silence eventually sighed. I'm afraid I'm really going to lose. Kyoto. The old man surnamed Yao took the time to look at the secretary after handling the documents in his hands. How much longer will the cut on the Tianhai side take? The secretary bowed and replied calmly. The original plan was for it to be in a week's time, but as it stands now, the scene prepared on the Tianhai side may be smaller. After all, no one could have imagined that Suwon would actually be able to defeat Hanks' 4 disciples. It looks like there should be a re-preparation over there now, and this cutthroat match is geared to possibly take on the entire world. The old man looked at the secretary's voice and nodded majestically. It's just right to have the idea that this isn't just for a domestic audience anymore. The boy Suwon is also indeed a character with talent, which is good. Outside Kyushu has the world's top population, so it should have the world's talents of all types. Arrange it. Set a specific time and then schedule my trip. I want to see Suwon. Ruyan Lu looked at her piano teacher and pleaded. Ruyan Lu had rarely begged in her life. One could even say that she had never begged. But this time, she lowered her lofty head in order to see Suwon and looked at Elsa in front of her, pleading. Elsa was also in a difficult position. Now anyone could detect Lu Ruyan's mind. She really liked Suwon. Of course it's normal. Suwon had already conquered everyone, both in terms of looks and talent. According to the official data after the cut, each of the pianos that Suwon had used had been bought at a high price of $10 million. Even those of them who are famous pianists and have played pianos have been acquired by millions of people. Not to mention the likes of them, even the top 10 pianists, who have used pianos. No one has ever said that they spent such an exorbitant amount of money to acquire them. Suwon definitely counts as a one-of-a-kind existence. It's also proof that Suwon is well liked. Suwon is just too popular right now. It was rumored that someone had now offered $5 million just to have dinner with Suwon. Want to see Suwon? The current Suwon had long since ceased to be that frail Tianhai University student, but rather a new talent in the piano industry whose reputation resounded throughout the world. Even if Suwon could play well in the next sparring session with Hanks, Suwon's name would resonate throughout the world, becoming a rising star in the piano world. And based on Suwon's current achievements, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be anyone to compare Suwon with for centuries to come. But after all, Ruyan Lu was her own student and had helped her so much. Elsa didn't reject Ruyan Lu outright. According to what she knew, the original plan was to have dinner with Suwon at noon. But because of Suwon's intense labor in the morning, the officials of Yangcheng specially organized a dinner to welcome Suwon in the evening. At that time, those of them will certainly be invited over. Elsa might be able to bring Ruyan with her, and see if she could have a word with Suwon alone. Speaking of which, Elsa suddenly thought of a piece of news. The teacher had previously asked someone to investigate Suwon's information in detail, and from what they knew Suwon's registered birthday information wasn't correct. And it seems like he's been spending his birthdays with the wrong identifying information on his ID for all these years. But according to the information they had investigated, the real correct time for Suwon's birthday was 3 days later. Mr. Hanks supposedly has a birthday present for Suwon. By then, if Suwon was willing, there was a chance at that time as well. Ruyan Lu was silent and didn't say anything. She wanted to both attend Suwon's birthday and meet with him now. Seeing Lu Ruyan hesitate, Elsa patted her shoulder in silence. She had sort of watched Suwon's rise step by step, so she could well understand Ruyan Lu's complicated feelings towards Suwon at the moment. Back then, Suwon's identity was really ordinary, just an ordinary Tianhai student. The only good thing I can take out of it is that it's handsome. Good looks might work for most women, but not too strongly for them. The rich girls, they are exposed to dudes that are unimaginable to the average person. But someone like Suwon, who is handsome and talented, plus Suwon's life. This kind of person, by virtue of their own efforts, by virtue of their own talent step by step on the way, can be said as long as a woman will not have any resistance to Suwon. But now, Elsa couldn't help but sigh. Suwon is too accomplished. So high that Elsa could only look up. Just Suwon beat her to the song to Alice. The teacher's comment on the piano piece afterward was that Alice had some practicing to do, and it's going to be practiced for 10 years or more. This kind of emanation of emotion was overwhelmingly beyond Elsa's comprehension right now. As for the others, they basically got a similar rating. Especially Luke. This time Big Brother did something that made the teacher angry. Very, very angry. When he sparred with Suwon, he was able to win unexpectedly and lose unexpectedly. Hanks long before the cut, he dinged Luke. The whole cutting thing is about coming to learn from Suwon. If you can win, it's because you're strong, and as a teacher I'm happy for you, but you lost, and as your teacher I don't resent you. Instead, you will be given encouragement, to be able to spar with Suwon on the same stage, to be able to make Suwon respect you and compete with you on the same platform. That's your honor, a glory worth bragging about. It's worth keeping all of you, forever, in mind for this. But Nilik, a top-notch pianist, approaching the strength of the world's top 10 pianists. You and a young man in his 20s, cutting up with my piano music, winging the top 10 piano pieces. Shame on you. In all the years Elsa had lived with her teacher, she had never heard Mr. Hanks so angry. There was not the slightest bit of demeanor inside the phone call to give Luke any face. Now Mr. Hanks has asked Luke to go back, to return to Tianhai immediately after attending the banquet with Suwon. Elsa reckons Luke's going to be in trouble this time for sure. Teacher Hank's influence can be more than just in the West, and if Teacher Hank's opinion of Luke doesn't work, it can even affect how he's perceived within elder brother Luke's family. It's like Elsa herself. How could she have gotten out of her own family so easily without the blessing of her teacher Hanks? And how is it possible to live in Kyushu unharmed? Willow looked at Elsa and eventually she prayed that Elsa would take her on a trip to tonight's dinner. Actually, thinking about it, at this moment, Lu Ruyan felt incredible. It's only been a while. He himself needs to pray for others' help to see Suan. The teenager who ran around school for a few dollars seemed to be far away in an instant. Elsa patted Ruyan Lu's shoulder with a complex persuasive expression. Ruyan, give it up. Some people, some things are just like that, and missing them is missing them. Suan, there will be many women around Suan. Elsa knew who Alice was, but she couldn't say, and she didn't dare. Alice doesn't have much influence in Kyushu, but in the West, she's the one who has to be entertained when she comes to her family. Alice's background is frighteningly powerful in the West. Ruyan Lu's Lu family was strong, so strong that Chen Yilan, who was on the same level as her family in Tianhai, could casually decide to break Suan's arm. But if it's in the West, Alice can decide whether a person lives or dies. It will based on preference. These are two completely different concepts. Alice can influence certain decisions in her country, but Ruyan Lu can't. This is the power gap between the two family powers. It was also the reason why she and Her Highness Alice were bound to lose the fight for Suan. Perhaps, Ruyan Lu could have been more decisive and taken Suan earlier. According to his understanding of Suan, even the powerful Her Highness Alice still didn't stand a chance. The dinner was to begin at 6 o'clock sharp. The place chosen was also low-key, a farmhouse. Only the renovation of this farmhouse is by no means affordable anymore. This banquet was not well attended. This includes, in addition to several of Hank's protégés, friends of these men, and some of the official. Of course, in a more unusual capacity are the top 10 pianists who have been keeping a low profile. There are also student friends of these pianists. It was a party of just a few dozen people before and after, but the scene was grand. The farmstead, which covers hundreds of acres, was completely cleared of all but hundreds of kitchen attendants, which were hundreds of bouncers. If anything happens here tonight, both Kyushu and the entire world will be shaken violently. Ruyan Lu followed Elsa into the venue. These people are either friends of the participants or apprentices, and they need to go through a rigorous examination. Even Lu Ruyan and the others were equally so, and even the inspection was so strict that Lu Ruyan and the other females would be brought into a specialized room for a detailed inspection. Ruyan Lu and the others finally entered the center of the venue after a slightly awkward inspection. Ruyan Lu looked at the scene in the venue. Even though she was the eldest miss of the Tianhai Lu family, she couldn't help but be shocked. The large poster was placed high in the center of the venue. Because it was an open-air venue, the poster of Suan playing the piano was surrounded by a circle of various chefs doing live cooking. In addition, there is a small stage with a piano on the side. Through Elsa and the others, they realized that this was the piano that Suan had used when he played his last song. The piano piece was not auctioned off, but instead was left by goat officials to be used as a memorial. Suan's battle was enough to leave the host city, Yangchang, with something worth recording in the history books. On top of that, all of the furniture used on the site was expensive wood, and there was even a huge wooden sculpture. This wood carving should have been carved beforehand, and with Lu Ruyan's vision she could naturally tell. The wood carving is divided into two parts, one for the piano and one for the player. Suan, who was playing, sat in front of the piano, his eyes set with jewels, and walking up he could still clearly see some of the texture on top of the wood carving. This woodcarver's craftsmanship was excellent, carving Suan to life. However, because it was pre-carved, the clothes etc. don't match up, but that demeanor wasn't carved on, but just this piece of wood carving. Put it on the market. That is absolutely according to the billions of dollars to count the unit. It can be said that the official this time is down to the wire. But the attention and profits Suan brought to Yangchang were nothing compared to this. Suan's influence is just too great. After noon, the whole of Kyushu was boiling over because of Suan, a kid from the countryside, with no financial background whatsoever, beat 4 of the world's top pianists purely on the basis of his talent and ability. The thing itself is crazy. Suan was proving something to the world on behalf of Kyushu. The piano in Kyushu was no worse than any other country in the world. Any country. Ruyan Lu even clearly remembered brushing up on the video of local officials renovating Suan's house for him in the afternoon. Even Suan's house was expanded, and someone funded the purchase of the houses surrounding Suan's house and cooperated with local officials to renovate and rebuild Suan's old house. In addition to this, the graves of Suan's parents had also been refurbished and rectified. Suan has brought too much honor to Kyushu. Aside from a slight disadvantage at the end when he cuts with Luke, Suan did not beat Luke in terms of the piano piece itself. But the reality is that Luke used Hank's greatest hits without even being a crushing threat to Suan. What a concept! Does Suan really have a calling with Hanks? This idea caused a sea of discussion as soon as it appeared. Except that no matter how much the netizens argued, they still couldn't convince each other. But that didn't affect Suan's position in the hearts of both parties. 20-something. Such a terrifying talent at the age of 20-something. If we wait until Suan has settled down for 10 or 20 years? So who else can top Suan? Anyone else? Lu Ruyan stood out of the bustling crowd looking at the statue in front of her, as well as the most eye-catching poster. In the poster, Suan was sitting in front of a piano, his shirt half undone and his eyes out of focus as he stared into the void in front of him. This is the moment when the photographer captured Suan composing a piano piece. Genius. That's true genius. Compose live piano pieces and one is better than the other. Not to mention Lu Ruyan. Any woman at the scene couldn't help but stop at this scene. Suan, a man whose looks are as perfect as his talent. And, soon his wealth will match his status. Who wouldn't be moved by such a man? Bai Yue carried a large pot of food, satisfied and full before she started to wander around. She sees the world differently than these people. Suan was strong. Suan was great. But Bai Yue's biggest impression of Suan was the scene when he ran an errand for himself for a few dollars. At that time, if it was summer, after he had made Suan sell ice cream and rewarded him with one, he was beaming with compliments. In Bai Yue's eyes, Suan was like a toy raised by herself. Only now it looks like this toy goes so far, so high. One has to hold one's head up high to see the poster in front of one's eyes. Bai Yue and Lu Ruyan had different ideas. She didn't have much to resent Suan for leaving without saying goodbye. Just like between two friends, there will be times when they get along just as well. They're not that old. It's not like they're in their old man's group, and contact is few and far between when they don't have the benefit of the doubt. In Bai Yue's eyes, Suan gave herself the opinion that it was more of a chance upset between friends. It's okay. Suan gives herself an apology and then they can be good friends in no time. But now Suan, it seemed like he couldn't continue to make him himself. What a shame. Gone are the days of paying a few bucks to have a big handsome guy run errands for you. Thinking about Suan's happy face when she rewarded him with food earlier, Bai Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Suan is really quite stupid. He himself was the one who first approached her okay. Back when he was dying from the sun during the entrance military training, it was Suan who had the cheek to come over and please himself. At that time to see his looks of okay, Bai Yue did not drive him away. Bored and he talked for a while. When Suan said that he had antidotes for the summer heat, Bai Yue still thought that this handsome man was quite thoughtful. But when Suan said that he wanted to collect the money, Bai Yue really wanted to hammer his brain with an elbow strike at that time. That is, one's follow-up plan has failed. Suan seemed to only have money in her eyes, never thinking why she, who was obviously not a very good eater, often asked him to buy food for herself. Bai Yue wandered around the banquet site twice before getting bored and finding a corner to sit down. She grumbled at Suan. The fool, how come the row is so big now? Said 6 o'clock, now it's almost 7 o'clock. Suan still hasn't arrived at the scene. Bai Yue originally wanted to find Lu Ruyan to chat for a while, but it turned out that Lu Ruyan was out of her mind looking at Suan's statue. So Bai Yue was bored and found a place to sit by herself. As she ate her dessert, she chanted about what Suan wasn't. Incidentally, he observes a circle of characters on the scene. These people are all either rich or rich. Several of the top 10 pianists sat quietly in the corner with their protégés. I could tell these guys were heavy-hearted. Apart from those esteemed pianists, everyone present was well aware that his several disciples, although they were also the world's top pianists, were still a long way off compared to Suan. Although some people approached them to climb, it was more to get close to their teachers. Besides, these are the official figures and their families. These people also brought their children. But it really didn't feel like a big deal. The children of these people are just average in appearance. Compared with ordinary people may be considered on the upper middle. But there are Lu Ruyan and Bai Yue, etc. That is on the average. Press is not even on the same level. Bai Yue looked around, eventually glancing at the time. It was already past 7. Son of a bitch Suan, why don't you come? Bai Yue rolled her eyes and angrily cursed Suan in her mind. But, suddenly, there was a person sitting next to Bai Yue. Bai Yue subconsciously had to get up, not because she disliked the other party, but looking at the other party's big pot full of food, she was worried that she was disturbing the other party's elegance. After all, he was sitting in the corner, and basically not many people came over here, and there was a waiter staring at Bai Yue, ready to serve her. But just as she was about to get up, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Not the whole point? Suan was wearing the casual clothes Alice had picked out for him. Although it was casual clothing, Suan felt that with the addition of these watches and other decorations he was wearing, it was estimated to be over $1 million. But Suan didn't care about that. Hungry. He was really hungry. College students at this age are very good eaters themselves. Plus Suwon didn't eat much in the morning, and he didn't eat much in the gym at noon either. And after a nap, Suwon was urged by Alice to come to the banquet, but Suwon couldn't stay up any longer, and asked Alice not to reveal that he had arrived. He had someone beat up a bunch of food, and looked for a shady corner to prepare for a bite to eat. I didn't expect to see Bai Yue absent-mindedly eating dessert. Suwon was still familiar with Bai Yue, since the other party had attended the banquet. Suwon also knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he simply sat directly beside her and went with the flow. Bai Yue froze for a moment before quickly reacting. She resumed her seat, her gaze unmoving as she looked at Suwon. It was different from what he had expected earlier, when he had seen Suwon and became angry, and then taught him a lesson. Bai Yue surprisingly didn't know what she should say after seeing Suwon. Perhaps he was shocked at how Suwon didn't greet them when he arrived at the scene, but instead found himself first. Or maybe shocked if this Suwon guy is too much of an eater. One large tub full even, and the waiter quietly brought 2 large tubs. Suwon didn't say anything after a greeting. It was just dry rice. Crazy dry rice. Mighty dry rice. Bai Yue didn't disturb Suwon either, just lying on the side, taking small bites of dessert while looking at Suwon. Suwon is really handsome, especially during military training, when he jogged all the way to himself and fawningly crouched down to please himself. Even more handsome. Only now Bai Yue was somewhat unhappy. Although Suwon is very handsome, but he doesn't seem to belong anymore. At that time, when he casually spent some money, Suwon would have to run around all day for himself. It's not that she doesn't want to give Suwon more money, but she's checked that many poor boys still have strong self-esteem, and giving him money herself would definitely hurt her self-esteem. And it's a few $dozen. How nice to be able to call on Suwon for just one day. It's almost like you don't need the money. After all, you get more interest on your own pocket money than this. Suwon ate a large pot, and he was a bit unable to eat the other 2 pots. But Suwon was a person who loved food, and he very cheerfully shared a pot with Bai Yue, and then chewed slowly. As for the banquet, he didn't bother to participate. Alice had asked him to come over to meet people, but Suwon didn't want to meet so many strangers. Too tired today. Suwon would be ready to go back to sleep later when she finished playing. Looking at Bai Yue, who was blinking her eyes and staring at herself, Suwon smiled and inquired, "What? Eat?" Bai Yue looked at the large pot of food in front of her. Although she was very full, she still gathered the courage to pick up a spoon to accompany Suwon and eat. Bai Yue asked Suwon while chewing the food in her mouth, "Why did you leave?" Suwon was not embarrassed and said dryly, "I'm afraid I'll be thrown into the sea and fed to the fish by Lu Wanhua." Bai Yue carefully pinched Suwon's waist and looked at Suwon with dissatisfaction. Uncle Lu, in fact, in addition to arrogance a little bit, not much culture a little bit of explosive rich temperament a little bit, to the people is actually okay. Suwon looked at Bai Yue with wide eyes. Do people talk? Bai Yue shook her head somewhat sheepishly. Lu Wanhua was indeed nice, but that was for them. If he met someone who wanted to mess with his daughter, Lu Wanhua would absolutely go crazy. That is, Lu Ruyan character has always been cold, and no one can enter her eyes. So Lu Wanhua did not send what crazy, but Suwon just said to feed the fish thing. According to their knowledge of Lu Wanhua, it's really possible. Bai Yue sighed and silently ate 2 mouthfuls of food before saying, "So what do you want to do later? Going to the west for development?" Bai Yue put down the spoon and pinched the tender flesh around Suwon's waist with one hand. As long as Suwon nodded, she would absolutely use all her strength to frantically pinch Suwon. Good on. Under Bai Yue's gaze, Suwon shook his head dryly. How? What do you eat when you go to the west? A steak with blood on it, or nibbling onions? It's not like you haven't seen those foreign students inside the school who came back from abroad. That's just like a pig to be able to eat inside the cafeteria. From morning to night. Bai Yue had also been abroad, so she could naturally understand, and she nodded empathetically. Things abroad really aren't as good as they are at home. Once or twice in a while it's okay. If you follow the diet over there exactly, it will absolutely drive you crazy. She patted Suwon's shoulder and smiled. Then go back to school, and when the time comes, I'll have my second uncle talk about it, and you'll study honestly. Wait until you finish your studies, and then go on being the great pianist you are. Suwon looked at Bai Yue and shook his head slightly as he picked up a paper towel to wipe the corners of his mouth and said softly, "No, since I dropped out, I'm not going to continue. So where are you going?" "Kyoto City." "What are you doing in Kyoto City?" Bai Yue looked at Suwon with some excitement, but then she was worried that her voice was too loud and would disturb the others, affecting the communication between the two. Tenkai doesn't believe it? Chen Yilin has already disappeared, and although I don't know who did it, it's unlikely that Uncle Lu will make things difficult again. When Ruyan found out you left, she was furious with Uncle Lu and hasn't seen or spoken to him since you left. Suwon listened to Bai Yue, who was a little agitated. Even if you leave, you still have to say it clearly. Suan, haven't you treated us as friends yet? Bai Yue looked at Suan, her eyes all vaguely tearful. Suan looked at the night sky and was silent without replying. It was a beautiful day, perhaps because of the heavy rain that fell at noon, and a rare night when we could see a lot of stars. As for the friend Bai Yue just mentioned, a friend? Where would he be qualified to be their friend if he didn't have the advantage of being a traveler? With your ordinary family background and orphan status, how can you be your friends? As for how he told Ruyan Lu that he was leaving, how to say it, until now Suan still dare not bet. Angry Lu Wan will not privately send people to press themselves in the undersea villa. Suan didn't dare to gamble, nor could he. God had given him a chance to live, so it was to be cherished and not wasted. From start to finish Suan's goal was clear. Alive. Better alive. When Bai Yue saw Suan's silence, she also fell silent. Bai Yue twisted her head to look at the center of the banquet, and at this moment, along with Alice's appearance, the crowd began to converge towards Alice. I have to say, Alice is a really beautiful woman. Very beautiful. It was easy to be the center of the crowd wherever she went, as if she was born to be the center of the crowd. This feeling is wonderful. Bai Yue is hard to describe her mood at this moment. Looking at the dazzling Alice, Bai Yue suddenly hated her. If it wasn't for her, it didn't seem like Suan would have become what he was now. She knew that the days when a few dozen dollars could make Suan serve her willingly were gone. Alice dealt with the crowd. Most of the people on the scene were still unclear about her identity. But that didn't stop her from being the center of attention in the crowd. This time it wasn't because of Alice's identity, much less her looks. Instead, it's Suan, his own brother, Suan, because everyone knows that Alice and Suan have an ambiguous relationship. That one song, To Alice, has been circulating online more widely than the average person can imagine. The meaning of the song is naturally understood by all, so outsiders basically recognized Alice as Suan's girlfriend. Now that Suan's girlfriend had come over, it was only natural for everyone to offer their condolences, and by the way, they were concerned about where Suan had gotten to. Regarding Suan's late arrival, everyone basically already knew the reason. Too tired. Maybe too tired from the race, maybe with Alice. Regardless of that reason, everyone could understand Suan's exertion. Alice had arrived in person. Why hadn't she seen Suan's silhouette yet? The crowd gathered around Alice inquiring curiously. Alice didn't know where her brother had gone. And she and Suan did come together just now, but Suan was looking for food as soon as she came in, and asked her to help drag everyone around. Looking at the time, Suan must have finished eating by now. Why isn't he out yet? Alice had no problem with this level of socializing naturally whatsoever. It's just that Alice doesn't want to steal Suan's thunder. While Alice dealt with the crowd, her eyes looked around for Suan. As for the few familiar figures that appeared at the banquet, Alice did not pay any attention to them. According to her plan, she would take Suan out of Kyushu after he cut his teeth with Mr. Hanks. This won't be a short period of time, and it may be a lifetime before we come back to Kyushu, so why should Alice care about these guys? Instead, they had to think hard about whether they had wronged Suan. Alice wasn't a petty person. It was just that she couldn't tolerate her brother being belittled. Alice accompanied the crowd to walk around the center of the party a few times, but there was still no sign of her brother. Although everyone was smiling and saying that there was no hurry, it really seemed like it would be a bit rude for the brother to not show up again. Just as Alice was a bit anxious for her brother, Alice's eyes finally found the familiar figure in the dimly lit corner. Alice pushed her way through the crowd and walked towards Suan with some glee. Suan naturally understood that he had been discovered, and seeing that the crowd had gathered around, he whispered an apology to Bai Yue before getting up and walking towards the crowd. The crowd, which had been fairly quiet, immediately boiled over, especially many of the girls on the scene. These people's status was not low, and they had naturally seen enough people, but it was the first time they had seen a man as handsome as Suan, especially today. Suan's move of soloing 4 top pianists had put a golden halo over Suan in their hearts. This feeling was marvelous, and at this moment, when they saw Suan, where did they still have the heart to complain about Suan being late for so long? They just subconsciously walked over to him and looked at him with a face full of surprise. Suan looked at the several women with glowing eyes walking towards him, his steps towards the crowd slowing down slightly. Sisters, it's a little scary. The expressions on all of these people's faces felt like they wanted to eat themselves. Suan wanted to hide, but didn't know how he was going to do it. At that moment, a familiar person appeared in front of Suan. Ryu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was dressed in a very mature way today, a purple fishtail dress, together with the necklace on her snow-white neck, and her proud status. Suan had to admit one thing. Ruyan Lu was truly the best of the best, especially at this moment. The maturely dressed Lu Ruyan was even more immersive. Even Suan, who had been through 100 battles, was a bit stunned for a moment. Ruyan Lu's beauty was really a bit excessive. With Lu Ruyan standing in front of her, The few young girls who originally wanted to come over immediately stopped in their tracks. The radiance on Ruyan Lu's body made them, who were also women, still fearful from the bottom of their hearts. It's hard to imagine anyone actually looking like that. So perfect, so dainty and beautiful. Suan looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him in dismay. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was staring at herself. Her eyes were a little red and swollen. Her gaze was not anger, not sadness, but a complex emotion mixed with disappointment and unwillingness as well as fear. Suan looked at Ruyan Lu for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Originally, she was prepared to just treat Ruyan Lu as an ordinary friend, but when she really faced Ruyan Lu, Suan realized that his heart seemed to be in a bit of a mess. Lu Ruyan looked at Suan for a moment and didn't know what to say. She looked at Suan, who was wearing an inexpensive suit in front of her, and was torn in her mind that she really didn't know how to open her mouth. The two stared at each other in silence. But this was a dinner party. Rather a dinner party for Suan. Before Lu Ruyan had a chance to speak, Suan was surrounded by a group of people. Countless people stepped past Ruyan Lu towards Suan, including Alice. Alice didn't say anything, but only glanced at Ruyan Lu with a clear and cold gaze. There was no particular emotion in her eyes, just a cold look at Ruyan Lu. Then she turned her head to look at Suan and stood by his side. Suan was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd, and he responded somewhat clumsily to the crowd's enthusiasm. It was kind of like a meet and greet for fans, and everyone in the crowd who wasn't too old was basically a fan of Suan's. Suan's talent is just too good. It's actually hard for men and women of all ages not to like Suan, and he wrote those piano songs for all ages. It was only that the people present were all dignitaries, so naturally, it was impossible for them to pursue Suan so much as the youngsters did. Suan and Alice dealt with for a while, and was photographed and autographed, and many people asked for Suan's contact information, and in no time Suan was sweating profusely, too tired. It's more tiring than playing the piano. No wonder those celebrities in the previous life were mostly nonchalant in the face of their fans, and only occasionally interacted with them for the sake of conversation. This feels really tiring. Brain pain. After making a lot of noise for a while, Suan then subsided quite a bit. He felt like if he didn't have an Alice standing next to him, he would have been eaten alive by a couple of crazy girls in the crowd. It's crazy how these people look at themselves. Suan came down to a much quieter place under Alice's guidance, and before he left Suan couldn't help but look back at Ruyan Lu's position. Ruyan Lu hadn't moved the entire time. She just stood in place, motionless as she looked at Suan, watching Suan being surrounded by everyone, watching that ordinary big boy before, turning into a big star and being liked by countless people in the blink of an eye. Alice seemed to be working against Ruyan Lu, as she didn't care about Suan's feelings in the slightest and let him into the banquet room. Compared to the outside, the inside of the room was noticeably quieter. As soon as he entered the door, Suan saw several familiar figures, characters like Yao Qinglian in number 1 and number 2. Everyone had been waiting for Suan, and when they saw that Suan had finally arrived, everyone rose to greet him. Suan looked at the crowd with some embarrassment, but which one of the people in here was not a human being? And with a few words, Suan's concerns were dispelled and he began to make small talk. The subject of their chat was simple. The next one, cutting match with Hanks. They say it's a cut, but it's really a competition. In the presence of several top 10 pianists, Sheepskin One did not hide his purpose from Suan. Not to lose. Just don't lose. He just hoped that Suan didn't lose. This not losing actually doesn't mean that Suan has to win, necessarily. Just to compare the last game between Suan and Luke today, the piano piece that Suan played wasn't as good as the one that Luke played. But did Suan lose? No. Suan was cheered the loudest in the scene, and the most cheers were given to Suan. The above is really one expectation for Suan's performance. Just don't lose as much as possible and have your own style in the match. They all knew very well that the current Suan definitely counted as the first person under the top 10 pianists in the piano world. No one would ever be able to surpass what Suan had accomplished now. The mere fact of cutting a deal with 4 of the top pianists in the world would make this event very difficult to repeat. Luke and the others aren't just big cabbages that cost money to hire. If whatever challenged the 4 of them, they would have to respond and fight each other. Then they wouldn't be exhausted. It was only Suan who was an exception that made them willingly spar with him. As long as Suan didn't lose to Hanks, lose too badly, and lose without the slightest bit of suspense, then Suan had already won. The current Suan was certainly amazing, but after calming down, everyone could actually think of one thing. Suan lost when the Hanks piano piece came up in the last game. This is still when Luke plays and Suan loses. What if Hanks himself played it? Can Suan still win? Does Suan still have a chance to win? People had great expectations for Suan, but they just expected Suan not to lose too badly. Suan nodded numbly. He's under just as much pressure, having felt the power of the top 10 pianists today. And that's Luke. Hanks is just one apprentice. Hanks himself is presumably even more formidable. Can you win by yourself? It's a dream. Suan smiled and responded to everyone as he looked over at Yao Qinglian. Yao Qinglian was very quiet today. She was perhaps used to hiding in the shadows and observing Suan all the time, so she didn't say much. She just went up to Suan and encouraged him for a few moments before standing aside and silently watching Suan. After talking to the crowd, Suan looked at the top 10 pianists. Suan did not take pride in his achievements. He politely greeted the several pianists, and the other party looked at Suan with complicated eyes and nodded at him with a grave gaze. Suan looked at a few serious old-timers, although he didn't really understand their etiquette, but to a few of them, Suan was extraordinarily respectful. Finally done talking to them, Suan went out and breathed a long sigh of relief. Alice said with a snicker as she looked at Suan, "Brother, you don't think it's over?" "Suan, what do you mean? What else?" Suan went out the door before he saw everyone gathered around the doorway, and in the gap in the middle of the crowd, a piano sat quietly in the middle of the crowd. Alice looked at Suan and nudged him with a smirk. "Brother, show everyone your hand. It's still a different feeling in concert than hearing it live, and people are looking forward to hearing you play live." Suan looked at Alice, and the expectant eyes of the group on stage. Tired. Is really tired. If she had known that the dinner party was so tiring and troublesome, Suan would never have come over again. Still, he mustered up a smile and looked at the disc to figure out what he was going to play. A couple of piano pieces from the competition? It's not much fun. Seeing Suan sitting in front of the piano at this moment, everyone gathered around. Even number one and the others who had been in the room were curious as they went out to look at Suan. Watching Suan play the piano so closely is not something that comes along all the time. Suan looked to the crowd, and everyone yelled for Suan to show his hand, but no one said anything about letting Suan play anything. At that moment, an abrupt sound rang out. Ruyan Lu's cool voice clearly entered Suan's mind. "Suan, I want to hear Untouchable." "The Untouchables? What's the Untouchables? Is it Master Su's tune? Never heard of it." Along with the sound of Ruyan Lu's voice, the crowd immediately looked at Ruyan Lu with curiosity. Regarding Ruyan Lu's appearance, the crowd naturally appreciated it extraordinarily, but this one seemed to have a not-so-fabulous relationship with Suan, so no one had hit on Ruyan Lu's body. On the contrary, it was Lu Ruyan who said Untouchable. This tune was interesting to hear the name. Could it be that this tune was also written by Suan? Along with the crowd turning their heads to look at Suan, Suan then reacted. The song Untouchable was one that he had given to Sister Yuan as a gift, so of course Suan remembered it. Suan looked at Ruyan Lu. Although it was said to be for Sister Yuan, Suan knew very well that this piano piece would definitely be heard and seen by Ruyan Lu. He couldn't believe that Ruyan Lu didn't know what this meant. But what did Ruyan Lu mean by coming to play this song now? Suan frowned as he looked at Ruyan Lu. Although he didn't understand what Ruyan Lu wanted to do, he still nodded his head. On this kind of occasion, Suan didn't want Ruyan Lu to lose face. What's more, a tune like Untouchable isn't really that hard to play. What was Ruyan Lu trying to say? Seeing Suan nod his head, everyone looked at Suan with curiosity and anticipation, even though Suan is young. But so far, every piece Suan plays is basically a masterpiece. The best of the best, even in the history of piano music, is enough to be able to leave a name. They, as viewers, naturally look forward to it. Suan looked out at the piano in front of her. I don't know why, even though Alice was hand-waving and brainwashing herself today, saying that she was now the world's top pianist, and even saying that she was the number one under the top 10 pianists of whatever. Still, Suan couldn't be happy. Ruyan Lu's appearance was really like a thorn in Suan's heart. Although the two of them did not have many interactions, the scene when Lu Ruyan taught herself to play the piano in the piano room was unforgettable to Suan for the rest of her life. The song Untouchable actually happens to be a reflection of Suan's heart. In the face of Alice, Suan did not feel inferior, and was even able to look at Alice as an elder, because as of now, Suan really didn't have any special thoughts about Alice. But facing Ruyan Lu, being an orphan for 2 lifetimes made Suan's inferiority complex nearly imprinted in his bone marrow. Not to mention the status of the pianist now. The $30 million inside the card wasn't enough to make Suan hard in front of Ruyan Lu. Suan stared moodily out at the piano in front of him. The crowd didn't disturb Suan and waited patiently, waiting for Suan to perform for them. Suan remembered the gap between himself and Lu Ruyan and let out a silent sigh, his fingers moving slightly. And that's when the young man who had been ready for it silently raised the camera in his hand. Because of the special nature of the people on the scene today, no journalist friends were invited over, so they should be the only ones who know this piano song Untouchable. It's a first-hand resource, enough to make them the center of attention among their friends. Even many of the older people couldn't help but pull out their cell phones, ready to record the moment. The low sound of music started, and just the intro made everyone quiet immediately. The The cloudy gazes of several of the top 10 pianists slowly erupted into a stream of light. Sure enough, that's the gift. The piano piece is exquisite, even with their eyes that is top-notch, the top of the top. It wasn't just them. Everyone present could clearly feel the change in their state of mind at this moment. Sadness. Wailing. No wonder the piano piece is called untouchable. Elsa held up her cell phone and snapped at Suan. She wasn't getting ready to post a friend, but was on a video call with her teacher. Because the scene was quiet enough, the moment Suan's piano played, it was as if the entire banquet scene had been pressed into pause. Perfect. When really, it's perfect. Everyone was quiet as they listened to the music of the moment, their gazes fixed dead center on Suan. Is this the strength of Suan? At the moment, Suan was immersed in his own memories. Memories of himself and Ruyan Lu when they were in an online relationship. In Suan's memory, if he hadn't met offline and been caught by Ruyan Lu, the female internet user inside his cell phone was a well-behaved and obedient little girl, like a good and cute sister, waiting to be fed every day. When he learned that the object of his online love that he had been talking about for half a year was Ruyan Lu, Suan said that he was not excited was false. After all, so many bodyguards were standing right next to Ruyan Lu. Is Suan scared? Surely fear, even dread. He was really afraid of being beaten up, especially in front of his own village people. Then it would be too embarrassing for him to go back to his village to retire in the future. Internet dating scams people out of their money and they get chased to their door and brutally beaten. If this matter did get out, it would be laughed at by the village for at least 2 or 3 generations. But fortunately, Ruyan Lu didn't proclaim it. Later, Suan calmed down and thought carefully. Ruyan Lu was also quite contrasting. Where was the slightest sign of strength in Ruyan Lu during the online chat? The main attraction is a well-behaved and obedient one. But after actually meeting face to face, Suan realized this. Ruyan Lu was horribly high and cold. When online dating, just half a year, Suan melted that heart of Lu Ruyan through chatting. Let her be a sweet girl and be able to chat with Suan on the internet with Suan put happy. But after returning to reality Suan then realized, Ruyan Lu was really high-strung. Suan has always had a knack for dealing with women. As long as he made a little move and was a little more bold, he believed that it wouldn't take more than half a month for him to shed Ruyan Lu's high and cold exterior and let her sweet personality unfold. But actually, Suan didn't dare. He knew very well that there was a huge chasm between himself and Ruyan Lu. This chasm is not one that can be crossed by one's looks. It was a high-rise building accumulated by wealth. Not to mention crossing over, Suan stood at the foot of this building and couldn't even see the roof of the building clearly. As Ryu Wangwa said, he could always let himself sleep underwater for a long time. Suan didn't dare to bet that Lu Wangwa was joking, because there's only one life. He can bet 10,000 times, 100,000 times, but he can't lose once, not even once. The untouchables, untouchable. The quiet environment made Suan's heart extraordinarily calm. The feelings he exudes in this piano piece are also genuine. The 6-minute-long piano piece ends with a few final coda notes. There was a pause of a few seconds. Then a round of applause. Pianist, a real pianist. The crowd looked at Suan and lamented from the bottom of their hearts. A number of emotionally fragile women are now in tears at the moment. After all, who doesn't have a white moon in their heart? Lu Ruyan felt the tear tracks crossing her cheeks and silently turned her head to stop looking at Suan. Sure enough, only he can play the flavor that belongs to this piano piece. There was slow applause. The applause wasn't loud, but it was persistent and long. Suan sat in front of the piano and waited for a while, before the scene quieted down. Not only the people attending the dinner, but even the waiters around the room couldn't help but applaud. Perfect. This piano piece played by Suan is just perfect. Both ordinary listeners and professional pianists couldn't help but admire Suan's skills from the bottom of their hearts. Suan bowed to the group with some embarrassment. Especially at this moment, he noticed that there was a huge statue on the scene, or a statue of himself. Collapse. Suan was literally falling apart. It's not. This is outrageous. Looking at the huge statue, Suan had a strong sense of shame. Hard to crash. The moment. With the passage of time, the atmosphere of the dinner party immediately relaxed once a few really big names left. The second half has begun to serve alcohol. After Suan and a few old pianists said goodbye and left their contact information with each other, Suan and Alice watched the crowd leave. In the meantime, Suan and Yao Qinglian chatted for a few moments. Yao Qinglian wanna go back to Kyoto first. A short period of time may not be free. The two meet that can only wait until the Tianhai meet. Suan knew very well that she couldn't really stay in Yangqing all the time. She asked Yao Qinglian to say hello to the library side, and after a while she was ready to return to Tianhai. Alice, this silly girl, was still a student at Tianhai University. Suan could tolerate his lack of education, but he couldn't let Alice delay her studies as much as he did. Even if Alice's family should be very good, Suan would not allow Alice to delay her studies because of herself. After sending these people off, Suan knew he could leave. There were a lot of young people in there, and the rest of the party was all drinking and hippies. Suan for these people do not have much interest in socializing. They are all second generation. Circle, hobbies and interests are completely not in a channel. Is Suan and they talk about their own experience when running errands? Don't be funny. But when Alice was ready to lead Suan away, Suan couldn't take a step. Ruyan. Yes, Ruyan Lu stood at the exit quietly watching him. Suan believed that Ruyan Lu must have paid a price to be able to attend this dinner, and her purpose should be to meet with herself. Suan didn't know how to face her, but Suan had to admit it. He didn't want to just leave. Alice could see her brother's hesitation. She looked deeply at Ruyan Lu, looked at her brother and smiled. Brother, I'll wait in the car. Suan nodded and watched Alice get into the car before Suan turned his head to look at Ruyan Lu. Bai Yue saw that Alice leave before she trotted up and pulled Suan to find a quiet place. 4 women, 1 man. The waiter had the good sense to pour a glass of wine for each of the 5. For some reason, none of them, neither Suan nor the girls, refused. Even Bai Yue, who had never touched wine before, held her glass and took small sips of the flavor. Xian Tiantian and Gao Lan looked at Suan and shook their heads. The duo and Suan were less complicated to socialize with, and Gao Lan even took a sip of wine and then got right to the point. Suan, is that what you think? Leaving without saying hello to us? Gao Lan looked at Suan and clasped her hands on her chest somewhat angrily. She and Xian Tiantian still recognized Suan. This kind of person with no family background can have such talent but not be arrogant, have such handsome looks but not screw around. It's hard not to appreciate a man like that no matter who he is. It's just that. Why did you kid just leave without saying a word? If you don't say hello to the 2 of them, you don't even say hello to your best friend. Ruyan, and there's Bai Yue. Don't look at this girl looking heartless. In fact, secretly don't know how many times she quietly cried because of this matter. It's just that people don't want to point it out. Suan was speechless and could only respond with an awkward smile. Bai Yue sat next to Suan as she looked at Suan's delicate little face and said with a slight blush, Suan, you and we go back to school obediently. Anyway, it's not long now. The piano can be learned anywhere. When the time comes, I'll have my uncle make arrangements so that it won't affect your schooling nor your piano playing. Well, think about it. The eldest miss of the Bai family in Tianhai, for the first time since she was a child, begged so humbly for a male of her age. But Suan was just silent. Going back to school at Tenkai University? Suan isn't ready to go back. Since he had already dropped out of school, Suan decided to completely cut ties with the group. At least it can't stay ambiguous any longer. A friend, always a friend. At best, I can only be a friend. Suan didn't dare to look directly at Ruyan Lu as she kept looking at herself. All he knew was that Ruyan Lu had been drinking since he had just sat down. As of now, Ruyan Lu had already had 3 glasses of wine in a row. Suan frowned slightly, although this wine was not of a high degree. But according to the way Ruyan Lu drank it, it was impossible not to get drunk. But Suan didn't know in what capacity he should face Ruyan Lu. A friend? Classmates? Or an online boyfriend? He was in an online relationship, but he was Lu Ruyan's serious husband. Lu Ruyan had sent a voice, and in the latter two's chatting routine, it was Lu Ruyan who addressed herself as her husband. Although Suan was single-killed offline by Lu Ruyan with her people in the back, the 2 of them never said they were breaking up. Relationships have been so sparse. Suan, seeing Suan out of his mind, Gao Lan said with some impatience, what's a big man like you doing grunting? You're still young enough that even if you're sure you want to worship Hanks, there's no rush. At least you can finish college in Tianhai, and incidentally take that time to settle down, Gao Lan said with a calm face, and she wasn't joking. Suan's piano skills are probably no match for those of the top greats, which is the consensus of many listeners who know how to play the piano. But, Suan's talent for composing piano music is rare in the world. Suan's fans have never shied away from Suan's flaws, not to mention that Suan, a young man in his 20s, and an orphan, with no money and no power, could play a smooth piano piece at that age, and that would already be impressive. Not to mention that what Suan is really known for now is his songwriting ability. Every tune that flows out of Suan's hands is a top-notch piano piece, whether it's against those top pianists or against them as ordinary people. There's just nothing wrong with Suan's tunes. It just sounds good. Suan looked at Gao Lan and froze just before he was about to speak. Lu Ruyan, who had been drinking in silence, suddenly opened her mouth and said, Suan, I like you.